Chapter 1, Trillions Falling from the Sky. Coffee Shop. Yiming sat in his seat with a calm expression. Opposite him sat his girlfriend Zhang Wenyi and her parents. Zhang Wenyi has become increasingly cold towards him in the past 2 months. The appointment here today should be a showdown between her and him. Yiming is mentally prepared for this. Zhang's mother spoke first. Xiaoyi, right? We are Wenyi's parents. We came here today mainly because we have something to tell you. Her tone was very cold and her face was gloomy. Aunt, please go ahead. Yiming nodded. It's like this. Wenyi is not a child anymore. As parents, we all hope that she will have a reliable home in the future. Do you understand what I mean? I understand, so I'm working hard, hoping to give Wenyi a happy home in the future. Mother Zhang snorted coldly, the fat on her face trembling. Working hard? Wenyi told us that your salary is only 6,000 yuan a month. You have graduated from college for 3 years, and your monthly salary is only 6,000 yuan. You have the nerve to call it working hard? It's not that we despise the poor and love the rich. When we get married, we should at least have a 150 square meter wedding house, right? But with your salary, you can only buy 2 square meters in Shanghai without eating or drinking for a whole year. How can we trust Wenyi to you? Besides, we only have one daughter, Wenyi, and we're counting on her to take care of us in our old age. Take our boss, Mr. Wang, for example. His son-in-law has 4 houses. Even if his daughter and her family do nothing, they can live comfortably with the rent all year round. Look at you. You're so different from them. If Wenyi marries you, I'll be laughed at to death by everyone in our company. Zhang's mother's mouth was full of spit, and she tried to make Yiming feel ashamed and embarrassed with her reasons and evidence. Aunt, it's like this. I'm still in the stage of accumulating work experience. Once the time is right, when I change jobs, my salary will increase a lot. I hope you can give me some more time. Yiming's voice was sincere, but neither humble nor arrogant. He never thought that he was much worse than others. Bang! Zhang's mother smashed the cup in her hand onto the table. The table shook. Her face was cold and her nasolabial lines were like valleys. Don't you understand what I mean? We are not here to listen to your big words today. I hope you will stop pestering our Wenyi in the future. She has already found a blind date for her daughter. He is a bank manager with a monthly salary of 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. His family owns 2 houses. Apart from the fact that he is a little old and a little bald, they are very satisfied with him. Yiming's mobile phone was placed on the edge of the table. As a result of the shock, the phone fell to the ground, the screen immediately cracked, and the battery fell out. He bent down to pick up the phone, reassembled it, wiped the screen, and turned it back on. Then he turned to look into Zhang Wenyi's eyes and asked, Wenyi, what do you mean? Zhang Wenyi crossed her arms and looked out the window, her face also very cold. I listened to my mother. This sentence has already put the final nail in the coffin of a relationship. She no longer wanted to live a life with Yiming where they had to calculate their spending every day. All the girls of her age in the company were wearing branded clothes, except her. She was the only one who was laughed at by her colleagues several times for dressing like a country girl. Her monthly salary is only a little over 3,000 yuan. After deducting the expenses for food, drink, and filial piety to her parents, there is hardly any money left, so she hopes Yiming will buy her brand name products. But Yiming's salary is not enough at all, and Yiming always says that it is enough to wear clothes clean, decent and generous, so why do you have to compare with others? She felt that Yiming didn't care about her at all, didn't understand girls' hearts, and had no future, earning only so little salary a month. Whenever she stood next to the young girls in the company, she felt particularly inferior. But she forgot that the latest Apple 7 Plus in her hand was bought by Yiming with more than 1 month's salary, and the bag she carried was also bought by Yiming with half a month's salary. Moreover, Yiming would give her little surprises every weekend and festival. But these were unimportant in her eyes and she didn't care at all. A few days ago, after the matchmaker showed her the photo of the man, she was quite satisfied. Although he was already 32 years old, he did not look old from the photo. The key was that his family was well off, and the matchmaker said he was very caring. If she was with him, she would not have to live such a wronged life. In addition to bringing her parents to confront Yiming today, she will also meet that person later, and she is looking forward to it. At this time, Yiming was sitting opposite, looking down at his phone, and did not notice the change in Zhang Wenyi's expression at all. Yiming's hand holding the phone was shaking a little, because after the phone was restarted, he received a text message. Dear Mr. Yiming, congratulations on becoming the only supreme universal black card holder on Earth selected by the Universe Godly Rich System. The limit of this card is 100 trillion M gold, and the principal is stored in the main card. The daily interest of 100 trillion M gold is stored in the secondary card. The main card and the secondary card of this card have been sent to your residence together with the password. Please check it. This card is linked to an invisible account with all banks around the world, and even the president of the bank cannot view this account. Therefore, you don't have to worry about the source of funds. The principal amount in each bank account ranges from 100 million to 10 billion M gold. As long as there is a bank, you can swipe the card or withdraw cash. In non-US dollar areas, this card has automatically converted US dollars into local currency according to the real-time exchange rate, so please feel free to use it. I looked at the time the text message was sent, and it was yesterday. According to the current express delivery speed, it should have been delivered to my home. Yiming no longer had the heart to care about Zhang Wenyi and her parents. He was eager to go home and see if all this was true. He stood up and drank the coffee in the cup. Okay, Wenyi, I wish you happiness. Then he turned around and walked to the bar to pay the bill and left. Zhang Wenyi's family looked at each other in bewilderment. They didn't expect things to go so smoothly. They thought Yiming would commit suicide and make a big fuss. When Zhang Wenyi saw Yiming being so straightforward, she suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. According to her imagination, Yiming should cry and beg her not to leave him. But in fact, Yiming left without looking back, and with a hint of urgency, as if he couldn't wait to leave. He must be pretending. Zhang Wenyi curled her lips. Zhang's father said from behind, "Young man, don't be too discouraged. You still have a lot of time to live. Don't be depressed. Thank you for your concern, uncle." After Yiming walked out of the coffee shop, Zhang's mother snorted coldly, "This kid is sensible." The three of them stood up and prepared to leave. At this time, the waiter came over and said, "Hello, the bill for the three of you has not been settled yet. Please come to the bar to settle it." The three of them were stunned for a moment. They had just seen Yiming walk to the bar and pay, so why was the waiter asking them to pay? Mother Zhang frowned, "Didn't someone just pay for us?" "Oh, sorry, the gentleman just now only paid his share." Zhang's mother was so angry that she jumped up and down. "Look, Wenyi, you saw it, we came all the way to talk to him, but he couldn't even pay for a cup of coffee. A man who doesn't even have this much tolerance is doomed to have no future. Fortunately, you have nothing to do with him anymore." "Father Zhang, don't say so much. By the way, Wenyi, your luggage is still with him, right? Why don't we go get it now?" Zhang's mother said, "Let's do it another day. Showdown will be here soon. Let's go meet him and don't keep him waiting for too long." The Showdown she mentioned is Zhang Wenyi's next blind date, the 32-year-old bank manager mentioned by the matchmaker. Hashtag. Chapter 2 Beauty saves the hero. After returning to his residence, Yiming saw an envelope in the mailbox. He suppressed his excitement, opened the mailbox and took out the envelope. Sure enough, there were 2 black cards. He had the card, but he didn't know if there was any money in it. He was worried that someone might be playing a prank on him, so he immediately took the card and prepared to go to the nearest bank to check. He went to the nearest ICBC ATM, but he had never opened an account with ICBC before. If it was true that the black card had an account linked to all banks around the world, as the text message said, then he would definitely be able to withdraw money from this ATM. He inserted the card and clicked on the balance query. In an instant, a string of numbers appeared. Fuck, 9.789 billion. This is the amount displayed after M gold is converted into RMB. If it is M gold, it should be 1.5 billion. His hands were shaking a little, this was just the money in one account. Yiming tried to withdraw the money. Only by being able to withdraw the money could he prove it was real. He clicks on withdraw and enters the withdrawal amount, 10,000. There was a rustling sound coming from the ATM machine, and Yiming became more and more nervous. "Money is being dispensed, please take your money." A mechanical female voice came, and at the same time the cash dispenser opened, revealing 100 yuan bills neatly stacked inside. Fuck, it's true. Yiming shouted in his heart, almost roaring out loud. He really wanted to go crazy. He was exhausted over the years trying to make money. But in order not to attract attention, he suppressed his inner passion and quietly put the money into his pocket. "I'm finally rich. Ha ha ha." He clicked on the balance check again, 0.00. Just 10,000 yuan less. At the same time, a text message about the balance change came through on the phone. Dear ICBC user, the balance of your account ending in XXXX is RMB.00. Having confirmed that the ICBC account was genuine, Yiming then tried several other banks, and without exception, all of them were genuine. I don't have to live a miserable life anymore. From today on, I'm going to enjoy life to the fullest. After confirming that all this was true, Yiming breathed a sigh of relief and finally believed that he was a rich man, and not just ordinary rich. 100 trillion M gold. The GDP of country A is less than 20 trillion M gold a year. Now Yiming can be said to be rich enough to rival a country. Ma Yun, Ma Huatang, Wang Jianlin, Wang Xikong, altogether they are no match for me. In the past, if he wanted to buy a house in Shanghai, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money, he didn't know how many years it would take him to save up. But now it's different. Not only does he hold a principal of 100 trillion M gold, but every day when he opens his eyes he also receives 10 billion M gold in interest. Yiming decided to improve his living environment first, so he came to the sales center of a real estate company. This real estate company mainly deals in high-end brand mansions. Those who come in and out are either rich or noble. The men have big bellies and are followed by many bodyguards, and the women are adorned with jewels, and one can tell at a glance that they are of high status. The sales center is very luxurious but a little deserted. After all, it is a top-notch luxury home and not many people can afford it. When they saw Yiming, a young man wearing cheap street clothes and holding a mobile phone with a cracked screen, come in, no salesperson paid any attention to him. Yiming didn't care and walked straight to the huge sand table and looked at it by himself. A middle-aged woman with a face full of flesh was walking around the sand table to observe the model under the guidance of a handsome male salesperson. She didn't look at the road and ended up bumping into Yiming. Seeing Yiming dressed in ordinary clothes, the middle-aged woman looked at him with disdain, then walked past him and said to the male salesperson next to her, "After all, this is a sales center for high-end real estate projects. Why do you let people like him who obviously can't afford to buy a house in here? He's just in the way. Aren't you worried that he'll affect the mood of potential customers like us to buy a house?" The male salesperson put a lot of effort into closing this deal. If the deal is successful, he will get a commission of 40,000 yuan. Seeing the unhappy face of the middle-aged woman, he was afraid that the other party would leave in anger, so he quickly bowed and apologized in a low voice. "I'm sorry, beautiful lady, we don't have a rule that no one can come in, but since he bumped into you, how about I let him come and apologize to you?" The middle-aged woman hummed, raised her eyebrows, and continued to look around the sand table. After receiving the instructions, the male salesperson straightened his back and walked to Yiming, who was looking at the sand table with great interest. Yiming had already set his eyes on a villa at this time and was planning to find a salesperson to go through the purchase procedures. As a result, he saw the male salesperson walking towards him. He was about to speak, but unexpectedly, the other party spoke first, and in a particularly unfriendly tone. "Sir, you just bumped into that beautiful lady. I hope you can apologize to her." The male salesperson had a look of contempt and superiority on his face. The people he received here were either rich or noble. In front of those people, he was almost like a slave. Now seeing Yiming, a man dressed like a loser, here, it would be a loss if he didn't pretend to be cool. "Beauty? Damn, how can you say such a thing?" Yiming looked at the male salesperson in astonishment, then at the middle-aged woman with a thick waist and thick makeup on her face, which could not hide her old age at all. "But it was clearly her who bumped into me just now," Yiming said. "Ha, you are a man after all, why are you acting like a woman? I said it was you who bumped into me, and if you don't apologize, I will call the security. Loser like you shouldn't come here, you are getting in the way." In fact, his purpose was to drive Yiming away. Just like what the middle-aged woman said, she was worried that his presence here would affect other people's mood to buy houses. "Do you think I can't afford a house, so I don't deserve to be here?" Yiming frowned. "What else? A loser like you can't even afford half a toilet in Shanghai with your annual salary, and you still have the nerve to come here. Do you know how much 1 square meter of our cheapest property costs? 100,000 yuan. Can you make 100,000 yuan a year?" The male salesperson rolled his eyes and showed Yiming contempt. At this time, a beautiful woman came over. She was the supervisor of the sales center, 27 years old, and graduated from a famous domestic university. Her professional suit made her figure look exceptionally slim. She was a beautiful scenery standing there. "What's going on? Xiao Zhou, how do you talk to a client?" The male salesperson saw his supervisor coming over and immediately smiled. "Manager Fong, this guy just bumped into our client. I asked him to apologize. I just saw her bump into this gentleman. Why are you looking at me like that?" The beautiful manager was very dissatisfied with the male salesperson for lying with his eyes open. Yiming looked at the beauty in surprise. Is this considered a beauty saving a hero? She is really beautiful and kind-hearted. Great. Yiming immediately had a good impression of this beautiful and elegant manager. Hashtag. Chapter 3, is 10 million a big deal? The middle-aged woman felt very uncomfortable when she saw her supervisor scolding the male salesperson who was serving her. She immediately came over to support the male salesperson. "You are the supervisor here, right? I was thinking that your salesperson was warm and attentive, so I was planning to buy an apartment worth about 10 million yuan from you. But since you have this attitude, I'm sorry. I think I should really reconsider whether I should buy it or not." Manager Fong really wanted to say, "It's up to you whether you want to buy it or not. The houses here are easily sold." However, she is just a manager after all, and she cannot be so willful. Yiming stood up at this time, with a smile on his face. "Is it amazing to be able to afford a 10 million apartment? I didn't say it was amazing, but a poor loser like you definitely can't afford it." The middle-aged woman crossed her arms with an infinite sense of superiority on her face. Yiming said nothing. He walked to the sand table, pointed at the villa he liked and asked Manager Fong, "How much is this villa?" Manager Fong's eyes lit up. The villa had been here for more than half a year. Many people came to ask about the price, but most of them fell silent after asking the price. Because that villa is too expensive. The selling price is 399 million renminbi, full payment required, no installment payment accepted. 399 million renminbi may not seem like a lot, but the wealth of the rich people on the Forbes rich list is far more than this number, but most of their assets are virtual shares and cannot be cashed immediately. Apart from the top few super rich people, there are only a handful of people in the country who can come up with so much cash at once. Although Manager Fong did not think that this ordinary young man could afford this luxury house, she still gave a brief introduction out of good professional ethics. "This villa is the most expensive luxury home here. It is decorated in a European classical style. The decoration materials are all made of the world's top materials. It is fully equipped with furniture and electrical appliances. You can move in at any time." Before Manager Fong finished speaking, the middle-aged woman's mocking voice came out. "Now you know how much it is, right? Not to mention that I can't afford it even if I sell you, even if I sell all your ancestors for 18 generations, they are still not worth that much money." Yiming glanced at her indifferently and ignored her. In his eyes, the middle-aged woman was just a clown. He took out the secondary card of the Supreme Universal Black Card. Today was the second day, and there was already 1 billion M gold in this secondary card, equivalent to 6.52 billion renminbi, which was more than enough to buy this villa. "Okay, I'll take it. Let's go through the formalities." Yiming calmly handed over the card and his ID card. "What?" The middle-aged woman's eyes widened immediately. This guy must be showing off. How could he afford a villa worth nearly 400 million? Yiming's answer greatly surprised Manager Fong. She didn't expect that she could easily sell this luxury house, which is considered to be the top one in the country. "Why don't you go and take a look? This villa has been completed for half a year. You can go and take a look first." "No need, just go through the formalities, that's it." Manager Fong Chan took the black card with shaking hands and entered the price. At this point, she still had some doubts in her mind, wondering if it was an empty card or the balance was insufficient. Ding, the deduction was successful. She finally felt relieved. Suddenly the entire sales center was in an uproar. Fuck! That 399 million villa has been bought. Oh my god, is this true? Who is the buyer? He must be one of the richest people in the country. Look, that boy. He looks ordinary, but how come he is so rich? At his age, he definitely can't make that much money. He must be some rich second-generation kid. Fuck. Have you ever seen any rich second-generation dressed like him? The male salesperson named Joe was also stupid. When he just came over, Yiming was planning to close the deal with him, but he ended up causing trouble for him. His heart was bleeding. If he succeeded in making this deal, he could get a commission of more than 1.5 million. Yiming looked at the middle-aged woman calmly at this time. Do you know now whether I can afford it or not? She had just been there with 10 million in her hand, acting like she was the richest person in the world, but once Yiming spent some money, she was not even worth a fraction of what he had. The middle-aged woman's face turned purple. She opened her mouth to refute, but the facts were there, and it was useless for her to say anything. She could only lower her head and flee from the sales center in a panic amid the contempt and ridicule of the people around her. After signing the contract, Yiming took the key to the villa and a document bag full of various documents. He waved his sleeves, calmly took a taxi and left. The people at the sales center looked as if they had seen a ghost. Am I seeing things? He actually took a taxi and left? Yeah, it turns out there are such low-key people in the world. I'm impressed by this wave of pretense. Damn, if I had known that handsome boy was so rich, I should have knocked him out and dragged him away, then made the deal right away. A beautiful saleswoman giggled with stars in her eyes. TSK, with your looks, I guess no one would even look at you straight in the eye. Another male salesperson said sourly. So, in the future, don't judge a person's wealth by his clothes or the car he drives. Maybe it will end up like today. Manager Fong reminded the employees at the right time, and at the same time glanced at the male salesperson named Joe inconspicuously. I hate it so much. The male salesperson named Joe wanted to cry but had no tears. He almost went crazy and wanted to slap himself twice. He just missed out on a commission of 1.5 million yuan, and even the 40,000 yuan commission that was originally a sure thing was gone. He regretted it so much. He wanted to beat up that fat middle-aged woman. Thinking of how he had called her a beautiful woman before, he almost vomited his overnight meal. Hashtag. Chapter 4: Buying a means of transportation. Now that he has a house, the next thing is a car. In the past, he had to squeeze into the bus to go to and from work, which was extremely tiring. He had to squeeze in from the back door, and then be squeezed out from the front door before the bus started. It was extremely painful, and he didn't want to live that kind of life again. Master, let's go to the Lamborghini store. Yiming said to the driver as soon as he got in the car. Okay. The taxi driver started the car. After driving for a while, the driver started chatting with Yiming. Young man, you look very young, you must have just graduated from school, right? I heard that it's not easy to be a salesperson for luxury cars. Not only do you need to have a good image, but you must also be able to speak fluent English. You have a pretty good image, but you're wearing shabby clothes. You have a resume in your hand, so I guess you're going there to interview for a sales position, right? Yiming was stunned. Did the driver think I was going there for an interview? Did he think the document bag in my hand contained my resume? He then gave a wry smile and said to the driver, I'm not going for an interview, I'm going to buy a car. The driver was shocked and asked uncertainly, what? Buy a car? You are going to buy a Lamborghini? He looked at Yiming again in the rearview mirror. Yes, to be honest, I have some money recently and I am planning to buy a car for transportation. Ha, I have always heard that Lamborghini is so awesome, so I am going to buy one to try it out. Oh shit. Buy one and try? This guy must be a fool who doesn't know how much a Lamborghini costs. The master was an experienced driver who knew the prices of various luxury cars. He felt it necessary to enlighten this ignorant young man so that he would not be embarrassed. Young man, not everyone can afford a Lamborghini. There are currently 2 models on sale in China. The cheapest one costs 3 million yuan. With all the taxes and insurance, it will cost almost 3.5 million yuan. Are you sure you want to buy one and try it out? After he finished speaking, he stared at the rearview mirror, waiting to see the shocked expression on Yiming's face. But he was disappointed. Yiming just stared at the scenery outside the window, his face showing no change at all. It's okay, not expensive. The driver was even more shocked by her pretentious demeanor. He said unwillingly, besides, the annual maintenance cost of a luxury car like this is hundreds of thousands. The money we earn from working so hard all year round is not even enough to cover the maintenance cost of a car. Ha, no big deal. Yiming smiled faintly again. The driver vomited blood. If this guy wasn't pretending, he really had some money. He swallowed and stopped talking. The car quickly arrived at the Lamborghini store. The fare was 68 yuan. Yiming directly handed the driver a Mao Zedong note. No need to look for it. These words touched the driver. Looking at Yiming's slightly thin back, the driver decided to wait outside. He wanted to see if this guy was just pretending to be cool. Several people came to take a taxi, but he directly refused to take them. Lamborghini store. After Yiming walked in, he was not ignored. Immediately, a young and beautiful girl came to greet him with a professional smile on her face. Hello, what position are you applying for? When she saw Yiming wearing cheap clothes and holding a file bag in his hand, she subconsciously assumed that he was looking for a job. I'm not here to apply for a job. Aren't you here to apply for a job? Then why do you bring your resume with you? The beautiful girl looked at the file bag in Yiming's hand suspiciously. Resume? EXM? Yiming was speechless. If he took out the documents inside, it would probably scare her to death. This is not a resume. By the way, I'm here to buy a car. Please introduce me to the best one you have. The beautiful girl frowned. The young man in front of her looked very ordinary, even a little loser. Because they often come into contact with various rich second generations, the salespeople here have very sharp eyesight. They can tell at a glance which brand and which season's item you are wearing. Looking at Yiming in front of him, he was obviously wearing cheap goods. He seemed to have taken a taxi just now. He didn't look like the type of person who could afford a Lamborghini. Could it be that he was buying it for some rich young master who was embarrassed to show up? He should be running errands for someone. The beautiful girl had the answer in her mind and her expression became relieved. She brought Yiming directly to a Lamborghini Aventador. This is the best car we have here, the Lamborghini Aventador LP754 Super Veloce, priced at 8.01 million renminbi, with a landing price of 8.87 million renminbi. Okay, I'll take him. Yiming didn't waste any words and directly handed the secondary card and ID card to the beautiful girl without even thinking for a second. The beautiful girl subconsciously took a look at the ID card. She wanted to know which rich second-generation family came to buy the car. As a result, when I saw this, my body trembled. Oh shit, it's this guy's ID card. She took the ID card and compared the portrait on it with Yiming's face several times. The more she looked, the more shocked she became, and her eyes widened. Did you really buy the car? Is the car in your name? The beautiful girl asked tentatively. Yiming smiled bitterly, it was really me who bought the car. The beautiful girl immediately became energetic. Compared with her previous indifference, she was now very enthusiastic. She immediately took Yiming to go through various procedures. Sir, when do you plan to pick up the car? I'll pick it today. There's one right here. This is it. Yiming looked at the all-black supercar and was very satisfied. He had seen it on the street a few times before. The sound was so cool. He couldn't wait to experience the feeling of having a 100% turning head rate. Seeing Yiming being so straightforward, the beautiful girl was so happy that she wanted to hug Yiming's neck and give him a kiss. The commission from this order would be enough for her to spend for half a year. Hashtag. Chapter 5 Zhang Wenyi regrets. When Yiming drove the Lamborghini past the taxi driver, Yiming stuck his head out. Master, you haven't left yet? Are you waiting for customers? The driver stared blankly at Yiming and his Aventador worth more than 8 million yuan. The cigarette in his mouth fell out and he spoke a little unsteadily. Little brother, did you really buy this car? Yeah, how's it going? Is it okay? The driver swallowed and said, sure, that's fine. Master, I'm leaving first, you go ahead with your work. Yiming smiled and waved at him, then he stepped on the accelerator and with a bang, the car rushed out in an instant, leaving only the violent roar echoing in the air, attracting passers-by to look back and exclaim in amazement. Fuck, this is so cool. If I could drive this car, my life would be worth it. Damn it, I wonder which girl is going to get murdered tonight. Ah, don't pull me, I want to scam you. Fake car? Are you looking for death? The people who drive this kind of car are either rich kids or the second generation of officials. Are you sure you want a fake car? Yiming parked his car downstairs of the rental house. He was going to check out of the house and had some things to take with him. At this time, a lot of onlookers gathered downstairs. There was nothing they could do as this car was too rare in their area. Shit, did the young man who just came upstairs live here before? He looks familiar. He should be. He probably made a fortune recently and is moving away. Hey, why is it so easy for others to get rich? I work so hard all year round and still can't afford to buy them a wheel. Hee hee, go and kneel down to them. Maybe if they are happy, they will help you get rich together. Roll. Yiming sorted his things casually. He didn't have much stuff, and it could fit in one box. Most of them belonged to his girlfriend Zhang Wenyi. No, she should call her ex-girlfriend. Her clothes alone filled 3 large boxes, most of which were bought for her by Yiming in the past. Originally, he didn't want to take Zhang Wenyi's things away, but the landlord asked him to move all his things out, and he didn't want to just throw away Zhang Wenyi's things. Maybe if something was missing in the future, she would come to him and make a fuss, so he just took them all away. Before leaving, he wrote his current address on a piece of paper and gave it to the landlord, telling him to give the note to anyone who came to see him. A prosperous court. The top villa area in Shanghai, the luxury house purchased by Yiming, is located in the prime location of the entire villa area, covering a large area and beautiful scenery. In front of the villa is a large green lawn, which is very soft to step on, and you can tell at a glance that it is regularly maintained. There is a huge circular swimming pool at the back with crystal clear water. When you open the door, you will be greeted by a classical European luxury atmosphere. The exquisite chandelier, the comfortable sofa, and the beautiful closet all demonstrate luxury. Yiming watched all this and felt very excited. This is life. I don't have to live in that shabby rental house anymore. Yiming couldn't help but shout out. The excitement that had been suppressed for a whole day burst out at this moment. Fortunately, the sound insulation here was very good and the neighbors were far away, so no one could hear his crazy shout. At the same time, in a Chinese restaurant in the city, Zhang Wenyi looked outside nervously. More than half an hour had passed since the agreed time, but the Showdown mentioned by the matchmaker had not arrived yet. The matchmaker was quite talkative. She described Showdown to Zhang's parents in all sorts of wonderful ways. Zhang's parents were so excited by her words that they wanted to marry their daughter to him immediately. I'm telling you, after your daughter marries Showdown, your family won't have to worry about anything. Showdown is a very good person, very filial, and his family conditions are among the best. Your daughter will definitely not lose out if she marries him. That's good, that's good. We don't care. It's just that Wenyi is our only daughter. If she can have a good home, we as her parents will feel relieved. Mother Zhang was smiling. At this time, the matchmaker stood up and greeted outside, "Hey! Here!" A bald middle-aged man with a briefcase outside saw the matchmaker and greeted her, then trotted over. Is that him? The first time Zhang Wenyi saw the other person, her original expectations were instantly shattered. It was clearly not like that in the photo. Although she is not a person who cares about appearance, her appearance is really too bad. Compared with the handsome Yiming, there is a huge gap between them. If Yiming is the handsome Erlangshan, then this Showdown is Zhu Beiji. But she remembered what her best friend said, what's the point of being handsome? Can a handsome face be used to make a living? Can it be used as a credit card? The most important thing for a man is financial strength. She comforted herself by thinking that as long as he was good to me and his family was well off, it didn't matter if he wasn't good looking. There were so many beautiful celebrities who married ugly men. Showdown had already come in. When he saw Zhang Wenyi, his eyes lit up. Hello, my name is Dumingyi and I'm 32 years old. Dumingyi extended his hand to Zhang Wenyi and introduced himself. 32 years old? I'm afraid he's more than 35. Zhang Wenyi complained in her heart. Hello. She stretched out her hand awkwardly, but the other person held her hand tightly and seemed reluctant to let go. She had to exert a lot of force to pull it back. Okay, my task is completed, you guys chat. The matchmaker smiled and stood up to leave. Before leaving, she winked at Dumingyi. Dumingyi immediately understood, chased after her and stuffed a big red envelope into her hand, then came back and sat opposite Zhang Wenyi. You two should be Wenyi's parents, right? Sorry, I'm a little busy today and the traffic was congested, so I kept you waiting for a long time. It's okay, it's okay. It's a good thing for a man to be ambitious. Zhang's mother immediately smiled. Come on, eat. Dumingyi waved his hand, looking like a host. The four of them ate and talked, and the more they talked, the more each other's background was uncovered. Zhang Wenyi sat there at this time, feeling increasingly cold in the heart. The matchmaker said he was a bank manager, but in fact he was an account manager without any sales function. In other words, he was just selling insurance to depositors. The title of manager had no value at all. The salary is not fixed. The basic salary is 4,000 yuan, and the rest depends on commission. The salary of 20,000 or 30,000 yuan mentioned by the matchmaker is because the commission is higher that month. The two houses are real, but one of them is a peasant house in the rural area of his hometown in Hunan. Although the other one was bought in Shanghai, that place is in a remote area and is only more than 70 square meters. The key is that the mortgage has not been paid off yet. He is in his 30s and has not paid off the mortgage yet. You can imagine his financial conditions. He spoke in a rather tactful way, and neither Zhang's mother nor Zhang's father noticed. But how could he hide it from Zhang Wenyi, who had already been working in the workplace for 2 years? The more Zhang Wenyi listened, the colder her heart became. With these conditions, they were not much better than Yiming's. At least Yiming was still a potential stock, and his potential would be realized soon. She suddenly felt a little regretful, but when she thought of Yiming leaving without looking back, she felt uncomfortable again. Zhang's mother and father were chatting happily with Du Mingyi, and they seemed very satisfied. Before parting, Du Mingyi took the initiative to call the waiter to come and settle the bill, which made Zhang's mother praise this little Du for being a good person. They were now furious whenever they thought of Yiming, as he only gave them his share of the bill. This Xiao Du is really good. He is well-mannered, cultured, considerate, and has 2 houses. Wenyi, choose him. Mom doesn't expect you to marry a big star or a rich man in this life. It's enough for you to have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of your life and be filial to me occasionally. Zhang Wenyi didn't want to make her mother angry, so she thought about it and shut up. At least Du Mingyi had a house, and with a house she had a place to stay and didn't have to move frequently. Yeah, she responded. By the way, Wenyi, your luggage is still with Yiming, right? It's late today, let's find a time to go with you to get your luggage back. From now on, your father and I will be relieved. How about tomorrow? I'm worried that he might throw away Wenyi's luggage in anger. Father Zhang said. Not tomorrow. I have something to do at the company tomorrow and can't get away. Let's wait a few days. You can also have more fun in Shanghai. He won't abandon my luggage. Okay, since we rarely come here, let's play for a few more days. Chapter 6 Resignation. At night, Zhang Wenyi tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. She was very unwilling. Was she going to have to marry such a man in her life? After much thought, she decided to tell her parents the truth. When Zhang's father heard Du Mingyi's actual situation, he was shocked and panicked. Ah! What should I do? As the person with the most say in the family, Zhang's mother waved her hand and said, It's okay. Xiao Du is a very stable person. I think he is more reliable than Yiming. Wenyi, don't be picky. Our family conditions are not that good. At least he has a house in Shanghai. That's enough. Think about the current housing prices in Shanghai, right? Zhang Wenyi wanted to say something, but she felt that her mother's words made sense, so she stopped talking. The next day, Yiming went to the company to resign. He now had almost endless money, so why should he continue to work so hard? It was already 10:30 when Yiming arrived at the company. As soon as he arrived at the company, his supervisor, Cha Shanshan, came to him with a nasty look on his face and yelled at him in front of all the employees in the office. Yiming, look at what time it is now. What do you think of the company? Is it your backyard? You can come whenever you want? Also, you asked for half a day off yesterday, but you didn't come for the whole day. You were late for work today. I think you don't want to work anymore. If you don't want to work, get out of here as soon as possible. Don't get me scolded by the boss. This supervisor Cha has been making things difficult for Yiming for no reason since he entered the company. Yiming has always been puzzled. He has been working diligently and conscientiously, and always exceeds the tasks assigned to him. Why does he always make trouble for him? Later, a girl in the same office told him the truth. Manager Cha is afraid of your talent and is afraid that you will replace him, so he has always disliked you. Yiming was also speechless at the time. I work hard and honestly, and you actually play this trick on me? No wonder my salary has not increased. It turns out that he is holding it back. Yiming was about to speak, but Cha Shanshan immediately waved his hand at him. Don't make excuses, I don't want to hear them. If your performance doesn't meet the target this month, I'm sorry, you have to pack up and leave. Then he handed a thick stack of materials to Yiming. I will need this plan tomorrow, please sort it out immediately. If you can't finish it, you can stay and work overtime tonight. Yiming looked at him indifferently, without taking the stack of materials. Sorry, I'm here to resign today. He handed over his resignation. What? Sha Shanshan was shocked and stared at the resignation letter in Yiming's hand with wide eyes. As far as I can remember, Yiming took this job very seriously. Why did he suddenly resign today? Although Cha Shanshan has always wanted to get rid of Yiming, he can't do it today because only Yiming can make this plan. If he resigns today, there will be no one in the company who can replace him. No, you can't resign without my signature. If you don't resign, you must work hard for me. If you want to resign, wait until I'm in a better mood. Cha Shanshan raised his eyebrows and said, as if he had Yiming in his grasp. Are you sure you don't want to sign? Yiming's face turned cold. That's right. What? You still want to hit me if I don't sign? Cha Shanshan looked at Yiming arrogantly, sure that Yiming could not do anything to him. After a pause, Yiming suddenly tore the resignation letter in his hand into pieces and threw it at Cha Shanshan's face. It's your freaking choice whether you sign or not. He then turned and walked out of the office. Colleagues in the company who got along well with Yiming applauded. Wow, well done. Several colleagues who dared not speak also gave Yiming a thumbs up, as if to say, I support you. Cha Shanshan was so angry. Damn it, you dare to throw garbage at my face? I'll deduct all your salary for this month. What are you looking at? Get to work, or I'll deduct your salary if you continue looking down. Cha Shanshan couldn't do anything with Yiming, so he could only vent his anger on other employees. Manager Cha, we are not under your jurisdiction. An enchanting beauty said sarcastically while fiddling with her fingernails. You. Cha Shanshan was so angry that his face turned blue, but he couldn't refute. He could only snort coldly and walk back to his seat. Yiming did not leave the company, but went directly to the company boss's office. General Manager's office of Ginhoo Technology Company, Limited. When Yiming knocked on the door, the boss and general manager Bao Dahai was looking at the company's financial statements for this month and sighing. I lost another 3 million this month. If I continue to lose money at this rate, I will be bankrupt in 3 months. The next round of financing has not been finalized yet, and I can't find anyone to take over. Oh my god, when will this day end? Ginhoo Technology Company, Limited is not a large company with only about 120 employees. However, its employee salary expenses are nearly 2 million yuan a month. Add to that rent, water, electricity and other operating expenses, and its fixed expenses per month are more than 3 million yuan. Due to poor management during this period, the company was unable to make a profit and there were no investors. Bao Dahai almost spent all the money he had earned before and also lost a lot of his savings. He looked at the report in his hand with a sad face, thinking of those bankrupt people who jumped off buildings reported in the news. He felt a chill all over his body and shook his head to stop himself from thinking too much. It would be great if someone could take over now, but who the hell would be interested in this hot potato now? He smiled bitterly. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Bao Dahai came to his senses, straightened his clothes, and shouted, "Come in." Hashtag. Chapter 7 Buying a Company. Yiming? What's the matter? Bao Dahai looked at Yiming puzzledly. Yiming didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. Boss, are you interested in selling the company now? When Bao Dahai heard this, his eyes widened immediately. What did you say? Someone wants to acquire our company? His body involuntarily moved closer to Yiming. Yiming smiled faintly and said, That's right. Bao Dahai immediately jumped up, his face full of ecstasy, and he grabbed Yiming's arm with both hands. Great, Yiming, quickly ask that person to come out, I want to have a good talk with him. No need. I'm the one who wants to acquire the company. As for the price, you can name an offer. Upon hearing this, Bao Dahai's face, which was full of joy just now, froze instantly. What the hell, you? Aren't you my employee? A salary of a few thousand yuan, are you kidding me? He slumped down in his chair and sighed. Yiming, did you lose the game of truth or dare with your colleagues, so you came here to make fun of the boss? Yiming smiled bitterly. No, boss, I really want to acquire Ginhoo Technology. Please give me a price. Are you serious? Don't tell me that you are actually a rich second generation who has been lurking in our company to steal business secrets, and now is the time to take action? Bao Dahai thought about it and felt that it really did seem to be the case. Boss, I don't look like a rich second generation. My parents are real peasants who have worked hard on that small piece of land all their lives. Then what do you have to acquire the company? You know, although Ginhoo Technology is not a big company, and to be honest, The company has been losing money recently, it is not something that anyone can acquire. I know all this, boss. Just name a price. Don't worry about the money. Really? Bao looked at Yiming and saw that he didn't seem to be joking, so he became serious for the first time. I promise it's true. Well, I'm not greedy. I invested 10 million in this company. I don't seek to make money, I just want to get my money back. No problem, deal. Yiming extended his hand to Bao. From now on you have to call me Mr. Yi. Let's go and handle the formalities now. Bao was confused. What the hell, is this all? It was not until the 10 million yuan was deposited into his account that Bao believed that all this was true. He wiped the sweat from his head and was glad that he had finally sold the company. In fact, if someone else took over, the highest price would probably be only 8 million. With this calculation, he still made a profit of 2 million. I didn't expect you to be so rich. You have been in the company for 3 years without showing off, but you showed your ability at the critical moment. Bao patted Yiming's shoulder and laughed. Yiming smiled and said nothing. He walked into the office again, and Bao followed him. He was now particularly grateful to Yiming for saving his life. Before all the procedures were completed, he would fully cooperate with Yiming's work. Seeing Yiming coming in, Shashanshan smiled smugly, thinking that Yiming was here to give in. He glanced at Yiming and said, "If you have the guts, don't come back if you leave. Why don't you just come back and beg me now?" Yiming walked to Shashanshan's seat and said calmly in front of everyone in the company, "Shashanshan, you are fired by the company. Now pack up and leave the company immediately." Instantly, the whole office was quiet for a moment, and then it became lively. Employees were talking to each other. What the hell is going on? Yiming asked Shashanshan to resign? Could it be that Yiming has a fever that has damaged his brain? What's wrong with Yiming today? Why is he always making mistakes? Why did he do this again out of the blue? Dude, don't scare me. My little heart can't stand this stimulation. A buddy who was good friends with Yiming stood up and said. Shashanshan was stunned for a moment, then he laughed. Who the hell do you think you are? Do you have the qualifications to fire me? Do you really think you are the boss of the company? Get out of here. Don't get in the way here. At this time, Bao stood up and said, "I'm sorry, Yiming is indeed the boss of the company now. I have transferred all my shares to Yiming, so he is your real boss now." Suddenly, the whispering stopped and the whole office became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone subconsciously stopped the work at hand and stared at Yiming blankly. 2 seconds later, there was a bang. The office suddenly exploded, just like the busiest vegetable market in the morning. Many men and women screamed. Ah! Am I dreaming? How come Yiming suddenly became the boss of the company? Nima, if Bao wasn't only 33 years old, I would have suspected that Yiming was Bao's illegitimate son. Fuck you, Yiming, tell me, which rich man's illegitimate son are you? Yiming, considering that I worked for you before, I want a raise. Tell me now, tell me this isn't true. Hurry up and slap me. That's right, slap me on the face. Hit me hard, it hurts. Damn it, this is not a dream. Is Yiming really our boss? Only Shashanshan looked uglier than when his parents had died. Since Bao had said so, there was no point in him saying anything more. He could only grit his teeth and pack up his things to leave. At the same time, he was secretly regretting it in his heart. You know, the salary of his job was very generous. With his ability, it was basically impossible to find another job with the same salary level. Yiming looked at the group of crazy colleagues with a smile and waved his hand to signal them to quiet down. Immediately, a buddy who was on good terms with Yiming shouted behind him, "Everyone, be quiet. Boss Yi is about to speak." Yiming smiled at him gratefully, just like before, without any sense of distance, which made people feel warm in their hearts. After everyone quieted down, Yiming cleared his throat and looked around the company. Thank you all for taking care of me in the past. I remember all your kindness to me in my heart, but I didn't have the ability before, so I couldn't repay you. But today, since I have become your boss, I want to share the happiness with you. Everyone looked at Yiming with bated breath, feeling very nervous. I declare that starting from this month, the salary of every employee in the company will be doubled. Chapter 8 Recruiting Talents. Boom! The office exploded again. Yiming, I want to give birth to a baby for you. The beautiful woman who used to joke with Yiming shouted at the top of her voice. Ha 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 ha, stop dreaming, Yiming already has a girlfriend. Ah, I hate it so much, why didn't I snatch Yiming away before? Look at your achievements. Look at me, handsome Yi, are you interested in changing your girlfriend? If not, do you mind having one more? Ha ha ha, I can finally buy the bag I've been eyeing next month. Damn it, I'm not going to live in that crappy rental house anymore. For a moment, the company was filled with excitement, with people dancing and shouting, and many even throwing things into the air. After everyone calmed down a little, Yiming reminded them, please continue to work hard in the future. As the boss of the company, I will not treat you unfairly. As long as you work diligently, you will get what you deserve. Long live Boss Yi. Fuck, Yiming. Boss Yi, you are so awesome. Oh, I'm going to cry. Where else in the world can I find a boss like this? Except for Cha Shanshan, Yiming has a good relationship with everyone in the company. He is capable at work, and his male colleagues respect him. He is handsome, and all his female colleagues have a good impression of him. So he usually gets along with everyone and talks very casually. Now that everyone said this, he didn't feel it was abrupt at all. Instead, he felt very familiar. Nothing has changed. At this time, the front desk receptionist came in with a confused look on her face. She had been outside and had no idea what had happened in the office. She walked up to Bao Dahai with a resume in her hand and said, Boss Bao, I just received a resume. It looks good to me. Would you like to take a look? Bao Dahai immediately pointed at Yiming and said, give it to him. He is the boss now. The receptionist was a little slow to react, stunned for a moment, covered her mouth and exclaimed, Yiming? You are the boss of the company? Yiming nodded, ignoring the surprised expression on the other person's face, and took the resume and looked at it. The more he read, the more shocked he became. Fuck, this guy is so awesome. I graduated from Harvard Business School at the age of 21, majoring in economics and minoring in law. I am fluent in 5 languages, English, French, German, Italian, and Spanish. I started my internship at Goldman Sachs in my junior year and worked for 2 years. After graduation, I joined JP Morgan Chase. In 3 years, I worked my way up from a grassroots researcher to a senior department manager. At the age of 24, I am about to be promoted to the youngest executive vice president in the history of JP Morgan Chase. However, I felt that there was a lack of challenges, so I resolutely resigned from JP Morgan Chase and returned to China, hoping to start from a small company and demonstrate my value in all aspects. Willful. Too willful. You know, Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan Chase are both top investment banks on Wall Street. Only the best can enter these 2 companies. Every year, countless talented people try their best to get in but fail. However, she left with a simple remark that there was a lack of challenge. How else to describe it except willful? Looking at the photo again, wow, she is still an absolute beauty. This kind of talent must be retained. Yiming immediately instructed the receptionist, please ask her to sit in the conference room. I will be there soon. Remember, treat her well. Okay. The front desk receptionist took the order and left. Yiming made another speech. It must be said that he does have the talent to be a leader. After listening to his words, everyone was in high spirits and full of fighting spirit. They all expressed their willingness to redouble their efforts to do the job at hand well. Yiming nodded with satisfaction, then immediately went to the meeting room. He couldn't let this senior talent wait too long. The first time Yiming saw Chen Jiaqing, his eyes lit up. Beautiful girl. An absolute beauty. She is even prettier in person than in the photo. That slender waist, fair and smooth oval face, and bun-like hairstyle make her a top beauty. It turns out that beauties are everywhere among the people. Li Feifei, Zhao Liang, Dilraba Dilmurat, and Guo Shuang are all ugly ducklings in front of her. He calmed down and forced a smile. Hello, Chen Jiaqing, right? I'm Yiming, the boss of Xingyue Technology. Chen Jiaqing didn't expect the boss of this company to be so young. She quickly stood up and shook hands with Yiming, with a faint smile on her face. Hello, Mr. Yi. Your resume is excellent, and it can be said that it beats most of your peers at home and abroad. Our company is currently at a bottleneck period of development, and we lack talents like you who have vision, pattern, and ability. I hope you can give our company a chance to grow and develop. Of course, salary is definitely not a problem. As long as you can choose our company, all kinds of benefits, options, and shares will ensure that you are satisfied. Chen Jiaqing smiled sweetly, and this smile seemed to brighten the whole world. That extremely beautiful face, coupled with the smile, could melt the heart of the most hateful person in the world. Boss Yi, you haven't asked me what position I'm applying for yet. No matter what position it is, as long as you can stay in our company, I will create one for you even if there is no such position. Well, since Mr. Yi is so straightforward, I won't beat around the bush. I hope to get the position of general manager and handle all the company's operations. And you can't interfere with my work. Yiming really wanted to shout out that God is so damn good to me, everything I need comes to me. No problem, the position of general manager is yours. I am happy to be a hands-off boss. As for salary, just tell me a number. If there is no problem, we can sign the labor contract now. Welcome to join Ginhoo Technology. I'm not short of money. If I were, I wouldn't have left Wall Street and traveled all the way back to China. But the salary can't be too low, otherwise it won't match my job. How about this, an annual salary of $800,000, is that a problem? Chen Jiaqing looked at Yiming tentatively. What? Only $800,000 a year? Yiming knew that a talent like this would definitely earn much more than that at JP Morgan Chase. It seems that she is also worried that the company cannot afford the high salary, which will affect the normal operation of the company. In this case, we need to let her see the company's sincerity, put her at ease, and tell her that the company is not short of money. No problem, let's just give it $800,000. On top of that, I'll give you an extra $200,000 as a year-end bonus, which will make it exactly $1 million, making it easier to calculate. Yiming said with a smile, feeling extremely happy. Are you kidding? This kind of talent. Her annual salary is only $1 million. Her face alone is worth more than that. Add to that her own abilities, it's really a bargain. Even if she asked for an annual salary of $10 million, Yiming would not blink an eye, because he knew that this kind of talent, which is hard to find even with a lantern, could create value far exceeding her salary. Chen Jiaqing was also slightly surprised when she heard Yiming's words. She knew that for the general manager of a company of this size in the country, an annual salary of $800,000 was definitely top-notch. It seems that this company is quite strong. She felt a little relieved, as she had been worried that the boss of this company would be as stingy as other companies. It's not that she values money, but she wants to see clearly the ambition of a boss. She knows her own worth and how much value she can bring to the company. If the actual controller of a company has no ambition, then when she brings the company to a certain stage in the future she will encounter various constraints, which will be detrimental to her work and she will not be able to maximize her value. This is not what she wanted to see. Hashtag. Chapter 9 New General Manager. Yiming then brought Chen Jiaqing into the office, briefly introduced her background and resume, and told everyone that she would be the new general manager of Ginhoo Technology. When many male colleagues in the office saw Chen Jiaqing for the first time, they immediately became excited and rushed over to greet her. Hello, Mr. Chen, my name is Zhao Dabing, you can call me Dabing, I'm good at cooking. Before he could finish his words, a hand reached out from somewhere and slapped him in the face, pushing him away. Hello, beautiful lady. You are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. Just saying this was equivalent to offending all the other women in the company. Chen Jiaqing smiled and waved her hand, signaling him to stop talking. Mr. Chen, do you have a boyfriend? Get the hell out of here. You toad wants to eat swan meat. Several women were also whispering below, this is the first time in my life that I've been convinced by a woman. It's amazing. Yeah, compared to her, I feel like I'm a complete loser. It seems like I need to learn more from her in the future. Follow Mr. Chan. Yiming, you are so awesome. You can even find such a beautiful girl of this level. Finally someone told the truth. Yiming folded his arms and said with a smile. Those male compatriots are now more excited than Pig Brother. Yiming just gave them a shot of chicken blood, and now he gave them another shot. This wave almost made their hearts unable to bear it. However, although they are very happy now, once they truly witness the new general manager Chen's vigorous and decisive working methods, they will all complain bitterly. They never imagined that this day would be the beginning of their dark career. After this day, words like these were often heard in the office. Damn it! Mr. Chen rejected my proposal again, saying it's not perfect enough, but I've revised it 35 times. I'm going to die. If Mr. Chen doesn't sign this contract, I'll have to go to the client with my head on my shoulders. Oh my god, please help me, I really don't know where the loopholes in this plan are. I am about to vomit blood. I will probably be busy until 2:30 today. I haven't had sex with my wife for a month. If this continues, my wife will divorce me. Despite the constant complaints, the company quickly turned losses into profits under the leadership of Chen Jiaqing, and everyone received generous bonuses. This not only improved their abilities, but also filled their pockets. Everyone was very impressed with Chen Jiaqing. Chen Jiaqing had just returned to China and therefore had no fixed residence. After Yiming learned about the situation, he invited her to live in his newly purchased villa. After all, there were many rooms and the location and environment were all very good. Of course, he actually had selfish motives, but every normal man would have this kind of selfishness. The only difference is whether you keep it in your heart or say it out loud. Chen Jiaqing didn't think too much about it and agreed directly. She was a workaholic and felt that living with her boss would make it more convenient to report work. Besides, she was not afraid that Yiming would have any intentions towards her. Besides her high IQ, she was also a 7th-degree black belt in Taekwondo. She can beat 3 ordinary men at once, but for someone like Yiming, she can knock him down with just one hand. She has no pressure at all. Seeing Yiming driving a Lamborghini Aventador, Chen Jiaqing was not too surprised. She could afford such a car with her financial strength, but she would not be so high profile. But when she saw the villa where Yiming lived, she finally let out a small exclamation. A villa of this level and location would cost at least 380 million renminbi according to the current market conditions in Shanghai. Smart, very close. You are worthy of being a top student from Harvard. Yiming flattered him at the right time. Chen Jiaqing smiled, it seems that you are still rich. If I had known that you were so rich, I should have asked for a lot of money and ripped you off. $1 million, I made more than that in my first year on Wall Street. I lost a lot. Ha, it's no use regretting now, you have already signed the indentureship. Yiming joked. Okay, stop teasing me. By the way, your girlfriends won't be jealous if I live with you, right? Chen Jiaqing asked with a smile, looking at Yiming's handsome profile. What? Girlfriends? It's fine to just say girlfriend, but why out of the? Yiming looked into Chen Jiaqing's beautiful eyes and said, what do you mean by my girlfriends? Do I look like I have a lot of girlfriends? I'm very loyal, okay? But, I was just dumped. Chen Jiaqing looked at him with disdain, not believing his words at all. You were dumped? I don't believe that. Maybe you got tired of her and kicked her out. Yiming smiled bitterly, and it was not easy to tell her the reason in detail. He just said, whether you believe it or not, it is true that I was dumped. Yesterday, she and her parents came to me to confront me, and then I gloriously returned to my status as a single dog. TSK, I can't believe that a super rich second generation like you would be dumped by a woman. Chen Jiaqing said. Who told you that I'm a super rich second generation? Do you think these are all given to me by my parents? Isn't it? People of your age who can afford to live in such a mansion must have help from their families to some extent. You're really wrong. My ancestors have been farmers for 18 generations. My parents have worked hard all their lives and have never even left the county town. Chen Jiaqing looked at Yiming in surprise. If what he said was true, then his ability was really extraordinary, at least far beyond those of her peers she had met before. Okay, stop talking about me and talk about you. Do you have a boyfriend? Chen Jiaqing sighed and waved her hands, hey, stop talking. It's just tears. I'm also a single dog. Yiming opened his mouth wide and stuttered, you are still single, stop teasing me. I guess the people chasing after you can circle the earth. Chen Jiaqing smiled bitterly, there are some people pursuing me, but they are not suitable. They are either some cynical young men or self-righteous scholars. The rest are some stupid people who don't understand romance. I think it's better to spend my time on work than dealing with these people. So you have always been single? Yiming's heart was burning with excitement. Yes. Chen Jiaqing nodded. I had no time to talk about it at school because I was studying hard. After I started working, I met some terrible people. I was so tired. Let's not talk about it anymore. She held her forehead and shook her head. Yiming swallowed and looked at Chen Jiaqing's beautiful profile. He made up his mind that he would never let her escape from his grasp. Chen Jiaqing suddenly turned her head and saw Yiming's pig-like appearance. She couldn't help but smile, what are you looking at? Oh, I'm admiring a beautiful woman. Hashtag. Chapter 10 Zhang when he takes the luggage. From that day on, Yiming and Chen Jiaqing began to live together. However, the villa was too big, and it seemed a bit empty for two people to live in. Chen Jiaqing was also devoted to her work, so they did not meet very often except on weekends. Yiming originally thought that he had the upper hand and would have plenty of time to spend with Chen Jiaqing, but he never expected that Chen Jiaqing would go to work early in the morning every day and come back very late at night, and as soon as she came back she would hide in her room to continue working. He advised her several times not to work so hard. Although Chen Jiaqing agreed verbally, she turned around and went back to work, a complete workaholic. On the weekend, Zhang Wenyi prepared to go to the rental house where she used to live with Yiming to pick up her luggage. Zhang's father and mother were worried that Yiming would embarrass her, so they went with him. Wenyi, did you live here before? Zhang's mother looked at the dark and damp corridor with disgust. Fortunately you won't be with that guy anymore. I tell you, if you live in a place like this for too long, you'll get mentally ill. We went to Xiaodu's house the day before yesterday, and his house is much better than this place. Zhang's father also nodded in agreement. Yes, it's more spacious and brighter than here. I estimate that a room here is at most 30 square meters. I looked at Xiaodu's place, and it's at least 80 square meters, which is enough for a family to live in. Dumingyi invited Zhang Wenyi and her family to his home a few days ago. Since Zhang Wenyi had to work, she asked her father and mother to go instead. The door of the rental house was closed at this time. Zhang Wenyi knocked for a long time, but no one opened the door for her. Could it be that the kid really was so depressed that he wanted to commit suicide? Zhang's father asked worriedly. TSK, if he wants to commit suicide, then he wants to commit suicide. It has nothing to do with our Wenyi. Why are you worried? But it's normal for him to commit suicide. Look at his conditions. Where can he find another girl as good as our Wenyi? After knocking for a while, there was still no response. When Zhang Wenyi lived with Yiming before, she knew that he would hide in the house and sleep on weekends when he had nothing to do. Because she wanted to get rid of Yiming completely, she deleted all of Yiming's contact information, and now she had no way to call him. Forget it, maybe he is out. Let me ask the landlord to open the door. She prepared to go to the landlord to get the key. The landlord and his wife were a little surprised to see her. Wenyi? Why are you here? Didn't you move out? Zhang Wenyi finally reacted. She probably thought that Yiming was afraid of being reminded of his past, so he took the initiative to move out. She felt relieved and asked, Landlord, Yiming and I have broken up. Do you know where Yiming has moved to? Break up? The landlord stared at her with wide eyes, then gave her a thumbs up. Girl, you have courage. Zhang Wenyi didn't know what he meant, so she smiled. I left some of my stuff at his place, so I came back today to get it. Do you know where he moved it to? The landlord took out the note left by Yiming and said, Here, this is where he lives now. Go find him. Zhang Wenyi took the note and took a look. It was an unfamiliar place, but the name sounded quite impressive, Shengzhi Huating. She snorted coldly. What has the use of having a grand name? This place is still called Imperial Palace Villa. The three of them took a taxi and gave the note to the driver, who took one look and said, Wow, you're a rich man. The three of them all smiled and didn't believe what he said at all. The car drove for a long time before arriving. The fare of more than 100 yuan made Zhang's mother feel a little distressed. When the car stopped, the driver said, I can only take you here. I can't get in. Zhang Wenyi and the other two were stunned. This place was full of green trees and the environment was quiet. There was no rental house. Zhang's father thought the driver was trying to trick them and immediately shouted, Master, did you trick us on purpose because you saw that we didn't know the way? The driver was a little angry. He couldn't stand passengers saying this kind of thing. He pointed outside and said, Open your eyes and look for yourself. Doesn't it say Shengzhi Huating? This is it, that's right. The three of them looked and saw a huge stone with 4 large gold-plated characters Shengzhi Huating carved on it. There was a small fountain in front of the stone and a spacious asphalt passage next to it. The vehicles entering and leaving were all luxury cars above the BMW 7 Series. Zhang Wenyi looked carefully at the address on the note and confirmed that it was this address. She suddenly felt a little nervous and had a strange feeling. This is the entrance to the villa area. Several young security guards in uniform are standing at the door. After the three of them got out of the car, they were a little at a loss. They had never been to such a place before and felt a little restrained. Zhang Wenyi made up her mind. I'll go ask them. She walked towards a security guard with the note. Hello, is this the place? The security guard glanced at the note in her hand, number 8 Shengshi Huoding. His eyelids jumped. Shit, it was that villa. Hashtag. Chapter 11 Yiming's True Situation. The security guard knew that the villa had just been sold at a record price not long ago and the owner was a very young and handsome man. Look at the woman in front of me, she is extremely ordinary. Who are you looking for? I'm looking for Yiming. Does he live here? That's right. The security guard thought that this woman was the owner's former lover, or maybe a one-night stand with whom he had had sex somewhere. Now that she knew the owner's background, she probably wanted to make a big scene and get some benefits. In consideration of the owner, he said calmly, the address above is indeed here, but you are outsiders, so you can't go in. Zhang Wenyi was anxious, but I have my luggage with him, I have to go in and get it. You can go in, and let the owner come out to pick you up. The security guard's face remained calm. This Zhang Wenyi paused. If she had known this would happen, she would not have deleted Yiming as contact information. Brother, I beg you to help me contact Yiming. We are really here to pick up our luggage. The security guard looked unhappy and didn't want to pay attention to her, but another slightly older security guard spoke up, Xiao Lu, call the owner and ask what he thinks. The security guard named Xiao Lu thought for a moment and said, okay, you wait. Then he turned around and went in to make a phone call. Yiming was browsing the antique market alone when he received the call. He picked up the phone and asked, hello, who is this? Hello, Mr. Yi. I'm Xiao Lu, the security guard at Shengshi Huoding. Someone here said he's here to pick up your luggage. You know outsiders are not allowed to enter here without the guidance of the owner, so you see. Xiao Lu spoke carefully into the phone with a smile on his face. Oh, I see. Ask her to wait for a moment. Okay. Xiao Lu waited carefully for Yiming to hang up before hanging up the phone. Yiming turned around and called the workaholic at home who didn't even miss the weekend. Hey, Mr. Chen, someone is outside looking for me to get something. I'm outside now. Please ask them to go in and wait for a while. I'll be there soon. Okay. Workaholic Chen Jiaqing hung up the phone, packed up a little, picked up the car keys and went out. This villa is some distance away from the entrance of the community, and it will take a while to walk there if you don't drive. Chen Jiaqing's car is a Maserati President, which Yiming bought for her to commute to get off work. Yiming originally wanted to give her a Ferrari, but Chen Jiaqing thought it was too high profile and refused. In the end, she chose a lightning red Maserati President. Zhang Wenyi and her family of 3 stood at the gate of the community, looking at the luxury cars constantly coming in and out, and they all felt a little nervous. Zhang Wenyi knew a little about cars. In order to relieve her nervousness, she would explain to her parents, who had never seen the world, every luxury car that came in and out. The car that just came in is called a BMW 730, and it costs at least over 900,000. The car that came out is called a Range Rover. It should cost at least over 900,000 yuan. That car is called the Maybach S400, and it's estimated to be worth more than 1.5 million. This one is called the Maserati President, and it costs at least 1.5 million. As soon as she finished speaking, the Maserati President stopped by the roadside. Chen Jiaqing got out of the car. When the security guards at the door saw her, their eyes widened and one of them even drooled. However, they also have self-awareness. Everyone living here has a high status and identity. They are just security guards and dare not have any improper thoughts. Chen Jiaqing was wearing a loose t-shirt, ripped jeans, and her black hair was casually tied up. She looked lazy and beautiful, with smooth and tender skin. She also had a pair of glasses on her nose that she forgot to take off, which added a touch of playfulness. Wherever she stands, there is an additional stunning scenery. Seeing Zhang Wenyi's family of 3 standing outside, Chen Jiaqing knew it was them. Hello, are you looking for Yiming? The 3 members of the Zhang family were a little stunned. They looked at each other and looked at the beauty in front of them, wondering what her relationship with Yiming was. It was Zhang's mother who reacted first. Miss. Miss, who are you to that boy Yiming? Where is he? Chen Jiaqing smiled faintly. I am his employee, he is my boss, he is still outside now, let me come to pick you up and wait, he will be here soon. With a buzz, the 3 members of the Zhang family felt a buzzing sound in their heads. Boss? When did Yiming become the boss? And living in such a high-end place. And he has such beautiful employees under him. What's even more outrageous is that even his employees drive luxury cars worth more than 1.5 million yuan. How rich must he be? After being shocked, Zhang's mother was the first to react. She looked at Chen Jiaqing suspiciously and had an idea in her mind. Could this girl be someone that boy had hired to act? In fact, all this was the girl's fault and had nothing to do with Yiming at all. But how could this girl, who was so good, fall in love with Yiming? She was puzzled. Chen Jiaqing saw through her thoughts, but didn't care, with a faint smile on her face. Our boss has always been relatively low-key and likes to be a hands-off boss. Even I can't see through him. He is also very rich, but he doesn't seem to care about money. While I was working hard for him, he was just going about his business. It's really annoying to compare yourself with others. So, all this is true? Zhang's mother murmured. Of course it's true. Do you think I'm lying to you? In my opinion, our boss is one of the top few people of his age. They often act differently and often surprise people. After learning about Yiming's real situation, a feeling of regret suddenly surged into the hearts of the three people like a tide. Mother Zhang wanted to slap herself twice. If she had known this would happen, she would not have tried to curry favor with Xiaodu. Compared with Yiming, Xiaodu is not even as good as a single leg hair of his. Zhang Wenyi suddenly lowered her head, her whole face burning. Standing next to Chen Jiaqing, there was no doubt that she was turned into ashes in an instant. The gap between the two of them is no longer the gap between a white swan and an ugly duckling. If Chen Jiaqing is a white swan, then Zhang Wenyi is a fly, a stink bug. It's ridiculous that I actually dumped Yiming. What a great irony. Is God playing a joke on me? She had always dreamed of finding a good family to marry into, but she didn't expect that she actually had the best choice all along. However, she ended up dumping the other party because of her own mistakes. Thinking of Yiming's relaxed expression before he left that day, she understood. He must have been testing me before, so he kept his identity hidden, but why didn't I see it? She now only has endless regret. Chen Jiaqing looked at the interesting changes in the expressions on the three people's faces and smiled faintly. I heard that you are here to get something, come with me. In fact, she had already guessed the identities of the three people in front of her. They should be the ex-girlfriend and her parents who dumped him, as Yiming mentioned. Moreover, they seemed to be unfamiliar with this place and probably didn't know the real situation of Yiming. She suddenly had a new respect for Yiming. You're still using this trick. You're an expert, hashtag. Chapter 12 Zheng Family's Fantasy. The three men sat stiffly in Chen Jiaqing's Maserati, not daring to move, for fear that they would be asked to pay for any damage they might cause. This was a car worth $1.5 million, they didn't even dare to think about it. On the way, Zhang's mother tried again unwillingly. Miss, is Yiming really your boss? Yes, you are wondering why I live in my boss's house. It's because I just returned to China and have no place to live. Fortunately, my boss's house is big, so he let me live there temporarily. Oh, you're not his thing? What? You're not Yiming's girlfriend? Chen Jiaqing smiled faintly. No, I'm just an employee under him. He pays me a salary and I work hard for him. Oh. The three members of the Zhang family breathed a sigh of relief for no reason. After a while, the car stopped in front of an extremely luxurious villa. When the three members of the Zhang family saw this villa, they were so stunned that they couldn't take their eyes off it. Such a luxurious villa, how much would it cost? Zhang's father and mother were swallowing their saliva wildly, and at the same time they felt even more regretful in their hearts. If Yiming was their son-in-law, they could have lived here. Chen Jiaqing welcomed the three people into the house, made them each a cup of tea, and then said, the boss should be back soon. I still have some work to do. You guys sit down for a while. Oh, okay. The three of them quickly stood up and nodded in response, as if they were afraid of being impolite. After Chen Jiaqing went upstairs and closed the door, Zhang's mother finally spoke. She looked at Zhang Wenyi and complained in a low voice, Wenyi, you and Yiming have been in love for so long, how come you didn't know that Yiming is so rich? If we had known that this guy was so rich, why would we worry about you? We could have enjoyed a comfortable life with you earlier. You are such a worry-free child. Mom, how would I know he was so rich? If I had known, would I have dumped him? Who knew he hid it so well? I was deceived by him so badly. Okay, stop arguing, Father Zhang interrupted the quarrel between mother and daughter. I think Yiming still has feelings for our Wenyi. Look, first of all, such a beautiful girl lives in his house, but Yiming didn't let her be his girlfriend. What does this mean? It means that he still can't forget Wen. Secondly, it was Wen who dumped him. He moved house and brought Wen's things with him. Doesn't this mean that he still hopes that Wen will come back to him one day? Also, if he didn't like Wen, why did he hide his identity from her? Wasn't he just testing her to see if she was a gold digger? If she passed the test, he would definitely marry her, and we would be able to enjoy a peaceful life. What a pity! Although she is not a gold digger, she is still too impatient. It would be better if she could be patient for a while longer. Mother Zhang came over and lowered her voice and said, "That makes sense. When I think about it, it is true. What do you say, we should admit our mistakes to that kid Yiming and let Wen return to him? Let's give it a try. I think it should work. After all, we didn't say anything harsh to him that day. If he has feelings for Wen, as long as Wen admits her mistake, he should still accept Wen." Zhang's mother poked her daughter's arm at this time. "Wen, you should admit your mistake to Yiming later and ask her to be your boyfriend again. Mom doesn't care when you get married. After this, you can live in this house. As long as Yiming becomes our son-in-law, we can also enjoy the happiness. By then, I wonder how Lao Wang will continue to talk about his son-in-law every day. I'm afraid that his son-in-law's 4 houses combined will not be as good as this one." Zhang Wenyi nodded and said She also believed that as long as she admitted her mistake and acted coquettishly, Yiming would forgive her. She has already begun to imagine what it would be like to become the hostess of this villa. I want to show those people in the company that the villa I live in is something you would never dare to imagine in your lifetime. And I heard from that beautiful lady that he is the boss of the company. Then I must be the boss's wife. I will go to his company and take a look when the time comes, Zhang Wenyi almost laughed out loud when she thought of this. At this time, the violent engine roar of Lamborghini came from far away. Yiming was driving with sunglasses on, and his heart was not fluctuating at all. When the 3 members of the Zhang family heard the voice, they subconsciously looked out the window. "Wen, how much do you think this car costs?" Zhang's father asked carefully. Zhang Wenyi's heartbeat quickened. "This car is called Lamborghini Aventador. It should cost at least 8 million. Hiss. Zhang's father and mother took a deep breath. This was far beyond their imagination. At the same time, they were increasingly satisfied with Yiming, whom they considered to be their future son-in-law. Wen will be so proud to drive this car back to her parents' home in the future. The car stopped at the door of the villa. Seeing Yiming getting out of the car, the 3 of them immediately stood up and straightened their clothes. Yiming took off his sunglasses and held a painting in his hand. This was a treasure he had just found in the antique market. As soon as he entered the room, Yiming put down the painting, saw the 3 people from the Zhang family, and said calmly, "Sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time." There was not the slightest trace of the struggle that a dumped man would have when facing the woman he once loved on his face. It was very calm, so calm that it seemed as if the 2 people had never had any contact before. "No, no." Zhang's mother waved her hands immediately, her smile a little awkward. Chapter 13. This trick doesn't work. "Yiming, you're back?" Zhang Wenyi lowered her head, embarrassed to look at Yiming. "Well, I just came back from the antique market and found a treasure. By the way, I have sorted out your things and packed them into several large boxes. I'll keep them for you. Come and see if there is anything missing." Yiming motioned Zhang Wenyi to come over. Zhang Wenyi twisted her fingers. "No need to look, Yiming, I." She hesitated, lowered her head, and her face flushed. Yiming was stunned for a moment, then he thought of something, smiled and said, "You'd better come over and take a look. Don't let anything important be missing and ask me to compensate you later, I can't afford it." Yiming, you are such a joker. If there is anything important that Wen has, don't look at it. Keep it. Zhang's mother smiled. Seeing that Yiming was still smiling, she felt that there was a chance. The meaning of her words was also very clear. Leave the things here so that Wen can come back to you and live here together. Yeah, there's nothing important, just some daily wear and daily necessities. Most of them were bought for me by you. Zhang Wenyi finally raised her head. She looked at Yiming with an unnatural smile on her face. Really not going to watch it? Yiming asked again. Really, there's no need to look at it. I don't think I'll need it in the future. Zhang Wenyi smiled and stared into Yiming's eyes expectantly. Yiming smiled faintly, without looking at her. Okay, I was worried that you would lose something when you came back to get your luggage. Since you don't need it, I'll find someone to take care of it tomorrow. Well, whatever you want. Yiming let out a long sigh. Okay, in that case, we don't owe each other anything. If you have nothing else, please go back. I'm sorry I can't see you off. I have to go out to dinner with my employees later. Yiming said lightly. The three of them became nervous. Zhang's mother winked at her daughter, and Zhang Wenyi immediately understood and rushed over to grab Yiming's hand. As a result, Yiming instinctively dodged and asked, "What are you doing?" His face turned cold. Zhang Wenyi missed and fell to the ground, but luckily there was a carpet on the ground, so she was not seriously injured. She sat on the ground, the tears that had been brewing in her eyes for a long time immediately welled up, and she looked at Yiming with tears in her eyes. Yiming, it was all my fault before. I was too naive and always thinking about those things. I hope you can give me another chance and we can start over, okay? Get up. What happened between us is in the past. I don't want to mention it again. You can take care of yourself. Yiming's face was calm, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. Yiming, I know you still have me in your heart, otherwise you wouldn't keep my things, right? Yiming, don't lie to yourself. You are like this now only because I hurt your heart before, right? I swear, I will never be willful again. Everything is my fault. I beg you to forgive me this time, okay? I will wash the clothes and do the housework at home in the future, and I don't want you to hit me again, okay? If you are unhappy, you can hit me, and you can hit me now. As long as you can forgive me, it doesn't matter if you hit me. Zhang Wenyi hugged Yiming's feet and began to cry bitterly, as if she was confessing her past crimes. She also slapped herself in the face a few times, half of her face was red, and it can be seen that she really used force. Yiming's face remained calm, and there was no fluctuation in his heart. Hit you? I feel like I'm dirtying my hands if I hit you. It's meaningless to say this now, get up. I won't get up. I won't get up unless you forgive me. Zhang Wenyi rushed over, hugged Yiming's foot tightly, and started to make a scene. Zhang's father and mother watched Yiming's reaction nervously, hoping that he would relax. Yiming finally got angry. What the hell, do you think I'm an idiot? He pulled his feet out of Zhang Wenyi's arms, and Zhang Wenyi fell to the ground. Zhang Wenyi cried even more sadly, Yiming, you were not like this before. You loved me so much before. You bought me whatever I wanted. You would get up at 3 in the morning to buy me whatever I wanted to eat. Yiming, it's my fault. I regret it so much. I shouldn't have been so willful. I'm sorry. Can you forgive me? Yiming sneered and started using memory killing? But he didn't buy it at all. Yiming looked at Zhang's father and mother and said calmly, you should go back and teach your daughter a lesson. If she likes to throw tantrums like this, she will suffer if she marries into another family in the future. When Zhang's father and mother heard this, they immediately became uneasy and their faces looked very ugly. Is there really no room for redemption? They looked at their daughter sitting on the ground crying, feeling somewhat unwilling, but more of annoyance and regret. How come you don't serve such a rich son-in-law well? Zhang's father and mother opened their mouths and wanted to say something, but thinking about their previous attitude towards Yiming and looking at Yiming's expression at the moment, they were too embarrassed to speak. Zhang's father and mother had no choice but to go over and pull Zhang Wenyi up. Zhang Wenyi shook her body and shook off her parents' hands. I won't get up. If he doesn't forgive me today, I won't get up. I'd rather die, woo-woo. Crying, making a fuss, and then threatening to hang oneself were all Zhang Wenyi's usual tricks. But Yiming is no longer the same person he was before, and his face finally turned gloomy. He had already made his point clear and didn't want to repeat it a second time. He walked to the phone and dialed a number. Hello, security? I'm the owner of room 8. There are outsiders coming in to cause trouble. Please come and deal with it. When they heard Yiming calling, Zhang's father and mother suddenly panicked. The little fantasy they had in their hearts was completely shattered. They hurried over to help their daughter up. Zhang Wenyi was stunned and stopped crying. She stared blankly at Yiming's emotionless and cold face, which seemed strange yet familiar. This trick doesn't work anymore? She used to use it every time, why is this happening? Chapter 14 Returning Home. Soon, the security guards arrived. Yiming gave some instructions and the 3 members of the Zhang family fled in panic without the security guards having to do anything. They were supposed to pick up the luggage, but in the end they didn't. The next day, Yiming called a garbage truck and threw all of Zhang Wenyi's things away as garbage. Chen Jiaqing watched the boxes being thrown into the garbage truck one by one, and raised the corner of her mouth slightly. It seems that you are really hard-hearted. The girl has used those 3 tricks, but you are still unmoved. I admire you. That depends on who uses it. If it were you, I would have surrendered long ago. Yiming smiled. Chen Jiaqing's heart skipped a beat for no reason. She turned her head and glanced at Yiming, then shook her head and smiled. I'm not that kind of person. Ah, that's good. Oh, by the way, I'm going back to my hometown soon to bring my parents over. I'll trouble you with the company's matters for the time being. Yiming said. Both Ye's father and mother are honest farmers. They have never left the county town in their lives. Their biggest wish is that their son can have a bright future. They had no education or skills, but relying on a few acres of land, they raised their son to become the first college student in the village. Now that Yiming has almost inexhaustible wealth, it is time to honor them. No problem. Chen Jiaqing nodded. In fact, after that day, Yiming hardly took care of the company's affairs. He bought the company purely on a whim to vent his anger and get rid of that hateful Cha Shan Shan. He didn't think about what to do next, he just planned to take one step at a time. The company's assets were nothing to him now. After all, every time he opened his eyes every day, he would receive 10 billion in interest. Even if the company made no profit at all, he wouldn't care at all. I just didn't expect that I would accidentally recruit such an amazing talent, who would quickly revive the company. He was quite content with being a hands-off boss. Although there is a road to the rural area where Yiming's hometown is located, the road is very rugged and difficult to drive on, with ups and downs, twists and turns, and potholes. If he drives the Lamborghini back, the car will probably fall apart before he gets home. Therefore, before returning, he bought a Mercedes-Benz AMG G65 with a total price of more than 4.2 million renminbi, which is the most expensive car of the Mercedes-Benz brand. This car is a big one, with a square, angular appearance, very domineering, and very powerful. It is especially good at climbing mountains and wading through water, and has excellent off-road performance, making it suitable for the rugged mountain roads in Yiming's hometown. When Yiming arrived home, only his mother was at home. When he parked the car at the door, his mother couldn't believe that it was her son who got out of the car. Yiming now has money, and his whole temperament is different from before. She observed him carefully for a while, and after making sure it was her son, she asked tentatively, Xiaoming, why are you back? Aren't you going to work? Mom, I don't have to go to work anymore. I'm here to take you and Dad to Shanghai to enjoy life. Ye's mother certainly didn't know Yiming's situation, and she was a little dissatisfied after hearing this. Xiaoming, how can you make money if you don't work? You have to spend a lot of money to marry a wife. Do you know how much your Uncle Nyo's son spent on marrying a wife this year? 80,000, my God, I estimate that the market will go up in the future. Our family doesn't have that much money now, so you have to work harder to make some money, and don't just think about playing all day. Yiming gave a bitter smile. This mother was obsessed with money. But he also felt very warm in his heart. When he was studying, she was always thinking about the tuition fees. Now that she has graduated, she is thinking about finding a wife for her son. Perhaps only parents in this world would think about themselves all the time. Mom, don't worry. I have money. And according to my dad, it's enough money that I can't spend in my entire lifetime. He pointed at the car outside. That car is mine. Do you know how much it costs? Mother Yi glanced at the car and looked at Yiming complainingly. Kid, why are you imitating others to buy a car? But this car looks very big to me. I think it must cost tens of thousands, right? Hey, if you have this money, it would be great to save it to marry a wife. Although her tone was complaining, her face was full of pride. Several tens of thousands? Yiming almost laughed out loud, but he was afraid that if he told his mother the price, her heart would not be able to bear it, so he simply kept his mouth shut and gave her a thumbs up. You guessed it right. Ye's mother looked around the car and regarded it as her son's big toy. Since her son liked it, she didn't mind him spending money recklessly. By the way, Mom, where is Dad? Oh, your father went to the brick kiln in town to carry bricks. What? Upon hearing this, Yiming's eyes widened immediately. Didn't I tell him not to do that job? Why did he go again? Wasn't the lesson from last time enough? As he said this, he immediately walked out, opened the car door, started the car and drove towards the town. Behind him was a group of villagers who came to watch Yiming's car. What kind of car is this? Why haven't I seen it before? Hey, Lao Lu, you are well informed. Do you know what kind of car this is? I don't know. I often go to the county town and have never seen a car like this. This car looks quite old-fashioned. Could it be some outdated brand that can't be sold? Even if it can't be sold, it must be worth tens of thousands of dollars. This Yi family kid has made some money and can afford a car. TSK, he's not the only one in our village who bought a car. Lao Shang, didn't your son buy one not long ago? What was it called? How does it compare to this car? Old Zhang's face was full of pride. He took a puff of cigarette and said calmly, my son's car is called Wuling Hongguang. It cost him nearly 70,000 yuan in total. Fuck. That's awesome. Your son is really promising. Mr. Zhang is lucky, his son can make money. Old Zhang waved his hand modestly, it's okay, just so. I took a look and found that the car of the Yi family kid has 2 fewer seats than my son's car. I estimate that his car should cost about 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. Then he is not as good as your son. This Yi family kid is still a college student. I think he is not as good as your son who graduated from junior high school. When Lao Zhang heard the flattery, he looked proud, but he said modestly, that's different. He is a college student and will definitely have a better future. What's the difference? Who knows what he will be like in the future? But your son is the same age as him, he has already bought a car and got married, and you will soon be a grandfather. Look at that kid from the Yi family, he doesn't even have a wife. Old Zhang laughed and did not deny it, but the smug look on his face was obvious, as if his son had killed Yiming in an instant. By the way, Lao Zhang, your son usually comes back in the evening, right? When he comes back, let him see what kind of car this kid from the Yi family has. Lao Zhang nodded, okay, no problem, #. Chapter 15 No More Salary. During his slack season, Yi's father would go out to do odd jobs to earn some extra money. He is an honest and hard-working person who just works hard. It doesn't matter if he meets a good boss, but if he meets a bad one, he dare not say a word even if he is bullied. Last time he worked moving bricks in a brick kiln, his back was sunburned and peeling. It was agreed that the salary would be paid on a daily basis, but the boss kept delaying it, and after working for a whole month, Yi's father didn't get a penny. Later, Yiming found a few brothers and surrounded the brick kiln owner when he showed up, and only then did he barely get the money back. Later he told his father not to work there, but he didn't expect that after a while, his father couldn't find other odd jobs and went back to the brick kiln to move bricks. Brick kilns are the town's pillar industry, requiring a large amount of labor every day. During the slack season, villagers from surrounding villages would come to the brick kilns to do odd jobs. 3 huge chimneys were emitting white smoke. As you approached the brick kiln, you could smell a pungent smell in the air and the heat wave hit you in the face. Working conditions here were extremely difficult. Yiming searched for a long time before he found his father in the crowd. In just a short while, he felt uncomfortable all over and could hardly bear it. Dad, why are you working here again? Didn't I tell you not to come? Xiaoming, why are you back? Father Yi was surprised to see Yiming suddenly appear and stopped pushing the cart. Dad, come back with me and stop doing this job. Yiming went over and tried to pull his father away. Father Yi was a little embarrassed. Xiaoming, you go back first. I have been working for most of the day. If you go back now, all my work today will be in vain. You go home and wait. By the way, what dishes do you want to eat? Dad will bring them back for you when he returns. Yiming was moved. Looking at his tan and thin father, tears almost welled up in his eyes. He held his father's hand and stopped him from working. Dad, it's free work, I have money now, I don't need this little money. When his father heard his son say that he was rich, he was very happy, but he didn't know how rich his son was. He smiled and said, it's good that you are rich. Keep your money. I can still work now, but when I can't work in the future, I will have to count on you. He had no intention of leaving. Yiming had a headache. This old man was so stubborn. However, he was determined to drag his father back today. He would not do this kind of work no matter how much money he was paid. At this time, the supervisor Ma Jianming, who was not far away, saw Yiming appear, his eyes narrowed slightly, exhaled a puff of cigarette and called over to the henchman beside him, Huang Mao, go tell the boss that Yiming is here, alone, go quickly. Yes. The yellow-haired henchman trotted away to receive the order. Ma Jianming took a deep puff of his cigarette, then threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stomped it out with his shoe sole, then walked towards Yiming and his son. Yi Dashan, why are you dawdling? Hurry up and work. If you dawdle any longer, you won't get a penny of your wages today. Ma Jianming said in a domineering tone. Yi Dashan was startled by the voice and was about to continue working, but Yiming grabbed his hand tightly and stopped him. Xiaoming, please give way. Dad will listen to you. I won't do it after today. He also knew that his son meant well and did not blame him. Dad, how much do you get paid a day? $60, what's wrong? Yiming took out a handful of Mao Zedong's banknotes from his pocket and stuffed them into his hand. Dad, if you don't want today's wages, then don't take them. I'll give them to you. Go home. You've been here for too long and your health is not good. Yi Dashan stared blankly at the dozen or so Mao Zedong notes in his hand, and was very surprised that his son could easily take out so much money. He quickly stuffed the money back to Yiming, fearing that he would be noticed by others. When Ma Jianming saw that Yiming had so much money on him, his eyes suddenly lit up. Then he saw the boss and a group of people coming over from afar, and he felt a little excited. Yi Dashan, if you don't work anymore, not only will you not get paid for today, but you won't get paid for your previous work either. Ma Jianming held his hands with a sinister smile on his face. Yi Dashan, who was originally eager to make a move, panicked when he heard that his previous wages would also be deducted, and he wanted to continue working. Yiming looked at Ma Jianming coldly. You don't seem to be the boss here, what right do you have to deduct wages? At this time, the brick kiln owner came over with a group of people. The owner was a fat middle-aged man. When he heard Yiming's words, he walked over with his hands on his waist and said, his words are what I mean. Yiming, I didn't expect you to dare to come. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Last time, he was almost beaten up by Yiming and his men. He lost face and couldn't even raise his head in front of his friends. They said that he was a boss after all, but he was blackmailed by a poor boy. He was obsessed with revenge, and this time the chance finally came. Yiming looked at the other person expressionlessly, then looked at the group of young people behind him who were dressed in fancy clothes, and he already had an idea in his mind. Most of those young men were around 20 years old. The leader was called Brother Ba, a well-known gangster in the area. He was lazy and gluttonous. He often did some sneaky things with a group of people. The most common thing he did was to collect debts for the boss. If he met someone who was easy to bully, he would beat him up. Yiming knew that those people were just working for money and were not necessarily loyal to their bosses. As long as the money they were given far exceeded what the bosses gave them, they would immediately turn their guns against them. This is the advantage of having money. The world is bustling with people seeking profit. People die for money and birds die for food. Money can make the devil work. Yiming suddenly laughed and said, Fatty Lu, I didn't expect you to still hold a grudge. I just asked you to pay my dad's wages. I didn't do anything to you. If I had known, I should have beaten you up. Ha, Yiming, I'm afraid you don't have this chance. It's useless to be stubborn now. Look at these people behind me, they are all my subordinates, and they have bad tempers. I will give you a chance now. Kneel down and kowtow to me, admit your mistake for what happened last time, and pay 1,000 yuan for cigarettes and alcohol, and I will let it go. Your little brother? Yiming almost laughed out loud. Chapter 16 Luair. Your little brother? Just because you, Fatty Lu, run a brick kiln, can you afford so many subordinates? You'd be dead if you didn't. Yiming directly pushed away Fatty Lu's shoulder, walked up to the leader of the group, raised his eyebrows, and whispered, Brother Ba, can I have a word with you? The guy called Brother Ba was a little surprised that Yiming was not nervous at all when he saw their group, and thought that this guy was some important person. He nodded and followed Yiming to a secluded corner. Brother Ba, how much money did Fatty Lu give you? Yiming took out a pack of Heetiangxia and handed him a cigarette. When Brother Ba saw that Yiming was going to fight the world, his eyelids jumped. This cigarette is not cheap. Anyone who can afford this kind of cigarette must be a big boss. This guy is so young and has such a style. Could he have some special background? Brother Ba's mind became active. He took the cigarette and said, It's not much, just to make a living. This trip today only makes about 1,000 yuan. I'll just give it to my brother for a meal and that's it. Brother Ba, to be honest, I've been disliking Fatty Lu for a long time. How much do you think it would cost to beat him up? Brother Ba was stunned for a moment. He just thought that Yiming just wanted them to stop taking action and let him go. He didn't expect that this guy was going to make a comeback and beat up Fatty Lu. He was a little surprised. He took a puff of his cigarette, closed his eyes and savored the taste of the world, then said, "Today, Fatty Lu paid us to come out and support him. If we beat him up instead and this gets out, it will be difficult for us to do business in the future. It seems that Brother Ba is a man of honor. So, no matter how much money I pay, I can't do anything to Fatty Lu today?" Brother Ba laughed. "That's not the case. This is a business matter, and we are here to support Fatty Lu. We are here today, so we have done our duty. If you pay us to beat him up, it's not impossible, but the price may be a bit high. After all, this is a bit unethical. If it gets out, some bosses will have some opinions about us, and future business may be affected. Can you give a number?" Yiming said lightly. Brother Ba frowned and thought for a while, then asked tentatively, 100,000? Yiming didn't think for half a second and said directly, "I'll give you 200,000, but I want Fatty Lu and Ma Jianming to stay out of bed for half a month." "Can you do it? 200,000? Brother Ba was surprised to see that Yiming not only agreed readily but also gave an extra 100,000. He was worried that 100,000 was too much and was ready to bargain with Yiming. Doing business with brothers is refreshing. "Okay. I'll do as you say. But I can't let my brothers do anything until I get the money." "No problem, just wait a moment." Yiming walked towards the car parked not far away. He certainly would not go back to his hometown empty-handed. Before coming, he went to the bank to withdraw more than 1 million yuan and put it in the trunk of his car in case of emergency. When Yiming handed the money to Brother Ba's hands were shaking. Damn, this guy could easily take out 200,000 yuan, he must be from a prominent family. Fortunately, I didn't make things difficult for him, otherwise he would have died without knowing how he died. Brother Ba's calves felt a little weak. He had never seen so much money at once before. "Would you like some?" No, I feel at ease doing business with my brother." "Then the rest depends on Brother Ba. I believe in Brother Ba's ability." Yiming patted his shoulder. When Fatty Lu saw Brother Ba and Yiming coming back talking and laughing, his heart skipped a beat and he had a bad feeling. Brother Ba gathered his followers together in a circle and conveyed Yiming's meaning. "Those people are all money-hungry guys." When they heard that there was so much money, their eyes instantly turned green and they started to work without saying a word. Fatty Lu was completely confused, and so was Ma Jianmin. What the hell was going on? This painting was not right. Hit him hard. Damn it, you dare to disrespect my brother. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'm not Brother Ba. Brother Ba yelled from behind. The youngsters were even more excited and beat them without restraint. Fatty Lu and Ma Jianming were beaten so hard that they cried out in pain and finally lay on the ground like dead dogs. Yiming had already returned home with his confused father. After returning home, Yi Dashan finally calmed down and asked, "Xiao Ming, what happened?" Yiming smiled and said, "It's nothing. Didn't Brother Ba say that I'm his brother? If Fatty Lu dares to deduct your wages, I'll beat him up and teach him a lesson, so that he knows that you can't take advantage of just anyone." Yi Dashan said oh as if he understood something, and didn't think any more about it. Fatty Lu was beaten so badly this time, he was too embarrassed to ask for his wages. At this time, a pretty girl appeared at the door. When she saw Yiming, she exclaimed, "Brother Ming, you are really back? I just heard from my mom, but I didn't believe it." Yiming turned around and saw that it was his neighbor Lao Tian's daughter, Tian Luair. Tian Luair is 18 years old today. When she was a child, she always followed Yiming and called him Brother Ming, Brother Ming. She was a real follower. Sometimes, in order to get rid of this follower, Yiming would give her a little sweetness from time to time, such as giving her a candy and then disappearing when she was eating it with great enthusiasm. What Yiming didn't know was that because he had been giving the little girl all kinds of sweet things for a long time, a seed had quietly sprouted in the little girl's heart at some point. Tian Luair has been a beauty since she was young. She received many love letters with childish handwriting when she was in elementary school. However, every time she received a love letter, she would save it up and show it to Yiming when he came home at the end of the month when he was in high school. "Brother Ming, here, this is what I received this month," Luair said cutely. Every time Yiming saw those love letters that were so childish in both handwriting and content, he would laugh so hard that he would slap his thighs, then scratch Tian Luair's pink nose and say, "Our Luair will definitely be a big star when she grows up. Everyone will like her." Luair's big eyes were filled with determination. "Okay, then I'll listen to Brother Ming and become a big star when I grow up." Later, she showed it to Yiming more and more times, and Yiming felt a little strange, so he asked her, Why do you always show me the love letters given to you by others? Tian Luair blushed and said, because every time Brother Ming sees these things, he laughs happily. When Brother Ming is happy, I am happy too, hee hee hashtag. Chapter 17 Taking Luair to Shanghai. After not seeing her for a few years, the former follower has grown into an even more beautiful girl. Her big watery eyes seem to be able to speak, her skin is as white as jade, and her petite oval face is only the size of a palm. She is very cute. When Yiming saw Luair for the first time, he was a little dazed, but he always regarded Luair as his sister and did not think too much about it. Luair? You should be in your third year of high school now, why aren't you going to school? Yiming walked over and asked puzzledly. When Luair heard this, her expression darkened, she pursed her lips, and her eyes suddenly turned red. My father is sick, and we spent a lot of money on his medical treatment. All our savings are gone. He hasn't recovered yet, and he needs to take medicine to recuperate. How can we afford to let me continue my studies? My mother said that I am a daughter and will get married in the future. It doesn't matter whether I study or not. When did your father fall ill? Wasn't he fine last year? Yiming frowned. Old Tian's family has always had a good relationship with the Yi family, and they are also very good to Yiming. When Yiming did not have enough tuition for college, old Tian took out his savings of many years and lent it to him without saying a word, saying that it was not easy for a village to have a college student, and he should not let him have difficulty in getting money. Although the debt had been repaid long ago, the heavy friendship always remained in Yiming's heart. Now that the Tian family is in trouble, he certainly won't stand idly by. I gave birth half a year ago. I saw many doctors and took a lot of medicine. I'm finally feeling better, but I still need to take medicine to recuperate in the future. Yiming pondered for a moment and asked, Luair, do you still want to study? I do, but my family has no money. Luair twirled her little white fingers. My brother is still in primary school. I can go to high school, which is good enough. When I enter the society in the future, I will not be considered illiterate. Luair, if you want to continue studying, Brother Ming will help you with the money issue, so just study with peace of mind. Luair looked at Yiming with her big eyes like lanterns. Brother Ming, you will pay for my education? No, I haven't been to school for half a year, I'm afraid I can't keep up, I guess I won't be able to get into university even if I study. It's not easy for you to make money, so don't waste the money. I'm helping with housework at home now, and I'm used to a life without education. Luair said this, but her disappointment was obvious. She was a sensible girl. No, Luair, didn't you say before that you wanted to be a big star? Then apply to an art school. Art schools have lower academic requirements and will be easier to pass. Don't worry. Luair smiled bitterly. Brother Ming, to apply to an art school you must at least have a skill. I don't know anything, and I heard that the tuition fees for art schools are very expensive. My family can't afford it. Yiming patted his chest and showed a warm smile. Didn't I tell you, don't worry about the money. Leave it to your brother Ming. I tell you, your brother Ming has endless money now. Even if you continue to study until you are 80 years old, there will be no problem at all. Luair burst out laughing. Brother Ming, are you really kidding me? How can someone study until he is 80 years old? Yiming has decided that he wants to send Luair to the best school and hire the best teachers. However, educational resources in his hometown are scarce. If Luair wants to apply to an art school, she must take an art course. So he plans to take Luair to Shanghai to continue her studies and do his best to help Luair realize her dream. He has always treated Luair as his own sister. It is natural for a brother to help his sister. He went to visit Uncle Tian again and secretly gave Uncle Tian hundreds of thousands of yuan so that he could rest and recuperate without worrying about money. Uncle Tian had never seen so much money in his life. He was so scared that he almost jumped out of bed and refused to accept it. However, Yiming forced it into his pocket and told him not to let anyone else know. This amount of money was just a drop in the bucket for him. He had no money to pay for tuition at the beginning, and his relatives were unwilling to lend him money. Only Uncle Tian took out his savings of many years without hesitation, and he has always kept it in mind. Uncle Tian couldn't refuse later, so after accepting the money, he thanked Yiming again and again with tears in his eyes, and almost kowtowed to Yiming. Yiming told Uncle Tian that he wanted to take Luair to Shanghai to study in a better school. Uncle Tian was worried that it would be too much trouble for Yiming and did not want to agree. Yiming said, Uncle Tian, I have a company and a big house in Shanghai, so it's not a problem at all. Luair is my sister. You lent me money so that I could continue to study. As the saying goes, a drop of water should be repaid with a spring. Leave Luair's schooling to me. Uncle Tian and Mother Tian later discussed it and agreed to Yiming. After Yiming left, the old couple secretly discussed whether to give Luair to Yiming as his wife. Tian's mother said, now Xiaoming is rich, and he has all the money to find a wife. I'm just afraid that he doesn't like our Luair. It's better not to mention it, or he won't be interested. How embarrassing it would be if you mention it. Uncle Tian finally sighed and murmured, if Xiaoming can become my son-in-law, I will die with peace of mind in this life. Luair, who was hiding outside the house, heard her parents' conversation. Her little heart was beating fast and her face turned red. When Yiming was still in the Tian family, many villagers gathered around his car and kept staring at it, and even praised Yiming for his promising future and ability to make money. Yi Dashan felt honored when he heard other people's praises. At this time, Lao Zhang said, Lao Yi, how much did your son spend on this car? Yi Dashan smiled innocently, I don't know either. I haven't asked yet, and my Xiaoming hasn't told me either. When Lao Zhang heard this, he snorted in disdain. Your son bought a car without telling you how much it cost. I don't believe it, it must be too cheap, I'm too embarrassed to say it out loud. Hashtag. Chapter 18 Beautiful Big Sister. Someone nearby chimed in, Mr. Zhang's son's car has 7 seats and cost nearly 70,000 yuan. Your son's car has 5 seats, so it should be slightly cheaper than his. I estimate it to be around 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. Don't you think so, Mr. Zhang? Old Zhang laughed, his face full of pride, but he waved his hands modestly, if they don't know, how should I know? But my son's car really cost nearly 70,000 yuan, and my son can't afford a very good car, he can only drive a 7-seater car. Everyone understood the meaning of his words and they all laughed, looking at Yiming's car with a hint of contempt in their eyes. At this time, Lao Zhang's son came back. He drove an ox cart in the county town and returned home on time every evening. When he drove his Wuling Hongguang past Yiming's car, he suddenly stuck his head out and shouted, Fuck, a Mercedes-Benz. Whose is it? When everyone heard this, they were all shocked. What the hell? What's going on? Old Lu said, Yiming's. Old Zhang's son, fuck, Yiming is so awesome, this Mercedes-Benz is worth at least several million. The villagers who had just been discussing the car with great interest were stunned in an instant. Then there was a bang and everyone stared at Lao Zhang's son with wide eyes. Are you telling the truth? It can't be wrong. If you don't believe me, I'll check it online for you. He took out his phone, searched it, and then shouted, oh my god, more than 4 million, look. Everyone crowded over to look at his phone and found that the car in the picture was exactly the same as the one in front of them. When they looked at the price again, their eyelids started twitching and their hearts were pounding. The person who had just reached out to touch it quickly jumped away, fearing that he might break something. Are you kidding? More than 4 million. Their 8 generations of ancestors combined have never seen so much money. Xiaoming has made great progress. Yeah, I didn't expect that he could afford such a nice car just 3 years after graduating from college. When I get back, I will make sure that kid of ours studies hard and learns from his brother Xiaoming. Old Zhang swallowed his saliva and asked his son unwillingly, is this car really that great? But this car only has 5 seats, 2 fewer than your car. Zhang's son sneered and said, one of their wheels is worth more than my car. The price of a car has nothing to do with the number of seats. Lao Zhang's face felt hot and he felt a little embarrassed. He quickly and quietly left the crowd and went home. Uncle Yi, your Yi family has become rich, and Xiaoming is awesome. Ha ha. Old Lu took out a cigarette and handed it to Yi Dashan. He used to call Yi Dashan Old Yi, but now he calls him Uncle Yi. Yi Dashan was still in a daze. When he saw someone handing him a cigarette, he quickly reached out to take it. Unlike others who were all smiling, Yi Dashan felt a little panicked. He knew that Yiming's monthly salary was 6,000 yuan. It was understandable if he wanted to buy a car worth tens of thousands of yuan, but this car cost more than 4 million yuan. Where did he get the money? Although Yiming said before that he was rich, he didn't expect him to be so rich. It was far beyond his imagination. You have so much money all of a sudden. Did you do something illegal? His lips were trembling a little, and he wanted to quickly ask Yiming what was going on. Yiming came back from Uncle Tian's house and was pulled into the room by Yi Dashan. Yi Dashan closed the doors and windows, and after making sure that no one was outside, he asked Yiming in a low voice, Xiaoming, what's the matter with your car? How did you have so much money to buy a car? When Yiming first saw his father being so mysterious, he was a little confused. But after hearing what he said, he immediately understood and said with a smile, "Dad, I have a company in Shanghai. What's the big deal about this car? I have more expensive cars. It's not a company that only does bad things, right?" Yi Dashan nervously asked tentatively. "Dad, what are you thinking? Your son is a college graduate after all. Even if he has no money, he can't do bad things. Don't worry, this is definitely a legitimate company." When Yi Dashan heard that it was a legitimate company, he breathed a sigh of relief and was very happy at the same time. For dinner that day, Ye's mother prepared a large table of delicious food and called her neighbor Lao Tian's family over. The two families enjoyed the meal together and laughed all the time. After that day, those carefree kids in the village who used to run around wildly after school every day were in bad luck. They were forced to study by their parents with sticks every day, saying that they should learn from brother Yiming so that they could get into college and make a lot of money in the future. As a result, they gritted their teeth whenever they heard Yiming's name. The next day, Yiming left with his parents and Luair. The entrance of the village was full of people seeing them off. Yiming felt that he was more glorious than when the leaders came to inspect, but in fact, he hardly showed up this time when he came back. Ye's father and mother had never left the county in their lives. They were very nervous about following their son to Shanghai this time. Fortunately, the lively Luair was with them, easing their nervousness. Arriving at Shengshir Huateng, Ye's father, Ye's mother and Luair stared at the luxurious villa in amazement and could hardly walk. "Brother Ming, this is where you live?" Luair's eyes widened. She had only seen this kind of house in TV dramas before and had never thought that one day she would be able to live in one. "Yes, oh, by the way, there is also a sister living here. She is a top student. If you have any questions in the future, just ask her directly, she is my subordinate." When Luair heard that there was a sister living here, she was stunned for a moment. She didn't know why she felt a little disappointed. She asked tentatively, "Brother Ming? That sister is your girlfriend?" Yiming smiled and patted her head. "What are you thinking about in your little head? I told you she's my subordinate. She had no place to live, so I took her in." Luair adjusted her hair and said, "Oh." After saying hello to Ye's father, Ye's mother and Luair, Chen Jiaqing went back to her room to get busy. It seemed as if she had endless work to do. When Luair saw this beautiful older sister and then looked at brother Ming, she felt that they were a perfect match standing together. If this sister is really brother Ming's girlfriend, I can accept it. Chapter 19. There is also this kind of operation. This villa has more than a dozen rooms, so it is no problem for a few more people to live in it, so Yiming has no plans to buy another house for the time being. He feels that living together is more lively and warmer. Yiming also hired a few nannies to take care of the family's daily life, which also gave Ye's father and mother someone to talk to so that they wouldn't be too bored. Both Ye's father and mother were very simple people, without any of the airs of wealthy people. They quickly became friends with the nannies, but the nannies knew their limits and would not do anything out of line. After everything was settled, Yiming began to deal with Luair's study problems. Luair has been away from school for half a year, so it would be somewhat difficult for her to relearn academic subjects. Letting her attend an art school would reduce a lot of the pressure of academic subjects. Moreover, she has loved singing since she was a child, and Yiming also thinks that she has talent in this area, but her family did not have the conditions before, and she has never received professional training and guidance. Luair is like a piece of unpolished jade. As long as it is carefully carved, it will definitely become a rare treasure. After discussing with Luair, Yiming decided to take advantage of the time before the college entrance examination to do his best to improve her talents. That day, he contacted a training institution and prepared to find a private teacher to train Luair. This is a nationally renowned art training institution that focuses on small class on-site teaching. The level of private tutoring is relatively high. Whether to accept students is entirely up to the private tutors themselves, and the institution will not interfere. The institution only provides venues and equipment for private trainers to use for teaching. Today is the registration day. Yiming brought Luair in. When several personal trainers heard that Luair had no basic skills at all, they all shook their heads and said they would not accept her. She is quite old. It is almost impossible for her to reach the professional level from scratch, said a personal trainer coldly. In her situation, it is very difficult for her to make a living as an artist. I advise you not to waste your money. Go home and study hard for your cultural studies and prepare for the college entrance examination. Let me just say one thing. Her Mandarin has a strong rural accent. This most basic point almost makes her unable to get into most art schools in China. Of course, if it's the kind that you can get in by paying money, just ignore what I said and you don't need to come to us. All of my students have been laying the foundation since they were young. If I accept someone like her, it will only lower my reputation. If others know that I accept all kinds of people, who will be willing to entrust their children to me in the future? I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do. After going through the whole process, she was rejected without exception. Luair became less and less confident. She held Yiming's hand and said, "Brother Ming, let's forget it. Maybe I really don't have the talent." Yiming was not discouraged. No, just because they say no, does that mean it's no? I believe in you, and you have to believe in yourself too. Let's keep looking. Yiming knew that he had to find a private teacher for Luair today, otherwise, today's blow might affect Luair's future growth, and he didn't want Luair to develop an inferiority complex. Yes. Luair didn't want Brother Ming to be disappointed in her, so she nodded heavily and made up her mind that if someone accepted her, she would definitely work harder. Except for a few creepy male personal trainers, Yiming consulted almost all personal trainers and was rejected by almost all of them. The last private instructor said jokingly, "Given her situation, I think only Nun Miju would accept her." Master Miju? Who is she? Yiming asked the other party subconsciously. The man pointed to a middle-aged woman with gray hair in the corner. She looked very haggard, with messy hair, and she did not have the graceful temperament of other personal trainers. Yiming had actually seen her a long time ago, but he thought she didn't look like a personal trainer, so he didn't go for consultation. She sat there alone, with no one around her, and seemed a little deserted. Why is she called Master Miju? Yiming asked puzzledly. The other party waved his hand impatiently. "Go ask yourself, there's someone behind me, please make way." Yiming had no choice but to bring Luair to ask in person. "Hello, are you the personal trainer here?" The other party looked up at Yiming, his face brightened a little, and nodded, "That's right. I want to ask, my sister has no artistic skills before, will you accept her?" Nun Miju asked Luair to sing a few lines of a song, and then asked her to turn around and walk a few steps like a model, and then she spoke. "I will, but my tuition is very expensive. If you can't afford the tuition, I won't accept you." Yiming was very happy. Finally someone accepted it. In this world, anything that can be done with money is not a problem. That's great, as long as you accept it, money is not a problem. Yiming breathed a sigh of relief. The other personal trainers looked at him like he was a fool. Damn, was the name of Master Miju called that for nothing? This kid really doesn't know his place. I bet $50 that he'll be scared to death when he hears Nun Miju's offer. I bet $100 that he'll curse. I bet $250. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Nun Miju spoke. For ordinary people, my tuition is 100,000 yuan, but her foundation is too weak, so the tuition is 500,000 yuan. If she is okay, then it's okay. If not, then I'll find someone else. Shit, it's indeed Nun Miju. This offer price is indeed worthy of her reputation. You should know that the highest tuition fee of other private trainers is only 5,000 yuan, and some less famous ones only charge 1,500 yuan. Yiming finally understood why everyone gave her such a nickname. Her price was indeed too inhumane for ordinary people. When most people hear this offer, they will be so scared that they will get as far away from this crazy woman who was asking for such a high price as possible. 500,000 yuan for tuition. Why don't you go and grab it? Just when everyone was sneering and ready to laugh at Yiming's joke, Yiming didn't care at all. He smiled and said, "Okay, no problem. But I'll add another 500,000 yuan, and I hope you can come to my house for one-on-one guidance." When the other personal trainers heard this, they were stunned. Is there such an operation? Chapter 20, Fighting for Luair. The pens fell from their hands and they all stared at Yiming and Luair blankly. Damn! This is simply inhumane. A private training class costs 1 million. How rich is this person? Several personal trainers whispered, "Fuck. Judging from this amount of money, he must be someone on the rich list." But since he is that kind of person, which child in his family is not trained to develop in all aspects from a young age? How come there is no basis at all? Everyone was puzzled and began to regret. Several personal trainers secretly hated themselves for having such a big piece of fat meat in their mouths, yet they were forced to reject it. If it wasn't in public, they would have wanted to slap themselves a few times. They didn't accept it before because of a face issue. After all, everyone refused. If I accepted it, wouldn't that mean I was just picking up what others had left? If I had known that the other party was so generous, I would have been willing to take her in as a student, not to mention having her as a personal nanny. Why do these private trainers come here? To put it bluntly, they are here to make money. Teaching and answering questions is bullshit. Now that you can make so much money all at once, why not do it? Nun Niju also looked at Yiming in shock. She had previously thought that Yiming would most likely give up when faced with difficulties, but she didn't expect that the other party not only did not take it seriously, but also doubled the money. Faced with such conditions, she certainly would not refuse. She had not originally planned to receive many students, so one would be good enough. Okay, but I want to pay half of the advance first. No problem, tell me your bank account number. Everything went much more smoothly afterwards. Amid the envious gazes of the people around him, Yiming directly brought the personal trainer back to the villa and asked her to teach Luair at a fixed time every day. I have to say, being rich has its advantages. This Nun Niju is indeed quite capable. Under her guidance, Luair has grown rapidly in all aspects, and even her Mandarin, which originally had a strong rural accent, has become standard. Of course, cultural studies cannot be neglected either. After Yiming found an art instructor for Luair, he also selected a private aristocratic high school for her. Originally, all class teachers did not want a senior high school student who had not studied for half a year, for fear that he would drag down their class. But under Yiming's unparalleled financial offensive, the principal surrendered. Yiming said in front of him in the principal's office, "As long as your school accepts my sister, I will sponsor your school 10 million. In addition, I will give an additional reward of 1 million to the head teacher of that class. If it still doesn't work, then fine, Shanghai is so big, there are so many schools, I will just change one." When the principal heard that Yiming wanted to change schools, he refused to agree. Although they were an aristocratic high school, the 10 million sponsorship that fell from the sky was a huge sum of money for them. If someone lets a cooked duck fly away, he is a fool. He quickly called the class teachers together and gave them a lecture. Teaching and educating is the mission given to you as a teacher. The famous educator Mr. Tao Xingji once said that there are no students who cannot be taught, only teachers who cannot teach. If you feel that you cannot bear this responsibility and do not have the ability, then fine. Our school does not want such incompetent teachers. Those class teachers became nervous. This was an aristocratic high school, and the benefits and salary levels were among the best in the industry. If they were expelled, they would never be able to find a second one. They were not so noble as to give up such good treatment for the sake of class performance, and they all began to murmur in low voices. The principal was silent for a while, then decided to drop a bombshell. He continued, "And Mr. Yi also said that if a class accepts Tian, the head teacher of that class will be rewarded 1 million. When the class teachers heard this, they were shocked and stared at the principal with wide eyes, swallowing their saliva continuously, as if the principal was a delicious piece of fat meat that they couldn't wait to swallow in one gulp. One class teacher decided to take the initiative and said, "Principal, there is an extra seat in my class. Why don't you let her come to my class?" "Ha, Teacher Lu's class has the worst learning atmosphere. It's better to come to my class than to her class. When it comes to studying, the top student in the school is in our class. I think our class is the most suitable for Tian. The first place in the whole school is in your class, but this is not representative. According to the class average score in the last exam, our class was first. Your class is just lucky. You got first place in average score once. Our class is different. We have always been in the top 3. So I think it is most suitable for Tian to come to our class. TSK, your class has always been in the top 3, but has never won first place. You have always been the second best student in the school. What is there to brag about? Who is showing off? What's wrong with the 1,000-year-old second normal school? Without the second normal school, could your father have given birth to you?" The head teacher exploded. "Fuck, can you have some manners? You are a teacher after all." She is the one who speaks in an irritating and sarcastic way, and she won't allow others to fight back? How am I being sarcastic? Just explain it to me clearly. It's you who has a fragile heart. The head teacher retorted without showing any weakness. "I am just too sensitive, go ahead and hit me. Fuck, do you really think I'm easy to bully? I'm going to die." The scene was in chaos and a fight almost broke out. The principal had a gloomy face as he looked at those embarrassed head teachers. He felt sad and bitter about how he had recruited such a group of money-hungry people who had no awareness of being a teacher at all. "Stop it right there!" the principal yelled. "Look at you all, with your hair all messed up. If this gets out, our school will lose face. What were you doing before? When I asked you to accept them, you all hesitated and were so righteous that you said you would resign if I forced you again. Why are you fighting now?" Chapter 21 Welcome new students. The class teachers lowered their heads and remained silent. Yiming was outside and wanted to see which class teacher was easier to talk to, but he heard that this group of class teachers almost fought over Luair. He understood inside, it's so damn good to be rich. With a slight smile, Yiming pushed the door open and said, "Principal, if you are really in trouble, then I will change to another school." No, don't make it difficult. You can go for the field trip. If Tian Luair wants to go to any class, just go in and attend the class. I'll see who dares to say anything. What are the opinions of the class teachers? Yiming asked the class teachers with a smile. The class teachers who had previously firmly refused to accept Luair were now all smiling. "We welcome Tian Luair to study in our class at any time." Yiming was not pretentious and let Luair choose the class she wanted to go to. At this time, the class teachers came over one by one to surround Luair and ask about her well-being, wishing they could treat her like an aunt. Nonsense, this involves a huge sum of $1 million. Since she was going to apply to an art school, Luair only needed to get her academic performance up to the passing line for admission to the school. This did not require her to spend too much energy, so the choice of class depended entirely on her mood. She looked around and finally chose a class with a better learning atmosphere. When the head teacher saw Luair chose his class, he smiled so hard that he almost couldn't close his mouth, and even praised Luair for being smart and knowing how to make a good choice. The other class teachers all looked pale, and looking at that class teacher, sparks of jealousy flashed in their eyes. "Ha, Mr. Yu, congratulations, why don't you treat us to a meal tonight to celebrate?" "Yes, teacher, you finally got a good student. I suggest that we go out for a good meal tonight, and the teacher will pay for it. What do you think?" Teacher Yu responded with a few words casually, not bothering to pay attention to them, and directly pulled Luair to start chatting enthusiastically. "You're definitely right to choose our class. If there's a position in the class you're interested in, just tell me and you can pick anyone you want." "Thank you very much, Teacher Yu." Luair nodded in thanks. After completing the admission procedures, Teacher Zhou took Luair to her class. As soon as Luair entered the classroom, all the boys in the class became agitated. "Fuck, which class is this beauty from? Why haven't I seen her before? Why is she following the homeroom teacher to our class? I don't know. It looks like she's going to transfer to our class? Fuck, really?" Teacher Yu smiled and waved her hand, signaling everyone to be quiet, cleared her throat, and then said, "Today, our class will welcome a new student, everyone welcome." Luair entered the classroom and bowed slightly to everyone. "Fuck. He's coming to our class. Ah, goddess. Now, please allow the new students to introduce themselves," said the head teacher. Luair had a faint smile on her face, her eyebrows were relaxed, and her eyes were like crescent moons. "Hello everyone, my name is Tian Luair, and I will be your classmate from now on. Please take care of me." The male students' eyes sparkled and they clapped their hands vigorously. "Welcome, Mr. Tian. Welcome, Goddess Tian. Goddess, there's an empty seat next to me, can you sit next to me? Fuck, why did you push me away? You're only interested in beauty and forget about your friends. Master Yu, wake up quickly, this girl is really good. I think she is much prettier than Li Bebe. The top of our school's beauty list is finally going to be replaced." The man called Yu Xiao raised his head from his seat with sleepy eyes and glanced at his deskmate impatiently. "Stop making such a fuss. I was just about to have sex with Li Bebe, wait a minute." Yu Xiao rubbed his eyes vigorously, then widened his eyes. Fuck, she's so damn beautiful, damn Li Bebe, I found my purpose in life again, ha ha ha. Seeing how popular Luair was, several female classmates became jealous. "TSK, why are you pretending to be innocent? You probably have several boyfriends, right?" "That's right. He's a senior in high school and he's still transferring schools. He's definitely not a good person. Look at what you said, maybe she is just the goddaughter of some boss." The girl who said this covered her mouth and laughed. Of course, the jealous ones are just those girls who don't have a very good reputation to begin with. They were dressed in a seductive way, like vixens, and you couldn't tell they were students at all. They were originally the focus of the boys in the class, but now that their attention has been taken away by Luair, they feel very uncomfortable. However, they were only a very small part, and the other girls sincerely welcomed Luair, including the class monitor. The class monitor is a short-haired girl who wears glasses, is slightly plump, and has a few pimples on her face. She stood up and welcomed Tian Luair on behalf of the whole class. "Hello, classmate Tian, my name is Fengwei, and I'm the monitor of our class. On behalf of the whole class, I welcome you to join us." Fengwei has a kind smile on her face. Although she is not pretty, she looks comfortable. Luair smiled and nodded at her. "We will be classmates from now on. Please, class monitor, take care of me, a poor student." The head teacher asked Luair to choose a seat again. The boys stood up one after another and shouted, "Goddess, I'm here. Tian, I'm here. Goddess, I. The one called Yu Xiao quickly said to the classmate next to him, "Brother, my happiness for the rest of my life depends on you, please make an empty seat for me." "Mr. Yu, she seems to have made her choice." The classmate next to him pointed at Tian Luair and said in a daze, "What?" Yu Xiao was struck by lightning. He turned around and saw Luair sitting next to the squad leader. "Oh, no! My goddess!" Yu Xiao screamed. "Master Yu, as long as she is in our class, there will be plenty of opportunities. Besides, distance creates beauty. She will definitely be impressed by Master Yu's charm." This flattery touched Yu Xiao's sore spot. Yu Xiao reached out and touched his shiny hair, thinking that what he said made sense, and patted him on the shoulder to show his affirmation. "It seems like it's time to take out my BMW Z4 for a spin." He looked heroic. Although all the students in this class come from well-off families, only Yu Xiao has a sports car that truly belongs to him, a BMW Z4 worth 500,000 or 600,000 yuan. He used this car to fool a few naive girls before, and it also made him stand out among Li Beibei's many suitors. Although he hadn't succeeded yet, he would still get her favor from time to time, such as being her personal driver. At this time, Yu Xiao took out his mobile phone, sent a text message, and then looked at his watch from time to time, waiting impatiently for school to end. Chapter 22. Buy it directly. Yiming left after completing Luair's admission procedures. He went to the company he hadn't been to for a long time and brought a lot of food to his colleagues who had been tortured by Qinjiaqing. There were hundreds of people in the company, and he planned to buy more. As a result, he spent more than 100,000 yuan on various snacks, fruits, desserts, cakes, etc., which made the vendors laugh so hard that they couldn't stop. Of course, he couldn't carry it all by himself, so he hired a moving company to load a truck with it. When he brought a dozen movers to move things into the company, he was shocked to see the sea of people. "Fuck, when did the company have so many employees? How come I, as the boss, didn't know anything about it? It seems that the company is developing well under Qinjiaqing's leadership. It has expanded so quickly." When former colleagues saw Yiming show up, they were like seeing a savior and complained to him about how inhumane CEO Chen was. Since she joined the company, overtime had become commonplace at Xingyue Technology. They hoped that Boss Yi could restrain CEO Chen a little and not let him develop in the direction of Nunmiju. Yiming looked at them calmly and said, "If you feel tired and work too much overtime, then just quit." Suddenly, everyone fell silent. Resign? Only someone with a mental disorder would resign. The company is currently in a stage of rapid development, and there are many opportunities. Moreover, their salaries and benefits are among the best in the industry. It would be better to kill them than to ask them to resign. Of course, they were just complaining and were not really dissatisfied with Chen Jiaqing. If it weren't for Mr. Chen, they might all have been starving. After seeing Yiming bringing so much food, they all pounced on the food like hungry tigers pouncing on sheep, leaving their previous complaints behind. In an instant, the office, which was originally bustling with employees working hard, turned into a sea of foodies. Yiming came to the general manager's office and knocked on the door. Chen Jiaqing was processing documents at the moment. When she heard the knock on the door, she didn't even raise her head and said, "Come in." "Hey, our workaholic Mr. Chen is still busy. Don't you want to take a break?" Yiming sat directly on the soft chair opposite her. Chen Jiaqing smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes sparkling. "You are here to make trouble for me." Yiming raised his hands in surrender. "God and God, I am here to comfort the employees. Can I go out and have something to eat with my colleagues? I'm losing weight." "Fuck, you're still losing weight? With your figure, you can definitely beat those Victoria's Secret supermodels." Chen Jiaqing glared at him, then said sternly, "The company has been developing rapidly recently. As you can see, there are many more employees than when I first came. The office is almost not enough." "Well, that's a problem. Shouldn't we change places? I have just invested in several new projects. Currently, there is not much cash surplus in the company's account. After deducting daily expenses and reserving 3 months' salary for employees, there are only 5 million funds available." Yiming was surprised. There was a profit so soon? He remembered that when he first took over the company, he was still in debt of several million. It seems that this workaholic's ability is really amazing. Just tell me what you are going to do. You don't have to worry about the money. If there is not enough in the company account, I will pay for it. Yiming waved his hand generously. Nonsense, how can he not be generous in front of a beautiful woman? Besides, he just had too much money to spend, and the interest of 1 billion M gold continued to flow in every day, and he was worried about where to spend it. Chen Jiaqing was slightly surprised again. This guy had so much money, like a bottomless pit. "Okay, I've picked out a building and I plan to rent 5 floors for our company's office space, but the annual rent is 10 million, which must be paid in full in one lump sum." "Only 10 million? Yiming asked subconsciously. Chen Jiaqing frowned and looked at him. "Do you think 1 year's rent is too cheap? That's fine, why don't you rent it for 10 years at a time? Show me which building it is." Yiming walked directly to Chen Jiaqing and asked her to pull up the real scene on the computer to have a look. This was the first time that Yiming was so close to Chen Jiaqing, and he immediately felt a scent of fragrance. Smelling the special fragrance on her body, Yiming felt a fire burning under his body. His little friend also kept raising his head, trying to break out of the cage. Another glance at that beautiful profile. Damn it, no, how can I have such a beastly thought in broad daylight? Yiming immediately suppressed the anger in his heart. Chen Jiaqing was completely unaware of everything, and luckily her collar buttons were very tight, so Yiming didn't notice anything at all. The location, surrounding facilities and transportation convenience of this building are all very good. There are 15 bus stops, 2 subway exits and 3 large shopping malls within 500 meters. It can be said to be a prime location. The annual rent of 10 million for the 5th floor is actually not expensive. Yiming stared at the computer and stroked his lips with his palm as he read the text introduction of the building. The building has a total of 68 floors and is more than 300 meters high. It is a landmark building and is ranked among the highest in Shanghai. Ginhoo building, this building seems to have just been built? How many floors have been rented out? If decisions are made quickly enough, we will be the first company to move in. So there's no company moving in yet? Then why don't we just buy it? We can use as many floors as we want. Buy it? Chen Jiaqing opened her beautiful eyes wide and looked at Yiming, as if she was looking at a fool who was ignorant of the immensity of the world. Do you know how much it cost? Yiming shook his head nonchalantly. I don't know, anyway, I can afford it. Chen Jiaqing was speechless. Does this kid think that he is the richest person in the world just because he can afford a villa worth 399 million yuan? Are you planning to seek financing from an investment institution or a bank loan? But you definitely can't borrow that much. And if you look for an investment institution, I estimate you'll have to look for thousands of them. Yiming laughed and said, "You underestimate me. I won't seek financing from investment institutions or loans from banks. You just need to tell me what the expected selling price of this building is." Chen Jiaqing looked at him intently, wondering if he was pretending, but seeing how relaxed and comfortable he looked, she actually believed it a little. According to publicly available information, the total cost of building this building is over $1.5 billion. If you want to buy it, it is estimated that the various expenses will cost at least $2.5 billion. This is a preliminary estimate without any competitors. To be safe, prepare $3 billion. I thought Yiming would be shocked when he heard the price, but he didn't even frown. That's not bad. Chen Jiaqing collapsed. Damn, $3 billion. Is that okay? Chapter 23, Master Yu's Relief. Yiming certainly thought it was okay. $3 billion was just 3 days' interest for him, and he didn't need to use the principal at all. He has already accumulated more than 10 billion M gold from interest alone, so a mere 3 billion is no pressure at all. At this moment, Chen Jiaqing was shocked and also wondering how much money this guy had. He is a young second-generation farmer with no family background, no power, and a complete blank background. Where does he get so much money? If he was a puppet of some super family, then he certainly had no decision-making power over the operation and investment of such a large amount of funds. But in fact, he made the decision without even thinking about it, which shows that he was not an open spokesperson for any family. Could it be that she had to rely on Ginhoo technology? But after she took over Ginhoo technology, she found that even if she sold the entire company, she couldn't afford to buy the villa he lived in, let alone the Ginhoo building. Chen Jiaqing suddenly became interested in Yiming. She wanted to see through Yiming, this mysterious man. Once a woman becomes interested in a man, it means she is not far from falling. Chen Jiaqing looked at Yiming's calm and handsome face and was distracted for the first time, with a dazed look shining in her beautiful eyes. Yiming noticed Chen Jiaqing staring at him out of the corner of his eye, and he felt happy in his heart. There's hope? He grinned. Hey! Why are you looking at me like that? Could it be that Miss Chen has been fascinated by my handsome and elegant demeanor? Chen Jiaqing was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses and smiled. You are so shameless, but you are boasting so much, aren't you afraid of it? Alright, let me see your true ability and buy the Ginhoo building. Oh, by the way, I'm only responsible for paying the money, and you can take care of the rest. No problem. But you need to deposit the funds into the company account within 3 days. Yiming nodded. No big deal. Also, with such a large amount of funds flowing, you need to communicate with the relevant regulatory authorities to avoid any trouble. Yiming recalled the content of the text message when he first received the money. It was an invisible account and no one had the right to view it. Since no one has the right to view it, the regulatory authorities have no way to supervise it, so he doesn't need to worry about this issue at all. Okay, I know. You continue with your work. I'll leave first. Yiming left the general manager's office. The group of foodies outside seemed like reincarnated hungry ghosts, finishing more than half of the food in an instant. Yiming shook his head as he saw how happy they were eating. After you finish eating, keep working hard and don't hold Mr. Chen back, okay? Yes. Boss. Everyone shouted in unison. Looking at the time, it was almost time for Luair to get out of school, so Yiming left the company and prepared to pick her up from school. At school, as soon as Yu Xiao heard the school bell, he rushed out of the classroom like a flash. His family had already driven his BMW Z4 over. At this moment, he was leaning against the car door, looking forward to seeing who was coming out. Not far away, many nanny cars were lined up to pick up young masters and young ladies from school. Most of the students in this school come from well-off families, and most of them have special cars to pick them up and drop them off at school. However, those cars are mostly ordinary sedans, which are much inferior to the cool sports cars. So Yu Xiao had a BMW Z4, which made him very popular in front of his classmates. When Li Beibei saw Yu Xiao, she thought he was waiting for her. Although she had a good impression of Yu Xiao, she was not ready to let him succeed, so she walked straight past him like a peacock, proudly. She thought that when Master Yu saw her, he would come up to her immediately like a pug, but the result surprised her. Master Yu didn't even glance at her. Li Beibei was full of doubts. What happened to Master Yu today? Could it be that he had been fishing for too long and had lost his patience? She actually enjoyed the feeling of being pursued by Yu Xiao. Among the many suitors, Yu Xiao's conditions were among the best in all aspects. Not only did he own the first sports car among his classmates, but his family background was also extraordinary. His father ran a hotel chain with assets said to be over 10 billion, and his mother was an institutional executive. These conditions were second to none in the entire school. But she didn't want to lose the feeling of being pursued by others just because she had established a relationship with Yu Xiao. She liked to be the center of attention and be treated as a queen by everyone, so she kept flirting with them and her attitude towards Yu Xiao was hot and cold. She thought that everything was under her control, and as long as she just snapped her fingers, Yu Xiao would definitely obey her. But today, when she walked past Yu Xiao, he actually ignored her. This made her feel very uncomfortable, and she walked back and forth in front of her several times as if in a huff. Finally, Master Yu lost his patience. He waved his hand and snorted, "Can you stop hanging around like a fly?" Li Beibei stared at Yu Xiao with wide eyes in disbelief. What do you say I am? I said you are a fly. Yu Xiao repeated nonchalantly. Li Beibei was so angry that her face turned red. She stomped her feet, her chest heaving. You Binbin, you bastard, you will never get me. Yu Xiao snorted coldly, "TSK, who do you think you are? I don't want people like you at all, get out of here." Yu Xiao was very happy to see this kind of behavior of asking for trouble. In the past, he was always humble in front of Li Beibei, and he had to endure it even if he felt uncomfortable. But now, he actually dared to scold Li Bei unscrupulously? You shall finally deeply realize the correctness of a famous saying about love: when I love you, whatever you say is what it is, and when I don't love you, what are you? It's so fucking satisfying. At this time, a pretty figure appeared at the school gate. When Yushao saw that figure, he immediately straightened his clothes and put on a smile that he thought was harmless. Chapter 24. Let's go home together. Because this was Luair's first time attending classes here and she also brought with her $1 million bonus, the head teacher paid special attention to her. He specifically talked to her after school and asked her whether she was keeping up with the studies, whether she was getting along well with her classmates, etc. The conditions here are much better than those in Luair's previous school. She is very satisfied. If she doesn't understand something, she will directly ask her deskmate and the class monitor. Everything is going smoothly. When Luair left the school gate, Yushao was already impatient to wait, and with Li Bei coming over to make trouble, he was very annoyed. But when he saw Luair finally coming out, he immediately perked up. He touched his hair to make sure it wasn't messy, then reached out to greet Luair. Tian, classmate? What a coincidence, you're going home, let's go together. Luair looked at him strangely, she had no impression of him at all. You are. Yushao's smile froze for a moment. What the hell, they didn't even recognize me? How could someone from the same class not recognize me? He felt deeply frustrated. But his face was immediately filled with smiles again. We are in the same class. You just came today, so you may not be familiar with it. It's okay, you will get to know it in the future. Luair said lightly, then walked past his proud BMW with an expressionless face, without even a glance at the car. Yushao saw that Luair had no interest in his car and didn't even ask, is this car yours? His face froze. I feel like this girl might be even more difficult to deal with than Li Bei. Yushao quickly walked in front of Luair and said, classmate Tian, your name is Tian Luair, right? My name is Yu Binbin. Can I call you Luair? Luair frowned slightly, feeling that this person was a bit annoying. Whatever you want. Then she walked around Yushao and continued walking. Yushao once again stopped her and said, Luair, is there no one to pick you up from home? How about this? I have a car and I can take you home on the way. Luair glanced at him and said, you don't even know where I live, how do you know it's on the way? Yushao was stunned again, then scratched his head pretending to be silly. Oh, it's okay, even if it's not on my way, I can take you home directly. However, although you don't have to pay for the gas, you have to treat me to a meal. I wonder if I can have the honor of having dinner with classmate Luair? Luair crossed her arms and looked at Yushao as if he were an idiot, and almost scolded him for being so shameless. Seeing Luair staring at him, Yushao thought his plan was successful and he was immediately delighted. He pointed at his car, his face full of pride. My car is just average. Although it's a sports car, it's only about 600,000 yuan. If Luair doesn't mind, I'd like to give her a ride. No need, someone is here to pick me up. Luair looked into the distance indifferently. Yushao smiled. He felt that if someone came to pick her up, they would have arrived long ago. Why would they wait until now? Classmate Luair, don't lie to me. You're embarrassed, right? At worst you don't have to treat me to a meal. I'll do it. I was just joking. Yushao thought he was very humorous. Li Bei came over at this time. Hey, who has young master you been obsessed with recently? It turns out to be you. Her words were full of thorns, how could Luair not hear it? After thinking about it for a moment, she knew that this person might be interested in Yushao, but Yushao looked down on her. I think he and you are a good match. I'm optimistic about you too. Luair blinked at her and whispered. Li Bei was stunned. What was going on? However, combined with Luair's previous attitude towards Yushao, she immediately understood what Luair meant. She would not compete with her for Yushao. She immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Luair became much gentler. She had already brought out the country artillery and was ready for a tough battle, but she didn't expect it to be a friendly force and she almost hurt her own people by mistake. Thank you. After looking at Luair with gratitude, Li Bei rolled her eyes at Yushao and left. Yushao came up to him and said, Student Luair, it's getting late. Look, the person who came to pick you up hasn't arrived yet. How about you condescend and let me take you back? Here it comes. Luair looked into the distance. She had already heard the familiar and violent roar of the Lamborghini Aventador, and a smile appeared on her face. What? Yushao still didn't understand what was going on. I said my brother Ming is here to pick me up. Luair smiled at Yu Xiao for the first time, then walked straight past him. Yu Xiao felt his heart melt. Ah! So beautiful, she is indeed a goddess, I must. At this time, he also heard the sound of the engine coming from far away. As a sports car fan, how could he not tell what car it was? Yu Xiao turned his head and a black Lamborghini Aventador appeared in his sight. The slender body, domineering front end and elegant body lines all showed its nobility. Yu Xiao stared at the car blankly and almost drooled. Damn, when can I have a car like this? His father said that he was worth tens of billions, but in fact, most of it was in real estate and various stock investments. The actual cash flow he could mobilize was only tens of millions. It was basically impossible for him to buy this car. The Lamborghini then did a handsome tailspin, with white smoke coming out of the intense friction between its tires and the ground, then it turned around with a squeaking sound and stopped on the side of the road. The next scene left Yu Xiao dumbfounded. He was like a duck with its neck strangled, and the smile on his face froze instantly. The Lamborghini's scissor door slowly rose up, and Luair sat directly in the passenger seat. Then, the dazzling car body roared away with the roar of the violent engine. Yu Xiao stood there at this moment, his whole face turned purple. He looked at his BMW Z4 again and almost banged his head against the wall with embarrassment. He gave his beloved car a hard kick. Fuck you, you think you're so cool just because you have a junky car, but in front of others, you're nothing but scum, fuck you. Chapter 25. There is already a new target. That day, 3 billion M gold, equivalent to 19.56 billion renminbi, was transferred into the company account of Ginhoo Technology. The flow of such a large amount of funds indeed attracted the attention of regulatory authorities. However, when they checked Yiming's mysterious invisible account, they found that they could not view any information even with the highest authority. What does this mean? It means that the person who used this money was of an incredibly high status, and the flow of this money was not under the control of the regulatory authorities at all. Do you want to continue investigating this? The staff member asked the leader with a complicated expression. The leader thought for a long time and finally shook his head. No need. We won't find anything even if we check. Besides, if we continue to check, we might end up in trouble if we touch something we shouldn't. Let's just give up. Yes. Chen Jiaqing was very surprised when she received the funds. She did not expect that such a large sum of money would arrive in her account the next day, and no relevant department came to the company to investigate. Who is this guy? What is his background? And apart from Ginhoo Technology, he doesn't seem to have any other companies under his name. There are only a handful of people in the world who can mobilize billions of dollars of funds overnight by themselves. Just because Yiming was able to come up with so much money so easily, his power should not be underestimated. But this is also a good thing, she can save a lot of trouble. The acquisition plan was quickly launched, and Ginhoo Technology formally expressed its purchase intention to the owner of Ginhoo Building. Of course, there are other companies that are very interested in buying Ginhoo Deshao, most of which are group companies with a market value of over 10 billion M gold. Compared with those companies, Ginhoo Technology's strength on paper can be said to be completely defeated. They were really confused by the fact that a little-known company, Ginhoo Technology, had mixed in among so many well-known companies. Many companies began to investigate this mysterious competitor. After all, if they wanted to participate in the purchase, they would definitely have to understand the competitor's background. Business is like a battlefield. Only when you know yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Of course, Ginhoo Technology is still a wholly owned company and is not as transparent as a listed company. All they can find are some necessary public information, and a lot of confidential information will definitely not be disclosed to the outside world. They can only speculate on the strength of Ginhoo Technology and the approximate bottom line price of the other parties' offer from the public information. However, when the competing companies learned of the information, they immediately started cursing. Fuck, this little lousy company wants to buy the Ginhoo building? Where the hell do they get so much money to buy it? Who gave them the confidence to bid for it? I think it's very likely that the seller's agent brought him in to set up a trap in order to raise the selling price. I heard that there are many companies interested in buying the Ginhoo building this time, so the seller is going to hold a private auction. If that's true, I think we can discuss them then. After Ginhoo Technology makes a bid, we won't bid either, so that the property will rot in our hands. This will also let the seller know that we are not so easy to fool. By then, the seller will definitely find all kinds of reasons to say that the sale failed and will reorganize the auction. That's a good idea. I'll notify other participating companies and let them know the seller's purpose. Don't let them know when the time comes and drive up the price too high without knowing anything. The day after Chen Jiaqing expressed her intention to buy, she received a reply from the seller. In view of the fact that there are many institutions interested in purchasing the Ginhoo building, our company has decided to hold a private auction at Sotheby's in Kowloon in 2 months. The only item to be auctioned is the ownership of the Ginhoo building. The tickets for this auction will be sent to your company within 3 working days. Please be informed. Chen Jiaqing looked at the reply letter and raised her brows. If it was an auction, then her advantages as the decision-maker of Xingyue would be greatly utilized. Because auctions usually require buyers to make a decision on the spot, and when it comes to the use of such a large amount of funds, any group company will set a bottom-line price. When the auction price exceeds this bottom line, they will not make a decision all at once, which greatly weakens the competitiveness of those large companies. Chen Jiaqing returned home and reported the general situation to Yiming. Yiming suddenly became interested. Are you talking about holding an auction in Kowloon in 2 months? Yes, what's the problem? Yiming waved his hand. No problem, you are fully responsible for the company's affairs, just pretend I don't exist. I just suddenly remembered that I have never been to Kowloon before, so I want to see if I can take this opportunity to go and have some fun. Chen Jiaqing was very upset. Our boss Yi is so rich, but he has never been to Kowloon. It's really unbelievable. Yiming lay on the sofa and chuckled. I was planning to go there on my honeymoon with my ex-girlfriend, but as you saw, I was dumped. He spread his hands, looking innocent. Chen Jiaqing covered her mouth and smiled. But why did I see someone hugging your thighs and crying for your forgiveness, and you were so hard-hearted that you almost took action? TSK, that's because I saw through her true nature and woke up in time. He shook his head and blinked at Chen Jiaqing. Besides, I'm handsome and talented. Even if I don't have money, there are still a lot of girls vying for me. Chen Jiaqing chuckled. Really? I haven't seen you bring a girl back to spend the night with me? Yiming suddenly jumped up from the sofa and jumped in front of Chen Jiaqing. Do you want to know why? Don't tell me you're still recovering from the injury you sustained. Once you're healed, who knows which girl you'll harm next? Yiming stretched out a finger and shook it in front of her. No, actually I am not sad, because I already have a new goal. He said, staring into Chen Jiaqing's beautiful eyes. As their eyes met, the air seemed to freeze for a moment, and a strange atmosphere gradually spread in the room. Chen Jiaqing was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Don't tell me that the target is me. Chapter 26. There is still a long way to go. Yiming snapped his fingers. Smart, it's easy to talk to a beautiful woman with high IQ. How about it, are you interested in her? Chen Jiaqing curled her lips and said, My man, don't say how strong he is, but at least he can't be weaker than me, you are still a little short. What do you mean? Yiming opened his eyes wide, with a bad feeling in his heart. Chen Jiaqing turned around and put down the document in his hand. It's meaningless. Just figure it out yourself. Shit. What is this? An order to evict me? Or is this a polite refusal? Yiming did not give up and wanted to face Chen Jiaqing and confess his love to her. However, as soon as his hand touched Chen Jiaqing's shoulder, Chen Jiaqing suddenly threw him over her shoulder. Yiming screamed immediately, then lay on the ground with his 4 legs up in the air without making a sound. He stared at the ceiling blankly, wanting to cry but unable to. Damn, is it necessary to treat me like this? What did I do wrong? Luair heard the screams downstairs and hurried up. She knocked on the door outside. Brother Ming, what's wrong with you? Yiming opened the door, with his head down, looking dejected. Seeing Luair with curious eyes outside the door, he pinched Luair's cute face and said, Luair is the best to Brother Ming. Then he went back to his room. Before entering, Yiming turned to Luair and said, Luair, next month, Brother Ming will take you to Kowloon for fun. Oh. Luair touched her face and suddenly felt a little hot. After thinking for a while, she walked into Chen Jiaqing's room and closed the door. Sister Chen, are you still busy? Luair? You haven't rested yet? Well, it's still early. By the way, I just heard Brother Ming call out. What happened? Chen Jiaqing was stunned. This little girl cared so much about her Brother Ming. It seemed that she had other thoughts as well. She pretended to be serious and said mysteriously, He just did something bad to me, but I beat him away. Ah. Sister Chen, did you misunderstand? Brother Ming is so nice. There must be some misunderstanding between you two. Luair blushed and became a little anxious. The position of Yiming in her heart was unmatched by anyone. She felt that Brother Ming was the best person in the world, so how could he do something bad to her? It must be a misunderstanding. Chen Jiaqing looked at her anxious appearance, and suddenly something in her heart was touched. What does it feel like? Jealousy? Jealousy? Or pride? She had never felt this strange before. But no matter which one it was, it seemed to imply that some strange feelings had developed between her and Yiming. She shook her head, not thinking anymore, and smiled gently. I was just kidding you. Luair heaved a sigh of relief. She moved closer to Chen Jiaqing and said, Sister Chen, I have something in my heart that I want to tell you. Chen Jiaqing nodded, go ahead. Sister Chen, I think Brother Ming is interested in you. Are you interested in Brother Ming? She twisted her fingers together, very nervous. Chen Jiaqing was stunned, looked up at the nervous expression of the little girl, and smiled. Little girl, why do you care so much about that guy? After a pause, she continued, to be honest with you, I don't know whether he is interested in me or not. As for me, I have complicated feelings about him so far. Complicated? Luair opened her eyes wide. What do you mean? Chen Jiaqing laughed self-deprecatingly. Well, maybe it's because I'm getting older. I've never been in a relationship before, so I don't have much experience. Anyway, I just have complicated feelings. Luair lowered her head and raised it again, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Chen Jiaqing saw her tangled expression and said with a smile, just say whatever you want to say. Sister Chen, I want to ask, if Brother Ming really gets together with you in the future, will you accept me? What do you mean? Chen Jiaqing was a little overwhelmed. Luair was silent for a while, then mustered up the courage to say, Sister Chen, I think Brother Ming may like you, and I'm with Brother Ming for the rest of my life. I don't want to be with anyone else except Brother Ming, so if you two really get together in the future, I hope, Sister Chen, you won't chase me away. As she spoke further, Luair's voice became softer and her head lowered. Her face flushed, just like a young girl confessing her love to someone she likes, but she was not like that. She was expressing her stance to a potential rival in love. Chen Jiaqing was shocked and looked at Luair in surprise. Was this girl poisoned by that guy? Are you starting to think about such complicated things now? She felt that things were a little tricky. Chen Jiaqing smiled and said, Luair, there is still a long way to go. No one can predict what will happen in the future. When you see a wider world and meet more people, maybe you will have different ideas. Luair immediately shook her head. No, Sister Chen, Brother Ming is my whole world, I will never leave him in this life. Sister Chen, what if you are really together with Brother Ming? Will you chase me away? Chen Jiaqing sighed, this child is so silly and cute, she doesn't know why she is so devoted to that guy. She knows that Luair must be different from that Zhangwenyi. Luair has feelings for Yiming, she will never leave him even if Yiming is a beggar. Silly girl, if you really like your Brother Ming that much, Sister Chen won't compete with you for him, don't worry. Luair continued to shake her head. No, Sister Chen, I think Brother Ming likes you. If you like him too, then you should be together. I don't want you to be separated from your love because of me. Brother Ming will also be very sad. I just hope that by that time, Sister Chen, you can let me stay with Brother Ming and don't drive me away. Chapter 27, Sports for the Rich Kids. Chen Jiaqing's heart was deeply touched. Luair's feelings for Yiming were deeply rooted. Yiming was like the source of her life. She sighed inwardly, but imagine if she was really with Yiming, could she allow another woman to follow Yiming so devotedly? Sharing a man with another woman was something she had never thought of before. But if she really loved someone to the core, would she be as desperate as Luair and turn her whole world into one person? She suddenly felt a little envious of Luair, who could do anything for one person, even if she had nothing. Maybe this is the deepest love. Chen Jiaqing smiled. This question was difficult to answer. If she said that she had no feelings for Yiming, that would be fine. But when she really had to make a choice, she hesitated. Yiming had occupied a small corner in her heart without her knowing. Although it has not yet risen to the point where she has to marry him, he is indeed there and she cannot control it, nor can she deceive herself. She avoided Luair's expectant gaze and said, Silly girl, what are you thinking about? You still have classes tomorrow, so go to bed early. Luair's eyes dimmed instantly. She felt a little disappointed as she didn't get a clear answer. However, she didn't want to embarrass Sister Chen anymore for fear of making her feel disgusted, so she lowered her head and left Chen Jiaqing's room. When she returned to her room, she was no longer sleepy. She tossed and turned in bed and simply turned on the computer. After accidentally clicking on a website, Luair suddenly opened her eyes wide because she saw Li Beibei. Later she understood that Li Beibei was singing live on a live streaming platform. She was wearing heavy makeup, and although her singing was not very good, there were many people watching her, and many people gave her gifts. Luair became interested. She also liked singing, but she usually just hummed by herself and had never performed in front of anyone else except Brother Ming. Based on her interests, Yiming has already planned her future path in advance, which is to enter an art school and become a star in the future. Of course, with Yiming's protection, he would definitely not let Luair touch the dark side of the entertainment industry, nor would he let her be infected by other people's bad habits. He would only let Luair happily do what she likes, and no one could hurt her. Seeing that Li Beibei was singing happily, Luair felt that she could do it too. This was also an opportunity to practice and perhaps improve her singing skills. But she didn't know how to do it yet, so she planned to find some time to go to school to ask Li Beibei. Yiming was not asleep at this time either. He was watching a football game. Yiming was heartbroken as he watched the Oriental team being brutally beaten on the court. Damn it, you can't even hold the ball, how can you kick the balls? He threw the remote control in his hand. When the game was over, the Oriental team was beaten by 5 goals by the second team of a small country in the southeast. Yiming was depressed. Could the Chinese national football team be any worse? How could such a great country like ours be fooled? He casually browsed the forum and saw nothing but curses. Why don't you disband the team? Are you going to keep letting others make fun of you? These people must have given a lot of money to the Football Association, otherwise how could such people play on the field? Mystery of the century, what is the meaning of the team's existence? The purpose of the team's existence is to help those small countries find the meaning of their own existence. The team is an ambassador of friendly exchanges between China and foreign countries, and represents the consistent modesty and courtesy of the hospitable Oriental people. In this regard, they have done a good job. It's a nice ball, but someone pinned it to the ground and beat the shit out of it. No, I didn't get the shit beaten out of me. I was pinned to the ground and fed shit. Look at how those idiots don't care. It's like they don't care at all. They don't care. They make a lot of money and have a lot of girls. The reason why the team is so bad is that the problem lies at the root. Yiming frowned as he looked at the comments. He wanted to go up and say a few words, but after thinking it over, he gave up. Out of sight, out of mind, he chose to go to sleep. The next day, on the way back from sending Luair to school, Yiming made a special detour to the nearest youth football school to visit it. After all, the future hope of the Chinese national football team lies in those children. He parked his car in a garage farther away and walked over. At the school gate, he suddenly saw a little boy of about 11 or 12 years old crying while holding a football, with his parents sitting next to him sighing. They were all dressed very simply, and it was obvious that their families were not well off. Yiming was a little confused. Could it be that the child wanted to go to football school but his parents didn't allow it? Little boy, why are you crying? Yiming walked over and asked. The little boy didn't say anything and continued to cry sadly. The boy's father next to him took over the conversation. Hey, we didn't pay the money, so the coach won't give our kid a chance to play. Our kid is worse than everyone else, but our family has no money and can't give the coach a gift, so the kid can only watch other students who are not as good as him play in the game. But the coach came to our house some time ago and told me that my son Xiaoxia is very skilled and talented. If he plays more games, he might be able to play football abroad in the future. He just wanted us to give him hard work money, saying that it is not easy for him to teach him. But it is already very difficult for our family to raise Xiaoxia's tuition every year, so where can we get the money to give him a red envelope? If the child didn't really like football, I would have wanted him to go home to attend a regular school, alas. What? There is such a thing? Yiming frowned. But he soon understood in his mind, because he had heard such rumors before, saying that football was a sport for rich kids, and if they didn't pay the coach, they wouldn't be given the opportunity to play in the game. Many talented children from ordinary families gradually become mediocre because they never have the opportunity to play. As for those kids who paid to play, since their families are relatively wealthy and they have been spoiled since childhood, they easily lose confidence when faced with difficulties. However, they have no shortage of opportunities to play, and they keep playing even if they keep losing. In the long run, one can imagine what level the team composed of these people will be at. Thinking of the football game he watched last night, Yiming was very angry. It would have been fine if he didn't have the ability before, but now that he had encountered it, he decided to take care of it. At least he couldn't disappoint the children who really liked football, like the little boy in front of him who was crying sadly while holding the football. Chapter 28. Don't Cry Then. Mingda Football School. This is a privately run football school with very expensive tuition fees, costing around 70,000 to 80,000 yuan a year. It is quite difficult for an ordinary family to afford this tuition fee. In fact, some football school founders are not aiming to train talents for the national football team. They simply treat those football-loving kids as money-making machines and turn a blind eye to the coach's overt and covert requests for various gifts. This is the case with the principal and founder of this football school. Because coaches are the foundation of football schools, especially famous coaches, who are the living advertisements of football schools. For example, a certain star once played football for him, was coached by him, and finally made it, joined the club, became a main player and made a lot of money, etc. With them in charge, more children who love football will come here led by their parents, and the school will receive more students. Over time, a chain of interests has been formed. If anyone does not understand the rules and destroys this chain of interests, he will become the public enemy of this circle. Therefore, those parents can only swallow their anger. Those whose family conditions are good will pay the fees obediently. Those whose family conditions are poor and have no money will just wait to sit on the bench and don't even think about playing in the game. Anyway, losing the game has nothing to do with them. Yiming took the boy's family to find the boy's coach, who was a middle-aged fat man with bulging ears and narrowed eyes and a sparse beard on his chin. At this time, an intra-school competition was being held on the field. The coach named Han Dongjiang was sitting on a stool with his legs crossed, a cigarette in his hand, and occasionally yelling at the court. Yiming found him and pointed at the little boy. "Are you Xiao Xia's coach?" Han Dongjing took a puff of his cigarette and looked at Yiming in confusion. "Who are you?" "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is, why don't you let a boy who loves football and has excellent skills play football?" Han Dongjing sneered. "What do you know? He has no skills. It is the role of the capable to play on the field. He will only make mistakes if he goes up. Do you want me to give up a game to take care of a player with no skills? Sorry, I am the coach and must be responsible for my team." He held his head high and spoke with great righteousness. "You're talking nonsense. The last time you came to my house, you clearly said that my son has outstanding skills and is outstanding among his peers." The boy's father said angrily. "When did I say that? Do you have any evidence? If you don't have any evidence, you'd better not talk nonsense, or I'll sue you for defamation." "You?" The boy's father's eyes were red with anger, staring at the coach, but he had nothing to say. Yiming patted his shoulder, signaling him not to get excited. He walked up to Han Dongjiang and, "Our football team is bullied repeatedly because of a bunch of idiots like you. You have no sense of responsibility at all and you completely disregard ethics and morality for your own selfish gains. This is the elementary school stage, the time to lay the foundation, but you are rotten from the root. No wonder the national football team couldn't even beat the second team of a small southeastern country this time. Coaches like you should bear the greatest responsibility. Who the hell do you think you are? A saint who cares about the country and the people? You have nothing to do after eating? And you think we bear the biggest responsibility? Do you understand football? Stop giving me orders here and get out." Han Dongjing was hit in the sore spot by Yiming, and he became so angry that he started cursing. Yiming wanted to beat him up, but considering the physical difference between the two, he gave up the idea. It seems like it's time to find a personal bodyguard, and he has to be the kind that can fight really well. I shouldn't be polite to him at this time, I should just beat him up until he's speechless. This thought suddenly came to Yiming's mind. Yiming turned around and squatted down to look at Xiao Xia. "Xiao Xia, do you really want to play in the game?" Xiao Xia nodded vigorously and wiped away her tears. "Yes. I want to participate in the competition." He looked at the children running on the field, his glasses filled with infinite desire. "Well, I promise you, you'll be able to play in the competition soon." Han Dongjiang, who was listening to this, sneered, "Do you really take yourself seriously? Who can play in the game without my permission?" Yiming glanced at him and didn't bother to pay attention to him. He comforted Xiao Xia's parents and then left. Han Dongjiang was very proud when he saw Yiming leaving. "Hey, boy, aren't you very arrogant? Don't leave, keep going." The office of Tu Ming, the principal of Mingda Football School and the founder of the school. Tu Ming was flirting with his secretary and was just one step away from launching the final attack. Hearing a knock on the door, he quickly pushed away the secretary, who was already burning with heat, and shouted impatiently, "Who is it?" Yiming pushed the door open and walked in. "Are you the principal of this football school?" "Who are you?" "I am the principal of this football school." "What can I do for you?" Tu Ming was very unhappy. The other party was a strange young man. Could he be Xiaomi's suitor? "I don't know if your football school is interested in transferring it. Just name a price," Yiming said calmly. Tu Ming frowned and stared at Yiming. "By my football school? Which company are you representing?" "Don't worry about that. You just need to quote a price." Tu Ming sneered, "Our football school is currently operating well, and the territory is strongly supporting the development of grassroots football education. The future of our football school is limitless. Do you think we will sell the football school? Do you think I'm an idiot? So no matter how much money I offer, you won't sell it?" "Yes, this football school is a hen that lays golden eggs. I just spent 30 million to expand the scale and renovate the equipment. I must be crazy to sell it to you. Get as far away as you can." Yiming's expression was calm and indifferent when he heard this. "Then don't cry when the time comes." He already had a plan in mind, so he left Tu Ming's office without saying anything more. "If I regret it, I'll be your grandson." Tu Ming's roar came from behind. Chapter 29: The Most Expensive Restaurant. Yiming already had a plan when he left. He found Chen Jiaqing and asked her to assign someone from the company to handle the matter. The person who came to assist Yiming was Chen Jiaqing's newly recruited assistant, named Ginhoo. She was 22 years old and had just graduated from the Guanghua School of Management of Peking University. She was fluent in English, Spanish and Italian and had strong working ability. Ginhoo originally had the opportunity to join a Fortune 500 company, but somehow Chen Jiaqing tricked her into joining the little-known Xingyue Technology. "Boss, what do you want me to do for you?" Ginhoo was wearing a professional suit, her slender figure was clearly visible, her face was pretty and round, she was a real beauty. "Please help me find out which other football schools there are in Shanghai besides Mingda Football School, and find out the ones with poor operating conditions, immediately." "Okay, boss." Ginhoo took the order and left. After a while, she came back with a document in her hand. "Boss, in addition to Mingda Football School, there are 3 other football schools in Shanghai. They are Zhenbao Football School in Chongming, Jinlong Football School in Jinshan, and Xinghua Football School in Baoshan. Jinlong Football School is in the worst operating condition. It is the smallest of the 4 football schools. It currently has the fewest students, only 321, and 17 coaches. In addition, we can find that they are about 15 million in debt and are looking for investors. Ginhoo is worthy of being a top student at Peking University. She is very efficient at work." When her boss gave her a task, she sorted out all the information. Yiming was very satisfied with this and even praised her for being a top student at Peking University. "In your opinion, how much value does Jinlong Football School have left now?" Yiming asked. Based on public information, Jinlong Football School is currently worth about 24.5 million, excluding the 15 million in debt. Yiming nodded and said without hesitation, "Please help me send a purchase offer to the holding institution of Jinlong Football School, and offer 50 million renminbi." 50 million? "Boss, isn't 50 million a bit too much? I think 40 million is enough," Ginhoo said seriously. "It's just 50 million. I'm your boss and I'm not short of money." Yiming smiled faintly. Ginhoo covered her mouth in surprise. How could this boss not save money? Could it be that he had too much money to spend? She actually guessed right. Not only did Yiming have more money than he could spend, but he also had an endless stream of interest from 1 billion gold coins flowing in every day. A mere 10 million gold coins was not even a drop in the bucket. When the principal of Jinlong Football School received the acquisition offer in his mailbox, he almost jumped up. Damn, someone finally took over? Jinlong Football School is very small, with only 2 football fields. Although there are only more than 300 students in the school, the practice venues are still not enough for the football school. However, they do not have the funds to purchase land for expansion and add equipment. Moreover, because their principal does not know how to manage relationships, they have not been able to obtain policy support from the institution. Their current operations are difficult and they are at risk of bankruptcy at any time. Agree to the other party's acquisition offer immediately, but you must explain our current situation clearly to the other party and not deceive them. The principal instructed the finance minister. The finance minister hesitated, looking somewhat embarrassed. Principal, is this really okay? The other party's offer far exceeds the current value of our football school. If the other party knew our background, they might lower the price. The principal waved his hand and said, I don't care what others do, but I must be honest in doing business. That's it. By the way, please help me book a place. I want to treat the other boss to a meal and have a good talk with him. Okay then, sighed the finance minister. The reason why the football school is in such a difficult situation today is because the principal has a sense of justice but lacks absolute strength. If he knew how to adapt and followed the current domestic policies, the football school would definitely not be heavily in debt. However, the finance minister works alongside the principal, so everything he does is legal and reasonable. He has a clear conscience, he eats well and sleeps well, and he doesn't have to worry about being caught for cooking the books one day. Therefore, he has been following the principal wholeheartedly. The finance minister was a little hesitant about the venue for the dinner. Boss, are we still going to book the same place? No, that won't work. That place is too low end. A CEO of that level definitely wouldn't go in and out the same way as us. So, go to Lee's restaurant and book a table. Lee's Cuisine? Principal, although the average cost per person there is more than 1,000 yuan, a simple meal will cost tens of thousands. Wouldn't it be too expensive to order there? We don't have much money in our account right now. The other party agreed to buy our football school, but we don't know when the funds will arrive. The principal gritted his teeth and said, this meal is not included in the public funds. I will pay for it myself. The finance minister hesitated for a moment, then said, okay, I'll go reserve a seat right away. Yiming was looking at the detailed information of Ginhoo Football School at this time. He called Jean Ruerway and said, Ruerway, please help me book a table at the most expensive restaurant in Shanghai. I want to treat the principal to a meal. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone rang. Knowing that the other party also wanted to treat him to a meal, Yiming smiled and said, I should treat you. You have worked so hard for the football school. You deserve a reward. The other party couldn't refuse, so he had to let Yiming make the decision. After all, Yiming was the financial sponsor, he had money, and he was the boss and he had the final say. When the finance minister received the restaurant information sent by Yiming, he was stunned. It's ultraviolet by part.Reward. He murmured. What do you mean? Which place? The principal was puzzled. He didn't know English and had never been to that place. This is the most expensive restaurant in Shanghai, bar none. A meal here can easily cost hundreds of thousands, or even millions if you're a bit more extravagant. Fuck. The principal gasped. Usually, even the most expensive restaurant they had been to would cost no more than $1,000 per meal. It's a good thing I didn't go to that Lee's restaurant, or I would have been so embarrassed. He smiled awkwardly. Chapter 30, all dropped out. The acquisition of Ginhoo Football School went smoothly. After Yiming had a conversation with the principal, he recognized the principal's workability. He had a heart that loved football, but lacked financial support. He was also excluded by the other 3 football schools and could not receive institutional funding, which put the football school in trouble. After acquiring the football school, Yiming will definitely not do everything himself. He plans to still hire a principal to take charge of management, but the coaches must be re-examined and there must be no corrupt people like Han Dongjeng. The principal listened to Yiming's plan and nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Except, I didn't acquire your football school to make money from it. I plan to inject 100 million M gold in the early stage to support you in expanding the scale of Ginhoo Football School and renovating its equipment, as well as hiring high-level foreign coaches. I will also recruit grassroots coaches with good reputations in China. What? 100 million gold? When the principal heard that Yiming was going to inject another 100 million gold, his mouth opened so wide that he almost couldn't close it. You know, even if you add up the other 3 football schools, they are still not worth 100 million gold. Yiming said calmly, that's right. If the funds are not enough, I will continue to add more. We want to build the best football school in the country. By the way, there is one thing I want to emphasize. I want you to recruit all the students from Mingda Football School and tell those children that all tuition fees will be waived if they come to Ginhoo Football School. There will be no need to give red envelopes to the coach to play in the game. Everyone will compete fairly. Okay. The principal's hands were shaking with excitement. This was something he had always wanted to do, but unfortunately he didn't have the funds before. Now that Yiming has helped, he feels as if his lifelong wish has come true and he has no regrets in life. He nodded vigorously, clenched his fists, and secretly made up his mind to do a good job and do something practical for Eastern football. The acquisition process was completed quickly and the $100 million in funds arrived quickly. After receiving the money, the principal was full of energy and began to renovate the facilities and expand the stadium. On this day, the Mingda Football School campus was full of advertisements, and parents saw them and talked about it. Fuck, is Ginhoo Football School really waiving all tuition fees and only requiring a portion of living expenses? Didn't I hear it's going to close down soon? It was about to close down, but then it was bought by a big boss. This boss was very rich and really wanted to do something for Eastern football. How can they make a profit without charging tuition? How can they survive without making a profit? Football schools are not charities. I feel this is unreliable. Hey, usually big bosses like this have other main businesses. I guess they use their main business to make money to support the football school. Why don't you let your child go? TSK, do you think the boss is a philanthropist? I'd better wait and see. If I leave rashly, I feel I will offend the coach. When Ginhoo fails, he won't let our kid play in the game. Who can I cry to? You know, being able to play in the game is the most important thing. I heard that Ginhoo Football School is going to Zono to hire many high-level foreign coaches, as well as many well-known domestic coaches. I think this is a reliable thing. Really? If that's the case, that's great. Our family is almost broken because of our child's football. Now we finally see hope. Just because it was written on the ad that you won't have to pay a red envelope to the coach to play in the game, I decided to let my kid give it a try. At this time, Lao Xia appeared with Xiao Xia. Xiao Xia had become the first student poached by Ginhoo Football School from Mingda Football School. Of course, they came to speak from their own experience and give those hesitant parents a reassurance, telling them that everything said in the advertisement was true. After listening to the description of Lao Xiao's family, the parents who were originally a little hesitant immediately made up their minds. Next, the principal's office of Mingda Football School became a mess, with a sea of people gathered inside, and many parents of children from poor families requested to withdraw their children from school. Tu Ming is already extremely worried. If this trend continues, the number of students at Mingda Football School will be reduced by more than half. If they drop out, the annual tuition will be drastically reduced. He has just invested 30 million to expand the scale of the football school. If a large number of students drop out at this time, he will not be able to recover the cost at all, which will undoubtedly be a fatal blow to him. Parents, please be quiet. I think this is a conspiracy by Ginhoo Football School to sow discord between you and Mingda Football School. Please don't be fooled. Think about it, is there any school in the world that doesn't charge tuition? Not to mention a professional school like a football school. I don't care. Even if it's a conspiracy, we accept it. I'm tired of your kind of black-hearted school that requires you to give red envelopes to the coach before your kids can play in the game. That's right. Drop out. Drop out. Drop out. Drop out. Drop out. Drop out. If parents want to withdraw their children from school, the school must not refuse, otherwise it would be illegal. After a group of parents who tried the school confirmed that Ginhoo Football School does not charge tuition and does not require red envelopes to the coach. All of a sudden, all the students of Mingda Football School transferred to Ginhoo Football School, and the remaining children who originally came from well-off families also dropped out of school. Tu Ming looked at the empty campus and suddenly remembered the words left by the strange young man before he left last time. He felt a chill on his back and wanted to bang his head against the wall. Now, let alone crying, I even want to die. He had completely lost everything, his secretary had left him long ago, and his wife was wanting to divorce him. After Han Dongzheng lost his job, he was blacklisted by Ginhoo Football School, and all football schools across the country were informed that this coach had misconduct and was not recommended for employment. With sufficient financial support, Ginhoo Football School quickly grew from a small school with only more than 300 students to a large school with as many as 3,000 students. The number of courts increased from 2 to 50, so that students have sufficient venues, the number of matches has increased, and every student has gained competition training. Chapter 31 Goddess Lu Live. Next, Yiming assigned Ginhoo and the principal to form a team to recruit some high-level youth training coaches from the well-known clubs in Zono. It has to be said that money makes things easier, and they recruited 10 high-level coaches at one time. Yiming felt very satisfied as he looked at the thriving Jinlong football school. When these kids grow up, I hope they can produce their own Messi or Ronaldo. He paid special attention to Xiao Xiao's competition and found that his level was indeed higher than that of his peers, which made him very pleased that he did not miss such a good seedling. After Luair asked Li Bebe that day, she immediately started to tinker with the live broadcast. She randomly chose a live streaming platform and named it Willow Tower. Because I was a newcomer, no one paid attention to me at the beginning, and the comments were very quiet, with only 1 or 2 comments occasionally. But Luair didn't care at all. She was just immersed in the joy of singing, occasionally checking the comments and chatting with netizens from time to time. Some people like to look around when watching live broadcasts. If they accidentally click on a live broadcast room called Luair, they will suddenly not want to leave. Fuck, how come I haven't seen such a beautiful girl before? Goddess. An absolute goddess. Goddess is not popular? No, I need to go to the commercials. Fuck you, goddesses should be admired quietly, don't let those losers disturb our goddess. I've decided not to watch Chen Yifar and Feng Timo's live broadcasts anymore. I'm just going to stay here, and no one can chase me away. After being deserted at first, Luair's live broadcast room quickly gained popularity, with many fans spontaneously going to other anchors' live broadcast rooms to advertise. Everyone, come and look at the willow branches. Who is Willow? First goddess. Come and fight me if you don't agree. Bah! You're the number 1 goddess, but you're nothing but trash in front of me, Chen Yifar. The man upstairs, when did you go blind? Of course, with more fans, gifts started to flow in like crazy, and Willow Tower soon topped the gift list. Another female anchor named Momi, who has been dominating the gift list of this live broadcast platform for many years, was so jealous when she saw that she was surpassed by someone else. When he looked again, he found that it was a newcomer. He was immediately furious. It must be a scam. I think so. No one has ever topped the gift list on the first day, let alone a newcomer with no fame. She must be someone who is being kept by a rich man. Humph. What's so great about that? Don't think that you are the only one who can do it. Momi humped to herself. She immediately sent a voice message to her godfather in a coquettish tone. Godfather, someone has knocked me off the top of the gift list, please help me get it back. After a while, she received a reply. A middle-aged man's breathless voice came from the phone. Baby, Godfather is busy, please wait a moment, Joe, Godfather loves you. Momi threw the phone away. Humph, he must be with that vixen again. All men are bad. Momi watched as fewer and fewer people came to her live broadcast room and the gifts dropped sharply. Her mood became worse and worse. No matter how she acted cute and coquettish in front of the camera, she could not stop the audience from leaving, so she simply turned off the live broadcast angrily. At the same time, the number of viewers in Lu Tower's live broadcast room showed explosive growth. The number of barrages almost occupied the entire screen. Her face could not be seen at all, and gifts were sent in large numbers. Luair was a little confused when she saw so many people coming in and the increasing number of gifts. Why are there so many people here? Is my singing so beautiful? As the number of viewers continued to increase, many fans of other female anchors also came in. They started to curse without any reason, saying that she was a mistress or lover kept by a wealthy man, and that she colluded with insiders to manipulate the charts. Luair was originally very happy, but with the appearance of those unwarranted slanderous comments, she became very depressed. She was just singing well and had not offended anyone, so why did they come to slander her? She felt a little aggrieved, and after explaining a few words, she simply turned off the computer and ended the live broadcast. I will never live stream on this platform again, humph. When the audience saw that the goddess turned off the live broadcast not long after it started, and then read her explanation, they were immediately furious. They immediately turned their attention to those who deliberately defamed Luair and demanded that they apologize. Alpaca, apologize to Goddess Lu. All the ancestral graves within 8 generations of those who refuse to apologize will be dug up. Are you all silent now, you idiots? I wish you a son without a penis and a daughter without a vagina. But on the internet, if others don't say anything, there's nothing you can do. When those who wanted to stand up for the weak saw that no one responded, they lost interest after cursing for a few times and stopped paying attention. After watching Lu Tower's live broadcast and then watching other female anchors, the difference between them is obvious, and those people find it boring. Not only is she not as pretty as Goddess Lu, but she also sings so badly. Go home and have kids. Stop polluting the public's eyes. Ah, my ears. Does anyone know when Goddess Lu's next live broadcast will be? I don't know. It seems that Goddess Lu is still a wild anchor. Really? The platform actually didn't sign such a good anchor, but only signed some common stuff. Bad review. The female anchor who was broadcasting live couldn't help it. She kept discussing other female anchors in her own live room. What does she mean? Her face was cold and her voice was icy. Friends who care about you, Goddess Lu, please don't discuss in my live broadcast room. This is my territory. Thank you. Suddenly, the originally bustling live broadcast room became deserted, with only a few cats and kittens left. Or the kind that doesn't say anything for a long time. The female anchor was furious at the time. Looking at the few zombie viewers, she was so angry that she no longer had the mood to broadcast live. The anchor Luair was like a meteor. He only appeared once and quickly climbed to the top of the gift list and popularity list at an astonishing speed. But after a long time, it never appeared again. In addition to the fact that the first live broadcast made Luair angry, another reason was that her schoolwork was quite tight, so she didn't have much free time to do live broadcast. In fact, Luair feels that if she can just keep singing quietly and the audience listens quietly, making a few comments from time to time without making groundless slanders, that would be enough. Willow Tower's short-lived popularity attracted the attention of the top management of the live streaming platform. Only they knew that Willow Tower's popularity and gifts were completely real and not faked. The value of this is huge, and they will definitely not miss this opportunity to make a lot of money for the platform. There may even be an opportunity to rise up and compete with first-tier live streaming platforms such as Douyu and Huya. Chapter 32, The One Who Wants to Become a Star. I think we need to sign this female anchor to prevent her from being poached by other platforms. Someone in the meeting room suggested. She is just a newcomer. It is incredible that she can achieve such results. Are her gifts and popularity really fake? I feel that it is a bit risky to sign her rashly. As the company's technical director, I would like to say that the viewers of Luair are all old users who were active on the platform before, and their IP addresses show that they are located all over the country, which basically rules out the possibility of cheating. The person sitting in the front row was the general manager of the live streaming platform, who was also the godfather that Momi mentioned that day. Momi's previous ability to firmly occupy the top spot on the gift list was inseparable from the secret help of this godfather. After watching the replay of Luair's live broadcast, his mind had already drifted away. Nima, such a good resource must be obtained. Besides, this girl is really pretty. If we can, hee. The general manager suddenly laughed out loud in the meeting. Everyone looked at the general manager in surprise, all of them were stunned. Mr. Wu, what are you so happy about? Someone asked. Mr. Wu reacted, looking a little embarrassed, oh, nothing. By the way, where were you talking about? You guys continue, I'm listening. Mr. Wu, we have reached a consensus on whether to sign Luair or not. We must sign it. If it falls into the hands of our competitors, it will be a huge loss for our platform. That's right. Luair has great potential. Her popularity in the future will definitely be comparable to Chen Yafar and Feng Timo. This is an opportunity for the development of our platform. I feel that Luair alone can make our platform strong enough to compete with those first-tier live streaming platforms in the future. Mr. Wu nodded, I think so too. Then the focus of our discussion is at what price to sign her. A vice president said, Mr. Wu, I think we should sign her for 10 or 8 years at a low price while she is still unknown. This will greatly create value for the platform. Oh? How can you be sure that she will agree to sign the contract at a low price? Another vice president asked. Mr. Wu looked at them with interest, so what price do you think we should sign her for? 1 million in 10 years. 1 million in 5 years. The two vice presidents have different opinions. Mr. Wu nodded. Considering the interests of the company, we should sign her at a low price if possible. After all, she has only live streamed once, and there are still variables as to how she will develop in the future. How about this, we will offer 1 million for 10 years as the first offer. If that doesn't work, we will offer 1 million for 5 years. Okay. Unknowingly, Luair created a record, that is, she was able to get signed by the platform with just a short live broadcast. If this were to get out, it would definitely make those anchors who pose and sing in front of the camera on time every day but have no popularity feel unfair. When Luair registered on the platform, she left her mobile phone number, so they contacted Luair through this mobile phone number. 1 million in 10 years, which means 100,000 a year. When Luair received the text message, she tilted her head and was slightly surprised. She had never thought that she could earn so much money in a year. Although Brother Ming was very good to her and had enough money to spend, the sense of accomplishment of being able to earn money on her own was very different. I want to give Brother Ming a surprise and tell him that I can also make money. Luair was very happy. Let Sister Chen help me see if it's reliable first. She went upstairs and knocked on Chen Jiaqing's door. Chen Jiaqing was rarely busy this time. She was holding a cup of coffee and watching the BBC's economic news. When she heard the knock on the door, she went to open it herself. Luair? What's the matter? Sister Chen, I received a contract invitation from a live broadcast platform. They offered me 1 million for 10 years. Can you give me some advice? Is this reliable? Show me which platform you have broadcast live on and how popular you were during the live broadcast. Chen Jiaqing also knows a little about this industry. Luair directly found the platform where she was live streaming on her computer. Chen Jiaqing looked at her popularity list and gift list and found that she was ranked first in both the same period. I think I only live streamed for about an hour. Luair said. You can top both the popularity list and the gift list in just 1 hour, and they'll give you 1 million for 10 years? Chen Jiaqing's eyes widened. What kind of live streaming platform is this? It's really shady. Luair was a little confused. What do you mean? Chen Jiaqing looked at her steadily. With your potential, you will be able to compete with or even surpass those famous female live streamers in the live streaming circle in the future. This company obviously wants to take advantage of your lack of fame to rip you off. You must not sign this contract. We can give Brother Ming a surprise. Luair said with her head down. But you absolutely can't sign a contract with them at this price. 1 million for 10 years? You're dreaming. What should we do then? Chen Jiaqing covered her mouth and thought for a while, then said, Luair, don't rush to sign a contract. You are not short of money anyway. With your potential, you can sign a contract at a high price at any live broadcast platform. They are just bullying you because you are a newcomer and don't know anything, so they offer such a low price. Sister Chen can guarantee that you will definitely be able to easily sign a live broadcast contract with an annual salary of tens of millions on a big platform in the future. However, our Luair is going to be a big star in the future. How can she be a full-time anchor? It's too low. Chapter 33 Not interested. Annual salary of tens of millions? So much? Sister Chen, you are not kidding, right? Luair was shocked. No kidding. From your short 1-hour live broadcast, I can see that you will be extremely popular after entering the entertainment industry in the future. You will earn more than tens of millions a year, hundreds of millions will be no problem. By then, you will earn much more than Sister Chen. Chen Jiaqing said with a smile. Luair covered her mouth in surprise. Am I really that powerful? Chen Jiaqing patted his chest and said, Who is your Sister Chen? If I say yes, then yes. Well, ignore the invitation from this live broadcast platform to sign a contract. 10 years and 1 million, let them dream big. Oh. After getting Chen Jiaqing's explanation, Luair understood and no longer paid attention to the signing invitation from the live broadcast platform. She went to school, went home, and took private lessons as usual every day. When the live streaming platform saw that Lu Tiaoer did not reply, Wei Hui, the person in charge of the contract, became a little anxious. He sent a text message at first. Lu Tiaoer then explained that she was busy with her studies and had no intention of signing a contract. She ignored the other party's further text messages. Seeing that text messages were useless, Wei Hui started bombarding her with phone calls, and Luair simply blocked the other party's phone number. Live streaming platform company conference room. Mr. Wu, the other party has no intention of signing the contract. Is the price of 1 million for 10 years too low? What should we do? You said she is still a high school student. If she is a high school student, $1 million would definitely be a lot in 10 years. Could it be that she comes from a wealthy family and doesn't care about this little money at all? Mr. Wu frowned. In fact, Mr. Wu still couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. He already regarded this anchor as the same as other female anchors, and he could play with her as he pleased in the future. When he thought of that beautiful face, he couldn't help but feel excited. He touched his chin and continued, No, we must not miss this anchor. If we lose this opportunity, it will take us a long time to compete with Douyu and Huya. Please help me make an appointment with her. I want to have a face-to-face meeting with her. Wei Hui smiled bitterly. Mr. Wu, the other party didn't even bother to pay attention to us, let alone ask her out for a meeting. When Mr. Wu heard this, he was immediately furious. The company paid you to come and eat for nothing? Ha! No matter what method you use, you must make an appointment. If you can't make an appointment, you'd better pack your bags and get out. Wei Hui felt a chill on his back, but he couldn't stop cursing in his heart. Damn it, who the hell doesn't know your dirty thoughts? You act like you're doing so much for the company. However, in order to keep the job, Wei Hui still did as Mr. Wu asked. Since text messages and phone calls don't work, just find out her specific information and go to her home or school to meet with her. He paid a hacker and quickly got Luair's specific information through the clues she left on the internet. Your real name is Tian Luair, you're from the countryside? Your parents are farmers, unemployed, and you're currently studying at Zinhoo Noble High School? This is a bit contradictory. After he got Luair's background information, he was a little confused. All the information you want is here, there is no more. As for why there is such a contradiction, it is not within the scope of my work. The hacker said lightly. At the gate of Zinhoo Noble High School, Wei Hui was waiting at the school gate on time for school to be over. Yiming has been busy with football school matters recently, so he comes to pick up Luair a little late every day. Luair always deliberately waited until later to go out, so when she left the school gate, there were basically no people around. Wei Hui didn't see Luair come out at first and was about to leave, but he saw Luair for the last time before leaving and was immediately overjoyed. Wei Hui is 35 years old this year. Most of the anchors he has seen before have plastic surgery zombie faces. But when he saw the pure and lovely Luair, he felt a fire rising in his heart. He felt that this Luair was more beautiful than when she was live streaming. He walked up quickly and stopped in front of Luair. Excuse me, are you Tian Luair? I am the person in charge of signing the contract for the live broadcast platform who contacted you before. Our boss wants to talk to you. Wei Hui smiled and stretched out his hand to shake hands with Luair. Luair looked at him warily, her eyebrows furrowed, and ignored his outstretched hand. Didn't I say I wouldn't sign a contract? How did you find me? Wei Hui stared at Luair's beautiful face, chuckled, and took his hand back to wipe his buttocks. We have our own way to deal with this. Please consider it, Mr. Tian. After all, this is a rare opportunity. If it were someone else, we would not even consider it. Sorry, I've thought it through. Please go back. Luair's pretty face was cold and she turned around and was about to leave. Wei Hui quickly stopped Luair. Don't worry, classmate Tian, you can go to such an aristocratic high school, so I think your family is well off. How about this, we offer 5 million. How about this? You should be satisfied with this price. You should know that once you sign the contract, you will be the one that our platform strongly supports. We will mobilize all resources to promote you, and your popularity will be greatly improved. This is a benefit that many anchors dream of. Why don't you consider it more? Sorry, not interested. Luair still didn't consider it at all. Wei Hui was a little angry. He came all the way here to beg you to sign the contract, but you still didn't agree? Tian, if you miss this opportunity, you will never get it again. This is a great opportunity. If you miss it, you will never get it again. His face looked a little unhappy, and he began to look around to see who was around. Chapter 34, Rage. Luair didn't bother to pay attention to him and left directly. Seeing that there was no one around, Wei Hui became ruthless and suddenly grabbed Luair's arm, trying to pull her into his car. Luair screamed in fear and immediately shouted, "What are you doing? Let me go." She couldn't imagine that this person would dare to attack in broad daylight. Wei Hui had already given it his all. There was no one around at this moment, so it was a good time to take action. As she grasped Luair's soft, boneless wrist, she felt the fire beneath her growing stronger. He no longer cared and the strength in his hands increased. Although Luair struggled hard, she was still dragged into the car little by little. Luair was a little scared, but she was from the countryside after all, and she still had some wildness in her nature. She kicked Wei Hui between his legs and said, "Let me go." Wei Hui gritted his teeth in pain, but still didn't let go. His eyes were red at this time, and he seemed like a completely different person. From the moment he saw Luair, he had forgotten his original purpose of coming here. Luair's repeated rejections made him even more furious. Anger is the easiest thing to make people lose their minds. And at this moment, the roar of the engine came roaring. Yiming saw the scene from a distance, and his anger suddenly surged up, and he stepped hard on the accelerator. The Lamborghini Aventador felt the anger of its owner, and the body of the car rushed forward rapidly like a sharp sword. After leaving a long trail of tire tracks, the Lamborghini stopped and Yiming jumped out of the car without saying a word. Wei Hui, who heard the loud engine noise, saw someone coming and just grabbed Luair's hand instead of dragging her away. He thought it was just a passerby, so he waited for the man to leave before taking action. If the other party came over to ask, he had already thought of an excuse, which was to say that he was Tian Luair's father, and that there was a conflict between them, so he came to take his daughter home. But what he didn't expect was that the young man who got out of the Lamborghini rushed over and kicked him hard in the stomach without saying a word. MMP. Yiming roared in anger. Wei Hui was kicked away and got angry. He stood up, holding his stomach, and angrily said, "Who the hell are you? A hero saving a beautiful girl? Do you know who I am to her? What the hell is it to you if I come to pick up my daughter from school?" However, before he could finish his words, he was dumbfounded. Luair threw herself into the young man's arms and burst into tears. "Brother Ming." Yiming gently touched her head and comforted her. "Brother Ming is here, everything is okay." Then he stared at the man. Wei Hui didn't expect that this young man was the one who came to pick up Tian Luair, and he had just pretended to be her father. He felt that the situation was not good. He snorted coldly, "It seems that I recognized the wrong person." After that, he turned around and was about to leave. Seeing that he wanted to leave after saying "I got the wrong person" casually, Yiming thought, how could it be so easy? He let go of Luair and rushed over to kick him in the back. Although Wei Hui was on guard, he was still kicked to the ground. His face hit the ground hard, and his nose and mouth were full of blood. He stood up, pointed at Yiming and shouted angrily, "Why did you hit me? I will sue you and put you in jail." Yiming stared at him with frighteningly cold eyes. He said nothing and just walked towards him slowly. This wretched man actually dared to set his sights on Luair. I would not be able to calm down my anger unless I teach him a lesson. Wei Hui saw Yiming walking towards him, and then saw the murderous look in his eyes. His eyelids twitched, and he felt a chill on his back. He turned around and wanted to run. Yiming quickly caught up with him, kicked him to the ground again, and then punched him like a storm. Wei Hui could only cover his head with his hands, for he was afraid that if he let go, the other party would blow his head off. In his heart, he already regretted provoking Luair. Just by looking at the car that the person who picked her up drove, a Lamborghini Aventador worth more than 8 million, he knew that Tian Luair came from a wealthy family. He just said that he wanted to sue Yiming, but he was just trying to show off his eloquence and scare the other party. Not to mention that he had ill intentions first. Even if he didn't, as a commoner, he would only end up dead if he wanted to fight against such a wealthy family. Wei Hui was already feeling guilty and wanted to escape, but Yiming pinned him to the ground and punched him wildly, leaving him completely unable to resist. Screams continued to be heard. Yiming didn't get up until he was sweating profusely. Wei Hui had become a pig's head by then, with a bruised face and nose that made it almost impossible for him to open his eyes. He didn't know how many bones were broken in his body. He lay on the ground like a dead dog, covering his head, not daring to move. "If I see you again, I'll beat you up." Yiming left a word, kicked him hard on the head, and then left with Luair. In the car, Yiming frowned. Fortunately, he arrived in time this time. If he was a little later, the consequences would be disastrous. He felt a little guilty, blaming himself for coming to pick up Luair so late. But he also knew that he couldn't stay with Luair forever. "It seems that I have to find a personal bodyguard for Luair." Thinking of this, he picked up the phone beside him and called Ginhoo. Rue, help me find a few retired female special forces bodyguards from the security company. Remember, they must be the best. Okay, boss. Luair was curled up in her seat, holding her school bag in her arms. It wasn't a big deal at the time, but thinking about it now I still feel a little scared. Yiming looked at her distressfully and reached out to touch her head. "Luair, it's okay. This kind of thing will never happen again." In order not to make Brother Ming worry, Luair nodded, yes. Chapter 35, Destroying the Live Broadcasting Platform. Back at Shengshi Huating, Yiming asked Luair who that person was and what had happened. Luair told Yiming the whole story. After listening to it, Yiming's face became terribly gloomy. He thought about it, turned around and went upstairs to find Chen Jiaqing, told her the brief story, and then asked, "It's a disaster if we keep this kind of company. Do you have any way to bring it down?" Chen Jiaqing frowned slightly, pursed her lips and thought for a while. There is a way, but it may be rather despicable. Who cares? They dared to recruit people on the street just to get the anchor to sign a contract. Is there anyone more despicable than them? Yiming snorted coldly and continued, I originally wanted to acquire them directly, but then I thought that these live broadcast companies usually lose money. If I acquire them, it will be a bargain for them. Chen Jiaqing smiled and said, it is actually the easiest thing to bring down a live streaming platform. It is easier than bringing down any company. For example? You can just go to the red light district and spend money to find a few prostitutes, then register a few more accounts on that platform, and let them do bigger things during their live broadcasts. You know what I mean, right? Then you report it to the regulatory authorities, and the live broadcast platform will be blocked in minutes. Fuck. This is amazing, why didn't I think of it? Yiming slapped his head, then gave Chen Jiaqing a thumbs up, as expected of a beautiful lady with a high IQ, amazing. I surrender. Chen Jiaqing waved his hand, not caring about his compliment. Of course, you have to find a powerful hacker so that their company can't block those live broadcast accounts. Otherwise, they will find you as soon as you start broadcasting, and they will force you to close the live broadcast room, and you will have no way to do anything. Okay, I got it. I'll find someone to do it right away. Everything went smoothly after that, and the live streaming platform was soon blocked by regulatory authorities for being pornographic. After Wei Hui was beaten that day, he took some leave to recuperate. When he returned to the company, he found that everyone had a serious and worried look on their faces. What happened in the company? He asked a colleague next to him. Our platform is involved in pornography and has been blocked by the regulatory authorities. How could this happen? Can't we find out about it ourselves? Wouldn't it be better to just block those accounts? The other party shook his head. If only it were that simple. It's strange. As soon as those people started live streaming, someone reported it. Our technicians took action immediately, but our backend system was hacked and was completely out of our control. As soon as those people finished live streaming, the backend system was back in control. It's obvious that someone is behind this. Wei Hui said. The other party lowered his voice and said, anyone with a discerning eye can see it, but they are helpless. Then the regulatory authorities came, and the consequences can be imagined. Now Mr. Wu is communicating with them. If the platform is still blocked, the company will not last more than half a month, and Mr. Wu may even go to jail for this matter. General Manager's office. Mr. Wu sat in the chair with a sad face. He had no idea how to solve the current predicament. Their company relies on commissions from tips given to anchors by viewers on the live streaming platform and profits from advertising. Once the platform is blocked, not only will they lose the commissions from audience tips, but they will also have to pay huge sums of money to advertisers for breach of contract. He now wanted to kill Wei Hui because he had received a text message from an unknown source, telling him that their company's current situation was entirely caused by Wei Hui. That day, Wei Hui followed his orders to ask Lu Tiaoer to come out and meet him, but he didn't expect that not only did he fail, he was also inexplicably injured and hospitalized. At the time, he thought Wei Hui was an idiot for getting hurt just by meeting a host. Later, he thought that Wei Hui must have done something that the people behind the host could not tolerate. Not only was he beaten and hospitalized, but the company was also implicated. Wei Hui came to report to Mr. Wu today. As soon as he entered the room, Mr. Wu saw that it was him and immediately picked up the cup in his hand and threw it at him. Why the hell don't you just go die? Ha! You even came back. Look at what you've done. You've ruined the entire company. Wei Hui originally felt that he was very wronged. After all, he was working for the company and did not get any benefits. He was also beaten and hospitalized, and he did not receive any comfort from his leader. At this time, he heard Mr. Wu's accusation again, and his temper suddenly rose. He threw the documents in his hand and yelled, "Fuck you, I've worked so hard for the company and got hurt, and I still have to endure your anger. Who the hell do you think you are? Is it great to pay me a salary? Do I deserve to be bullied by you?" When Mr. Wu saw that Wei Hui dared to talk back, he was so angry that he picked up everything around him that could be thrown and threw it at him. "Fuck you, you've ruined the company so badly. And you're here to vent your anger, who the hell do you think you are? You're just a dog I raise. Fuck you, get out of here, as far away as you can." Wei Hui gritted his teeth and said, "You can ask me to leave, but you must reimburse my hospital bills and compensate me for 3 months' salary." Otherwise, we will never be done. When Mr. Wu heard this, he laughed out of anger. You've messed up the company like this and you still want the company to reimburse your medical expenses? And give you 3 months' salary? Have you been fed shit in your head? Wei Hui snorted coldly. If you don't reimburse me for my medical expenses and 3 months' salary, I will expose your affair with the female anchor. We'll see what happens. After hearing this, Mr. Wu calmed down surprisingly. He stared at Wei Hui, and the coldness in his eyes seemed to corrode the bones. After a moment, he slowly approached Wei Hui, with his hands behind his back and a pen in his hand. Chapter 36, Live Snail Broadcast. Mr. Wu was in his 40s and was originally no match for Wei Hui, who was in his 30s. However, Wei Hui had just recovered from a serious injury and was rather weak, so the two were evenly matched at this time. Mr. Wu approached him and suddenly stabbed him with a pen. Wei Hui subconsciously reached out to block it. The sharp tip of the pen immediately pierced Wei Hui's arm, and blood immediately flowed out. He cried out in pain and took a step back. Do you want to kill someone? Wei Hui roared, covering his bleeding arm. Mr. Wu wiped the corner of his mouth, his fat face distorted. I didn't intend to do anything to you today, you were looking for death, you asked for it. As he said that, he took the pen and stabbed Wei Hui fiercely. Wei Hui didn't dare to be careless, nor did he dare to block with his bare hands, so he dodged in a hurry. Mr. Wu was obese and his movements were slow. His attack missed and he stumbled. He lost control of his balance and fell forward. As a result, when he fell to the ground, his hand hit the stool, and the tip of the pen suddenly changed direction strangely and pointed at his chest. Mr. Wu couldn't control his body, his fat body fell down, and the pen pierced his heart directly. Mr. Wu fell to the ground, groaned twice, and then there was no movement. Wei Hui stared at all this in amazement, his mind buzzing and he was confused. A chill rose in his heart, and he called out tentatively, Boss Wu? However, Mr. Wu was already dead and lying on the ground motionless. Wei Hui shouted twice more, but there was still no response. He felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave, and had a very bad premonition in his heart. He leaned down and pushed Mr. Wu's body, and suddenly, a large pool of blood appeared under Mr. Wu. Dead? Wei Hui's face turned pale and his hands kept shaking. What should he do? He was the only one in the office at the moment. If he was discovered, who else could be the murderer besides him? If the police came, he would have no way to defend himself. By the way, leave now. He murmured with trembling lips. At this moment, a female vice president came in to report the latest developments to General Manager Wu. Suddenly, she saw General Manager Wu lying in a pool of blood with a pen stuck in his chest. He immediately yelled out. Someone's dead, Mr. Wu is dead. Someone come quickly. All of a sudden, everyone in the company gathered at the door of the office, looking at Wei Hui standing there in a daze, with shock on their faces. There is no doubt that there is no other murderer except Wei Hui. What the hell, what happened? Wei Hui actually killed Mr. Wu? Is it Wei Hui? Nonsense, who else is here besides him? He must be the murderer. Why did he want to kill Mr. Wu? I just heard them arguing outside. It seems that Mr. Wu wants Wei Hui to resign, and Wei Hui wants reimbursement of medical expenses and compensation for 3 months' salary. And when Mr. Wu refused, he decided to kill her. It must be like this. The company is in a difficult situation right now, and Wei Hui is still adding insult to injury. He is such a piece of shit. Call the police quickly and protect the scene. Someone shouted. Wei Hui was speechless and just wanted to leave immediately, but he was blocked in the office by his former colleagues and could not get away. He had heard his colleagues' discussions. Even if he was not the murderer, the police would determine that he had a motive for murder based on the confession of the employee who had heard them arguing. Wei Hui wanted to get out like crazy, and rushed out desperately. Fuck. You killed someone and you still want to run away? Brothers, don't let him get away. Hold him down. Don't let him move. He has turned into a desperado and may hurt others at any time. Wei Hui was held down by several male colleagues and was unable to move at all, let alone escape. After a while, the police came and took Wei Hui away. Yiming was a little surprised when he saw the news on the internet. He originally just wanted to bring down this broken company, but he never expected that in the end even the boss would be killed. And the murderer was Wei Hui, the contract manager who was beaten up by him that day. He glanced at it briefly, didn't want to care about it anymore, and prepared to close the page. Suddenly, an idea came into his mind. the CEO of this live streaming platform has been fired and a large number of employees have resigned. This is the time when the market value is the lowest. If he acquires it at this time, it will definitely be a good deal. After all, Luair likes to sing, so let her sing on her own live broadcast platform, and they can monitor negative comments online anytime and anywhere. Moreover, this live broadcast company has mature technology and a relatively complete structure, which makes it much easier than starting a live broadcast platform from scratch. He immediately discussed the issue with Chen Jiaqing, who agreed with his point of view. Luair is planning to enter the entertainment industry in the future. If there is a platform for her to accumulate popularity now, it will be of great help to her in entering the entertainment industry in the future. However, it is still quite difficult to compete with the domestic first-tier live broadcast platforms in a short period of time, and it is likely to face losses. But Yiming didn't care at all. He waved his hand, made a plan, bought this live broadcast platform at a very low price, and changed its name to Tianluo Live. The name comes from the Snail girl, and of course also includes Luair's surname. The remaining specific acquisition matters will naturally be completed by people sent by Chen Jiaqing. Yiming didn't consider the issue of profit at all. This Snail live broadcast was simply a gift from him to Luair. Chapter 37 I Don't Want You to Worry. As Luair appeared on the live broadcast again, it immediately caused a sensation in the live broadcast circle. Those viewers who had been fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of Lu Tiaoer before, all flocked to Tianluo Live. The server crashed several times, causing the technical department, which was already lacking in technical skills, to immediately become scrambled. Chen Jiaqing had to recruit a few more technical experts to take charge, and only then was the problem completely solved. In a live broadcast room of other live broadcast platforms. Fuck! I have good news for you all. Goddess Lu is back. Comrades, hurry up. Holy shit, is this true? Hahaha, that's great. I can finally see my goddess again. I'm going to give her 100 cruise ships and 500 rockets. Don't brag. If you don't give Goddess Lu 100 yachts and 500 rockets by then, you'll be a grandson. Fuck. I'm going right now. If I kill you, you'll be my grandson. Rich man, are you short of leg hair? Get lost. You want to use me to get closer to the goddess? No way. The goddess Lu that I've been thinking about day and night finally showed up again, haha. When the female anchor in this live broadcast room saw that everyone in her barrage was discussing giving gifts to other female anchors, 1,000 horses galloped through her heart. Why the hell are you telling me here that you want to give others yacht rockets? Why don't you leave some for me? A similar scene took place in the female live broadcast rooms of other major live broadcast platforms. In order to avoid causing a large-scale loss of viewers, other live broadcast platforms directly set words such as willow branches and Goddess Lu as sensitive words and blocked them directly. Soon, relying on the efforts of Luair alone, the traffic of Tianluo Live quickly climbed to the status of a second-tier live broadcast platform. This was far beyond Chen Jiaqing's expectations. She believed that as long as this level was maintained, in a period of time, Tianluo Live would definitely be able to become one of the first-tier live streaming platforms. However, Luair does not broadcast live very often. During the two time periods when she broadcasts live and when she does not, the traffic on the platform is completely on a completely different order of magnitude. Originally, Chen Jiaqing could have ignored this matter. After all, it was just a gift from Yiming to Luair, and Yiming made it clear that he would not consider the profit issue. But with Chen Jiaqing's strong character, she felt that since Yiming handed the Tianluo Live broadcast to her, she must make it the best live broadcast platform. In order to reverse the polarization trend of traffic caused by Luair, she thought of several solutions. One is to directly poach well-known anchors, the second is to discover interesting grassroots anchors and expand their influence, and the third is to hold anchor competitions. After Yiming learned of her plan, he said without thinking, "Why think so much? I've made the decision to acquire all the live streaming platforms that occupy more than 95% of the market share, including Douyu and Huya. Don't worry about the other small shrimps." Chen Jiaqing was immediately surprised and looked at him with wide eyes. Do you know how much it costs to acquire these live streaming platforms? Besides, there is no need for this. The domestic live broadcast industry is booming and has great potential. If you want to occupy the vast majority of the market share, the price you pay is no less than buying a Ginhoo building. Yiming said nonchalantly, "I've told you so many times, don't worry about the money." Chen Jiaqing looked him in the eyes steadily. What is your purpose in acquiring so many live streaming platforms? Yiming's eyes did not avoid her. He held Chen Jiaqing's arms with both hands and stared into her beautiful eyes. His eyes were full of tenderness. He slowly and gently said, "Because I don't want you to spend too much time and energy on this matter. It's not worth it." Suddenly, two red clouds appeared on Chen Jiaqing's cheeks and her heartbeat quickened. This was a feeling she had never experienced before. She never expected that Yiming would acquire almost all the live streaming platforms at any cost for this reason. Chen Jiaqing looked directly into Yiming's somewhat fiery gaze with her beautiful eyes and forgot to avoid it. In order to save her from spending too much energy and effort, the man in front of her actually wanted to buy most of the live broadcast platforms. Is this a gift for her? If this is done, the amount of money required will be absolutely astronomical. And all this is simply because the man in front of him doesn't want him to spend too much time and energy. She was stunned. Why? Chen Jiaqing looked into Yiming's eyes with her beautiful eyes, and there was some mist in the corners of her eyes. She felt something she had never felt before. Is this feeling called love? The empty space in her heart was filled at this unexpected moment. But she was not sure. She was an insecure girl, so she had always been very strong. Yiming finally said what he had wanted to say for a long time, "Because I like you. You are so beautiful, I can't bear to leave you." Chen Jiaqing was completely stunned at this moment. Her beautiful eyes opened wide and she stared at Yiming. Yiming took this opportunity to lean over and kiss her. And Chen Jiaqing also closed her eyes at this time. Chapter 38: An accident on the streets of Kowloon. After this day, there was no longer any sense of distance between Yiming and Chen Jiaqing. But at Chen Jiaqing's request, they all carefully avoided Luair so as not to be discovered by her. At this time, Luair was wholeheartedly preparing for the college entrance examination, and occasionally went on Tian Luo Live to sing for a while. She did not notice anything unusual about the changes between Yiming and Chen Jiaqing. The acquisition of a live streaming platform is bound to be time-consuming and laborious, involving trade-offs in all aspects, and it is absolutely impossible to complete it in a short period of time. So they decided to wait until they bought the Ginhoo building. Before the auction of the Ginhoo building was about to begin, Yiming and Chen Jiaqing took Luair and his father and mother to Kowloon. Yiming went to school to ask for a leave for Luair, saying that he wanted to take her to Kowloon for a trip. The head teacher agreed without hesitation. This was the god of wealth who brought him $1 million bonus, and he would grant his every wish. Before leaving, Yiming found 2 bodyguards for Luair. They were in their 30s and were both retired female soldiers from the female special forces who had experienced many battles. They were very skilled and could easily beat 4 ordinary men alone. As a result, because there were too many people on this trip, they missed the boarding time and had to change flights. Yiming felt that with so many people around him, it was very inconvenient to take a flight every time, so he thought it was time to buy a private plane, which would make it much more convenient for him to travel around the world with his family in the future. However, purchasing a private jet requires advance reservation and customization, and the manufacturer will customize it according to the specific needs of the customer. Currently, the 2 most famous aircraft manufacturers in the world are Airbus in Zone O and Air France in Country A. Common civil airliners are manufactured by these 2 companies. The airlines Boeing 737-747 and Airbus A320-A330 are currently the main models of civil airliners in the world. Yiming and Chen Jiaqing shared their thoughts. Chen Jiaqing was no longer surprised at how much money Yiming had, nor was she surprised that Yiming wanted to buy a private jet. Although she has excellent workability, she doesn't know much about airplanes. Moreover, she now puts herself in the position of the woman behind Yiming, letting Yiming make his own decision. Yiming searched and compared online and immediately set his sights on the Airbus A380, a large aircraft that can be called a giant in the sky. An ordinary Airbus A380 has 555 seats and costs 2 billion renminbi, not including various taxes and fees. If all are added together, it is estimated to cost 3 billion renminbi. Moreover, after you buy a plane, you definitely cannot fly it yourself. You must hire a full-time pilot to be on standby at all times. Add to that the maintenance costs of several million or even tens of millions each year and the huge fuel costs. This behemoth is truly a toy that only the super rich are qualified to enjoy. However, Yiming is now a super rich man, and he is the kind that has never been seen before, and there may not be anyone like him in the future. For him, one day's income is enough to buy an Airbus A380. He now has nearly 100 billion megabytes in cash on his secondary card alone, which is enough to buy the entire Airbus company. They were determined to acquire the Ginhoo building, and anything that could be bought with money was nothing. Of course, in addition to attending the auction, one of the purposes of this trip was for Yiming to bring his parents and Luair to Kowloon for a trip, so even though the plane was delayed, they still arrived a few days early. After living in Shengshi Huating for some time, Mr. and Mrs. Yi were no longer surprised by the prosperity of Kowloon. Luair was only interested in Disney, so she specially took 2 female bodyguards to have a visit. On this day, Ye's father and mother were resting in the hotel, while Yiming, Chen Jiaqing, Luair and 2 female bodyguards were shopping. Suddenly, a thief rushed towards Luair, intending to tear the necklace off her neck. Luair's 2 female bodyguards reacted quickly and subdued the thief before he got close. One of the female bodyguards named Yu Kaihua was very surprised when she saw the thief, because she actually knew him. A phone? Why is it you? Sister-in-law? The thief named a phone was also surprised. A complicated expression appeared on Yu Kaihua's face. Ah Feng, you have hands and feet, how can you do this? Yiming came over with a cold face and asked, what's going on? He was in a very bad mood right now, and he actually dared to snatch Luair's things in the street. Not to mention that he didn't get it, the mere thought of scaring Luair was enough to make him very angry. Yu Kaihua suddenly knelt in front of Yiming and said, Boss, this man is my ex-husband's younger brother. I know him. He is not a bad person by nature. He must have encountered something to become like this. She turned her head and looked at the thief again. A phone, tell me why you came to do this. If you can't give a reason, I won't let you off easily. Yiming looked at the 2 people calmly. His good mood for playing was disturbed by the sudden change, and he felt very unhappy. If the bodyguard hadn't pleaded for mercy, he would have definitely beaten the thief severely. He stared at the thief for a while and said calmly, I don't care what your reasons are. You are breaking the law by robbing things on the street. Since your sister-in-law is pleading for you, I will listen to your reasons for the time being. If you can't explain it clearly, I will hand you over to the police. Thank you, boss. Yu Kaihua thanked him, and then she questioned the thief. A phone, tell me, why did you do this? Ah Feng lowered his head tightly, and after a long while he raised his hand to wipe away his tears, and slowly said, Sister-in-law, Shanwan is sick and needs money. What? Yu Tsaihua's face suddenly changed. She suddenly became crazy and grabbed Feng's arms tightly and shook them hard. What's wrong with Shanwan? How is she now? Where's your brother? She turned to Yiming and explained, Shanwan is my ex-husband and I's daughter. After the divorce, we gave her to him. Shanwan is still in the hospital and needs a large sum of money for surgery and a kidney transplant. I have already had more than a dozen underground boxing matches, but still can't raise enough money. I also want to help him. A phone lowered his head and sobbed. You fought more than 10 games but still haven't made up your mind? Is your brother so weak now? Yu Kaihua asked doubtfully. No, he won all the games, but the lion's share went to his manager. Every time we fought, I worked so hard but could only get a small portion of the commission. Ah Feng said angrily through gritting his teeth. Chapter 39, of Who? Yiming roughly knew the whole story. In order to raise enough money to buy Shanwan a kidney, the brothers, one of them fought crazily in underground boxing matches, and the other went to the streets to try to rob things. In the end, before he could succeed, he was defeated by Luair's 2 bodyguards. This man named A Feng had good intentions and he didn't succeed, so Yiming didn't intend to pursue the matter. He frowned and asked, why do managers get the lion's share of the competition fees? Ah Feng pounded his fist on the ground. Because without a manager to guarantee, the underground boxing organization would not let my brother participate. If he can't participate in the boxing match, he won't get a penny. And the manager knows that my brother is in urgent need of money, so he tries his best to squeeze my brother. Yiming suddenly remembered the thoughts he had when he went home last time and picked up his father from the brick kiln, as well as when he went to Mingda football school to reason with the coach named Han Dongjun. He wanted to beat them up, but he couldn't beat them, so he could only hold back. Although I retaliated against them later, it was not as satisfying as fighting back right then and there. At that time, he wanted to find himself a bodyguard and thug with strong skills, but he had not found a suitable candidate. Perhaps A Feng's brother would be a good choice. After all, if he really fought in more than a dozen underground boxing matches and won them all, then his strength would definitely be top-notch. Those who participate in underground boxing matches are basically a group of desperate criminals. In order to survive, each of them must fight for his life. People who have had this kind of experience usually don't care much about life and death. If they are asked to be your bodyguards, they will definitely be very loyal and will not hesitate to take bullets. Thinking of this, Yiming asked anxiously, where is your brother now? He is in the underground boxing club. He should be fighting at this time. A Feng said. Take us there. Yiming decided to see with his own eyes the strength of this brother A Feng. If he was really powerful, he would definitely recruit him at all costs. Ah Feng told Yu Kaihua which hospital ward Shanwan was in, and Yiming allowed her to visit her daughter alone. The venue for underground boxing matches is very secretive. After all, it is not something that can be seen in the open, and the organization will never allow such events to exist. Therefore, the club often changes locations, and without someone familiar to lead the way, it is impossible for ordinary people to find the place. The group took 2 taxis, with A Feng and Yiming sitting in the front car to lead the way. Chen Jiaqing, Luair and Luair's remaining female bodyguard followed them in the car behind. The taxi passed through the busy streets of Kowloon and slowly drove into the relatively remote and desolate suburbs. After getting off the car, A Feng took them into a place similar to a village in the city. There are many old houses here. When you walk in, it is dark and damp. The low buildings are very old. Moss grows on many walls, and dense electric wires are tangled across the sky. After passing through several alleys, they entered the basement of a house. After paying the entrance fee, they heard noisy sounds coming from inside. There were a lot of people, men and women were shouting at the top of their lungs. It seemed like everyone was crazy. The air was filled with a pungent smell, and a few people who looked like waiters came up to ask them what they would like to order. Yiming simply gave him a tip and let him leave. You can't just drink the food in a place like this, especially for a stranger like him who was accompanied by 2 beautiful women. The boxing ring is a high platform that is 3 meters long and wide, and is covered with a steel wire cage. The players inside are like 2 fighting beasts, constantly biting each other in the cage until one falls down or announces defeat. A boxing match is currently taking place, and A Feng introduces that one of the opponents is his brother A Hu. Since Ah Hu had never lost a boxing match since he started, he became the target of challenge from other players. He received many competitions every day, and in order to make money, he accepted all of them without exception. Ah Hu looked to be in his 30s. He was shirtless, muscular, and sweating under the cold light. He looked like the bronze arhat that one often sees in movies. The opponent was a bearded man who was half a head taller than Ah Hu. At this time, the 2 sides were fighting fiercely, but Ah Hu was clearly in the upper hand. Although he was not as strong as his opponent, Ah Hu was more agile and light. Every punch the big man threw was either blocked or missed. Ah Hu's fists hit the big man's flesh, and the man soon collapsed. His bruised face and nose looked like a pig's head. When the big man fell down again, the referee counted to 10 seconds, but he still didn't get up. The referee immediately announced that Ah Hu was the winner of the game. The audience was shouting Ah Hu's name like crazy, Ah Hu, Ah Hu. It seems that after playing so many games, he has gained a certain popularity in the club. After the game, A Feng took Yiming and others to find Ah Hu. Brother, congratulations on winning another game. Ah Hu smiled, glanced at Yiming and the others beside him, and asked Ah Feng, who are they? Did you bring them here? Yiming reached out his hand at this time. Hello, my name is Yiming, Ah Feng's friend. Ah Hu shook hands with him politely, with a simple smile on his face. Hello, is it Ah Feng who brought you to watch the game? Yiming smiled and nodded and was about to speak when his manager came over. The manager laughed and patted Ah Hu on the shoulder. Ah Hu, you did a great job. Then he handed a paper bag to Ah Hu and said, this is your commission for this match. Your performance has been getting better and better recently. I have decided to increase your commission for each match to 5,000 Hong Kong dollars starting today. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Boss Yang. Ah Hu took the paper bag and nodded to Boss Yang. Ah Feng was staring at Boss Yang with his fists clenched tightly. It was obvious that he really hated Boss Yang. Boss Yang was completely unaware. He looked at Yiming, then saw Chen Jiaqing and Luair, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He was about to speak with a smile on his face, but Ah Hu immediately walked up to block his view, with a blank expression on his face, and lowered his head as he slowly put away his gloves. Chapter 40, Be My Personal Bodyguard. Boss Yang smiled knowingly when he saw this. Haha, your friend? You guys chat, I won't disturb you. He turned around, shaking his fat body and left. Ah Feng watched Boss Yang leave, his eyes filled with anger that seemed to be bursting out, and he spat fiercely on the ground. Bah! Ah Hu blared at him and said, how many times have I told you not to do this? Brother, this guy is so abominable. You win so much in every game, but he only gives you so little. He is so cruel. Ah Hu smiled bitterly, what can we do? We need money. Shanwan's surgery can't wait any longer. We are still short of money. Ah Feng, you said you could get some money together. How about that? How much did you get? Ah Feng glanced at Yiming awkwardly and shrank his neck. Brother, I didn't get close enough. Ah Hu smiled and patted his shoulder. It doesn't matter if you don't get the money, as long as you don't do anything bad. Yiming stepped forward at this time and asked, how much money can you make from playing a game? Ah Feng immediately took over the conversation. The prize for winning a game is 30,000 Hong Kong dollars, but Boss Yang only gave my brother 1/10 of the prize money, and took the rest. Yiming was a little surprised. Since he is so evil, why doesn't he change his manager? Ah Hu smiled bitterly and said, there is no way to change. This is how it is in this industry. Once you choose a manager, no one else will accept you if you want to change. This is the unspoken rule of this industry. I think all the managers have united to exploit you boxers, right? Yiming said. Ah Hu sighed, so what? They are desperate and have to participate in this kind of boxing match. They are the only ones who have the qualification to participate, so they have the final say. Yiming looked at him steadily. Are you interested in being my personal bodyguard? Ah Hu looked up at him suddenly, then smiled and shook his head. No, if I could be a bodyguard I would have done it a long time ago, and I can earn more than participating in this kind of competition. Why? Because my daughter needs my care. If I become your personal bodyguard, I won't be able to take care of her. You didn't remarry after your divorce? Ah Hu was a little confused. How did you know I was divorced? He looked at Ah Feng. Did you tell them? Yiming said directly, I will pay for your daughter's treatment. After she is cured, you can always take care of her. Ah Hu's Adam's apple moved, but he didn't say anything. Yiming continued, and your ex-wife Yu Kaihua is now my sister's bodyguard. I can guarantee that at least one of you can take care of your daughter. What did you say? Kaihua, she is your sister's bodyguard? When Ah Hu heard his ex-wife's name, there was a hint of panic in his eyes. Luair stood up and said, yes, she is my bodyguard now, but she just went to the hospital to see her daughter. Ah Hu was a little hesitant, as if he had some concerns. Yiming guessed that it might be related to his ex-wife, but this was not a problem he was considering. He just wanted Ah Hu to be his bodyguard. How much will your daughter's surgery cost? Yiming asked. 300,000. Ah Feng answered immediately. As long as you become my bodyguard, I will pay you the 300,000, and you can ask the hospital to arrange someone to perform the surgery immediately, and I will also give you an annual salary of 5 million RMB. Yiming said. After hearing Yiming's reward, Ah Hu swallowed his saliva. He was tempted. It was not the annual salary that was attractive, but the fact that he could perform surgery on his daughter immediately. Since his divorce, his daughter Shanwan has been everything to him. He has given everything he has and even risked his life to fight in underground boxing matches just to give Shanwan a healthy life. This is his biggest wish in this life. He gritted his teeth and said, okay, but I hope I can take care of my daughter until she recovers. Don't worry about that. I will arrange a nanny and a nurse to take care of your daughter 24 hours a day. I think they can take better care of her than a rough man like you. Yiming said lightly. Okay. Ah Hu finally made up his mind. After a pause, he continued, I'll go find Boss Yang and settle the contract issue. At this time, Ah Feng suddenly grabbed his arm and said, brother, Boss Yang won't let you go easily. You are so powerful and have fought so many games without losing a single one. He has long regarded you as his money-making machine. How can he bear to let you go? Let me go. What's going on? Yiming was a little confused. It's like this. I signed a 1-year agency contract with him, and it's only been less than half a year. If I don't fight, it would be like breaking the contract. Chen Jiaqing smiled and shook his head at this time. Underground boxing matches are something that cannot be seen in the light. They are illegal in themselves, and the contract based on them is of course invalid. It is estimated that Boss Yang took advantage of Ah Hu's ignorance of the law and used a contract to scare him. Yiming asked curiously, what are you laughing at? You don't have to worry about the contract. It has no binding force at all. Besides, even if it is a labor contract, as a worker you have the right to terminate the contract early. He can't do anything to you. Chen Jiaqing said to Ah Hu. Real? Really, you can rest assured. If we go to court, they will definitely lose. Chen Jiaqing's tone was firm. She minored in law in college, so she was naturally very sure. Ah Hu heaved a sigh of relief and shouted, that's good, that's good. Okay, let's go now, I don't want to stay in this place for even a second. He had fought life and death battles here more than a dozen times and had long been tired of the depressing and dark space here. The group was about to leave when a few people came out and shouted to Ahu, "Ahu, there is a boxing match tonight, get ready." Ahu replied, "Tell Boss Yang that I won't come anymore. Ask him to find someone else." When the man heard this, he frowned and asked, "What do you mean? Do you want to break the contract?" "If you want to break the contract, then according to the contract, you have to pay a breach of contract fee of 1 million. After he said that, he whispered to a follower beside him to notify Boss Yang. "That contract is totally useless, and I've already made so much money for Boss Yang, isn't he satisfied?" "Ha, you say it's useless? If everyone is like you, then are there any rules or laws? You should have been aware of this when you signed the contract." The man was obviously stalling for time. Ah Feng quickly pulled Yiming and signaled him to take Chen Jiaqing and Luair away. Yiming didn't want to stay here and get in the way, so he nodded to Ahu and said, "We'll wait for you outside." Before he could finish, Boss Yang came out, followed by a dozen men in black, each holding an iron rod in their hands, and they quickly blocked the exit. Obviously, he had been prepared for a long time, otherwise it wouldn't have been so fast. Boss Yang held two shiny iron balls in one hand and kept turning them, with a fake smile on his face. "Mainland boys, I don't care what you said to Ahu, but this is Kowloon, it's my territory, and in my territory, everything must be done according to my rules." Chapter 41, Breakthrough. "What do you want?" Yiming stared at him coldly. "As soon as you showed up, I knew it was no good. You want to take Ahu away, that's not impossible, but you have to compensate me 1 million for breach of contract, and leave those two women behind." He pointed at Chen Jiaqing and Luair and said with a smile, his eyes flashing with greed. Hearing this, Yiming's face immediately became extremely gloomy, and a cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. There would be nothing wrong with giving him 1 million, just as a redemption fee for Ahu. But Chen Jiaqing is his woman now, and Luair is his sister. These two people are his Achilles heel. The dragon has a reverse scale, if you touch it you will die. Boss Yang dared to set his sights on the two of them, which undoubtedly touched his bottom line. So in Yiming's eyes, this Boss Yang is now no different from a dead person. However, the current situation seems to be somewhat unfavorable to them. The other side has a total of 15 big men in black clothes holding iron rods. On Yiming's side, there are only 6 people: Ahu, Afeng, Chen Jiaqing, Luair, and Luair's bodyguards. Ahu and Luair's bodyguards are both very skilled, and Chen Jiaqing is also a 7th degree black belt master in Taekwondo. Although Yiming and Afeng are ordinary people, they should have no problem dealing with 1 or 2 people. In fact, they can already fight against the opponent with these people, so Yiming is not particularly nervous. But there is still Luair, who has absolutely no fighting ability. Once the fight starts, fists and feet are indiscriminate. In this chaotic place, no one knows what will happen. It is also unknown whether others will take advantage of the situation. Yiming didn't want to do anything that might pose the slightest danger to Luair, so he couldn't fight unless it was absolutely necessary. Ahu then stood up and said, "Boss Yang, this matter has nothing to do with them. Let them leave and I will give you an explanation." He thought that the key point of this matter lay with himself, and if he didn't leave, Boss Yang would not be able to make things difficult for Yiming and the others. But he obviously overestimated his own weight. Boss Yang snorted coldly and shook his head. "You want to give me an explanation? I don't want it, and I'm not interested in it. It's not so easy to take back what I said." Yiming looked around and found that all the men in black had expressionless faces. These people are not like Brother Ba's gang last time, who were just hired by Fatty Lu, the owner of the brick kiln, to keep things going. These people are almost thugs hired by Boss Yang. However, since they are human, they have weaknesses. As long as you hit their weaknesses, the other side will be defeated even if they seem to have more people. He already had a plan in mind. Looking around at the men in black again, Yiming said calmly, "You are following Boss Yang just to make a living. Boss Yang is lucky to have a group of loyal followers like you. But you must be worried every day for him, right? After all, what you do are all shady things." Boss Yang smiled sarcastically, "You don't need to brainwash them. It's useless. Each of them has killed someone. There is no place to take them in except here." Yiming smiled faintly, "That's because they don't have enough capital to leave you. If they have a lot of money, do you think they will still be willing to listen to you and run away?" Boss Yang paused for a moment, then sneered, "Although I can't give them a lot of money, at least I took them in and gave them food to eat. Once they leave me, they will definitely have nowhere to stay." Seeing Boss Yang's argument, Yiming understood in his heart that, judging from the attitude Boss Yang had at that moment, it was hard to say how loyal these men in black were to Boss Yang. In fact, everyone has a heart that yearns for freedom. Even if they have committed heinous crimes, they are unwilling to be bound in this dark and narrow place for the rest of their lives, relying on being thugs to make a humble living. If they were given a large sum of money, enough to allow them to leave here, go far away to a foreign country and completely break away from the past, they might be tempted, and this is Yiming's breakthrough point. Yiming looked at the group of men in black, with his hands behind his back, looking very calm. I'll give you a chance. How about 10 million each in exchange for you not taking action? With this money, you can go anywhere you want, completely bid farewell to the past, and start a new life with a new identity, instead of living like a rat here, working as a thug just to make a living. 10 million. Everyone gasped when they heard this number. There are a total of 15 big men in black here, and if each of them has 10 million, the total would be 150 million. Yiming was extremely calm and composed at this moment, as if he didn't care about the money at all. And that was indeed the case. This amount of money was not even a fraction of his daily interest income. The group of expressionless men in black finally reacted. Each of them kept swallowing their saliva and looked at each other, trying to get feedback from their companions. At this moment, a look of shock finally appeared on Boss Yang's face. 10 million. This temptation is too great. These people will never make so much money in their lifetime if they follow Boss Yang, and they will also be controlled by him in every way. Faced with such a huge temptation, it is impossible for these people not to be tempted. At this time, a man in black boldly asked, "How do we know if you will give us 10 million after you leave? What if it's just a bad check? Wouldn't we be fooled by you?" Yiming smiled faintly. He knew that his goal had been achieved. The fact that they asked this meant that they were already moved. Thus, he and his group would be safe without having to take any action. Yiming felt it was worth spending 150 million to eliminate the potential harm to Luair. Don't worry about this. This amount of money is nothing to me. I can transfer it to everyone here on the spot. However, in order to prevent you from regretting after taking the money, let these three ladies go out first and I will stay here. Yiming pointed at Chen Jiaqing, Luair, and Luair's bodyguard and said, "Don't listen to him, he doesn't have that much money. Don't be fooled by him." Boss Yang was already a little panicked. If these people really left him, not only would he not be able to survive here, he would also be hunted down by his enemies. He never expected that someone could easily take out so much money to bribe his people, and bribe them in front of him. This is a blatant humiliation. But this can only be blamed on the fact that he is too greedy towards these people. In order to control them, it is impossible for him to give them a lot of money. Now Yiming is offering 10 million to each person. How can he not let those people be tempted? Those people looked at each other and automatically made way for each other. For them, this was undoubtedly a gamble, and if you gamble, you have to pay the cost. Letting Chen Jiaqing, Luair, and Luair's bodyguards leave was the cost, and it was also their way of showing their sincerity. Yiming turned around and said to Chen Jiaqing and Luair, "You leave first." Chen Jiaqing understood the situation and what should be done, but Luair still wanted to stay with Brother Ming. Chen Jiaqing pulled her aside and whispered in her ear, "If you stay, it will only make your Brother Ming worry. It's better to leave first and don't let your Brother Ming be tied up." Luair understood and followed Chen Jiaqing and the bodyguard out. After they left, Yiming heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the men in black and smiled faintly. "You all have murder cases on your hands anyway, so why not do this?" He pointed at Boss Yang. "Whoever hits him with a stick, I'll transfer 10 million to him right away." Chapter 42, Escape. Boss Yang looked at his former subordinates. Each of them had a shining eye and an expression of emotion on his face. Suddenly, a piercing chill rose up and his face looked extremely ugly. He was a decisive man, and when he saw that the situation was not right, he wanted to leave. However, he was stopped by the man in black, and Boss Yang immediately roared, "You are a bunch of ungrateful wolves. Who took you in and fed you when you were down and out? Without me, Yang, would you be where you are today? Ha! We've been your thugs for so long, we've already paid it back," said a man in black calmly. "That's right. It has been paid off long ago." Others also echoed him. Yiming sneered. Seeing that the men in black did not take any action, he knew that they still had some doubts in their hearts. He found an iron rod and handed it to Ah Feng. "Go and hit him with the rod, and I will give you 10 million. "Me too?" Ah Feng's face suddenly showed ecstasy. Yiming smiled and nodded. Ah Feng immediately took the stick. He had been fuming with Boss Yang for a long time. Now that he had such a good opportunity, there was no point in talking nonsense. Without saying a word, he rushed over and hit Boss Yang. Boss Yang's face turned pale and he wanted to escape, but there was no way to escape. What are you doing? Get out of my way. Boss Yang panicked, but the men in black stood there, motionless. With a bang, Ah Feng hit Boss Yang hard on the back with a stick. Boss Yang was hit hard by the stick. The iron ball in his hand flew far away and he fell to the ground in pain. He did not choose to hit the head, because such a swing of the iron rod would definitely explode Boss Yang's head. After all, he had never killed anyone and was still somewhat afraid in his heart, so he just hit Boss Yang hard on the back with the iron rod. But even though he was hit on the back by an iron rod, Boss Yang almost vomited blood. Yiming transferred 10 million to Ah Feng on the spot. Ah Feng laughed crazily when he saw the huge sum of money coming in. Ha ha, I'm rich. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, the men in black swallowed their saliva wildly and stared at Yiming, as if waiting for him to give orders again. Yiming turned his head and looked at Ahu, and said with a smile, "Forget it, I'm afraid you will beat him to death with a stick, but you will also have a share of the 10 million. Ahu smiled naively. In his heart, he was already convinced by this boss. At this time, he did not let them fight out, but directly used money to attack them. This courage and this kind of handwriting undoubtedly shocked him. Yiming then said to the men in black with a smile on his face, "Who will go first?" "I keep my word." One of the men in black bravely walked towards Boss Yang, who had stood up, gritted his teeth, swung the iron rod in his hand and hit him on the back again. Boss Yang was hit so hard that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at the man with hatred and lay on the ground, cursing weakly, You will not die well." Yiming asked the other party to tell him a bank card number and immediately transferred 10 million to him. Seeing the 10 million in the account, the man in black could not suppress his ecstasy. He knelt down in front of Yiming, kowtowed twice, threw away the iron rod in his hand, and ran away. He was liberated and could finally leave this dark place and live a free life. Next, the men in black followed the example of the first man. Almost all of Boss Yang's bones were broken. He lay on the ground, breathing out but not in. Yiming finally hit himself with a stick, venting his anger, before leaving with a foam and a hoo. Even if Boss Yang didn't die, he would have lost half his life, and would also face the pursuit of countless enemies. According to his current condition, it can be said that he is no different from a dead person. No one would think of calling the police because this place is shameful to begin with, and if they did, they would be implicated. Yiming, Ah Feng, and A Hu went to the hospital where Shanwan was. Chen Jiaqing and Luair had already arrived early. Seeing that everyone was safe, Yiming breathed a sigh of relief. Yu Kaihua and Ahu, a divorced couple, suddenly met each other and looked a little unnatural. From Ah Feng, Yiming learned that Ahu was also a special forces member from the mainland. He was expelled from the team because he made a serious mistake during a mission, resulting in the death of several teammates. In order to forget the painful memories, he left the mainland and came to Kowloon to make a living. For some reason, Yu Kaihua did not go with him. The two were separated for a long time, and their feelings gradually faded. Hu finally took the initiative to file for divorce. After the divorce, Hu brought Shanwan to Kowloon to make a living. It can be seen that Hu actually still has feelings for Yu Kaihua. Yiming, Chen Jiaqing and Luair did not disturb them and left them alone. In the days that follow, the couple, one being Yiming's bodyguard and the other being Luair's bodyguard, will have more time together, and it is not impossible for them to reconcile and get back together. After experiencing the false alarm at the underground boxing club, everyone was still frightened and didn't want to go out again before the auction started. The day of the auction soon arrived. The small and private auction was held after the other antique auctions were over. Yiming simply took his parents Luair, Chen Jiaqing and his bodyguards to attend the antique auction held earlier. He wanted to see if there was anything interesting that he could buy. The first item to be auctioned was an authentic abstract painting by Picasso. Yiming had no interest in foreign things and did not participate in the bidding. Finally, the painting was bought by a wealthy man from the mainland for $85 million. This price was somewhat beyond Yiming's expectations. Such an impressionistic painting whose meaning was completely incomprehensible could actually be sold at such a high price. But existence is reasonable, and he was just a little curious. The next item to be auctioned was a landscape painting by Zhang Daqian. Yiming was still very interested in Oriental things. There were many domestic bidders for this item, but foreigners were not very interested. But the starting price was much lower than that of Picasso's abstract painting, whose meaning was incomprehensible. After more than 10 rounds of bidding, it reached more than $30 million. Yiming couldn't stand it anymore. Why the hell could your crappy abstract paintings, whose meanings you couldn't understand, be sold at such high prices, but our own Chinese paintings can't? At least our landscape paintings are understandable and pleasant to look at. We must make our Chinese paintings surpass Picasso's paintings. He immediately raised his sign and shouted, $100 million. His shout immediately silenced everyone present. Everyone turned to look at Yiming, as if they were looking at a fool. Chapter 43 Heirloom. When the auctioneer heard the price, his eyes lit up. Obviously, this price was beyond his expectations. He reported Yiming's bid in Chinese and English respectively. $100 million. This gentleman is offering $100 million. Is there any higher price? Many people present lowered their heads and whispered to each other, so it was impossible for anyone to make an offer. Is this idiot crazy? He's paying such a high price for a Chinese painting. It's not worth it at all. That's right. That guy looks so young, he must be some rich kid. If his father knew that his son spent $100 million to buy such a painting, he would be so pissed that he would die. $100 million. Even Wang Jianlin, Ma Yun, and Ma Huadang wouldn't easily spend so much money on a painting. Whose family is this guy from? He's probably the son of some hidden wealthy family. He looks like the type of person who has been suppressed by his family for too long and wants to show off. Yeah, I guess he just wants to show off in front of girls. Look at the two girls next to him, they are so damn pretty. If I can get one of them, my life will be worth it. People are willful because they have money. If they don't act pretentiously because they have money, what's the difference between them and salted fish? $100 million for just one act of pretense, that's too willful. A silver-haired old man was sitting in the back. He heard everyone's discussion, but shook his head, obviously disagreeing with them. He said to the girl beside him, "Do you also think that the young man's money is not worth it?" The girl had willow-shaped eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, and a pointed nose. She blinked her eyes in confusion. "Isn't it?" The old man smiled and shook his head. "Of course not. In fact, even if the painting itself is unique, the real object is still not worth much. What is valuable is its artistic collection value. The value of this artistic value does not need to be judged by public opinion. It is not that it is worth what everyone says it is worth. It is worth whatever the people who appreciate it think." That young man bought the painting for $100 million. Even if it was not worth $100 million originally, but now someone has bought it for $100 million, it is worth that much. Even if it is auctioned again in the future, even if it cannot be auctioned at such a high price, $100 million is its previous price. For this reason, its value is definitely not much lower. Moreover, once this painting is sold at a price of $100 million, the value of Zhang Daqian's other paintings will inevitably rise, and even the collection value of Chinese paintings will increase. This young man has made a contribution to the increase in the collection value of Chinese paintings. The girl nodded, not quite understanding. So, it doesn't matter how much money he wants to spend on this painting? The old man smiled and nodded again. It's his freedom to decide how much to spend. If he thinks it's worth it, then it's worth it. It's useless for outsiders to say more. With the final thump of the auctioneer's hammer, the painting was purchased by Yiming. In fact, he had no other ideas when he bought the painting, nor was there any question of appreciating it from a different perspective. He simply didn't want foreign paintings to be more expensive than Oriental paintings, that's all. The next few items were foreign cultural relics, none of which Yiming was interested in, but the bidders on the scene became more and more intense in their bidding. Now we will auction the last item of this auction. The auctioneer stretched out his hand, and the staff came up with a tray and placed it on the table. After the tray was placed, the auctioneer continued to introduce, "This item is a bronze wine cup from the Shang dynasty in the East. It is said that Shangtang once used this cup to drink wine. This bronze wine cup of this shape is the only one left in the world." As soon as Yi-Dashan saw the bronze wine cup, his eyes suddenly became straight and he stared at the cup motionlessly. When he heard the auctioneer announce the starting price, the reserve price was $50 million, he immediately gasped. Yiming noticed his father's strange look and asked in a low voice, "Dad, are you interested in this wine glass? If you are interested, I will take a picture of it for you." Yi-Dashan was stunned for a moment, shook his head, pointed at the cup and said, "This cup is very similar to the one we had before." Do we have this kind of cup at home? Why have I never seen it before? Yi Dashin sighed and said slowly, we had an identical cup in the past. It was a family heirloom. Later, you had no money to pay for your tuition at university, so I took it to the county town and sold it. I remember it very clearly at the time. I sold it for 3,000 yuan. The boss even said that it was fake. I didn't expect it to be sold for so much money here. Oh. What? Yiming was a little surprised. The auctioneer just said that there was only one of this cup in the world, so it was most likely the one in his home. In order to raise tuition for himself, his father sold all the heirlooms, which made him feel very guilty. But it doesn't matter, now there is a chance to return it to his hands. Yiming patted his father's hand, Dad, since this is our family heirloom, I will never let it fall into the hands of others. Chapter 44 The Secret of the Heirloom. As the finale item, this bronze wine cup caused a stir at the scene. A representative of a well-known domestic wine company was determined to get this wine cup. I think he was going to buy it and take it back as the treasure of the store. As soon as the auctioneer announced the reserve price, he immediately raised his placard and shouted, 55 million. 56 million. Another person followed. 60 million. The wine company representative looked at the man with a very provocative look. After all, his bids were always several million higher than the original ones, so he would naturally look down on those who raised the price by 1 million at a time. Yiming decided to let them fight over it for the time being. Anyway, he already considered the wine glass as his own, so he would buy it no matter how much money it cost. 61 million. Cried another. 63 million. Everyone was very interested in this wine glass, and it was worthy of being the finale item. The bidding was very intense, with bids coming one after another. 90 million. The wine company representative was already a little nervous. He looked around after he shouted. It was obvious that this price was almost reaching his bottom line. After a while, no one stood up to bid. Just when the wine company representative was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the silver-haired old man who had previously agreed with Yiming's purchase of the painting made the first bid of this auction. 95 million. The old man said calmly. The wine company representative's face flushed red. He looked at the silver-haired old man with bloodshot eyes and gritted his teeth, 95,500,000. The old man didn't wait for him to finish his words, and directly raised the sign, saying calmly, 100 million. The wine company representative finally gave up, and he looked like a deflated balloon. He sat down dejectedly, like a defeated rooster. $100 million. The old gentleman is bidding $100 million. Is there a higher price? The auctioneer shouted excitedly. This is the second item in this auction to reach a bid of $100 million, which is rare in the past. Although high-priced items are occasionally sold, sometimes even in a year, you may not see an item with a bid of up to $100 million, but today there were two items in one auction. This will definitely be on the headlines of tomorrow's news, and he will also be able to show off his face. After all, the photo was taken by him. The old man narrowed his eyes slightly and had a calm expression, as if he didn't care at all whether anyone was competing with him. $100 million at a time. Is there a higher price? The people below were whispering, and some had even begun to congratulate the old man on winning the bronze wine cup. At this moment, a sudden voice sounded. 150 million. Yiming finally shouted out the first offer at this time. The originally tranquil auction hall became somewhat agitated. This time the bid was raised by 50 million? And it was the young man who bought Zhang Daqian's ink painting for $100 million at the beginning. Who is this person? Everyone was puzzled. Those who knew the silver-haired old man looked at Yiming with mocking eyes. The old man's calm expression finally showed some movement. He glanced at Yiming from a distance and found that Yiming was looking straight ahead with a calm face. He felt a little angry. It seemed that he had met his match, but he was not going to give up. 160 million. The old man raised the sign again. 200 million. Yiming did not hesitate and did not give anyone a chance to breathe. The atmosphere in the auction hall gradually became heated. This amount of price increase was simply aggressive. When the wine company representative heard Yiming's offer, he looked at the silver-haired old man with a playful smile on his face, as if to say, "Aren't you awesome? Keep on being awesome." He felt a burst of pleasure, and wanted to yell, "Now you know how I felt just now, didn't you feel awesome just now? Keep going." The young girl next to the old man was very unhappy. That guy actually snatched the thing that her grandfather liked. But she had no choice. After all, this was an auction house and everything went to the highest bidder. 210 million. The old man came here today just for this, so he called out the last price with the mentality of making a last-ditch effort. Yiming's momentum was growing stronger and stronger. His voice was calm, but it contained a force that could oppress people. 250 million. The old man looked unhappy and shook his head to show his surrender. As the auctioneer banged the hammer 3 times, "Congratulations to this gentleman for winning this lot." The auction ended here, and Yiming won the opening and closing 2 items. And the 2 lots together amount to $350 million US, plus the 10% commission, that is $385 million US. This has set a record for the highest transaction amount by a single buyer in a single auction, and many people came to congratulate Yiming. Young man. Congratulations. Congratulations on receiving 2 great things. Yiming also bowed and thanked them one by one. The silver-haired old man came over last and congratulated him. "Young man, I didn't expect you to like this bronze cup so much that you would spend a huge amount of money to snatch it from me. I guess you have almost figured out the secret. I thought it was a sure thing, but you still managed to get it." Secret? Yiming frowned and glanced at his father, and found that Yi-Dashin also had a puzzled look on his face. What secrets could there be in a cup like this? Wasn't it used by Shantang and later became a family heirloom of the Yi family? Seeing Yiming's confused look, the old man made up his mind and said no more. He asked this question just to test the young man's reaction. Seeing that the other party didn't seem to know, the old man bowed and said goodbye. "Luair, let's go." The girl accompanying the old man glared at Yiming fiercely, then left with the old man. Her murderous look made Yiming a little confused. When the hell did I offend her? After the old man and the girl left, Yiming looked at the bronze cup over and over for a long time before asking his father in confusion, "Dad, he said there is a secret in this cup? What is the secret?" Yi-Dashin also kept shaking his head. "I looked at this cup. It's the one we had before. I recognize it. Your grandfather gave it to me before he left. But he didn't tell me what secret this cup held. Could it be that Grandpa died before he could tell you the secret?" Chapter 45. You can't rely on yourself. Yi-Dashin shook his head. "I don't know." Seeing that his father was also unclear, Yiming simply stopped thinking about this issue. After all, this was the Yi family's heirloom, so it was normal for it to have some secrets. The next thing to be held was a private auction of the Ginhoo building, and the auction venue was in another room, which required an invitation to enter, so Yiming only took Chen Jiaqing with him. At this time, there were already quite a few people in the auction venue. Yiming and Chen Jiaqing handed the invitation letter to the waiter and were about to go in when a voice suddenly sounded in their ears. "Hey, isn't this Chen Jiaqing? Miss Chen is also here to attend this auction? I wonder which company Miss Chen represents." The two turned to look and saw that the person who was speaking was a young man with slicked hair and powdered face. Judging from his attire, he was wearing all luxury goods, including an Armani trench coat and a Gucci shirt underneath. There was a big H on his belt that was particularly eye-catching. It was an Hermes belt. The golden watch chain on his wrist was revealed intentionally or unintentionally. It was a limited edition Rolex. "Do you know him?" Yiming asked in a low voice. "He is a young man from the Zhang family in Kowloon. I met him when I was studying at Harvard. He pursued me before," Chen Jiaqing said lightly. Oh, Yiming was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this man had pursued Chen Jiaqing. He then smiled wickedly. "Why didn't you agree to him?" Yiming knew that the Zhang family of Kowloon was one of the 4 major families in Kowloon, a truly wealthy family with a family fortune of hundreds of billions of dollars. Chow Tai Fook Jewelry and Hang Seng Bank were both businesses under their family. As the son of the Zhang family, he was an absolute second-generation rich. If it were an ordinary woman, she would definitely not miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to marry into a wealthy family. This guy is a playboy who thinks that the world belongs to him because he has money. I can't stand it. Chen Jiaqing shrugged, not wanting to continue, and then said, "Ignore him, let's go in." Yiming didn't want to get involved, so the two of them ignored the man and walked straight inside. The man was not angry. He walked over and stood in front of the two of them. "Our Miss Chen is still so aloof. But it is a great honor to meet Miss Chen here. I heard that you left JP Morgan Chase and returned to China. I wonder which company is lucky enough to hire you, Miss Chen." Zhang Xiaojuan, what does it have to do with you which company I work for? Ha, which company wouldn't want a talent like you? Jiaqing, how about this? You name a price and come to work for my Zhang family's company. I guarantee that you will earn as much as you would at JP Morgan Chase. Oh. Don't get me wrong, I have no selfish motives. I just admire your talent. Chen Jiaqing snorted coldly, not interested. Then she took Yiming's hand and went in. When Zhang Qiujuan saw Chen Jiaqing taking the young man's arm, his pupils shrank, his eyes narrowed, and his face became a little gloomy. He took a look at Yiming. He was very ordinary, wearing common clothes. Apart from his slightly outstanding appearance, everything else was normal. He originally thought that the ordinary young man next to Chen Jiaqing was just her assistant at work, and with Chen Jiaqing's arrogant attitude, she would never take the initiative to hold an assistant's hand. So it is obvious that the relationship between this young man and Chen Jiaqing is very unusual. After entering the venue and taking a seat, Zhang Qiujuan came over with a fake smile on his face. I wonder who this gentleman is to Jiaqing. Yiming was very disgusted with this person. He obviously didn't want to pay attention to him, but he actually moved his face closer. Do I need to tell you who I am to her? Yiming was too lazy to even look at him. Zhang Qiujuan looked unhappy. He suddenly leaned over to Yiming's ear and whispered, "Boy. Don't blame me for not telling you. You can't get a girl like Jiaqing. You'd better give up that idea as soon as possible." Yiming suddenly laughed. Damn, I can't afford her? Forget it? Who the hell do you think you are? What does it have to do with you who I like? When Zhang Qiujuan saw Yiming's sudden action, his face instantly turned pale. This guy actually dared to kiss Chen Jiaqing in public after being warned by him. If it were an ordinary person, based on his understanding of Chen Jiaqing, he would definitely kill the boy. However, after being kissed forcibly, Chen Jiaqing just shyly patted the boy's arm. If he still can't see the relationship between these two people, then he is really an idiot. Zhang Qiujuan no longer had the arrogant and superior attitude he had at the beginning. He looked at Yiming with an extremely gloomy face. Boy, you are dead. Then he turned to Chen Jiaqing and snorted, I never thought that the beautiful Chen, who always had a very high standard, would end up choosing such a common bastard. If your former classmates knew about this, wouldn't they laugh their heads off? I don't need other people's approval of who I'm looking for. Besides, the young models and peripheral girls that Mr. Zheng usually plays with are not very tasteful. Chen Jiaqing was gentle and kind in front of Yiming, but she was cold as ice when talking to Zhang Qiujuan. This almost drove Zhang Qiujuan crazy. Why? As the successor of the Zhang family in Kowloon, how could I be inferior to such a common person? But he quickly calmed down and looked at Yiming coldly. Boy, if you know what's best for you, leave Chen Jiaqing. She is not someone you can have. You are not worthy of her. You don't know her background, and her family won't agree with you being together. Yiming felt that this guy was as annoying as a fly, and he even threatened him. Did he, Yiming, grow up being threatened? Mr. Zhang, you are such a coward. At first you used your family background to argue that it didn't work, and now you use Jiaqing's family background. I say that when you chase a woman, you either rely on your own family or the woman's family. What's the difference between you and a loser? Can't you just rely on yourself? Chapter 46, the auction ended hastily. What's the difference between you and trash? Can't you just rely on yourself? These two sentences were like a heavy hammer hitting Zhang Qiujuan's heart, making his face turn pale instantly. At this time, there was blatant contempt, disdain, and disdain. Zhang Qiujuan was on the verge of exploding. As the successor of the Zhang family in Kowloon, when had he ever been subjected to such ridicule? His veins were exposed, his lips were trembling, and he really wanted to take action. But this happened in public. If he started the fight first, it would definitely tarnish the reputation of the Zhang family and make people say that he had no manners. If his father knew about this, he would definitely break his legs. He gritted his teeth and pointed at Yiming fiercely, snorted angrily, and walked away. Someone nearby came over to greet him. Hey, Mr. Zhang, nice to meet you. Zhang Qiujuan didn't even raise his head and shouted, Get lost. The man was stunned, not understanding how he had offended the other person. However, since the other person had already told him to get lost, he couldn't continue chatting with him with a shameless face. The man thought about how he greeted him, but he asked him to get out for no reason, and he immediately got angry. The corporate representatives who came to bid for the Ginhoo building were no ordinary people. Your Zhang family is big and powerful, and we are not bad either. We don't need to flatter you. It seems that we need to think twice before cooperating with Zhang family companies in the future. The auction hadn't started yet, but bidders were already coming in one after another. Those who knew each other kept greeting each other, and several people formed a small circle and talked in low voices. Mr. Lu, nice to meet you. I heard that more than 30 companies will participate in the auction. It seems that Ginhoo building is indeed a piece of fat meat that everyone wants to eat. Of course not. This is a prime location among prime locations. Taking it will definitely take our group to the next level. I heard that this time the seller has found someone to bid the price. Who do you think it will be? Someone whispered. It's obvious. I looked at the list of all the bidders for this auction, and almost all of them are well-known large companies, with only one exception. Which one? It seems to be called Xingyue Technology Company, Limited. I sent someone to investigate. The company's assets are only about 100 million renminbi at most. It's participating in the auction of Ginhoo building. There must be something fishy going on. This seller is so disgusting. With such a big business, he actually did something like this. When this company bids for the product later, let's not raise our placards. Let them let the product rot in their hands first. This way, they will know that we are not someone who can be easily fooled. Okay, that's settled. The auction began, the venue became quiet, and the auctioneer gave a brief introduction to the Ginhoo building. Everyone present already knows all of this, and no one cares what the auctioneer says. After the introduction, the auction officially began. The only item in this auction is the Ginhoo building. The reserve price is $2 billion, and each bid increase must not be less than $10 million. The auctioneer said with a smile. It was a great honor for him to host a private auction of this level. If he could get an unexpectedly high price, he would also receive a generous commission. Many auction houses like auctioneers who can mobilize buyers' emotions and liven up the atmosphere at the venue. These people can often enable buyers to make decisions in an excited state and then bid at a price higher than expected. After he finished speaking, someone raised a sign, 2 billion and 10 million. 2 billion and 10 million. Number 87 bids 2 billion and 10 million. Is there a higher bid? The auctioneer shouted. Chen Jiaqing didn't want to play any tricks, so he just raised his sign, 2 billion and 50 million. When everyone saw that it was Chen Jiaqing, they all knew that she represented Xingyue Technology Company, Limited, and they all tacitly stopped holding up the signs. 2 billion and a half billion. Number 36 bids 2 billion and a half billion. Is there a higher bid? The auctioneer looked expectantly at the business representatives in the venue. However, what he didn't expect was that as soon as number 36 called out the price, the representatives of other companies suddenly fell silent. Oh shit, what is going on? The auctioneer waited for a long time, but still no one raised a placard. No one raised the price after the second offer? Could it be that these company representatives were just joining in the fun? The seller was also present at this time. When he heard the price, no one continued to raise the price. His eyelids twitched and he had a bad feeling in his heart. If it is sold for only 2.15 million, it would be better not to hold the auction. 2 billion and a half million. Is there a higher price? The auctioneer reminded loudly again, unwillingly. But there were still only people whispering below, and no one else held up a sign. The auctioneer knocked the gavel and said, 2 billion and a half million at a time. Is there any higher price? Still no one paid any attention to him. Yiming and Chen Jiaqing were also confused. No one raised the price the second time? They turned around and found that some corporate representatives were looking at them with amusement on their faces, which made them a little confused. 2 billion and a half, twice. 2 billion and 50 million 3 times. Deal. Congratulations to buyer number 36 for winning the ownership of the Ginhoo building at a price of 2 billion and 50 million US dollars. The auctioneer dropped the hammer. The auctioneer was a little dejected. He had thought that this auction would be extremely popular, with prices rising steadily and bidding continuing, but he did not expect it to end so abruptly before it even began. Is it a deal? Even Chen Jiaqing was a little overwhelmed. Buying the Ginhoo building for 2.25 billion US dollars was something she had never dared to think of before. She thought it would cost at least 2.5 billion, or even 3 billion. Zhang Qiujuan was also one of the buyers. Of course, he had received inside information from representatives of other companies before, so he had been refraining from raising his bid. Seeing Chen Jiaqing and Yiming happily taking ownership of the Ginhoo building, he snorted, "The play is quite realistic. The rules of this private auction are different from those of general auctions. If the buyer is unable to pay, his or her qualification can be disqualified on the spot and the item can be re-auctioned." So after the auction was over, except for Chen Jiaqing and Yiming, no one else moved. They believed that Xingyue Technology Company, Limited, represented by Chen Jiaqing, was just a proxy and would definitely not be able to pay. So the auction house would hold another auction later on the grounds that the buyer was unable to pay. The auctioneer was surprised to see that no one was leaving. "Dear buyers, this auction has ended. Please leave quietly and orderly." "Is it over? They paid?" someone asked, puzzled. The auctioneer gave him a disdainful look and said, "They've won the lot, the deal is done, and of course they've paid." Boom! The representatives of various companies present were instantly excited and started whispering to each other. Didn't they say they were hired as agents? How could they possibly pay? Fuck, who said they were hired as a shill in the beginning? I was screwed by him. It's not that you were cheated, but that they got a great bargain. If everyone bids together, the price will not be low, but it is not necessarily that you will get it all. I feel like there is definitely something fishy going on here. How can a company with total assets of less than 100 million renminbi afford to pay more than $2 billion to purchase the Ginhoo building? Even a lending bank would not lend it to him. Could it be that an investor has invested in them? If it is such a large amount of investment, it will definitely be big news that will shake the industry. It is impossible for it to remain calm. Could there be some background behind them? For example, a big family deliberately found a spokesperson to keep a low profile? It's unlikely. I asked someone to look into this company thoroughly. The actual controller is a young man named Yiming, 25 years old. His ancestors were farmers for 3 generations. His background is very ordinary. Perhaps those big families want to find such ordinary people to be their spokespersons so that they can keep a low profile? You are stupid. If a big family chooses such an ordinary person as a spokesperson, it means they don't want to be exposed. But such a large amount of money enters their company account. The source of funds will definitely be investigated and controlled by the regulatory authorities. It is impossible to transfer it secretly. If it is made public at that time, wouldn't it be obvious that they are exposed? That's strange. In addition to wanting to curse, everyone also had questions in their minds. Zhang Qiujuan also felt something was wrong. Could it be the Chen family behind Chen Jiaqing? Chapter 47, Dragon Transformation Vase. After coming out of the auction hall, Yiming and Chen Jiaqing met up with his father and mother, as well as Luair and others who were waiting outside, and then went back to the hotel together. They didn't notice at all that someone was following them from a distance. At the same time, in a hidden luxurious villa on the top of Victoria Peak, the highest peak in Kowloon, an old man stood respectfully under the bed. This man was the silver-haired old man who competed with Yiming for the bronze wine cup at the auction. His name was Feng Jidao, and he was a feng shui master active in Kowloon. On the couch in front of him, sitting cross-legged, was an even more haggard old man. His hair was 3 feet long and completely white, without a single strand of black hair. He looked much older than Feng Jidao. If there are older people here, they will recognize this white-haired old man. He is Chen Badang, the feng shui master and martial arts expert who was famous in the southeast 30 years ago. He and the Singaporean magic master Su Xuanzai were both outstanding figures of the time. However, ever since the two of them retired together for unknown reasons 30 years ago, their reputations have gradually faded, and today, few people know much about them. At this time, Chen Botan's eyes were slightly closed, but after hearing Feng Jidao's report, he suddenly opened them. Jidao, you said that the wine glass was bought by a young man from the mainland? Yes, and that young man probably doesn't know the secret of the wine glass either. Feng Jidao paused, then asked carefully, Master, what secret does that wine glass have that you value so much? Chen Badang shook the withered hands full of age spots, his eyes full of vicissitudes. He sighed slightly and said slowly, the bronze wine cup is called the Hualong Zun. Legend has it that it was accidentally obtained by Shang Tang, the founding emperor of the Shang dynasty. After Shang Tang obtained the Hualong Zun, he won victory after victory and eventually overthrew the Xia dynasty and established the Shang dynasty, which lasted for more than 600 years. Master, are you saying that Shang Tang's successive victories are related to the dragon transformation vase? Chen Badang shook his head. If that's the case, then the dragon transformation jar is of little use to me. However, the fact that Shang Tang lived to be nearly 100 years old in the Shang dynasty, where the average age was around 30, is said to be related to the dragon transformation jar. What? Fong Jidao was shocked. At this moment he finally understood why his master valued the wineglass so much. Shen Badong continued, Jidao, your master is already 130 years old now, and this is because your master has reached the peak of dark power, which is why he can barely hold on until now. But if you can reach transformation power, you can enjoy a lifespan of 500 years. However, your master cannot surpass dark power in a short period of time, so you need the dragon transformation jar to prolong your life. If the legend is true, it can extend the lifespan of ordinary people to 3 times the average age, so your master can live to at least 240 years old. By that time, your master will have already surpassed dark power and entered transformation power. Do you understand your master's painstaking efforts? Fong Jidao bowed his head and said, Disciple, I understand. At the same time, he was also very shocked that this dragon transforming jar could actually prolong life. Chen Badong seemed to know the question in his mind. He closed his eyes again and said, However, I don't know the secret of why the dragon transformation bottle can prolong life. Only when I get it can I solve the mystery. Therefore, I don't have much time left for you and me. Go find that young man again and see if you can buy the dragon transformation jar. If he refuses to sell it. Disciple understands. Fong Jidao clasped his fists heavily and said in a low voice, his voice extremely cold. Chen Jiaqing had never expected that this trip would go so smoothly. When she returned to her hotel room, she couldn't help but happily take credit for it to Yiming. I saved you at least $500 million this time. Shouldn't you reward me? In fact, Yiming didn't care about the $500 million at all. It was just half a day's interest for him, but he couldn't show that he would disappoint Chen Jiaqing. So he waved his hand and said proudly, No problem, our boss Chen has done a great deed this time. We must reward him greatly. Tell me, what do you want? The contract stated that Chen Jiaqing's annual salary plus year-end bonus was $1 million. Yiming felt that it was too low and was determined to make up for it. This time he took this opportunity to make up for it. Chen Jiaqing propped her chin with her right hand as if thinking, It seems like there is nothing I want. Alas, it's not good to have a perfect life. She sighed deliberately, looking very playful. It can be seen that being able to acquire the Ginhoo building at such a low price really gave her a sense of accomplishment. She didn't know why those corporate representatives suddenly stopped bidding, but who cares? Now that the Ginhoo building was in her hands, she was too lazy to think too much about it. Seeing her like this, Yiming was moved. He suddenly put his arms around her waist, leaned his head against hers, and whispered, With you, my life is perfect. As he was about to kiss her, Chen Jiaqing quickly blocked it with her hands and pushed him away, her face flushed. Go away, what do you want to do in broad daylight? Yiming smiled bitterly and swallowed his saliva. She's already my girlfriend, why do you still care so much? Chen Jiaqing pushed him away and said, It makes me angry when it comes to this. When did I become your girlfriend? You haven't even asked me to be your girlfriend, but you forced yourself on me. Chen Jiaqing said aggrievedly. Yiming could not have imagined that Chen Jiaqing, who had always been a workaholic, also had such a girlish side, which was completely different from her usual style. But perhaps this is the magic of love, which allows a person to show her true self in front of the one she loves. Yiming was stunned for a moment, then he took out a ring box from behind with a smile. He bought this secretly after coming to Kowloon, just to give Chen Jiaqing a surprise. He knelt on one knee and opened the ring box. Inside, a huge diamond sparkled with crystal brilliance. Jiaqing, I know I was wrong before, but I will make it up to you now. Be my girlfriend, okay? Chen Jiaqing was startled by his sudden kneeling. She never thought that Yiming had planned it. She had imagined such a scene many times, but at that time, the faces of the people in front of her were blurry and she couldn't see what they looked like clearly. But this time, looking at this handsome face that was no less handsome than that of a movie star, the scene in her mind was finally perfect. Even though it came late, it was not absent after all. She covered her mouth, and suddenly warm tears welled up in her eyes. You have a conscience. Chen Jiaqing extended his hand. Yiming gently held her hand and put it on her carefully. The size was just right. It was obvious that he had secretly measured the size long ago. Looking at the sparkling diamond ring on her middle finger, Chen Jiaqing looked at it over and over again, her heart filled with warmth. At this moment, Yiming suddenly held her little face and kissed her. Chen Jiaqing was still a little frightened, but this time she didn't dodge.
Brother Ming.
Suddenly, the door of the room opened. The young girl's childish voice appeared at the door. When she saw the scene in front of her, her eyes widened and she was a little dazed.
Chen Jiaqing was also startled by Luair's sudden appearance. She quickly pushed Yiming away, her face as red as an apple.
Oh, you guys continue. Luair immediately came to her senses and hurriedly closed the door again. The two people in the room looked at each other awkwardly and suddenly laughed, but they were suppressing their laughter and didn't dare to make any sound. This girl really knows how to pick the right time to ruin my plans.
Yiming smacked his lips unwillingly. Chen Jiaqing patted him gently and said, "Go and see what she wants to see you about." In fact, she is feeling a little complicated now.
Thinking back to when Luair talked to her, she didn't know how to face this silly girl who only has her brother Ming in her eyes.
If Luair confronts her and insists on staying with Yiming forever, and even living with Yiming in the future, can she accept it?
She shook her head, feeling that things were moving a little too fast. I had been carefully avoiding Luair, but I didn't expect to be discovered so soon.
Forget it.
We'll have to face this sooner or later.
It's not a bad thing to be discovered now.
Luair stood at the door with her back to it, feeling a little uncomfortable. Although she knew that Brother Ming liked Sister Chen, she was prepared to accept it. But when she actually saw that scene, she was still a little sad and her eyes were a little wet.
"Luair, what do you want to talk to me about?"
Yiming opened the door and a voice came from behind.
Luair didn't turn around immediately.
Instead, she blinked hard to make sure there were no tears in her eyes, and then tried her best to force a natural smile.
"Brother Ming, is it over so soon?"
She turned and looked at Yiming with a wicked smile on her face. What she had to do now was to try her best not to let Brother Ming notice anything unusual.
Yiming patted her head gently. "Little kid, what do you know? Tell me what's going on."
Luair finally remembered the important matter and said quickly, "Oh, the silver-haired old man who snatched the bronze wine cup from you at the auction is here to see you."
"Him? What is he doing here? How does he know I live here?" For a moment, a series of question marks emerged in Yiming's mind. Chapter 48, Nanyang Chen Family.
Zhang Qiujuan was very angry when he returned home. He threw the tea handed to him by the servant to the ground, and the scalding tea splashed everywhere. The servant was scalded but did not dare to say a word. "The Chen family, and Chen Jiaqing, just wait for me," he said, gritting his teeth. After thinking for a while, he stood up and walked towards his father's residence. The Zhang family mansion is very luxurious, covering an area of 1,000 acres, with pavilions and towers scattered throughout the garden. It is simple yet luxurious, with corridors and waterside pavilions scattered throughout the garden. Zhang Guohua, the current head of the Zhang family, is writing with a brush in his study, about to complete a calligraphy piece. Seeing his son push the door open with an angry look on his face, Zhang Guohua was a little unhappy.
"Xiaojun, how many times have I told you to be steady in your actions? Look at you, you are so impetuous. Tell me, what's the matter?" "Dad, we didn't win the Ginhoo building at this auction. What's going on? Didn't you say it was a sure thing?"
Ginhoo building is a key step for our Zhang family's industries to enter the mainland.
"Didn't I tell you to get it at all costs?"
Zhang Guohua put down his brush, his face looking a little unhappy. Although the Zhang family is one of the 4 major families in Kowloon, it can only be ranked last among these 4 families. This time, it was rare that there were no other 3 companies competing, and I thought I could easily take over the Ginhoo building, but unexpectedly something went wrong.
The intelligence is wrong. This time it's not just us, the big financial groups in the inland areas have also been tricked. What's going on? What was the final transaction price? $2.5 billion.
Zhang Qiujuan was a little depressed.
$2.5 billion? Isn't the bottom line I gave you $3 billion?
According to market forecasts, the transaction price should be around $2.78 billion.
What's wrong with you? Don't tell me you didn't even make it to the auction.
Zhang Guohua's face was as gloomy as water. This son has some abilities, but he is too philandering and likes to play with women.
He often gets things delayed because of women.
He has restrained himself a little in recent years, but he still makes mistakes occasionally. Dad, a small company came to this auction with total assets of about 100 million renminbi. Everyone thought they were the seller's agent and were here to raise the price, so we decided that as soon as that company raised its bid, no one would compete with it.
We did the same. Our goal was to let this agent win the bid and discuss the seller. But who the hell knew that this Xingyue technology was not an agent at all, and they ended up getting a huge bargain. Zhang Xiaojuan said angrily. You are confused. Others think so, so you think so too? Zhang Guohua slammed the table, shocking Zhang Xiaojuan. Is this all your vision? I've told you so many times to think independently and not be disturbed by the outside world. How can I hand over the Zheng family to you in the future? Your grandfather founded the Zheng family's huge industry with his unique vision. If you could have 1/10 of your grandfather's, I wouldn't be so burdened until now. Well, you still need training. How about this, you give up your position as general manager and go to the grassroots to train for a few more years. When Zhang Qiujuan heard this, his face suddenly changed. He had experienced grassroots work before and it was extremely miserable. Although he is the successor of the Zheng family, according to the rules of the Zheng family, when they go to the grassroots for training, they cannot reveal the fact that they are members of the Zheng family. Otherwise, the employees will give in to them in every way and the purpose of the training will not be achieved at all. He looked a little flustered, and was obviously unwilling to go to the grassroots again. Dad, give me another chance. I think it's the Nanyang Chen family behind this. Otherwise, how could such a small company get the funds to take over the Ginhoo building? Give me some time, and I promise to take down the Ginhoo building for you. Nanyang Chen family? Zhang Guohua frowned and put his hands behind his back. He was still a little worried about his son's behavior. What are you going to do? Go directly to the Chen family and force them to give up the Ginhoo building. Taking over Ginhoo building is a key step in Zheng's industrial layout in the mainland. It must be taken no matter what. Zhang Guohua thought for a moment and nodded. I will give you another chance for the time being. Although the Chen family is not as strong as before, you can't take it lightly. If you mess up this time, you can go to the grassroots to train for another 3 years. Okay. If I can't get the Ginhoo building, I will take the initiative to apply for grassroots training without you saying anything. Zhang Qiujuan nodded confidently. The Peninsula Hotel, Kowloon, Presidential Suite Reception Room. The silver-haired old man saw Yiming, smiled and bowed, saying, My friend, nice to meet you. This person is Fong Jidao. Yiming had a blank expression on his face. This old guy knew that he lived here so quickly. He must have followed them. This made him very uncomfortable, as if someone was watching him from behind. What do you want to talk to me about, old man? Yiming asked calmly. Fong Jidao knew that Yiming was a little unhappy, so he stroked his beard and smiled. It is really abrupt for this old man to visit you suddenly, but I am worried that you will leave this place soon, so I came to visit you without permission. I hope you don't mind it. After a pause, he continued, at the auction, I was ordered by my master to go for the bronze wine cup. I thought it was a sure win, but I didn't expect you to show up halfway and take the wine cup. I don't know why you spent a huge amount of money to buy it. Yiming glanced at him. This old fellow must be at least 70 or 80 years old. So his master must be over 100 years old, right? Normally, that old monster, who is already in his twilight years, should be enjoying his old age without any desires, but he is still thinking about a bronze wine cup. Thinking back to what the old man said when he left the auction house, he concluded that this bronze wine cup was definitely not simple. To be honest with you, sir, this wine glass is a family heirloom. Due to some changes in the early years, it was lost outside. I happened to see it again at the auction, so no matter how much it cost at the time, I would buy it. I heard from you before that there is some secret in this wine glass. I wonder if you can give me some advice. Yiming asked tentatively. Chapter 49, Trouble in the Future. My friend, you are joking. What secrets could this ordinary bronze wine cup have? Fong Ji stroked his beard and smiled. He knew that Yiming knew nothing about the bronze wine cup and obviously would not tell him. Seeing that the other party was being evasive, Yiming got angry. Then please go back. Sorry, I can't see you off. Ahu, please show me around. Fong Jidao immediately stood up, with an apologetic look on his face. I came here today to ask if you can give up this wine cup? Because my master really likes it, I went back and told him the situation. He allocated a sum of money for me to buy the wine cup and told me to buy it no matter how much it costs. As for the secret in it, it was just an unintentional question from me. In fact, I don't know much, so please don't think too much about it. Yiming had a gloomy face and didn't say anything. He was carefully thinking about the meaning of the old man's words. You want to buy it no matter how much it costs?
He suddenly wanted to test how much this bronze wine cup was worth and who would value it so much, and that person seemed to be an old monster who was over 100 years old. This old freak has lived a lifetime and has seen a lot, so it's not surprising that he knows the secret of the wine glass, otherwise he wouldn't spend so much money just because he likes it.
What's your master's name? Yiming asked.
Speaking of his master, Feng Jidao had a proud look on his face. My master's name is Chen Badong, he is a feng shui master, but he has already retired.
Oh, Yiming had no idea about this name.
He pretended to think hard, then slowly said, after all, this bronze wine cup is my old ye's heirloom, I will not easily sell it, but...
But what? Feng Jidao thought there was a turning point and asked happily. But I want to know how much money your master, Master Chen, is going to pay for this heirloom of mine?
Yiming's eyes turned, always paying attention to the changes in the old man's expression.
If you are interested in selling it, my master is willing to pay $1 billion. Feng Jidao crossed his index fingers to form a cross. $1 billion?
Yiming was a little surprised, although $1 billion was just a matter of one day for him. But it is absolutely incredible for an ordinary person to spend $10 billion to buy an ancient bronze wine cup.
And judging from his appearance, if Yiming raised the price, he would definitely agree to it.
Yiming became more and more curious about the secret contained in the bronze wine cup.
What kind of secret could make the other party spend such a price? Feng Jidao nodded. At the previous auction, I had about 240 million available.
Your second bid exceeded my bottom line, so I had to go back and ask for my master's opinion. After learning about this, my master immediately allocated $1 billion to me in an effort to buy the bronze wine cup from you.
I wonder if $1 billion can make you give up your love.
He believed that Yiming would definitely be tempted by such a huge temptation. After all, he could make a guaranteed profit of $750 million with just one resale, and how long had it been? Heirlooms are indeed precious, but they are only symbolic or commemorative in nature, while $750 million is real money. I'm afraid that in this world, except for the big guys at the top of the Forbes rich list who can ignore this money, ordinary people will definitely be tempted.
But Yiming is naturally different.
Let alone a mere $10 billion, even if 10 billion, 100 billion, or 1 trillion were placed in front of him, he would refuse without hesitation. This thing is of great significance to him and the Yi family, even if there is no secret.
It cannot be measured by money.
Besides, he is not short of that little money. I'm sorry, old sir. I have no intention of selling this bronze wine cup.
I hope you will forgive me,
Yiming said with a fist salute.
The silver-haired old man was very surprised by Yiming's answer. $1 billion won't change hands? Do you think $1 billion is too little?
Yiming smiled and shook his head.
I really have no intention of selling it.
The significance of this bronze wine cup to our Yi family cannot be measured by money. It was once lost because of me.
Now it is back again. It can be regarded as a kind of fate.
I will not let it leave the Yi family again.
Even if it's 10 billion, it won't work?
Even if 100 billion was placed in front of me, I wouldn't even blink an eye.
Feng Jidao was a little unhappy.
Today's trip was destined to be in vain, and the other party also realized the preciousness of the bronze wine cup. He now understood that Yiming was just trying to trick him and had no intention of giving up the wine glass. The old, skinny face no longer had the kindness it had before, and it spoke with a hint of coldness. Why did you ask me how much my master was willing to pay for your wine cup?
Did you want to find out how much the bronze wine cup was worth?
I can tell you clearly that apart from my master, there is no other person in the world who likes your wine cup so much. If you don't sell it today, the most someone else can pay for it in the future is $100 million. Yiming shrugged indifferently. It's up to others to offer as much as they want. Anyway, I won't sell it, and I don't need that 1 billion.
Feng Jidao's expression became more gloomy. Young man, are you really not going to sell it? That's right. This is a family heirloom and will not be sold to anyone else. Feng Jidao narrowed his eyes and stared at Yiming for a moment.
He knew that today's trip was in vain, and the other party also noticed something. It seems that we have no choice but to use other methods.
To be honest, if you don't sell the wine glass today, you may get into trouble in the future. Are you threatening me, old man?
Whether it is a threat or a kind advice, we will know in the future.
Since you have no intention of reselling, I will not bother you anymore. Goodbye. No. Chapter 50 Staff Meeting.
After the old man left, Yiming held the bronze wine cup and looked at it over and over again. He really couldn't see what was so special about it. so he simply stopped looking at it. The purpose of coming to Kowloon has been achieved, and I even gained something unexpected. It's time to go back. After experiencing the trouble of the return trip again, Yiming's desire to buy a private jet became stronger. However, he had to wait until he returned to make plans. After all, buying a private jet involves more than a dozen procedures, and he also needs to recruit a pilot, co-pilot, and flight attendants. Moreover, Yiming does not plan to use the public helipad and runway. He plans to buy a piece of land in the suburbs and build a runway specifically for his own aircraft. After all, he might buy more than one aircraft in the future. In addition, it takes a lot of time from placing an order to customizing the aircraft according to requirements, including various modifications. Chen Jiaqing knew that he wanted to buy a private jet, so he asked him, "There is nearly $1 billion left in the company's account. You can use this money to buy one." Yiming shook his head. "The funds in the company's account will be left to you as the general manager. I will provide the funds for the purchase of the plane separately." When the news came that Ginhoo building had been incorporated into Xingyue Technology, every employee in the company cheered and felt proud. After all, being able to acquire a landmark building in a prime location in Shanghai was a sign that the company they worked for was extremely powerful. In the future, when I go to work in Ginhoo building, I will have a feeling of being the owner. It is my own territory, not a place rented from someone else. At the staff meeting, Yiming announced that the company would be renamed Xingyue Group and would move to the Ginhoo building on a certain day. In addition, in order to celebrate the move, many popular stars from the entertainment industry would be invited to come and help. Boom! The office exploded again. Especially those star chasers, their faces flushed and their necks thickened, staring at Yiming with bloodshot eyes, as if they wanted to eat him. "Boss, I want to see Jin Shanshan," shouted a rough man with unshaven beard. "Boss, I want Hanin. And Luha. And Zixing." A young woman with long hair and a royal look shouted. "Boss, there's Duan Tian Tian too." A cute girl also joined in the fun in a low voice. "Yiming, you must invite Song Yingying. I often dream of dating Song Yingying." Yiming's former good friend shouted. These people were more friendly to Yiming, so Yiming didn't mind calling them by their names. "Fuck, you're just on a date? Fuck you, you dare to insult my goddess? I'll fight you." The originally orderly staff meeting suddenly became chaotic, and Yiming quickly asked everyone to quiet down. "We can't invite these stars whenever we want. It also depends on their schedules. But the company will try its best to satisfy everyone's wishes." Yiming waved his hand and said, "Long live the boss. Yiming, you are so awesome, you must give everyone one when the time comes." Yiming made his final speech. Xingyue Group will definitely continue to grow and develop in the future, and everyone here is the veteran of the group. There will be many development opportunities in the future. I am a nostalgic person, and I will definitely not treat old employees who work hard unfairly. But if someone relies on his status and does not work seriously, I will not be polite either. "Boss, we will work hard." That's right, there is no better boss in the world than Yiming. "Fuck, you're such a good flatterer." The staff meeting ended in a warm atmosphere. Everyone was excited and full of motivation to work. Ginhoo building has 68 floors in total, each floor is thousands of square meters, enough to accommodate hundreds of people. With so many floors, Xingyue Group alone certainly cannot use them all. Chen Jiaqing decided to keep the top 8 floors for the company's own use, with the top floor being the office for the company's senior management, the second to last floor being the office for the company's middle-level management, and the remaining 6 floors being the employee offices. The lower 60 floors are all rented out. Based on the annual rent of 2 million per floor, the rent alone can bring in 120 million renminbi a year. However, this amount of money is nothing to Yiming now. For most companies, it is a great honor to be able to move their office address into the landmark Ginhoo building, which is located in a prime location. This represents the strength and pattern of the company and is an intangible asset of the company. Therefore, as soon as the leasing notice was released, many corporate representatives expressed their intention to rent. A building certainly cannot be entirely occupied by offices. It must have supporting facilities in all aspects that complement each other. Shopping malls, hotels, restaurants, banks, amusement parks, it must have everything. Chen Jiaqing selected some companies seeking to rent the space according to the best ratio. Those who failed to rent the space were all dejected, as if they had missed an opportunity to grow and develop their companies. While the Ginhoo group was jubilant, other companies that participated in the auction but failed to purchase the Ginhoo building were getting restless. They were unwilling to let the Ginhoo group get such a big bargain. So they went to the relevant departments to report the problem of Ginhoo group's source of funds. As long as there was a problem with Ginhoo group's funds, the Ginhoo building would flow back into the market and they could continue to participate in the auction. But the answers they got disappointed them. The staff of the regulatory department said to the whistleblowers with a cold face, "There is absolutely no problem with the source of funds of Ginhoo Group. If you report it again, it will be a false accusation. We will transfer you to the judicial authorities according to relevant laws." Nonsense, even their top leader has no right to view that account, so one can imagine the identity of the holder of that account. When the whistleblowers heard this, they felt cold all over and could only leave in despair. Chapter 51, Encounter. That day, Yiming came to the company and asked Ginhoo to submit a purchase intention to Airbus according to his own wishes. "We need the largest model, the Airbus A380, without seats. Let them convert the interior into a luxurious presidential suite with all kinds of entertainment and living facilities and equipment. By the way, have them build it as soon as possible, and..." Yiming kept on giving instructions to Ginhoo. Ginhoo took out her notebook and kept taking notes. The more she listened, the more surprised she was. The idea of buying a private jet was already shocking to her, and now she had to modify it like this. The cost would definitely be astronomical. "Boss, according to your requirements, it is estimated that it will take 2 years to complete the entire plane." 2 years? That's a bit long. How about this? You ask them to speed up the process and double the price. We should try to finish the project within a year. Ginhoo covered her mouth in surprise. How willful could the boss be? In order to shorten the construction period, the price was doubled. This doubling is not a small amount. The original construction cost plus modification costs would be about 3 billion renminbi. If it doubles, it would be 6 billion renminbi, which is close to $1 billion. Even the most expensive aircraft purchased by the Crown Prince of Qatar, the richest man in the world, was only $500 million. Our boss is even richer than the Crown Prince of Qatar. And looking at the boss's indifferent look, it seems that the money is nothing to him at all. Ginhoo's eyes suddenly became starry, and she thought her boss looked particularly tall and handsome at this moment. At the Airbus Eastern Agency Center, Ginhoo came here with Yiming's instructions to place an order. As a world-renowned passenger aircraft manufacturer, the office building of Airbus Eastern Agency Center has a very modern European style and looks very luxurious. As soon as she entered the door, Ginhoo received a call from Chen Jiaqing. She picked up the phone immediately. "Rue, have you sorted out all the information about Chunfan technology and Ruebo technology that I asked you to sort out yesterday?" "It's already been sorted out. It's all in the computer I carry with me." "Then send it to my email now and I'll take a look first." "Okay, Mr. Chen, please wait a moment." Chunfan Technology is a company with profound attainments in big data in China. Although it has not yet been listed, after 5 rounds of financing and development, it has already become a first-tier domestic internet company. Their technical capabilities in cloud computing have made even Ma Ying's AliCloud very wary, and will most likely have a huge impact on the domestic cloud computing market in the near future. Although Ruebo Technology is also engaged in big data, it developed later than Chunfan Technology. The company is much smaller in scale and its capabilities in all aspects are one level lower. It has only 3 rounds of financing and is still in the position of a follower. However, they have greater potential. Chen Jiaqing plans to choose one of these 2 companies to invest in, laying the foundation for Ginhoo Group's future layout of big data business. Ginhoo found a corner where there was a table and chairs for guests to rest. She turned on the Mac Air she carried with her, preparing to find information about Chunfan Technology and Ruebo Technology and send it to Mr. Chen. At this time, a middle-aged man with broad shoulders and a beer belly like an 8-month pregnant woman came in with a coquettish secretary in his arms. The secretary had a thick layer of makeup on her face, and her face was terribly pale. She hugged the middle-aged man's arm, wishing she could stick to him. "Honey, my feet still hurt. These high heels are really uncomfortable. Let's take a rest first." The middle-aged man scratched her nose with a doting look on his face. "Okay, we've already arrived. Does the place you twisted just now still hurt?" "It hurts. It hurts so much. It hurts here too." The secretary pointed to her chest, looking like she was about to cry. "Oh my little darling, what happened?"
Last time I asked you to buy the latest model from Prada, but you insisted on buying me this crappy Daphne. My feet are so painful from wearing it.
The secretary pouted and said coquettishly.
Okay, it's my fault. I'll buy you Prada next time.
Humph, I'll forgive you this time. The secretary looked like a vixen, making the middle-aged man drool. His mind had already flown to the hotel in the evening. Look, there are seats there. Husband, help me sit over there. The little mistress saw that there were a few seats next to Ginhoo's table. The middle-aged man looked in the direction the secretary pointed and saw a woman in a black hip-hugging uniform sitting there, working with her back to them. Seeing that beautiful back, the middle-aged man's eyes suddenly lit up. That slender waist could be held in the hand, and the straight long hair was draped over the shoulders. She was a real killer from behind, but he had no idea what her face looked like. The secretary was immediately unhappy when she saw the middle-aged man was so absorbed in looking at another woman in front of her. She snorted, shook off the middle-aged man's arm, and walked towards Ginhoo angrily. She thought Ginhoo was a staff member here. After all, she was wearing a professional suit, so it was normal for her to be mistaken. The secretary sat down next to Ginhoo, folded her arms, and said in a very cold tone, "I am your honored guest, go and get me a glass of water now." Ginhoo was stunned and looked up at her. "Are you talking to me? Are you blind? Who else is here besides you?" Ginhoo's face also turned bad. Why did this woman order her around and even curse her for no reason? No one could tolerate this. She said coldly, "I'm sorry, you're wrong. I'm not a staff member here. If you want water, you can do it yourself." The secretary paused, looking as if she had eaten a fly. She wanted to say something, but could not. At this time, the middle-aged man also rushed over. He heard Ginhoo's words from behind and hurried over to bow and apologize. Sorry, we made a mistake." When he looked up and saw Ginhoo's pretty face, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Her face was even more charming than her back. Ginhoo was stunned when she saw him. "It's you?" When the middle-aged man heard Ginhoo's question, he was immediately overjoyed. It seemed that this little girl knew him, but he didn't know her. Could it be that she is his fan? If this is the case, then it seems that my frequent appearances at various economic forums and salons all year round are not without use. If this is the case, hee. The middle-aged man looked at Ginhoo and his heart became hot. The reason why Ginhoo knew the middle-aged man in front of her was because the middle-aged man was the CEO of Chunfan Technology, Zhou Chenkuan. Chapter 52 Old Classmates. At this moment, Zhou Chenkuan looked at Ginhoo's beautiful face and perfect figure. She was definitely the most beautiful woman in the world. He glanced up and down at Ginhoo and swallowed slightly. "Do you know me?" he replied. "Ginhoo, of course I know you. You are Zhou Chenkuan, the CEO of Chunfan Technology. I wonder what you are doing here." Seeing that she really knew him and knew that he was the CEO of Chunfan Technology, he thought that this beautiful girl seemed to have been secretly paying attention to him for a long time. Zhou Chenkuan's face was immediately filled with pride. "Yes, I am the founder and CEO of Chunfan Technology. I came here to order a private jet. I wonder what this beautiful girl's name is." Ginhoo had long been fed up with his lecherous gaze. When she heard that his company, which was seeking financing, was also going to buy a private jet, she could not help but frown and simply ignored his question. "As far as I know, your company is seeking a new round of financing. Does that mean you will use the funds to buy a private jet?" Zhou Chenkuan rolled his eyes and laughed. "It seems that this beautiful girl knows our company quite well. Yes, our company is indeed seeking the next round of financing, with a total target of $300 million. The lead investor and the follow-up investor have almost been finalized, and we are just waiting for the funds to arrive. As for what the company will use the funds for after financing, you don't have to worry about it, but buying a private jet is indeed one of the plans. Our company is now on the right track. We, the early entrepreneurs, have suffered too much. Now it's time to enjoy the results. The purpose of spending 100 million gold to buy a private jet is naturally to make it quicker and more convenient for the company's senior executives to go out and relax, that's all." His tone was calm, complacent, and full of boasting. The lead investor he mentioned is actually Ginhoo Group, with a total investment of $150 million, accounting for half of the total financing in this round. However, this matter has not been finalized. Ginhoo Technology has only expressed its intention to invest, and the outcome still needs to be discussed in detail.
Ginhoo frowned. With a financing of $300 million, she was going to spend $100 million to buy a private jet that would do nothing to help the company's development and might even hinder it. This was definitely not the attitude that a boss of a startup company should have. She said calmly, "Your company hasn't even gone public yet, so how can you say it's on the right track? As far as I know, your biggest competitor, Reward Technology, has been developing steadily over the years and is almost catching up with you. You don't use the funds for the company's technological research and development, but use it for enjoyment. Is this practice worth discussing?" Ginhoo waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "I don't take a small company like Reward Technology seriously at all. Their company is weaker than ours in every aspect, so there is no need to worry." He suddenly felt that this beautiful girl really had a good impression on him and they were easy to talk to. Unlike the slutty vixen next to him, who only acted like a spoiled child and asked for money and had absolutely no interest in her work. Talking to her about work was basically like talking to a cow. If he could become a confidant of this little beauty, or take the relationship to the next level, it would be a blessing from heaven for Ginhoo. Thinking of this, he didn't care about the secretary beside him who was about to explode, and said to Ginhoo with a smile, "My little beauty, since we get along so well, why don't we get to know each other?" He stretched out his fat palm. Ginhoo had already sent the information to Chen Jiaqing. She ignored his hand, closed her computer, stood up, and said lightly, "You will get to know me soon." Then she left without looking back. We'll get to know each other soon? When Ginhoo heard this, it had a different meaning. He stood there wondering, could it be that she was giving me that hint? Looking at the slender figure again, Ginhoo felt a fire coming out from under him, his eyes sparkled, and he wished he could focus his eyes on Ginhoo. The secretary next to him was furious when she saw him like this. Her chest was heaving. She stamped her feet and pouted, saying angrily, "Humph, you are so good at seducing men. You are obviously a vixen." After talking with Ginhoo, Ginhoo was already attracted by her conversation and demeanor. In addition, she also gave him some hints. How could he tolerate the secretary's slander? He immediately frowned and scolded in a cold voice, "Xiaofang, you'd better keep your mouth clean. You can't bite anyone casually." Seeing Ginhoo's unfriendly expression, Xiaofang was so frightened that her face turned pale. She dared not say anything more, but she said bitterly in her heart, "You old thing, I will kick you out sooner or later when I find a replacement." Entering the customer reception desk, Ginhoo placed an order with Airbus according to Yiming's request. He was received by a middle-aged woman. While she was going through the formalities, a surprised female voice suddenly sounded beside her. "Rue. Is that you?" Ginhoo turned around and saw that it was her college classmate Deng Meiqi. When she was studying in college, Ginhoo was a well-known beauty and top student in the whole college, and she was better than Deng Meiqi in both academic performance and appearance. Therefore, Deng Meiqi had always been hostile to her for no reason. Deng Meiqi was strongly suppressed by Ginhoo at that time, and she felt very dissatisfied. It was not until graduation that Deng Meiqi entered the Airbus Eastern Agency Center, while Ginhoo entered the little-known Xingyue Technology. Only then did she find a sense of superiority over Ginhoo and felt that she had finally surpassed Ginhoo. "Now that I see her, I naturally have to show off. Rue, I didn't expect that a top student like you who graduated from such a prestigious college would end up joining such an unknown company." When the teacher talked about it with us, he felt very sorry. "By the way, how is your position and salary now?" "Let me tell you, the salary and benefits of the company I work for now are super good. My current monthly salary is 15,000, and there is a 50,000 year-end bonus. Adding up to the end of the year, I can make almost 250,000. How about you? How much do you make?" She looked proud, with an undisguised smugness in her tone. In her subconscious, the treatment that an unknown company like Xingyue Technology could offer could naturally not be compared with that of Airbus, which is ranked among the top 500 companies in the world. However, Chen Jiaqing was able to recruit Ginhoo not only because of his personal charm, but also because he naturally did not treat her unfairly. Chapter 53 Comparison. Ginhoo glanced at her and saw that she looked like she was eagerly waiting to see a joke. She suddenly smiled. Everyone chooses a different path. There is nothing to regret. As long as you can realize your own value instead of being just a screw, it doesn't matter how small the company is. In a large company like Airbus that has no shortage of talent, with Deng Meiqi's qualifications, she can only be a screw. Deng Meiqi naturally understood the meaning of her words. She snorted disdainfully,
if you stay in a small company for a long time, your horizons will become narrow. I tell you, the bosses of that kind of company will talk to you about dreams and the future all day long, and they will paint a rosy picture for you all day long. You can't be fooled by them. Oh, our boss is fine, he never talks about these things. When Deng Meichi saw that Ginhoo avoided the question about her salary, she thought it must be because her salary was not as high as hers and she was embarrassed to say it. Now she was saying this just to prove herself. She covered her mouth and smiled, her face full of pride. Then I wonder, how much salary does your boss who never talks to you about dreams or promises you offer you? How much can you get in a year? Is it half of what I get? Ginhoo was writing materials with her head down, without even looking up, and said nonchalantly, "It's okay. Our boss never treats us unfairly. I make about 1 million RMB a year, including the year-end bonus." What? 1 million. Deng Meichi's eyes widened instantly. She only made 250,000 yuan a year, but Ginhoo made 4 times as much. This was totally beyond her expectations. She found it hard to believe that a small company would offer such generous conditions to a new graduate. She crossed her arms and sneered, "I wonder what position you hold in your company. 1 million RMB is almost the salary of a vice president, right? Are you their vice president now? Or do you have another identity?" Ginhoo shook her head. "Not the vice president, but the assistant to the general manager, running errands for the boss." When she heard her say she was the general manager's assistant, a smile suddenly broke out on Deng Meichi's face. "Oh, I didn't realize you're already the chief assistant." Deng Meichi's voice was full of sarcasm. "The chief assistant is almost equivalent to the vice president. I didn't expect our beautiful girl from Jin University to become the chief assistant so quickly. I will definitely promote you in our class group. And with 1 million a year, this little secretary, oh no, this chief assistant is worth it." Ginhoo was a little surprised to see her gloating look, but after thinking carefully, she suddenly understood. Her eyes were as bright as the moon, and she smiled faintly, not caring at all. "Our general manager was just hired by our boss from JP Morgan Chase for a large sum of money. I followed her and she treated me like a sister. She was very caring towards me, and I really learned a lot from her. My salary was also set by her." Your general manager is a woman? Your boss and general manager are not the same person? The joy on Deng Meichi's face suddenly froze. Things were not what she had imagined. Ginhoo shook her head and smiled faintly. "Our general manager is a woman, and our boss is a handsome man who is also a hands-off boss. I occasionally run errands for him, such as now, ordering an Airbus A380 for him from your company. I am fully responsible for this matter." Your boss wants to buy the Airbus A380? Or are you fully responsible for it? Deng Meichi's originally surprised expression was surprised again. What does it mean that her boss can afford an Airbus A380? According to the current market price of a 380, it would cost at least 2 billion renminbi. So her boss's net worth must be at least 10 billion renminbi. And she is fully responsible for it, which means she controls at least 2 billion renminbi in funds. She is just a newcomer in the workplace who has just graduated, but her boss is able to entrust her with so much money. This is enough to prove that she is very capable and is highly valued by her boss. Deng Meichi was completely shocked and felt her face burning. And Ginhoo's indifferent look made her feel even more uncomfortable. I originally thought she was going to a small, unknown company, but I didn't expect it to be so strong and she was so valued. Her future prospects will be much brighter than being a screw. I thought I had surpassed her, but I didn't expect that I was actually left further and further behind by her. Both the money and the future were gone. At this time, Deng Meichi's supervisor came over. She was a middle-aged woman in her 40s. She had just received a report from her subordinates saying that someone wanted to order an Airbus A380 and required major modifications. According to the other party's requirements, it must be completed within a year and the price could be higher. This was a big client, and the supervisor immediately rushed over from the office to discuss it with her in detail. When she saw Deng Meichi was actually here, she immediately said with a stern face, "Deng Meichi, what are you doing here? Hurry up and organize the materials for me. If you don't finish it today, your bonus this month will be cancelled." Deng Meichi was startled and quickly stood up and left with her head down. The supervisor bowed and shook hands with Ginhoo politely with a smile on his face. Students from the same class faced the same person, one was scolded, and the other was treated as a VIP. This obvious gap dealt another blow to Deng Meichi. It was not until then that she realized that because of her past jealousy and in order to show her superiority in front of Ginhoo, she had forgotten why she came here. What else can coming here represent besides buying a plane? Are companies that can afford to buy a plane small companies? Thinking of this, she wanted to slap herself. Isn't this just putting her face forward to be hit? Chapter 54 Car Accident. Yiming was not idle at this time. Xingyue Group was going to hold a housewarming celebration, so naturally it would be a grand ceremony. He has decided to invite at least half of the stars in the entertainment industry to support him, so he chose the Mercedes-Benz Cultural Center as the venue. This performance venue located on the bank of the Huangpu River has always been the best choice for hosting large-scale performing arts events. The venue can seat 18,000 people at full capacity, but after removing the space occupied by the stage, there are probably 15,000 seats left for the audience. He was sitting in the newly bought Rolls-Royce Phantom at this time, and his driver and bodyguard was Ahu. Yiming plans to go and set the date for renting the venue in person. Originally he didn't have to go in person, but he was bored and wanted to do some things himself. When the car arrived at an intersection, suddenly, a large truck rushed out from the corner. The truck seemed to be out of control and it directly knocked over all the cars in front of it without slowing down or honking its horn. It rushed straight towards the Rolls-Royce that Yiming was riding in. When the crowd saw this scene, they couldn't help but scream. Ah, there was a car accident. If hit, the Rolls-Royce will undoubtedly be crushed and the people sitting inside will have little hope of survival. It happened so suddenly. The truck was already very close, and its huge front end looked like the shadow of the Grim Reaper's hammer falling. At this critical moment, Ahu reacted quickly. He turned the steering wheel sharply, stepped on the accelerator hard, and directly crashed into a van next to him, causing his car to deviate slightly. Bang! A huge crash was heard. The truck did not hit the Rolls-Royce directly in the middle, but hit its rear. Then the front of the Rolls-Royce swung, and Ahu, relying on the excellent driving skills he had acquired in the army, turned the car sideways so that the entire body of the car was parallel to the truck. Yiming in the car was hit by a huge impact, and without any defense, his head hit the car body. Fortunately, the internal structure was relatively soft, so he was not seriously injured. But all the car windows were shattered, and Yiming's arms were cut by the broken glass, leaving several bloody marks. After the truck hit the Rolls-Royce, it finally stopped. However, after stopping, it suddenly started to reverse, preparing to hit it again. Even the dumbest person would know at this point that this was not an ordinary car accident, but a deliberate murder. Fortunately, the truck was too big and not very maneuverable. It was also very slow. Who was holding the steering wheel at this time, surprisingly calm, with a very cold face. He had encountered this kind of situation countless times when he was a Special Forces soldier, so he was not worried. Under his control, the Rolls-Royce sped up and the truck could not catch up at all. In an instant, even its taillights could not be seen. The truck driver slammed the steering wheel hard and said, "Damn it!" He got away. Soon, the traffic police arrived and surrounded the truck. The driver had no choice but to stop the car. In an alley, a Rolls-Royce that had left a large truck behind stopped here. Yiming simply bandaged his arm and got out of the car. Looking at the bruised and battered Rolls-Royce, he had a blank expression on his face, but deep in his eyes, there was a flash of endless anger. It was obvious that the truck was coming to kill him, but fortunately he was lucky enough to escape. From this moment on, he and the man behind the truck driver were on opposite sides of a life and death confrontation. Since you want to kill me, it's either you or me. Boss. Are you okay? Who came over and asked, looking very self-blaming. This incident happened too suddenly, and the other party was a large truck that hit him directly, so it actually had nothing to do with him. I'm fine. They didn't succeed this time, so they may have a backup plan. You should pay more attention. Yiming paused, then continued, this accident was most likely caused by the disciple named Chen Badong we met in Kowloon last time. Boss, are you talking about Chen Badong? Who was slightly surprised when he heard the name. You know him? Yiming was a little surprised, but considering that he had lived in Kowloon for such a long time, it was normal for him to know him. I haven't seen him, but I've heard about him. Oh? What are they? Tell me about them. Chen Badong was once a famous feng shui master in Kowloon. Many wealthy people and high-ranking officials visited him and asked him about yin and yang houses, wealth, official career, and birth year. It is said that his house is full of guests every day. Those guests are of extraordinary status, but when they see him, they all treat him as a junior. And many people who have been instructed by him have good feng shui afterwards. Besides that, he is said to be a martial arts master. He once fought against Muhammad Ali, but Muhammad Ali couldn't even block a single one of his moves. So powerful? Yiming was a little surprised. Yes, it is said that he had already entered the dark energy at that time. What is dark power? Yiming was confused again. He had never heard of this term before. At this moment, he felt that the door to a world was slowly opening to him. This world is wonderful and dangerous, something he had never imagined before. Who continued to patiently explain to the boss, in the martial arts, there is no limit to strength. Generally speaking, it is divided into Ming Jin and Jin, Hua Jin, Xiantian. I don't know what it is called after that, but as long as you know it, more than 99% of the kung fu in the world belongs to Ming Jin, also called external force. For example, Jeet Kune Do and Wing Chun rely on body contact to fight the enemy, and defeat the opponent with extraordinary strength and speed. They all belong to Ming Jin. And in Jin, also called Nei Jin, is equivalent to internal force, which is practiced in one breath. This kind of kung fu is many levels higher than Ming Jin. Ordinary martial artists cannot achieve it in their entire lives, such as me. And Hua Jin masters can be called grandmasters. They can take objects from a distance and kill people with swords. It is said that their lifespan can reach 500 years. Such people are rare and extremely rare. The Xiantian above them is said to be comparable to gods. I haven't heard of one yet. After this explanation, Yiming finally understood a little. He nodded, and finally understood that the world was not as simple as it seemed. There were many things you could not imagine existing in some unknown places. The higher your level, the more things you will be exposed to and the more you will understand. Who continued, there was another person at that time, named Su Xuanzai. He was a magic master in Singapore, a few years younger than Shen Badong. At that time, they were both equally famous and popular figures, but the strange thing is that 30 years ago, they almost announced their retirement at the same time. And after that, we rarely heard about their deeds. Who stopped talking here, he looked around, then came close to Yiming and whispered, it is said that the reason they retired was to find something. Looking for something? Yiming's mind immediately appeared his own bronze wine cup. Could this be what they were looking for? Yes, I'm looking for something. I've heard people talking about it in an underground boxing club before. I think I heard that it can prolong life. Extend life? Yiming's eyes suddenly widened. Chapter 55 Rebellion. No wonder the old guy said he would buy it at any price and refused to reveal a word, it turned out to be the secret. At this point, he finally figured out why the other party valued the wine cup so much. It turned out that the over 100-year-old monster wanted to prolong his life by using the bronze wine cup. But that thing used to be in my house, and it looked nothing special except for its old style. It seems I must study it carefully when I get back. Thinking of this, Yiming told Ahu, let's go home. Okay, boss. The two men simply abandoned the Rolls-Royce they had just bought and took a taxi back home. Yiming didn't care about the Rolls-Royce Phantom, but Ahu felt very distressed about it. After all, it would cost more than 8 million, nearly 9 million renminbi, to buy it. He kept asking along the way, boss, do you really not want that car? Yiming smiled faintly, no, we don't want it. The car had an accident not long after we bought it. It's unlucky. Whoever wants it can take it. We'll buy a new one. Ahu swallowed and said nothing more. After returning home, Yiming sat alone in the room, looking at the bronze wine cup over and over again. It looked very ordinary no matter how he looked at it, and he had no idea how it could be connected to prolonging life. Considering that the auctioneer had said that this wine glass was something used by Shang Tang, he checked online again. There were indeed many pictures of this wine glass online, but they were all artistic photos used for promotion before the auction and had no value to him at all. Finally, in a remote corner of an old website that had not been updated for a long time, Yiming finally found some clues, but they were all text descriptions without pictures, and Yiming didn't know whether it was the wine glass in his hand. This passage describes how the vassal state of the Xia dynasty, Shan, secretly conquered other states and expanded its power before launching its army. After King Jie of Xia learned about this, he summoned Shang Tang to the capital and quickly imprisoned him in Xiatai. Shang Tang's left Prime Minister Zhong Kuei-hui and right Prime Minister Yin then collected countless treasures, toys, and beauties and presented them to King Jie of Xia, asking him to spare Shang Tang's life. Xia Jia accepted the gifts and pretended to release Shang Tang, but he sent people to chase and kill Shang Tang on his way back. The killers chased him to a remote valley. Zhong Kuei and Yi persuaded Shang Tang to hide and let them lead the killers away. So Shang Tang hid in a ravine. It was in this ravine that he found this bronze wine cup. Seeing its peculiar shape and the faint glow it was giving off, Shang Tang liked it very much and collected it immediately. Later, when Shang Tang went to war with the Xia dynasty, he would use this wine cup to drink and swear an oath to his troops before each battle. The army he led won victory after victory, and finally after the Battle of Mingtiao, they overthrew the Xia dynasty and established the Shang Empire. At the founding ceremony of the Shang dynasty, Shang Tang entertained his ministers and gave this cup the name Hualong Zun. Later, Shang Tang lived for nearly 100 years, which was almost 3 times the average lifespan of an ordinary person and extremely rare in that era. Although there is no evidence that this is related to the dragon transforming jar, people generally speculate that Shang Tang's longevity was related to his frequent drinking from that wine cup. This is the end of the introduction to this wine glass. Yiming pondered it carefully. Do I have to drink from this cup often like Shang Tang did? This thing used to be a family heirloom of the Yi family. Of course, it was never used as a wine glass. It had always been hidden like a treasure. Yiming decided to give it a try. He washed the wine glass, poured some mutai into it and took a sip. Yiming smacked his lips and felt that there was nothing special about it. There was even a hint of moss. This will keep you alive? He shook his head, somewhat unconvinced. That legend might just be a lie made up by a historian in later generations who was bored. Putting down the wineglass, Yiming suddenly felt a little dizzy. He was startled. Is it because it was not disinfected? Is there a problem if I use it to drink wine? I became dizzy quickly, and all the strength in my body seemed to be escaping like a balloon with a hole in it. He didn't even have the strength to shout for help, and soon he collapsed on the soft carpet and fainted. Half an hour later, Yiming woke up. He shook his heavy head and felt something extra in his head. When he looked at the table again, the dragon transformation jar was gone. Instead, there was a pile of dust. The bronze goblet turned to ash? He was sure that no one had come into his room, otherwise no one would have woken him up and left him lying on the floor. Suddenly, he felt dizzy again. Yiming was a little depressed. Was this never going to end? But this time it was much better and the dizziness disappeared in a moment. A line of words and an illusory figure appeared in his mind. The figure had long beard and black hair, and his wide robe was puffy. His lips seemed to be moving, but no sound was coming out. But Yiming could see that line of words clearly. I am Shang Tang. You got the dragon transformation jar by chance. I have passed on all my inheritance to you. You should establish a country and become the king. Holy shit. What is going on? Yiming was shocked when he saw that line of words. To establish a country and become a monarch, doesn't that mean rebellion? He has so much money now that he can't spend it all, why doesn't he rebel? Living such a comfortable life, only to rebel when your head is stuck in the door. Yiming immediately asked himself what would happen if he did not establish a country and become king? But the figure and the line of words had faded and disappeared, and there was no response. Damn, just leaving after saying one sentence? That's too unkind. Forget it, I'll take it one step at a time. If I have to rebel. Yiming was suddenly stunned and thought of something. Yes, he didn't say he wanted to rebel in his own country. The world is so big, there are so many places to rebel. We can even establish a country without rebelling. Thinking of this, Yiming breathed a sigh of relief. Anyway, when the time comes, he can spend his own money to buy a piece of land somewhere and establish a small country. He slapped the table happily, and with a bang. The table was smashed to pieces by his slap. Holy shit! What the hell is going on? Yiming was stunned again. This was a table made of precious red solid wood, extremely hard, but it was broken into pieces by just one palm. He stared at his palm blankly, his brain unable to react for a moment. Chapter 56, Fear of Being Dominated by Power. Yiming immediately left the room and found Ahu. Ahu, come with me to practice. Ahu was playing with Xiaonuan and was startled when he heard Yiming's words. What do you mean by practice? Let's learn some kung fu. Boss, you are kidding? Ahu opened his mouth wide, a little bit unbelieving. He knew that his boss had no kung fu foundation at all. Why did you suddenly have the urge to practice kung fu with yourself? Is it because he was murdered that he needs to learn kung fu to protect himself? You should learn first and then discuss. How can you start discussing right away? He had a series of questions in his mind, and was a little confused. He smiled bitterly and said, "Boss, forget it. We just had a minor car accident and your hand is still injured. I'm afraid that if I attack again, I will accidentally hurt you. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up, or I'll deduct your salary." Yiming threw down a sentence, went straight out the door and waited for him outside. Who gave another helpless smile and had to hand Shanwan over to Yu Kaihua. The couple have now reconciled. Seeing this, Ye's mother smiled and shook her head. This child was playing around again. She knew how powerful Ahu was, so she told him, "Ahu, you are very skilled, so let him go." Yu Kaihua also reminded, "You can only defend, not attack, understand?" Ahu rubbed the back of his head honestly, "Okay, no problem." Yiming stood on the wide lawn in front of the villa, closed his eyes, and quietly felt the situation around him. He found that he was very clear about Ahu's every move. You know, he had his back to Ahu at that time. Could this also be Shan Tang's inheritance? Yiming was more and more shocked. Feeling Ahu's approaching footsteps, Yiming turned around and said with a smile, "Ahu, I heard that you can beat 5 people alone, let me test your reach today." "Come on, boss." Ahu looked like a master and felt that he could knock the boss down with one hand. Yiming was not polite and punched him directly. "Watch my fist," he shouted. Yiming's punch made Ahu, who was just pretending to be cool, suddenly shrink his pupils and feel something was wrong. Because he felt the wind from the fist. And the speed was incredibly fast. You know, only a true martial arts master can throw a punch, and even he can only do it with difficulty, but the boss can do it with just a wave of his hand. Is this still an ordinary person without any martial arts foundation? The fist shadow was close before his eyes, and Ahu quickly crossed his arms to block it, ready for defense. As long as he could defend against this punch, he could wait for an opportunity to attack. However, in his haste, his arms were hit by Yiming's punch, and the whole person flew backwards. What a strong power! Ahu was shocked. Just now he was worried that he would accidentally hurt his boss, and how he could spar to satisfy his boss, but at this moment he just felt humiliated. He felt a burning pain in his arms, as if they were about to break, and even his chest felt a little stuffy. However, Yiming actually only used 2 levels of strength in this punch. If he knew about this, he would be so depressed that he would want to vomit blood. After this punch, both of them were stunned. Ahu was shocked that the boss had such strength that even he did not have it, but he looked like an ordinary person, so how could he be so powerful? Yiming, who was standing on the other side, looked at his hands over and over again, and was equally shocked. With just one punch, he knocked Ahu away. Is this Astro Boy? He found another big tree that 2 people could hug together and punched the trunk directly. This time he used a little more force, and immediately, he smashed a hole in the tree trunk. When Ahu saw the scene, the shock in his heart was beyond words. This kind of strength. Is he still a human? Even if he took a hammer and smashed it hard on the tree, he couldn't make a hole. He swallowed and felt the fear of being dominated by power. Yiming finally accepted the fact that he was extremely strong. He believed that even if there was a cow in front of him, he could knock it away with one punch. Perhaps this is a blessing in disguise. However, Shan Tang's inheritance is indeed overbearing. If he himself possesses such power, wouldn't it be easy for him to kill people in a war? With successive victories, it was only a matter of time before the Xia dynasty was overthrown. Yiming went out again alone at this time, preparing to set the rental date of the Mercedes-Benz Cultural Center. He did not drive, but walked directly. Walking on the road, he felt that his senses had become extremely sharp. As long as he focused his attention, he would notice every little change in the world. Not only vision, but also hearing, smell, taste, touch, without exception, have been enhanced a lot. For example, on a leaf of the camphor tree 150 meters away, 2 flies were breeding. 280 meters away in the grass, an ant found food and excitedly returned along the same path to look for its companions. 500 meters away, in the security room at the entrance of the community, a security guard was holding a mobile phone, with earplugs in his ears, hiding in a corner and secretly watching a movie. But soon, he felt tired, and it seemed that concentrating was not so easy. He shook his head, came out of that state of extreme alertness, and continued walking. When he arrived at the intersection where the car accident happened, Yiming suddenly felt that someone was following him. They should be in the same group as the people who tried to murder me before. Judging from the way they are looking around, they are probably waiting for an opportunity to strike. A sneer flashed across Yiming's lips, "Since you want to play, I'll play with you."
He changed direction and walked towards a secluded corner. Chapter 57, Fierce Battle. Look, he seems to be heading in the direction of the tea alley. The three people behind saw Yiming suddenly walk towards a less crowded place, and they rubbed their hands in excitement. Let's go. We can't fail again this time. The leader was relatively calm and not blindly happy. Turning the corner, the three saw Yiming standing at the end of the alley with his hands behind his back and his back facing them. They looked at each other and nodded, both understanding what the other meant. The three men drew out the daggers hidden on their backs and moved forward on tiptoe without making any sound. They wanted to give Yiming a surprise attack to prevent him from escaping. But their every move could not escape Yiming's perception. There was a sneer on his lips, and there was no emotion on his face. When they were about to approach, he suddenly turned around and looked at the three of them calmly. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The three of them were startled for a moment, then turned around and looked around vigilantly. They suspected they were ambushed, but there was no movement around them. Don't look, there's no one. No one? Hearing this, the three of them immediately relaxed. They were just worried that a dozen people would suddenly appear from some corner and surround them. The leader laughed grimly. Sorry, there won't be anyone to collect your body later. That's right. If you had called someone you know for help, maybe they would have come over and collected your body. Otherwise, it would be bad if you died here and scared other people. Why waste so much time talking? Let's go together. I'm in a hurry. Yiming Xian became impatient. The three men discovered that the boy in front of them not only did not kneel down and beg for mercy, but was even pretentious and spoke arrogantly, asking them to attack him together. This is a blatant insult. Since the three brothers debuted, who hasn't been terrified by the news? Today, they actually ran into such a fool. The leader became furious and waved his hand. The three men surrounded him, as if to block Yiming's retreat. Yiming sneered, not wanting to waste time with them, and punched the leader directly. The leader did not expect Yiming to take the initiative to attack, and was not well prepared. He just instinctively raised the dagger in his hand to block Yiming's fist. But Yiming reacted amazingly, stopping his fist, then quickly raised his foot and kicked him on the forearm. The dagger in his hand flew away, and at the same time, this kick with terrifying power also broke the man's hand holding the knife into two pieces. Yiming did not stop. After kicking the opponent's knife away, his fist whistled again. The huge impact force was like a heavy hammer swung at high speed, pouring down on the leader. Bang! The leader's body was blown away like a kite with a broken string. He flew 7 or 8 meters before landing, and he lost consciousness after landing. Yiming blew on his fist and sighed that this power was so fucking awesome and overbearing. The other two saw the power of Yiming's punch. Their faces, which were full of joy and pride just now, froze in an instant. The air seemed to be still. They swallowed and felt a chill on their backs. The leader was the most powerful among the three of them. It would be no problem for him to take on the two of them alone. However, even he was dealt with instantly. So do the two of them have any chance of winning? Is this kind of power still human? Popeye? Astro Boy? The Hulk? It seems like I've hit a wall this time. They stood there trembling, at a loss as to what to do. Although they held knives in their hands, their hearts were beating uncontrollably. For a moment, they could neither retreat nor fight. You two come together. Yiming said indifferently, his tone very cold. Yiming no longer planned to let these three people go. Since they wanted his life, if he let them go this time, they would find that they could not do anything to him and might attack the people around him and threaten him with the safety of those around him. This is what Yiming does not want to see, so in order to prevent such troubles, these three people must not be allowed to leave. The two were still hesitating, looking at each other, attacking together? Is there any chance of winning? Seeing the bloodthirsty cold light in the depths of Yiming's eyes, one of them was shocked. Seeing that the situation was not good, with the idea of saving the life, there is still hope. He threw away the knife in his hand, knelt down, and cowed out continuously, I was wrong, I deserve to die, please let me go. He was really kowtowing hard, and blood came out of his forehead. Another person followed suit, yes, we were also instructed by someone. This matter has nothing to do with us. Please let us go. Yiming's face was cold and he was not moved at all. Let you go? Let you go and let you take people to deal with the people around me? With a blank expression on his face, he pointed at the leader who was still lying unconscious not far away and said calmly, if you kill him, I will let you go.
What? The two of them exclaimed at the same time, looked at Yiming in horror, turned their heads and looked at the leader again, and couldn't make up their minds for a moment. Seeing them hesitating, Yiming smiled coldly. Since you can't do it, just stay with him. As he said this, he slowly walked towards the two of them. When the two men saw Yiming approaching, they were frightened by the terrifying aura and their faces turned pale. One of them gritted his teeth and flew towards Yiming, wanting to launch a surprise attack when he was not paying attention. A sneer flashed across Yiming's lips, and he threw a punch directly. It was simple and straightforward, without any delay. It was just such a plain and unpretentious punch. The man who rushed over finally felt the fear of the previous leader. He watched the approaching fist with his pupils shrinking suddenly, but he was unable to dodge. Bang! The man was hit in the face by Yiming, and his whole face suddenly became concave, looking extremely terrifying. Then, he flew backwards powerlessly, farther than the leader. After landing, he was no longer able to breathe. The remaining person was so frightened when he saw the scene that he peed himself. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging for mercy. I will kill him, please let me go. Yiming didn't move, watching him turn around and walk towards the leader. The man stood next to the leader with a complicated expression. After hesitating for a moment, he picked up the knife he had just thrown away and was about to stab him. At this moment, the leader's eyes suddenly opened. Chapter 58 Least Matters. The leader raised his remaining good hand, grabbed the dagger that he was stabbing at, and then kicked him hard in the stomach, kicking him away. He used all his strength in this kick. This guy actually dared to kill even the boss. There was no point in keeping him. The leader stood up and walked to the subordinate who was kicked away, with a ferocious look on his face. You want me to die? You go die first. He kicked the man hard on the head again. With a dull thud, the man's head was kicked by the hard sole of the shoe, as if he was hit hard by an iron rod. He immediately lost his life. The leader spat on the ground, then turned to look at Yiming. I didn't expect you to have some tricks, but do you think you can win with just those tricks? Oh? Really? Then let me see your skills. Yiming looked at him with interest. He also wanted to test how powerful he was. The leader was not tall, but he exuded a sense of cleverness. He had encountered kung fu masters before, but each time he used various tricks to defeat or even kill the opponents. Although he had broken one hand this time, he believed that he could still use the same method to deal with the guy in front of him. It was only because he was careless just now that this guy got the advantage. If he could avoid his strengths and attack his weaknesses, he was confident that he could kill the other person. Let me show you what it means to use a little force to achieve a great result. After he said that, he immediately swam up and circled around Yiming, looking for an opportunity to strike. Yiming stood there calmly, as still as a mountain, his face terrifyingly calm, not even bothering to look at him. Even though he walked behind him, his keen senses had already locked onto his every move. The man was standing behind Yiming and saw that he was pretending to be cool with his back to him. I was secretly happy. It was a good opportunity. He swung his remaining intact arm and smashed it directly towards Yiming's cerebellum. If this punch hit, he was confident that Yiming would lose the ability to resist on the spot. But at the moment he made his move, Yiming also moved. He turned around quickly, raised his hand and lightly grabbed his fist. There was a sarcastic smile on the corner of his mouth. Is this all you can do? Not good. The man's heart was trembling wildly, and he was about to withdraw his fist, but his fist had already fallen into Yiming's palm and he couldn't break free. Yiming gently squeezed it, then turned it. Suddenly, there was a click. A scream resounded through heaven and earth. Both of his hands are disabled. Yiming still didn't let go. He pulled the man closer and then kicked him hard. The leader felt as if all the bones in his body were broken. The piercing pain made him feel fear for the first time. The fear of death. But at this moment, he had completely lost the strength to resist and could only watch Yiming kick him again. I hate it. Looking at the three people lying there lifeless, Yiming sighed secretly. Having power was certainly a good thing, but what followed was the inevitable killing. This was his first time killing someone. He didn't want to kill, but these people had threatened the safety of those around him. If he didn't kill them, he would be retaliated against, and by then, it would be too late to regret. Therefore, he did not feel too much remorse. Instead, he became more determined in his heart that if anyone wanted to harm him and the people around him, he would definitely retaliate with even more cruel means. Yiming dealt with it briefly, walked out of the alley and continued towards his destination. When he arrived at the office of Mercedes-Benz Cultural Center, Yiming found the relevant staff and began to inquire about the specific rental matters. The staff explained the process to him in detail, and everything went smoothly. He scheduled the party for half a month later. Just as he understood everything and was about to pay and place the order, a middle-aged fat man squeezed over. He smiled apologetically at Yiming and said to the staff, "Is there still a turn at the Mercedes-Benz Center within half a month? Song Fong is going to hold a fan appreciation party. If you have time, please help arrange it. This person is the temporary agent of H country star Song Fong in the East. Song Fong starred in a TV series some time ago, which became popular all over Asia, and his popularity in China is also very high. I'm sorry, sir, the half-month period is full. How about half a month later?" "No, Song Fong's schedule is very tight, and he is not available at other times. We're sorry, we can't provide you with use of the venue," the staff member said with a professional smile on his face. The man looked anxious. "Can you find a day to come? Even half a day will do?" The staff still said that they could not provide it. Someone nearby asked casually, "The thank you party can be held at any time, why must it be held within half a month?" The man smiled bitterly. Song Fong just finished airing a hit drama, and its popularity is at its peak. It's most appropriate to hold a thank you party at this time. The staff member next to him whispered, "It's the fans' money that's easiest to make money from. These stars from Country H regard the East as their gold mine, and they try to make money from their crazy fans, who never get tired of it. Little do people know that most people in H country are hostile to the East. Those stars may be polite on the surface, but in private they don't even pay attention to you and just treat you as an ATM." A few years ago, a female star from Country H publicly stated on a TV station in Country H that if she ran out of money, she would go to the East and her fans would give her money. This statement caused an uproar at the time, with some opponents and many supporters. Although this female star was later boycotted and banned, she completely fell into depravity. But she did say what those H country stars were really thinking, it was just that she was just unlucky. All this has nothing to do with Yiming. He still follows the plan and prepares to pay and place the order. At this moment, another man rushed over and stopped him. This man had shifty eyes and a typical Korean look. He spoke in stiff Chinese, "Sir, I am the agent of Song Fong's H party. Can you give us your order this time?" Yiming frowned. "Why?" Chapter 59, Kill the Pretender. After hearing what he said, Yiming suddenly laughed. These H country stars really think they are emperors. They are just actors with a few brainless fans, and they dare to act like this? He glanced at the other person indifferently, as if he were an idiot, not bothering to pay any attention to him, and said to the staff, "Let's continue." "Okay." The staff responded cooperatively. When Song Fong's H party agent saw that Yiming ignored him, he immediately flew into a rage and pointed at Yiming and yelled, You don't know what's good for you. I'm going to mobilize Song Fong's Oriental fans to find out about you and make you." Bang! Before he could finish, Yiming slapped him in the face. "Are you annoying or not?" He didn't even use 1 ounce of strength in this palm strike, otherwise his head would have definitely exploded. This was in a public place, so he had to be careful of the impact. The other party covered half of his face and looked at Yiming in shock. He couldn't believe that Yiming dared to hit him in public. "You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? I am Song Fong's agent. If you don't give me an explanation for this matter, I will never." Pa! Another slap. "I want." The other party still refused to give up. Pa! Yiming slapped him in the face again. Noisy. This time, Yiming used more force and slapped the man directly, sending him flying. He spurted out a mouthful of blood in mid-air. Everyone present was stunned. While they were surprised at Yiming's decisiveness and strength, they also secretly felt relieved. After all, they were all compatriots. Anyone would be angry if a H countryman ordered them around on their own territory. Some people even gave Yiming a thumbs up to show that he did a good job, and some even applauded. Yiming smiled faintly, glanced at Song Fong's agent lying on the ground, walked over and squatted down. "Well, do you have anything else to say?" "Say it all at once." The man looked directly at Song Fong's temporary Chinese agent for help, but the other party looked up at the sky, as if he didn't see it. Everyone present looked at the H party's agent as if they were watching a monkey show. He felt greatly humiliated and was immediately furious, but he did not dare to speak out, fearing that Yiming would be unreasonable and beat him again. He took out his cell phone and called the police directly. Hello, is this security? I am a VIP from Country H. Someone is trying to assault me here. Come here quickly, or I will file a complaint against you. After the police officer who received the call hung up, he felt very upset. Fuck, do the people of Country H think they are so great? They even deliberately emphasized that they are VIP guests of Country H and even complained about us. Go to hell. The police officer who received the call explained the situation to the security officer who called the police. The person who called the police was a guy from H country. He said that if you were slow to respond, he would file a complaint against us. Fuck. So awesome? Well, I'd like to see it for myself. Soon, the police arrived. Seeing the police coming, Song Fong and H's agent got up from the ground with a look of joy on his face and rushed over to them, as if he had seen a savior. The police officer was startled by him and quickly jumped away. What the hell is this? He missed, stumbled, and almost fell again. Mr. Sheriff, you are finally here, hurry up and arrest him. He pointed at Yiming and said with gritted teeth, covering his swollen pig-like face. The security guard knew that it was this H countryman who called the police, and he was the one who said that he would file a complaint if the police were slow to respond. He glanced at him and was not moved at all. Instead, he said slowly, "Tell me what happened in detail." He slapped me 3 times. Look, the blood in my mouth was all from him. Song Fong's agent opened his mouth to show it to the police. The police officer frowned, ignored him and walked straight towards Yiming. Song Fong's agent thought that Jian was finally going to take action, so he came up to him and said to him with a smile, "Mr. Jian, before you take him away, can you let me slap him a few times? Look, my face is swollen from his slaps. If I don't slap him back, I'll feel unhappy." The police officer looked at him with a puzzled look on his face. "Did he hit you in the face?" "Yes. But it looks to me like he fell to the ground?" One of the security guards blurted out. "Ah." Song Fong's agent was stunned for a moment, not understanding what he meant. Yiming heard it. He smiled and took the initiative to say to the Jian, "Mr. Jian, this man fell down by himself. He is slandering me here just to blackmail me to pay for his medical expenses. In fact, he is full of ketchup in his mouth. You are slandering me. Do I need that little bit of medical expenses?" Party H's agent was furious. Isn't it obvious that he is lying? He pointed at other people and said to the police, "Mr. Police, they all saw it, you ask them." He believed that the onlookers around him would prove his innocence. As a result, the police officer asked, "Did anyone see this gentleman slap him like this?" Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. "We didn't see it." They said almost in unison. After saying this, several people couldn't help but laugh. The police officer was very satisfied with their answers and turned to look at the agent of Party H. "You saw it, but they all said they didn't see it. There is no evidence. You'd better not frame others, otherwise we will arrest you for false accusation." Party H's agent was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. You can watch the surveillance. The surveillance can reveal the truth. At this time, the staff member said quietly, "The surveillance is broken and cannot be used." You guys? The agent of Party H finally realized that he couldn't get the upper hand from this young man today. He sneered, "So this is how you Orientals treat your guests." Jian's face was not looking good. Yiming stepped forward and said, "Of course we are nice to our guests, but how can we be polite to a dog that only knows how to bark?" "That's right, beat to death the pretentious H country dog." Someone echoed directly. Chapter 60 Song Fong's anger. Song Fong and H's agent didn't get any advantage at all, and was beaten like a pig. He was almost angry to death. Before leaving, he clamored for Song Fong to post on Weibo to condemn Dongfang's public security and the unreasonable way Dongfang people treated their guests. The police officer looked at him and said calmly, "You can try. If the rumor is forwarded more than 500 times, we will arrest you according to Eastern law. What qualifications do you have to arrest us? We are from H country. We are not under the jurisdiction of your Eastern Security Bureau. What country you are from is none of our business, but if you commit a crime on our soil, then we will be responsible for it. If you don't believe me, you can try it." The security officer looked at him coldly. Party H's agent's heart skipped a beat, knowing that if this was really the case, the other party would definitely take ruthless action. He thought of the female star who was banned many years ago, and he dared not say anything more. Finally, he pointed at Song Fong's temporary agent Dongfang and yelled, "You are fired. Get out of here. If you can't even handle this,
What use do we Song Fong have for you? The man spat, who do you think you are? Aren't you just a lousy agent? What qualifications do you have to fire me? If the company hadn't sent me here, I wouldn't bother to serve Southerners like you. Hurry up and ask the company to transfer me away. HS agent was so angry that he almost vomited blood again. He knew he couldn't get any advantage here, so he had to leave in disgrace. Jian finally thanked Yiming. Due to our status, we can't do the same as you, but on behalf of the people's Jian, I would like to thank you for teaching these self-righteous Southerners of H country a lesson on our behalf. Yiming chuckled, of course we should. We are all Orientals, and we must not let the Southerners run wild in our territory. When leaving, everyone applauded and looked at Yiming as if he were a hero. When Song Fong saw his agent coming back, he asked in confusion, why are you like this? How are things going? The agent gnashed his teeth and said angrily, Song Fong, this thank you party can't be held. What's going on? An Oriental got there first. Didn't you tell them my name? I did report it, but they didn't listen at all and beat me up. Look, the wound on my face was caused by them. He pointed at his face. These Orientals have no manners at all and don't even take you seriously, humph. Ah. No, I'm going to post on Weibo to condemn them. Strike a pose and I'll take a picture of the wound on your face and post it on Weibo. I'll let my Eastern fans seek justice for you. Song Fong took out his cell phone and was about to take a picture. The agent quickly stopped him. Song Fong, no. You can't be directly involved in this matter. What should we do? Are we just going to swallow this anger? I'm a celebrity after all. If my agent gets beaten up and I don't have an explanation, how will I be able to maintain my reputation in the industry in the future? The agent gritted his teeth and said, of course we can't just let this go. Just let your fans come forward. We will hide behind and stay out of it. When they want to investigate, they won't be able to find you. Okay, I'll call the leader of my fan club and ask her to mobilize the fans to cause trouble. Song Fong turned around to make a phone call and sent the photo of his agent's wound to the other party. The leader of Song Fong's Dongfang fan club is a 30-year-old woman named Kong Chang. She is very obsessed with Song Fong and is older among those crazy fans, so everyone nominated her to be the leader of the fan club. In order to chase her idol, she spent almost everything she had. When she heard that her idol's agent was beaten for no reason, Kong Chang was immediately furious. She immediately exaggerated the news and sent it to the group. The crazy fans in the group were all furious and said they wanted the murderer to be severely punished. At this time, a fan asked, who is the murderer? We must make the murderer come out and apologize to Song Fong Appa and his agent. Speaking of this, Kong Chang was confused. She only received news that her agent was beaten and knew nothing else. So she contacted Song Fong again and asked him to give them the murderer's information. Song Fong was already in a bad mood, and when Kong Chang asked this question, he immediately became impatient. How the hell should I know? Mobilize your forces to find him. I can only tell you that my agent was beaten when he went to rent a venue to hold a thank you party. You can find out if you send someone to check it out. Can't you use your brain? His tone was aggressive, as if he was ordering slaves and maids around. Hearing her idol getting angry at her, Kong Chang felt a little upset. She had been running around for him, and not only did he not get a word of comfort, but she was actually blamed. However, she did not think too much about it, and soon became obsessed with her idol's appearance again. After hanging up the phone, Song Fong threw the phone to the ground and said, what a bunch of idiots, you can't even do this. The agent consoled him, Song Fong, calm down. We lost a lot of revenue because the thank you party couldn't be held this time. Someone must bear the loss, otherwise our trip would have been in vain. Who should take the responsibility? Those stupid fans? The agent said mysteriously, of course not. They have a lot of money. They thought we could use this incident of me being beaten up to make a good story and further increase your popularity in the East, and then get more endorsements. Oh? How do we do that? Song Fong asked in confusion. It's very simple. After your fans make a big fuss about me getting beaten up, you can post on Weibo to express your forgiveness for the person who beat me up. I will then find some internet trolls to hype up the incident. Your image will definitely improve significantly, and you will be able to gain more Eastern fans and have greater influence. Advertisements will naturally come to you. Song Fong's eyes lit up. Okay, but are you willing to just let that person go? The manager snorted coldly, of course I don't want to. That person dared to hit me, so I will make him pay the price. After your fans find out his information, I will secretly take people to teach him a lesson. I will personally take back the 3 slaps he gave me with interest, so that he knows that we in the Republic of Korea are not people he can just hit casually. Humph. Chapter 61. You have the final say. Yiming was in a good mood. After beating up the hateful agent, he left the office amid the approving eyes of his compatriots. The rest of the preparations have been handed over to the business manager of the Mercedes-Benz Center. They said that the stage will be built according to Yiming's requirements within the specified time. Yiming was very satisfied with their one-stop service. He only needed to pay the money and didn't have to worry about anything else. They would hand over a perfect stage to him. After completing the venue rental procedures, the next step is to consider which stars to invite. Yiming came to Xingyue Group and he was going to discuss something with Chen Jiaqing. Although he was in charge of the specific matters of this housewarming ceremony, he would occasionally consult Chen Jiaqing for his opinion. This ceremony must be grand, with a star-studded cast and a lively atmosphere, so there must be no shortage of celebrities. Chen Jiaqing smiled and said, "You like the hustle and bustle, right? It's up to you to decide which stars to invite." "No problem, do you have any comments?" "Oh, I just remembered what you said." Chen Jiaqing slapped his forehead. "Our group has invested in many companies and acquired many startups, so we need a lot of product spokespersons. I think we can choose a few suitable spokespersons from the celebrities invited to this housewarming ceremony. What do you think?" Yiming nodded. "No problem. You make all the decisions." Then he smiled ashamedly. "Jiaqing, you've worked so hard. As the boss, I don't even know how many people and businesses the company has now. All this is thanks to you." As he said that, he was about to go over and hug Chen Jiaqing's waist. Chen Jiaqing quickly slapped his hand away. "What are you doing? It's working hours now. It would be embarrassing if someone found out." Yiming smiled playfully. "If they found out, then they found out. What's the big deal? If anyone dares to say anything, I'll be the first one to not forgive him." Before he could finish his words, the door was pushed open. The girl who came in was pretty and had a perfect figure. She was startled to see the general manager and the boss seeming to be intimate, and quickly closed the door. "I'm sorry, I didn't see anything." Yiming was a little depressed. "Why did you come to play with Bu Lao earlier, but chose to come at this time? Did you do this on purpose?" He had no choice but to withdraw his hand honestly. "Who is this? How can you be so ignorant of the rules? Don't you know you have to knock before entering the general manager's office?" Chen Jiaqing smiled and excused the person outside the door. "My second assistant is Zhao Rongrui. My first assistant Ginhoo has been ordered around by you recently, so I hired a new one. I told her not to knock on the door. As a general manager, you really don't have any airs at all." Yiming raised his lips. "Okay, go ahead and get busy. I'll take care of the housewarming ceremony, and you can focus on the company's affairs." After Yiming finished speaking, he suddenly kissed Chen Jiaqing on the face. Chen Jiaqing was startled by him and patted Yiming on the shoulder. "What are you doing? You're so frivolous." She lowered her voice, fearing that people outside would hear it. She spoke in a complaining tone, but a shy look appeared on her face. Yiming looked as if his conspiracy had succeeded. He smiled and left the general manager's office. Outside the door, Zhao Rongrui was holding a document in his hand. When he saw the boss coming out, he suddenly became extremely nervous. Seeing her nervous look, Yiming became playful and decided to play a trick on this girl. "You are new here, right? Why don't you know the rules? If you do that next time, I will fire you." Zhao Rongrui was so frightened that his face turned pale. He lowered his head and said nervously, "I'm sorry, boss, I was wrong. I will definitely knock on the door next time." "Okay, but you are not allowed to tell anyone about this. If I hear anyone in the company gossiping about it, I will come after you." Yiming threatened deliberately. "No, boss, I didn't see anything and I don't know anything." "Well, that's it. Just focus on your work." As for which stars to invite, Yiming had already decided that it would be up to all employees of the company to decide. After all, they are the main body of the company, and the housewarming ceremony is mainly for them to see. Holding a party for them to relax after busy work can help them better devote themselves to work in the future. He came to the office and clapped his hands. Everyone stopped for a moment. As soon as everyone saw the boss speak, they all looked at him expectantly. "Boss, do you have any good news to announce?" "I guess it's a welfare distribution.
The snacks I had last time were so enjoyable it would be perfect if I could have it again. A foodie girl smacked her lips and said expectantly. You only know how to eat. Look at how fat you are. How are you going to find a boyfriend in the future? If I can't find him, then I can't find him. Anyway, there will never be another man as perfect as the boss. Alas, the foodie girl sighed in pretended disappointment. Fuck, are you still trying to attract the attention of our boss Yi? You are so bold. Aren't you afraid that Boss Chen will kill you? TSK, you sound so righteous, but you yourself are still drooling over your boss's photo every day. As soon as the foodie girl said this, there was a burst of laughter in the office. Yiming also smiled, not taking it seriously and thinking they were just joking. He coughed and said, I told you last time that our company is about to move into the Ginhoo building. To celebrate the move, the company has decided to invite many celebrities from the entertainment industry to hold a grand party. The time and place for the party have been chosen. It will be held at the Mercedes-Benz Cultural Center in half a month. As for which celebrities to invite, you have the final say. Chapter 62. Sell it. As soon as he finished speaking, the office became excited again. Those stars were usually so far away from them that they could only see them on TV and in movies, but now they actually had the chance to see them live. Wakaka, boss, I want to see Song Yingying. I want Eddie. I want Gold and Glitter. I want Guo Shuang. I want Hanin and Lua. At one time, more than half of the popular stars in the Eastern entertainment industry were called out. But we definitely can't invite so many people to this party. If we invite them all, there will be at least 100 people, and we won't be able to arrange enough time for a party. Another thing is, just because you invite someone doesn't mean they will come. After all, popular stars have very full schedules. If the other party really can't spare the time to attend, you can't force it. Therefore, you must first determine which stars you want to invite, then send out the invitation and see if the other party's time is suitable. If the other party cannot attend, choose other stars. Yiming waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Which stars to invite is up to you, but not all of them can be invited. How about this? Everyone find a piece of paper and write down your 5 favorite stars. Then let the public relations department count and select the top 50 stars with the most votes. We will try to invite these 50 stars to our party. If there are not enough people, we will push them to the back until we reach 50. What do you think? For a general evening performance, it is quite good to invite more than a dozen stars to perform, and usually a few first-tier big names are paired with a few second, third, and fourth-tier smaller stars to make up a performance. Many award ceremonies seem to have hundreds of stars in attendance, but in such occasions, a large portion of them are actually just sitting in the audience, and only a dozen or so can actually perform on stage. However, this time, Xingyue Group plans to invite at least 50 popular stars to perform on stage at one time. This kind of grand scale cannot be matched by any other performance evening, even the Spring Festival Gala pales in comparison. If it is successfully held, it will definitely be a big event that will shock the entertainment industry. No problem. Yes, we all listen to the boss. You are the boss and you have the final say. Everyone had no objection and all agreed with Yiming's proposal. Since everyone agrees, it's decided. Are there any other questions? Yiming asked. At this time, a female employee asked weakly, Boss, can we bring family members to the party? Yes, I want to bring my wife and children with me, is that okay? Yes, if possible, how many can you bring? Others followed up with questions. Yiming thought for a moment, when you mentioned this, I remembered what I forgot to say just now. After a pause, he continued, because there are about 15,000 seats, and our company currently has only more than 500 people, so we can't fill it up with just our own people, so I decided to distribute all the tickets to all employees of the company, averaging about 30 tickets per person. However, not everyone will get the same number of tickets. Old employees will get more tickets as appropriate, and new employees will get fewer tickets accordingly. Do you have any objections? He had no intention of selling the extra tickets from the beginning. Although he would definitely make some money, he didn't care about the money from selling tickets. It would be better to distribute it directly to his employees. Boss, really? 30 tickets per person on average? Ah, that's great, I can bring my whole family. That's right. After the tickets are handed to you, it is entirely up to you to decide how to deal with them. Yiming said with a smile. Ah, that's great.
Someone else asked, "Boss, there aren't that many people in my family, can the extra tickets be given to other people?" "Sure, but I suggest you sell the extra tickets. After all, it's rare to see a party with so many celebrities. You can definitely make a lot of money by selling them." "Really? Ha ha ha, that's great. I'm just short of money recently, and this kind of ticket that you can't buy even if you have money is worth at least $1,000, and by the way, if I speculate on it, maybe I can even go up to 5,000. Fuck, is that true? If we count 30 tickets at 1,000 yuan each, that's 30,000 yuan. If I can sell them for 5,000 yuan each, that's 150,000 yuan. Ha, I'm rich, I'm going to sell them." "Wait, you're going to sell it? That doesn't sound right." Boom. Another round of laughter. For a moment, the entire Ginhoo group was filled with a joyful atmosphere, and everyone was looking forward to the arrival of that day. As soon as the news came out, all the employees of Ginhoo group became popular and the objects of everyone's fawning. They were so popular in their respective circles of friends. There was a male employee who had been pursuing a goddess. The goddess always ignored him, but when he posted the news in his circle of friends, the goddess actually took the initiative to ask the male employee out on a date for the first time. This moved the male employee so much that he burst into tears, and he kept thanking his boss Yiming in his heart. Chapter 63 Small Company. After statistics by the Public Relations Department, the top 50 stars to be invited were determined. Unsurprisingly, most of them are the hottest stars in the current entertainment industry, but there are actually a few Southern H stars among them. Yiming took a look and crossed out those names without saying anything. Is there no one in our own territory? Why invite people from the south? I don't want them to come even if they want to. The head of the Public Relations Department had no choice but to add a few more domestic celebrities. Huai Entertainment Company is one of the top entertainment companies in China, with a large number of artists and many popular stars. Lee Junruo is one of them. Because he played the leading role in a web drama, he has been very popular recently and has many so-called fans. Wherever he went, there were crowds of fans watching him, which made him feel like he was already a top domestic superstar and he was always a big star wherever he went. He acts like a big shot when he's slightly dissatisfied, which makes the organizers complain bitterly, but because he's quite popular, the organizers can only swallow their anger. That day, when he received the invitation letter and the appearance fee quotation from his agent, he frowned. Performing at their company's housewarming ceremony? What kind of company is this? One of the Fortune 500 or the Fortune 500 in China? He had never heard of this company before. It seems to be called Ginhoo Group. It has more than 500 employees. It's a small to medium-sized company. A small or medium-sized company is moving to a new location, and they want me to perform for them? That's too cheap of a deal. Lee Junruo snorted coldly, fiddling with a bunch of hair on his forehead with fingers whiter and thinner than a woman's. If it's a big company like Dada, Tonton, or Hihi, I can consider it. Forget about this unknown company. It will only make me lose face. I guess they just want to use me to support them and increase their fame because of my popularity. If they want me to endorse their products and pay them a fee, I can still consider it. But if they want to achieve their goal with just one performance, it's wishful thinking. Don't pay any attention to it. Okay, I'll reject them right away. The agent replied, and then sent a rejection email to the Public Relations Department of Ginhoo Group, citing the reason being that there was no schedule. At this time, Zixing, who had a good relationship with Lee Junruo, came in. Zixing was once a member of a multinational group. Later he returned to China to develop his career and starred in several TV series and movies, all of which received good reviews. His popularity is much higher than that of Lee Junruo. Therefore, Lee Junruo likes to interact with Zixing very much. In fact, he wants to use him to expose more people in front of the media and increase his popularity. Lee Junruo saw that Zixing was also holding the invitation letter, and immediately became interested. Oh, you also received an invitation letter from this company? Yeah, how come you received it too? Zixing answered casually. Here, Lee Junruo pointed at the invitation letter that he had thrown into the trash can. I just turned it down. I'm embarrassed to go to such a small company. It's embarrassing. Zixing, do you want to go? Zixing was a little surprised by his behavior, but he didn't think much about it. He smiled and said, I'll go. I don't have any other announcements that day anyway. Upon hearing that Zixing was going, Lee Junruo came over immediately and said, Zixing, you're going to an event organized by such a small company? Aren't you afraid that your fans will think you're low if they see you? Let me tell you, many fans nowadays have fragile hearts. If you go to such an event, you might lose fans. I advise you not to go. What is your status in the entertainment industry now? Since there is no announcement that day, I think you might as well take a rest. Zixing looked at him strangely. Who said it was a small company? As far as I know, many artists in the entertainment industry have received performance invitations from this company, and they are all the popular ones at the moment, such as Song Yiming, Li Feifei, Eddie, etc. Do you think a company that can afford to hire these people is a small company? Li Junruo was surprised for a moment, but then shook his head, looking as if he felt sorry for Zixing. Then you shouldn't go even more. Think about it, how much are these people's appearance fees? Can the company really invite all of them? Can they afford it? I think this company also knows that it can invite many big-name stars. Doing this is just a blind cat catching a dead mouse. Have you ever seen a company that invites so many stars to help out just because it's moving? Not to mention a small company like theirs with a few hundred people. Even a Fortune 500 company with tens of thousands of employees wouldn't do this, right? After hearing what he said, Zixing frowned and thought that it seemed to be the case. Seeing that he hesitated, Li Junruo continued to come over and persuade him, if it were you, you should reject them immediately like I did. Instead of supporting them, you might as well take a vacation and rest. You are so busy every day and work so hard. Sooner or later, your body will collapse. Didn't you faint at the airport last time? Just take this opportunity to take a rest. Zixing smiled and shook his head. Isn't it like this for artists? Since you have eaten this bowl of rice, you have to endure the hardships. But this company invites such a top-tier person. I think it's unreliable. I'll go discuss it with my agent. Li Junruo slapped his thigh and said, that's right. The small shabby company still wants to hire our Zixing, it's just a dream. At this time, Zixing's agent Zhang Mo came in. When Li Junruo saw him, she was delighted and waved at Zhang Mo, Sister Zhang, you came at the right time. I have something to tell you. I helped Zixing turn down the invitation to perform at the housewarming ceremony of Ginhoo Group. It would be a loss of face for Zixing to perform at such a company. Zhang Mo is 36 or 37 years old, very capable, a typical strong woman. Under her leadership, Zixing's career is on the rise and his popularity is rising step by step. This is mainly due to her massive connections and resources in the circle. Hearing Li Junruo say this, Zhang Mo frowned. Who said it was a small company? The domestic high-end clothing brand that recently contacted us and wanted to invite Zixing to endorse it is a product of their holding company. So Zixing must go to this performance. Really? That clothing brand belongs to Ginhoo Group? Li Junruo was shocked. He also knew something about the clothing brand. Many artists wore their clothes at various award ceremonies, and the brand's reputation was quite high. That's right. Moreover, Ginhoo Group recently bought the Shanghai landmark building, Ginhoo Building, for more than $2 billion. Do you think they are a small company? By the way, it seems that our company has also rented a few floors in Ginhoo Building as office space. Oh shit! Li Junruo exclaimed again, his eyes almost popping out. Also, as far as I know, the high-end cosmetics brand that wanted to invite Song Yiming to endorse not long ago is also a product of Ginhoo Group's holding company. Moreover, their company has many products that are looking for suitable spokespersons. I guess this performance is their chance to initially test the artist. If they take a fancy to her, she will definitely be able to get a lot of endorsement advertisements. While what? Li Junruo even stuttered when he spoke. Chapter 64 I helped you turn it down. Li Junruo quickly jumped up from the chair, picked up the invitation letter from the trash can, and wiped it like a treasure. He immediately called his agent over and said, reply to Ginhoo Group immediately and tell them that I will perform at their company's housewarming gala. Oh, and be sincere so that they can feel my sincerity. The agent looked at him in bewilderment. But, I just sent them a rejection email and turned it down for you. Li Junruo was so angry that he jumped up and pointed at his agent, not knowing what to say for a moment. But this matter really can't be blamed on the agent, he was the one who just pointed out that he wanted to turn it down. Hurry up and check if you can withdraw the email. If you can, do it now. If you can't, explain to them that it was sent by mistake. Why? The agent was still a little confused. Why did Zhang Ruoyun's attitude change 180 degrees after he sent an email? Why the hell do you have so many whys? Just go. Li Junruo was anxious and yelled.
He had the urge to hit someone. The agent had never seen Lee Junruo get so angry before, so he quickly turned around and said, "Okay. I'll be there right away." He trotted out. Lee Junruo was worried and followed him, urging him, "Hurry up." After turning on the computer and logging into the mailbox, Lee Junruo asked quickly, "How is it? Can the email be withdrawn?" The agent operated it several times and looked at him unhappily. "I can't withdraw it. The other party has already checked it." Lee Junruo slapped his head in annoyance, wishing he could slap himself a few times, but considering the face that had been stabbed, he really didn't dare to do it. "Hurry up and explain to them that this email was sent by mistake and we actually want to go." Lee Junruo quickly thought of the final remedy. The agent sent another email as he requested and received a reply soon. "Open it quickly and see what it says," Lee Junruo urged anxiously. "Sorry, our company has found a suitable replacement and we deeply regret that you sent the email by mistake." When Lee Junruo saw this, he was so angry that he smashed the computer and shouted, "Fuck." The agent stood aside, not daring to utter a word. After smashing the computer, he saw his agent standing stiffly on the side. He suddenly pointed at his nose and cursed, "You usually take your time to do your work, why are you so fast today? Huh? Are you doing this on purpose? You know they are a big company, right? You also know they are looking for many spokespeople, right? You are just jealous because I am so popular, right?" The agent felt very aggrieved. "It was clearly you who wanted to turn it down, and now you blame me?" Hearing Lee Junruo's groundless accusations and slanders, his face flushed and he exploded, "Fuck you, can you use your brains? You think you're so awesome just because you starred in a web drama, right? I'm your agent, not a slave you can abuse at will." Lee Junruo was already angry. Normally his agent gave in to him, but now that he saw his agent talking back to him, he became even more furious. He pointed at his agent's nose and yelled, "How dare you talk back to me? I fucking bastard." He cursed and swung his fist at his agent's head. When the manager saw that Lee Junruo was actually going to hit him, his heart went cold. Disappointment, anger, and regret lingered in his heart. From that moment on, he completely gave up on Lee Junruo. This guy is such an ungrateful person. He asked himself, he had spent countless efforts to pave the way for Lee Junruo in the entertainment industry. Just for the role of the male lead in the web drama, he had no idea how many times he vomited after drinking before he won it for Lee Junruo. "I thought that now that I'm famous, my future would be smoother, but I didn't expect that he would be so excessive to me." The agent stretched out his hand to block Lee Junruo's fist and cursed, "Lee Junruo, would you be where you are today without me? From today on, I will no longer be your agent. If you hit me again, I will call the police and have you put in jail." Lee Junruo came to his senses after being yelled at. His hand stopped in mid-air, his face flushed red, and he stared at his agent. His facial muscles trembled, and he looked like he wanted to eat someone. Seeing that he really didn't dare to move, the agent snorted coldly, "Lee Junruo, I just got you the second male lead in a big-budget theater movie, and wanted to give you a surprise on your birthday, but you actually scolded me without any reason and even wanted to hit me. Sorry, your chance this time is ruined." "What?" Lee Junruo's eyes suddenly widened, his face full of disbelief. The only work he has that is worth mentioning right now is the leading role in that web drama, and web dramas are usually synonymous with low quality. In the entertainment industry, people who act in web dramas are actually not looked up to by people in the industry, because almost anyone can act in a web drama, there is no threshold. You can just take a video with your mobile phone and post it online, and it can also be called a web drama. It's just a matter of quality. So generally speaking, after becoming famous, online drama stars are usually eager to take on TV dramas or movies in order to gain a foothold in the entertainment industry and gain mainstream recognition. When Lee Junruo heard that his agent had secured him the opportunity to play the second male lead in a big-budget theatrical movie, he was shocked, but then a look of joy appeared on his face, and he forgot the urge to beat up the other person. He quickly apologized to his agent with a big smile on his face. "Brother Zhang, I'm sorry, I was impulsive just now, I apologize to you, and I promise I will never do it again. Please forgive me this time, I do have a bad temper sometimes, but I definitely don't have any bad intentions. Since we have been working together for so long, you can't abandon me." However, the agent was obviously fed up with his mood swings and ungrateful nature, and ignored him completely. He snorted coldly, his face full of sarcasm, "Lee Junruo, I've heard this kind of talk so many times that my ears are already numb. You're not the only artist under my command. From today on, you go your way and I go mine. You take care of yourself." After saying that, he slammed the door and left. Lee Junruo stood in the room, his face livid, and kicked the stool hard. As a result, he kicked too hard and didn't control the angle well, and his fibula hit the stool directly. The piercing pain made him scream and tears came out. Chapter 65, Changes in Public Opinion. Song Fong Fan Group. After a period of human flesh search, the perpetrator who beat the idol's agent was finally found. Yiming's photo was also exposed in the group. This was a photo of him being secretly taken from the side when he was beating up Song Fong's agent. The photo was taken very casually, Yiming's face is very blurry, and only a rough outline can be seen. However, the agent's face was clearly visible, from which we can conclude that the idol's agent was indeed beaten. This emboldened those fans who previously thought that there was no truth without pictures. He actually dared to beat someone up in public. Is there any justice in the world? Is this the guy who beat up our Song Fong's agent? Isn't it clear yet? This photo says it all. The perpetrators must be severely punished. That's right, the perpetrator must pay the price and let him know that our Song Fong is not someone who can be bullied. Look at those people watching. They are so indifferent. Has the quality of our countrymen fallen to such a low level? That's right, but this photo is a bit blurry, and I can't see the face of the perpetrator clearly. Is there a clearer one? Wait, let me ask someone to look for it. Found it. I'll post it right away. Quick. At this time, a clear frontal photo of Yiming appeared in the group. No one knew where the other party found it from. One could only admire the power of human flesh search. As soon as Yiming's photo was sent into the group, the heated atmosphere that had just been clamoring for severe punishment of the murderer suddenly stagnated. This guy doesn't look like such a violent person? Could this be a mistake? Yeah, compared to the photo of the murderer, the person in this photo seems quite gentle. He looks quite handsome. Yeah, he's so handsome, how could he be the murderer? I think there must be some misunderstanding here. All of a sudden, the direction of the discussion in the group changed, from fiercely condemning the perpetrator to discussing Yiming's handsome appearance, and the discussion was getting more and more intense. Who do you think is more handsome, him or Song Fong? I think each has its merits, right? This guy looks much younger than Song Fong. I never thought there would be such a handsome guy in our country. I'm almost becoming his fangirl. I feel like this guy is a little more handsome than Song Fong. Yes, he has a great temperament too. Compared to him, those male stars in China are just losers. Kong Chang, the group leader and Song Fong's #1 fan, was so angry when he saw that everyone in the group was discussing the appearance and temperament of the murderer that he immediately banned all members from speaking. We are now discussing how to denounce the perpetrator and make him apologize to our manager Song Fong and pay the price. Look at what you are discussing. This is seriously inconsistent with the purpose of our discussion today. If anyone talks about irrelevant topics again, I will kick her out of the group. I thought that after the warning, the atmosphere in the group would return to normal. However, after the ban was lifted, the enthusiasm of group members to speak decreased a lot, and only a few die-hard members were still discussing countermeasures. We can first post the details of what happened on Weibo and tag all the major media celebrities so that they can repost it. You can also reveal exclusive information to the news media. Yes, that's right. I'm just asking, what are the details of what happened? What is the truth, does anyone know? A fan who had been lurking asked. As soon as these words were spoken, the group fell silent, because no one knew the details and the truth of the matter. Kong Chang said at this time, we don't need to know the details of this matter. We only need to know that Song Fong's agent was beaten, and there are photos as evidence. We just need to seize this point, make a big fuss, force the perpetrator to apologize, and accept the due punishment. How can we make a big fuss without the truth? Nowadays, quarrels require solid evidence. If you make a big fuss and things turn out to be the opposite, we will be considered spreading rumors and will be invited to have tea with the police. So what do you think we should do about this? Are we just going to let it go? If so, how disappointed will we, as Song Fong's fans, be for him? At this time, another person who had been silent for a long time spoke up. I think your idol just wants you to be the first to make trouble. He doesn't dare to make a big fuss, so he lets you make it. Brains are a good thing, I hope you have them. Judging from this person's tone, it seems that she is not a fan of Song Fong. Kong Chang immediately asked, how do you talk like that? Are you still a fan of Song Fong? Sorry, I'm not a fan of Song Fong Appa. I'm a hacker who accidentally sneaked into your group. Seeing that you were discussing so intensely, I couldn't help but say a few words. I'm not saying anything bad about you, but what's the use of just a few photos? If you want to stir up trouble, at least find out the background of the attacker. Don't offend someone you shouldn't offend, or you'll suffer. This person's background is very ordinary. He is just an ordinary employee of Ginhoo Technology Company, Limited. What is there to be afraid of? Ordinary employee? Your information is so damn outdated, you are such a short-sighted bunch. Let me tell you who he is. Who? Yiming, the boss of Ginhoo Group, the owner of Ginhoo Building. Ginhoo Building is a landmark building in Shanghai, worth more than $2 billion. Fuck. This guy is definitely a rich second generation. He's handsome and rich. I find I've fallen in love with him. I suddenly realized that his beating posture is so handsome. Yeah, so manly. I declare that I have turned from a passerby to a fan of him, and no one can stop me. And me. Kong Chang looked at the gradually lively atmosphere in the group and his face turned blue with anger. These so-called fans were too weak-willed. Couldn't they be like me? In her final words, she angrily said, "You people are not worthy of being Song Fong's fans." And then disbanded the fan group. The plan to use the power of fans to denounce the murderer Yiming was declared bankrupt. Not only that, a large number of fans were also lost. When Kong Cheng told Song Fong what happened, he was so angry that he threw his phone down. What the hell, a bunch of idiots who only know how to follow the crowd. Chapter 66. We meet again. Kong Cheng is a die-hard fan and remains loyal to her idol. She originally wanted to tell Song Fong the background and identity of the attacker, but before she could open her mouth, the idol in front of her smashed her phone. This made her a little depressed, so she simply didn't bother to say anything more. Song Fong was sitting there sulking when his agent came in from outside. The agent came over with a happy face and said, "Song Fong, I just heard a piece of news. A big company in Shanghai is going to hold a housewarming ceremony and has invited 50 popular stars to help out. This is an extraordinary big deal. I took a look and found that there is no star from country H among these 50 stars. I think if you can participate in this performance ceremony, you will be the only star from country H. You will definitely stand out among those Eastern stars and it will be of great help to your popularity in the East." Song Fong frowned, "But we don't seem to have received an invitation from the other party?" The agent looked smug. "Song Fong, you are an Asian superstar, they must think your appearance fee is too expensive and they are afraid they can't afford you. Also, they may be worried that you don't have time, so they didn't send you an invitation." "Really? Believe me, there will be no problem. Isn't it because I paved the way for you to get to this point now? Why don't you give it a try?" "No, Song Fong, I think in order to show our sincerity, you should go there in person with me. I heard that the general manager of that company is a beautiful woman. With your looks, maybe she will fall in love with you. By the way, I searched online and found her photo. I'll find it and show it to you." Song Fong came over, and the agent quickly found Chen Jiaqing's photo. "Look, that's her. The general manager of Ginhoo Group." "That's right, that company is called Ginhoo Group." When Song Fong saw Chen Jiaqing's ticket, his eyes lit up immediately. "Oh my god, it's so beautiful, I have to go this time." "Well, it's decided," the agent said, and heaved a long sigh of relief. Suddenly he remembered something and frowned. "Song Fong, have you found the person who beat me? What are your fans going to do?" Hearing this, Song Fong's face instantly turned ugly. "Don't mention it. I get angry when I talk about this. Those idiots actually betrayed us. They only found the photo of the man who beat you, and they know nothing else. Forget it, let's put this matter aside for now. It's more important for you to attend the gala. Go and get ready, and we'll go to the company right away. If we're slow, other H country stars might get there first." "Okay." In the Ginhoo Group's conference room, Chen Jiaqing sat in the first seat, holding some materials in his hands and looking at them expressionlessly. Sitting on both sides of the conference table were representatives from Chunfan Technology and Reward Technology. Because Ginhoo Group is preparing to choose one of these two companies to invest in, the current negotiations have entered the final stage. Today's meeting will decide which company Ginhoo Group will invest in, so both companies are putting in their best efforts. The CEOs of both companies personally served as representatives. Zhou Qinkuan, as the representative of Chunfan Technology, spoke eloquently about the advantages of his own company. "Our company has many years of experience in big data and has made great achievements.
Apart from Ali Yun, our company has the strongest technical force in China. We have cooperated with institutions to lead dozens of projects, all of which have been successful. Therefore, I think your company's choice to invest in us will be an extremely correct and wise decision. Chen Jiaqing nodded with a calm expression, but continued to look at the materials in his hand without looking up at him. Representative of Reweibo Technology, please explain what you have to impress us to invest in your company? Wu Dun, the CEO of Reweibo Technology, is a slightly bald man wearing thick glasses. He is dressed very simply. Compared with Zhou Qingquan, who is wearing all branded clothes, he is an absolute loser. However, this also shows that he is the kind of person who does not care about appearance and is obsessed with technology research and development all day long. Although our company is not as good as our competitor Morning Sale Technology, every member of our company is determined to make progress and explore. In recent years, the gap between us and Morning Sale Technology has become smaller and smaller. In terms of development potential, I think we have an advantage in this regard. When Zhou Qingquan heard Wu Dun say this, he snorted coldly and said with disdain, "If they are not as strong as our company, then they are not as strong as our company. What's the point of having potential? Moreover, potential is something that cannot be seen or touched. Whether it can be realized is another matter. Mr. Zhou, what you said is not right. Our Reweibo technology is gradually catching up with Chunfan technology every year. This is a real thing." Wu Dun's face was a little anxious. Obviously, business negotiations were still a little unfamiliar to him. Unlike Zhou Qingquan, he could talk about any argument fluently. What is wrong? You are developing fast because your current base is small. As far as I know, your current market share is about 2 points, while our company has 27 or 28%. Even if you can grow by 100% a year, it will only be 4% next year. As long as we grow by 50%, we can have 30%. Zhou Qingquan was very proud. Chen Jiaqing almost laughed out loud when she heard what he said. It was obvious that Mr. Zhou was talking nonsense. Anyone with a little knowledge of business would know that it was not the case at all. However, she did not point it out, but let them continue to debate freely. Wu Dun's lack of business negotiation skills was once again clearly revealed. He was no match for Zhou Qingquan and was left speechless several times. Zhou Qingquan looked at the embarrassed Wu Dun and said confidently, "Mr. Chen, based on the above, I think your company has no reason to consider other companies except investing in us." He was feeling very proud and confident at this moment. He looked at Chen Jiaqing's beautiful face and swallowed silently. After getting this investment, I must invite this beautiful Chen to dinner, he thought secretly in his heart. Just then, Jean Ruerue pushed the door open and came in. When Zhou Qingquan saw Jean Ruerue, his face suddenly changed and he quickly lowered his head and pretended not to see her. Jean Ruerue leaned over and said something in Chen Jiaqing's ear. Chen Jiaqing nodded to indicate that she understood. When Jean Ruerue went out, she saw Zhou Qingquan. She smiled faintly, "Mr. Zhou, we meet again. Am I right?" Chapter 67 Investment Company. Zhou Qingquan's face turned pale at this time. He felt a chill down his spine and didn't dare to look directly into Jean Ruerue's eyes. Yes, we meet again," he replied in a nod. From the moment Jean Ruerue appeared, he knew that the financing was gone. He had never imagined that the beautiful woman he met at the Airbus Eastern Agency Center that day was actually from the Xingyue Group, and seemed to have a very close relationship with Mr. Qin in front of him. Then when he said he wanted to use the money raised to buy a private jet for his enjoyment, this undoubtedly exposed his true purpose of raising funds. No investment institution will invest money in a company that starts enjoying benefits before it has established a firm foothold. He was slumped in his seat, his face pale, and he couldn't wait to end the meeting. However, the reactions of other attendees of Chunfan Technology and their own boss were completely opposite. When they heard that their boss actually knew the senior management of Xingyue Group and seemed to be very friendly, they were all delighted. It seemed that this financing was almost certain. Many people have begun to imagine how they will enjoy their bonuses, such as where to travel and what luxury goods to buy. The attendees from Reweibo Technology all looked depressed and annoyed. The other party's CEO already knew the people from Xingyue Group, so what chance did we have of winning? In the Eastern society where personal relationships are important, their clean background undoubtedly led to their disastrous defeat in this confrontation. Chen Jiaqing looked at the different expressions on everyone's faces and found it very interesting. She wondered how they would react when the results were announced later. She tapped the table with the tip of her pen, signaling everyone to concentrate. Except for Zhou Qingquan, everyone at Chunfan Technology looked at her expectantly, while the people at Ruweibo Technology all lowered their heads, mentally prepared to accept failure. Chen Jiaqing summarized the proceedings of the meeting and made some polite remarks to the participants from Chunfan Technology and Ruweibo Technology, thanking them for taking the time out of their busy schedules to attend the meeting. Then he stood up and flipped open the information card that he had prepared long ago. The company that our company has decided to invest in is Ruweibo Technology. Congratulations to Ruweibo Technology. As soon as she said this, the meeting room, which was originally filled with whispers, suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked at Chen Jiaqing with disbelief. What? Did I hear it right? Wu Dun, the CEO of Ruweibo Technology, scratched his ear and whispered to the person next to him. Boss Wu, I think I heard the name of our company as well? Could I have heard it wrong? Except for Zhou Qingquan, who had already anticipated the result, everyone else from Chunfan Technology looked as if they had eaten a fly, looking at Chen Jiaqing in disbelief. What's going on? It's not our company? It shouldn't be like this? It must be a mistake. Another person from Chunfan Technology bravely stood up and asked, Mr. Chen, which company did you just say your company invested in? Chen Jiaqing stared at him with a look of great oppression, which was a skill that only experienced businessmen would have. After a while, she said calmly, You heard it right. The target of our company's investment is Ruweibo Technology. Why? The man asked unwillingly, Our company is stronger than Ruweibo Technology in every aspect. Why did you choose to invest in them instead of us? And he wanted to say that his president Zhou is very familiar with the senior management of your company. Chen Jiaqing smiled faintly. About this, your president Zhou should know best. The other people in Chunfan Technology finally noticed that their boss had an extremely ugly expression on his face, and they all suddenly realized what had happened. Zhou Qingquan picked up the document and stood up. In that case, we'll take our leave first. Others followed the boss out of the meeting room. The people at Ruweibo Technology still couldn't believe what had just happened, and they remained in the conference room. Chen Jiaqing smiled and said, Although your company is not as good as Chunfan Technology at present, I am optimistic about your potential and hope you will not let me down. At this time, Wu Dun was reminded by his colleague and quickly stood up and said, We will definitely not let Mr. Chen and Xingyue Group down. Thank you for believing in us. I hope so. Then, for the rest, we will follow the procedure. This meeting is now over. Chen Jiaqing picked up the documents and walked out of the meeting room first. Inside the conference room, after Chen Jiaqing left, the people from Ruweibo Technology started dancing with excitement, but they kept their voices down. After all, they were still in the conference room of Xingyue Group, and they didn't dare celebrate too wildly. Wu Dun clapped his hands at this time. To celebrate the success of this round of financing, I decided to treat everyone to a spicy hot pot meal. No way, Mr. Wu, you raise so much money and you only treat us to a spicy hot pot meal. That's too stingy. Wu Dun frowned. Xingyue Group's investment is not for us to enjoy. It is used to develop the company's business and technological research and development. Okay, you're the boss and you have the final say. Spicy hot pot is spicy hot pot. Just now, Jean Ruweibo came into the conference room and whispered in Chen Jiaqing's ear that a celebrity from Country H heard that Xingyue Company was going to hold a housewarming ceremony and hoped to be a guest performer at the ceremony. Chen Jiaqing returned to the office and found Jean Ruweibo. Isn't the boss in charge of this? How do you tell me? Jean Ruweibo said, They insisted on meeting with you, saying that you are the general manager of the company and have the decision-making power. I can't contact the boss now, so I can only tell you first. Okay, I get it, let them in. Chen Jiaqing said. Chapter 68 Who is your boss? Led by Jean Ruweibo, Song Fong and his agent entered Chen Jiaqing's office. Hello, Mr. Chen. The agent greeted in broken Chinese. Well, please sit down. Chen Jiaqing said lightly, without even raising his eyelids, just looking at the documents in his hand. The first time Song Fong saw Chen Jiaqing, his eyes sparkled, but he couldn't speak Chinese, so he didn't know how to start talking for a moment. The agent patted his hands, signaling him not to get too excited. Mr. Chen, let me introduce myself. My name is Li Zixuan, and I am currently Mr. Song Fong's agent. You should know Mr. Song Fong. Chen Jiaqing raised her eyes and glanced at them, smiling faintly. Are you talking about him? She pointed at Song Fong, who was standing next to her with a pen. Li Zixuan clapped his hands happily. That's right, it seems that Mr. Chen is also a fan of our Song Fong. It's really fate.
There is an old saying in the East that goes, if you are destined, you will meet even if you are thousands of miles apart, but if you are not destined, you will not meet even if you are face to face.
Our Song Fong.
Chen Jiaqing was too lazy to listen to him and waved his hand. What do you want from me? Li Zhishuan's expression froze for a moment, then he smiled brightly. It's like this, we heard that your company will hold a grand housewarming ceremony in half a month, and your company has invited most of the popular stars in the Eastern entertainment industry. But I found that there are no stars from Country H among them. I think that as a large international company, we should pay more attention to cultural diversity. If our Song Fong can participate in this ceremony, I think it will be of great significance to your company's reputation throughout Asia. Chen Jiaqing smiled, raised her beautiful eyes, glanced at Song Fong who had been staring at her, expressionless.
I am not responsible for this matter. Our company's boss is handling it personally. Therefore, you should go and talk to my boss. Li Zhishuan did not give up. You are the general manager of Ginhoo Group. I think you have absolute say in this matter. If you send us the invitation letter, we can charge less, he said with a smile.
Chen Jiaqing smiled and shook her head. Although I am the general manager of Ginhoo Group, I am just working for someone else. This matter will be handled by our boss himself. He also selects every guest performer. Instead of wasting your time with me, why don't you go directly to our boss? Li Zhishuan's smile was a little stiff.
In that case, may I ask who your boss is? Can you tell us his contact information?
In fact, we also admire your company's strength.
If we can reach this cooperation, it will be a win-win choice.
Although Song Fong didn't understand the conversation between the two, he guessed from his agent's expression that things didn't seem to be going well. He stood up, forced out a smile that he thought was handsome, and said directly in Korean, Mr. Chen, I have many fans all over Asia. I think if I attend your party, my fans all over Asia will know about your Ginhoo company. This is a great advertising opportunity for your company, and the sales of your company's products will also increase steadily.
Li Zhishuan translated Song Fong's words.
After listening to them, Chen Jiaqing smiled faintly and said, I'm sorry, the purpose of our company's housewarming ceremony is just to hold a party with celebrities and idols to reward our hard-working employees. It is not to increase the popularity of Ginhoo Group, so there is no such thing as advertising.
Is there no fan of our Song Fong among your company's employees?
Li Zhishuan said anxiously.
Chen Jiaqing smiled and said, I don't know about that.
Anyway, which celebrities our company invites is decided by employees voting, and the boss makes the final decision.
If you haven't received an invitation letter, it means that our company has not invited you.
Then please tell us your boss's contact information.
I want to question him in person.
I don't believe that there are so many employees in your company who are not fans of our Song Fong. I'm sorry, our boss's contact information is confidential information of the company and cannot be disclosed to outsiders at will, but I can notify them for you.
Chen Jiaqing said. Then I'll have to trouble you, Mr. Chen.
Li Zhishuan replied. From beginning to end, Chen Jiaqing's gaze never stayed on Song Fong's face for more than 1 second. It was not because she was shy and didn't want to look, but because she completely ignored him. This made Song Fong, who had always been confident in his appearance, feel deeply frustrated. Back then, when he faced the national beauty Song Guichou of Country H, he was not so powerless. When Yiming received Chen Jiaqing's call, he was walking with his parents in Shengshi Huoding.
Hey, Jiaqing, what's going on?
It's like this. There's a star from Country H named Song Fong who wants to attend the housewarming party held by our group.
Let me ask for your opinion. Song Fong? Yiming asked puzzledly.
Yes.
A smile suddenly appeared on Yiming's lips. Is he trying to recommend himself?
However, all the stars from Country H have been blacklisted by him, especially the male stars. If they are female stars, perhaps he can still consider them. Please help me reject them directly. Chen Jiaqing sighed, I'm afraid it's not that simple.
They seem very confident. You should come by yourself. Okay then, I'll be right there.
Yiming smiled maliciously, this is interesting, I wonder how they will react when they see me later.
Chapter 69 You're finally here.
Song Fong and his agent were waiting comfortably in Chen Jiaqing's office, looking here and there, and muttering in Korean from time to time. This made Chen Jiaqing unable to concentrate on her work.
She frowned and tapped the table with her pen. Please go to the reception room and wait.
Our boss will be here soon.
When the agent heard this, he smiled and said, Mr. Chen, we are very interested in the furnishings in your office. Do you mind if we take a look? You have affected my work here. Please go to the conference room and wait.
Chen Jiaqing's face looked a little ugly. Li Zixuan whispered in Song Fong's ear and translated Chen Jiaqing's words. Song Fong raised a smile, put his hands on his waist and slowly walked to Chen Jiaqing's desk.
Our CEO Chen is such a workaholic. Since your boss hasn't come yet, how about this? As guests, CEO Chen buys us a cup of coffee. I can consider further reducing my performance fee.
He came out of his previous frustration and put on a smile that he thought was very lethal, just like the same smile he showed to the fans who came to pick him up at the airport, which would instantly charm a lot of people. Li Zixuan came over and translated his words.
Chen Jiaqing didn't bother to pay attention to him. She picked up the phone in front of her and dialed a number. Ruei, come in for a moment. Ruei came in immediately. Mr. Chen, what's the matter?
Take these two people to the reception room and wait for the boss to come.
Ruei received the order and made a gesture of invitation to Song Fong and the other man. You two, please follow me to the reception room.
Song Fong didn't expect that Chen Jiaqing simply ignored him, and his face looked a little unhappy.
Since his debut, he has been smooth sailing, and he is always good at picking up girls. When has he ever met a woman who doesn't treat him well? However, it was not easy for him to lose his temper in someone else's territory. After all, the other party's identity was not ordinary. He gritted his teeth and followed Ruei to the reception room. As soon as they left, Yiming walked into Chen Jiaqing's office. Where are the people? Didn't they say they were here with you? Chen Jiaqing saw Yiming finally arrived and smiled. You are finally here.
I asked Ruei to take them to the reception room to wait. Yiming went straight to the reception room without saying a word.
In the reception room, Li Zixuan was very upset that he and Song Fong were kicked out of Chen's office.
I'm saying that the boss of your Xingyue group is so arrogant that he made our Song Fong wait for so long.
Do you know how much money he makes per second?
Ruei's face was very cold. We didn't invite you here, you came here on your own accord.
If you feel you can't wait, please go back.
Li Zixuan's face turned serious.
Little girl, how can you talk like that? We are here to seek an opportunity for win-win cooperation, not to curry favor with you and insist on attending your party. If you are not happy,
Before he could finish his words, Yiming opened the door and came in. How are you guys?
When Song Fong and his agent saw Yiming, their eyelids jumped immediately. Fuck, it's him. It's you? Why are you here?
Although Li Zixuan had previously threatened to deal with Yiming, when he actually saw him, he was frightened by the cold temperament of Yiming.
Yiming pulled a stool over and sat down. Why, you don't recognize me?
He picked up an orange from the fruit bowl on the table and peeled it, then looked up at him.
Oh, your wound healed pretty quickly. Did you use our famous oriental healing medicine, the golden wound medicine?
Song Fong and his agent looked very unhappy at this moment, and Ruei saw the boss and quietly left the reception room.
You haven't answered my question yet. Why are you here? With Song Fong present, he felt more confident.
After all, when he faced Yiming before, he was the only countryman present.
But it's different now. Song Fong is here.
If he dares to beat him for no reason again, Song Fong can act as a witness and take photos or videos as evidence.
He can then sue Yiming.
Yiming shook his shoulders and chewed an orange. You all can come, why can't I come?
Li Zixuan looked at Yiming's calm expression, thought of something, and swallowed his saliva. You are the boss of Xingyue Group? What else? Why do you think you are here?
When Li Zixuan got the answer, his heart was shocked, his pupils shrank, and he stared at Yiming with extremely cold eyes. Song Fong had seen Yiming's photo and knew that he was the assailant who had beaten up his agent before and also caused him to lose a large number of fans.
He whispered in his agent's ear, he must be the murderer. What should we do now?
Li Zixuan narrowed his eyes slightly. He is the boss of this company. Your performance will definitely not be able to go on.
But what? Song Fong asked anxiously.
Li Zixuan patted his hands, suggesting that he should not be anxious. He lowered his voice so low that only Song Fong beside him could hear it. Since he is the boss of Xingyue Group, then this company is his lifeblood. We won't have a direct conflict with him, but we can take action against this company.
You mean, to discredit or even destroy this company in order to retaliate against him? Song Fong also understood at this time. That's right.
Using your influence in Asia, you can definitely make this company pay for what it has done.
Let's go back now and collect some negative information about this company first.
But I feel suffocated if I go back in such a disgrace. I must vent my anger today. Song Fong was somewhat reluctant. You can't beat him, he's very strong. Li Jixuan looked anxious. He had been slapped by Yiming and knew how powerful he was. Don't worry. When I was in the army, I trained hard. I won prizes in the military fighting competitions. It shouldn't be a problem for me to deal with him. Now that I've seen him today, I'm going to get back at you. He gave his agent a soothing look, then spoke a lot to Yiming in Korean. Yiming frowned. What the hell are you talking about? I don't understand. Li Jixuan then stood up and said, what our Songfong meant is that he heard that you are very powerful and wants to ask you for advice and challenge you. Do you dare to accept it? Chapter 70, The Look of Being Beaten. Yiming almost choked. He was worried that he had no way to vent his anger. These two people acted so arrogantly in his own company, but he had just arrived and couldn't find a reason to take action. Now he actually offers his face to me. How can I miss such a good opportunity to slap him in the face? He calmed his breath, waved his hand and said with a smile, his face is much more valuable than yours. I'm afraid he will ask me for compensation if I hurt him. The agent translated Yiming's words to Song Fong, who immediately flew into a rage. He used to hate people saying that he relied on his looks to make a living. In order to get rid of this impression, he worked hard in the army and built up a set of strong muscles. He repeatedly won good places in military combat competitions, and the TV dramas he took on after retiring were also tough guy style. He showed off his muscles in the TV series and attracted countless crazy fans. He took off his coat and was only wearing a vest. He clenched his fists, and his biceps bulged, looking quite decent. He roared, that depends on whether you have the ability. Yiming pretended to sigh, I think we should forget it. This is the company's reception room, the space is relatively small, and it will be very expensive to buy new things if something is broken. I'll pay for what you break. Song Fong narrowed his eyes. He thought Yiming was just looking for an excuse to avoid the challenge. In fact, he was already afraid and couldn't help but feel secretly happy. He had planned it out long ago. This place was so small that he would have nowhere to escape if a fight broke out, so he had to challenge him here. Do you really want to fight? Yiming looked at Li Jixuan with an inquiring look. Fight, just a sparring match. Stop when you're done. Our Song family believes in making friends through martial arts. If you don't dare to accept the challenge, I hope you can apologize for what happened last time. Also, before he finished speaking, Yiming interrupted him directly, what happened last time? What happened last time? Yiming asked in a pretended puzzled tone, which made Li Jixuan so angry that he almost died. Damn, you beat me so badly, and you still ask me what the hell is going on? His face darkened, and he stared at Yiming intently, then whispered in Song Fong's ear, help me beat him to a pulp later. Song Fong nodded. He couldn't wait any longer. He looked directly at Yiming and yelled, come on, hurry up and decide whether to accept it or not. If you're a man, don't be so fussy like a woman. After Yiming finished his meal, he clapped his hands leisurely, okay, since you're so determined to be tortured, I'll satisfy you. He stood up, a smile on his face, and waved to Song Fong nonchalantly, I'll give you a hand, come on. Song Fong's pupils shrank. He couldn't expect Yiming to still be pretending to be cool at this time. He snorted coldly and was about to take action. At this moment, the agent suddenly shouted, stop. Song Fong paused, looking at his agent in confusion, what's going on? Why did you stop? Li Jixuan gave him a calm look and said to Yiming, there are only a few of us here. If you are defeated, you may not be convincing. How about opening the door of the conference room and letting your employees see the style of their boss? He had been humiliated in public by Yiming before, and this time he also wanted to make Yiming humiliate himself in front of everyone. Otherwise, it would not be enough to relieve his anger with only him and Song Fong as witnesses. Moreover, severely humiliating their boss in front of his employees will definitely make the employees of Ginhoo Group lose confidence in their boss, which will in turn affect the company's business and even shake the foundation of their company. I have to say, his little calculations were really working very well. Yiming shrugged indifferently and said, it's up to you. Li Jixuan's face lit up with joy, and he immediately opened the door excitedly, and shouted at the door, employees of Ginhoo Group, come and see your boss being beaten. The employees all frowned and looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. What's going on? This guy seems to be from H country. Yeah, what was he saying? It seems like you're talking about watching our boss get beaten?
Fuck. Where did this idiot come from? How dare he be so arrogant? Why don't we beat him up first? Let's see what the boss is doing first. Li Zixuan smiled proudly and then explained, our Song Fong wants to challenge your boss. I hope you can witness with your own eyes how your boss is humiliated. Yiming stretched his waist, stood up and said, if you want to see it, just line up. He pointed at Song Fong, this guy is a star from country H. There aren't many opportunities like this. Seeing the boss's nonchalant attitude, everyone quickly gathered at the door, looking at Song Fong like a cheetah seeing its prey, as if to say, if you dare to touch our boss we will never let you go. This made Song Fong's heart tremble. Damn, being surrounded by so many people with murderous eyes, I am under great pressure. This stupid agent is so smart. Why can't he just beat him up behind closed doors? He insisted on making him lose face in public. This time, he has done something wrong. He glanced at his agent with hatred, which made the agent a little confused. However, Song Fong couldn't wait any longer. He didn't care about anything else. He just got into position and stared at Yiming coldly. Let's start. Chapter 71. What are you arguing about? When Song Fong shouted start, Yiming nodded indifferently, still with one hand behind his back, and waved at Song Fong with the other hand, in the same way as he used to call puppies over when he was a child in the countryside. Ashy. Song Fong roared and flew over with a punch. Yiming smiled and punched back. Bang. Be impartial and bump your fists together. In a split second, Song Fong's entire face quickly turned from white to purple. His expression quickly changed from full of confidence to extremely painful. Then, his right hand hung down limply, looking soft, as if it had no bones. At the same time, a terrifying scream broke out. Ah! His body flew backwards, knocking aside a stool and falling heavily at the feet of the audience at the door. After seeing this scene, Li Zixuan, who was originally smug, his heart was instantly shocked. Even Song Fong's arm was shattered. Is this kind of abnormal strength possible for a human being? His face turned pale at this moment, and he hurried over to help Song Fong up. Song Fong, how are you? Are you okay? Song Fong's whole face was twisted in pain, his right hand hung limply, and beads of sweat the size of beans were popping out of his forehead. He was so cruel. Yiming clapped his hands and stood there as if nothing had happened. He picked up a grape from the fruit plate on the table and swallowed it in one gulp with great enjoyment. Smacking his lips, not enough. He glanced at Song Fong, who was still lying on the ground, and smiled faintly. How is it? How do you feel? Song Fong gritted his teeth and looked at Yiming, wishing he could bite him to death. His right hand is useless. It is unknown how long it will take to heal. During this period, he will definitely not be able to accept any more announcements or show his face in public, because no one will watch a star performing on stage with a plaster cast. If he appeared in public with a plaster cast on his body, it would be an insult to the tough guy image he has always portrayed. He is currently at the peak of his popularity and has almost reached his peak. If he cannot appear in public for at least half a year, his popularity will definitely drop significantly. Now is also the critical moment for him to make money crazily. If he encounters such an accident, his income will naturally shrink rapidly. He has already started to regret. Why did he offend this evil star? This guy is a complete pervert. He finally understood that Yiming's refusal just now was just a retreat to advance, deliberately making him underestimate the enemy and then making a fatal move in the end. The onlookers outside the door were all confused when they saw the boss kill Song Fong in one move. Is this the end? Then, there was a thunderous applause. The boss is awesome. The boss is awesome. See? This is what happens when you act cool in front of your boss. Just now he was so arrogant and I thought he was so great. But it turns out that he was just bragging. That's right. Don't be fooled by that muscular body. It's actually useless. It can't even take a punch from the boss. And one of its hands is fucking crippled. Song Fong was lying on the ground at this time. The piercing pain made him feel weak all over. Even if Li Zixuan used all his strength, he couldn't lift him up from the ground. Do you need us to call an ambulance for you? Yiming looked at Li Zixuan with a smile. Li Zixuan looked up and saw Yiming's teasing eyes. No matter how angry he was, he could only hold it in. He gritted his teeth and said, "Please help us call an ambulance. It's very expensive to ask me for help. You tell me a number." Li Zixuan needs to send Song Fong to the hospital immediately, otherwise it will be too late and he doesn't know what sequelae he will have in the future. Forget it, let me give this opportunity to my employees. He said to the employees standing outside and watching, who of you can help him call an ambulance? He said he can pay any price. The crowd was in an uproar, and everyone raised their hands. I'll do it, I'll do it. Yiming looked at them, frowned, and pursed his lips. How about this, you decide by playing rock paper scissors. Okay, no problem. Suddenly, a crowd of spectators started a rock paper scissors competition. Li Zixuan looked at Song Fong's arm in his arms, which was gradually turning purple, and he felt like crying but had no tears. I beg you to hurry up. Our Song Fong's hand is almost broken. What are you making so much noise for? Can't you see we're busy? Someone suddenly shouted. You. Li Zixuan was angry but dared not say anything. I don't know how long it took, but the winner was finally decided. It was a 30-year-old male employee. He raised a finger to Li Zixuan and said, 10,000. Li Zixuan was about to agree when Yiming suddenly shouted, You are so unambitious. Are you so unambitious? 20,000? The man asked tentatively. Yiming was angry. Look at your lack of ability. You're still paying 20,000 yuan. Forget it. Give him a preferential price of 100,000 yuan. Li Zixuan stared at Yiming. How dare he speak? 100,000 is 100,000. Saving people is the most important thing. Hurry. When the man heard the boss's words, he was shocked. Fuck, the boss is really the boss, 100,000 yuan is still a preferential price. But he was also very grateful to Yiming in his heart. This was an unexpected income. Chapter 72 Lottery. Yiming returned to the general manager's office. Chen Jiaqing looked at him with some surprise. It was resolved so quickly? Kill instantly with one move. Yiming shrugged. Chen Jiaqing gave him a thumbs up. Great. Of course, your man is awesome, how can he not be awesome? Yiming walked towards her with a wicked smile. Chen Jiaqing frowned slightly, feeling that Yiming was going to mess around again. What do you want to do? There was an unconcealable smile in her beautiful eyes. Yiming just walked behind her seat, put his hands on her shoulders, and gently massaged her. Jiaqing, you have worked hard these days. Chen Jiaqing was still a little wary at first, but when she heard Yiming's sudden gentle blow, she instantly relaxed her guard and felt warm in her heart. You have a conscience. Hey, a little to the left, yes, use a little more force. She closed her eyes and began to enjoy Yiming's technique. Yiming was a little speechless. Do you really think of me as a masseur? But he still pressed gently according to Chen Jiaqing's instructions. After I finish the company's relocation and everything is back on track, I will give you a vacation. You've worked too hard. Chen Jiaqing was a little suspicious. Why did they let her rest for no reason? She bent her beautiful eyes and said, Tell me, what's the conspiracy? Yiming's thoughts were discovered. He smiled awkwardly and said, Meet the parents. Oh, there really is a conspiracy. Chen Jiaqing curled her lips, but to be honest, I haven't been back for a long time, and I miss home a little. How about this, when this matter is over, I will go back to your hometown with you. Yeah. She leaned her head back on Yiming, feeling extremely at ease. The day of Xingyue Group's housewarming ceremony is getting closer. Many popular stars have received performance invitations from this company, and most of them have decided to accept the invitation and participate in this grand ceremony. This made Xingyue Group's reputation rise rapidly. As soon as the list of stars attending the gala was announced, it immediately sparked a wave of discussion in the entertainment industry. Even many old and large enterprises are inferior to it. A business and economics analyst said, It's amazing. Gathering most of the popular stars in the entertainment industry to hold a large-scale party. It directly raised the company's popularity by several levels. However, some economic analysts are disdainful of this kind of ceremony that is entirely built on money, believing it to be sensational because it is too time-sensitive and has no continuity, and is not worthy of corporate promotion. Someone immediately stood up to refute, Your company advertises every day for free, right? Isn't the purpose of your advertising to increase your company's visibility? This is just another way to do it. But no matter which point of view one holds, it can be said that the ceremony of Xingyue Group has been a success. At the Mercedes-Benz Cultural Center, the grand stage has been built and the final rehearsal is now underway. As the boss, Yiming sat in the first seat. When some female stars saw such a young man sitting on the main seat, they all started to make plans in their minds. He's so young, so rich, and most importantly, so handsome. He's definitely the perfect boyfriend. It would be nice if I could have some scandal with him.
For a moment, that group of slutty girls threw flirtatious glances at Yiming, making the people sitting next to them feel distracted and unable to withstand the sensory stimulation. Yiming turned a blind eye to it. He cursed inwardly, "Fuck, can't you just perform well?" Amidst everyone's anticipation, this star-studded ceremony was finally held as scheduled. Yiming's opening speech had been prepared long ago, and he only needed to read it out loud. However, in such an occasion, he actually heard boos, which was rare. He smiled bitterly, feeling a little helpless. But those people were not from Ginhoo Group. They were people who had spent a lot of money to buy tickets from Ginhoo Group employees. They came to see the stars, not to listen to this man reading a script on the stage. Yiming didn't take it to heart and quickly finished reading the script. The evening party officially entered the performance session. The atmosphere gradually heated up, the audience cheered continuously, and the stars performed hard, which was worthy of the remuneration paid by Ginhoo Group. Halfway through the party, Yiming appeared on the stage again. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the audience again. Why the hell did this guy always appear? However, the first second Yiming opened his mouth this time, the way the people below looked at Yiming changed. Yiming said, "The lucky draw event specially added to this evening party has officially started. The prizes are rich and varied, and I guarantee that the winning rate is 100%. As long as you draw the lottery, you will win a prize." Instantly, all kinds of screams broke out in the venue. "Ah! I want it! Fuck, it seems like this ticket I bought for 5,000 yuan was worth it. Not only can I see my idol, I can also participate in the lucky draw. Ha ha ha." Yiming waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet, and said with a smile on his face, "Not everyone has the opportunity to participate in the lottery. Only employees of Ginhoo Group can participate in the lottery with their work numbers." This sentence was like a bucket of cold water poured on those who were not employees of Ginhoo Group. "Damn it, we are so happy for nothing." Someone asked from the bottom of the page, "Boss, what are the prizes?" This person was obviously an employee of Ginhoo Group. Yiming was all smiles. "The prizes are very generous. The lowest tier is a new model of Apple phone. As for the ones above, let your imagination run wild and guess." Chapter 73: The Chen Family's Dilemma. When the Ginhoo Group employees in the audience heard this, their eyes lit up. They were eager to try, and they kept rubbing their hands, as if this would improve their luck. The employees' work numbers began to scroll on the electronic screen. When a number stopped, the employees checked their work numbers one after another. "Congratulations, number 021. Please come to the stage to draw the lottery." There was a lot of noise in a certain area, and it was obvious that a lucky person had landed there. A pure girl with black framed glasses came out, a bit like Guanjur in Ode to Joy. When girl number 021 was close to Yiming on the stage, she kept covering her mouth and laughing, her face flushed a little, and she was obviously very excited. Yiming smiled at her gently, and his smile seemed to contain the scent of sunshine, which made the girl's heart beat faster and she was a little dazed for a moment. Yiming quickly waved his hand in front of her, "It's your turn to draw the lottery." The girl finally reacted, feeling a little embarrassed, and quickly took out a small ball from the dark box. Yiming took the ball, opened it, and smiled. "Congratulations to employee number 021, her prize is?" Yiming deliberately stretched out his voice. Looking at the pairs of expectant eyes in the audience, Yiming suddenly became playful and thought it was really fun to keep people in suspense. But the audience refused to accept this and started to clamor. "Fuck, tell me now. Boss, please stop keeping me in suspense. My fragile heart can't take it anymore." Yiming smiled knowingly, knowing that he couldn't waste too much time, and continued, "Employee number 021 won the second prize. The prize is a 120 square meter house in Wangjiang Garden." "What?" There was silence. "The second prize is a house in Wangjiang Garden?" Wangjiang Garden is a mid-range residential area in Shanghai. A 120 square meter house costs at least 6 million yuan. With a bang, the people below were immediately in an uproar. This is just the second prize. So what are the first and special prizes? In the following time, the employees of Ginhoo Group no longer had the heart to watch the star performances, and they were all looking forward to the next lucky draw. This made the stars who came on stage to perform later feel a little embarrassed. They wanted to interact with the audience, but very few people paid attention to them. In the following period, 4 more raffles were held. The first prize was a Rolls-Royce Phantom worth more than 8 million yuan. If you don't want it,
You can choose to exchange it for an equal amount of cash. The special prize is a luxury house in Tangshaniping, which is second to none in Shanghai and even in the whole country. When these prizes appeared, the atmosphere in the venue reached its peak. Seeing the award-winning employees of Ginhoo Group overjoyed, the other people who bought tickets to attend the party secretly made up their minds to work for Ginhoo Group. The housewarming ceremony ended with laughter and joy. In order to comfort those employees who failed to draw the lottery, Yiming promised that they would have another chance during the annual meeting. At the same time, Nanyang Chen family. Zhang Qiujuan suddenly visited this day. Zhang Qiujuan failed in the bidding for the Ginhoo building that day and was convinced that it was the Chen family behind Chen Jiaqing who made the move, otherwise the company called Xingyue Technology would definitely not have that much money to buy the building. In addition, he was provoked by Chen Jiaqing and Yiming, which made him directly target the Chen family. During this period of time, he has been making plans, just waiting for today to come. The Chen family of Nanyang made their fortune in the textile industry in their early years, and later expanded into various fields. The family's wealth once accumulated to the top 10 in the country. Later, many of their industries were seized because they violated the policy bottom line. This also affected the subsequent development of Chen's companies, which were strangled by regulatory authorities at every turn, and the family's wealth continued to shrink. Today, the Chen family's wealth is barely 5 billion. Although it is still the largest family in Nanyang, compared with the glory of the past when the family's industries dominated the whole country, it seems much more lonely now that they are just huddled in a small piece of land in Nanyang and working carefully. Zhang Qiujuan is the successor of the Kowloon Zhang family and is quite famous in the business world. The Kowloon Zhang family behind him is one of the 4 major families in Kowloon. Compared with the Chen family, the Zhang family is an absolute giant. Zhang Qiujuan's sudden visit that day surprised everyone in the Chen family. Chen Gong, the head of the Chen family, came out to greet him personally. "I didn't know that Master Zhang was here. I'm sorry for not welcoming you from afar." In front of Chen Gong, Zhang Qiujuan was actually a junior, but at this time Zhang Qiujuan looked arrogant. In response to Chen Gong's greeting, he just waved his hand indifferently and had no intention of returning the greeting. Chen Gong was stunned for a moment, but he didn't care. He still welcomed Zhang Qiujuan in and asked as they walked in, "I wonder why Mr. Zhang suddenly visited my Chen family?" Zhang Qiujuan's face was indifferent. "Let's talk about it after we go in." The other members of the Chen family were very angry when they saw that this young man had such an attitude towards the head of the Chen family. However, they also knew that someone who could be treated like this by the head of the family must be of extraordinary status, so they did not dare to say much, but just stared at Zhang Qiujuan angrily with murderous eyes. Arriving at the lobby, the host and the guest sat down. Chen Gong had someone bring up the best da hong pao. "My humble abode is simple, and I don't have anything good to treat Mr. Zhang." Zhang Qiujuan took a sip, but suddenly spat it out. "I said, this da hong po of yours is fake, right?" He threw the teacup on the table. Chen Gong's face looked a little ugly. "Even though you are the successor of the Zhang family, when you come to my Chen family, not only do you not respect the elders at all, but you also have this attitude." However, he held back. All the industries under the Chen family were currently trapped in Nanyang. As the head of the family, he dreamed day and night about expanding the business territory, otherwise the Chen family would be eroded step by step. Zhang Qiujuan, the successor of the Zhang family in Kowloon, came to the Chen family in person. If the Chen family can take this opportunity to climb up the big tree of the Zhang family and break through the shackles of Nanyang, there will be hope. So in the face of Zhang Qiujuan's rudeness, Chen Gong could only hold back his anger. He just bowed to Zhang Qiujuan apologetically. "Master Zhang is well informed. You said my da hong pao is fake, so it is fake. I hope Master Zhang will not be offended. After all, my humble home is not like your Zhang family. We are just a small family living in Nanyang." Zhang Qiujuan snorted coldly, not wanting to waste time talking. He had finished his tricks, so he waved his hands and smacked his lips, as if the half sip of tea still made him feel uncomfortable. "I have no other purpose for coming here this time. I just heard that a while ago, a batch of medical devices under your Chen family had problems during testing and were directly returned by many large hospitals. Do you know what the problem is?" Chen Gong was shocked. What Zhang Qiujuan said had been causing him a lot of anxiety recently. They had manufactured this batch of medical equipment in strict accordance with international standards, but they didn't know why it didn't pass the buyer's inspection. However, they found someone to test it privately, and all of them were qualified. He didn't know what went wrong, but he was reluctant to treat the batch of medical devices as substandard products, so they have been piled up in the warehouse and he is looking for buyers again. Could it be that Master Zhang knows the inside story? Chen Gong asked tentatively. Chapter 74. Marry Chen Jiaqing to me. This batch of medical equipment is very expensive, with the production cost alone reaching $200 million. If all of them were treated as unqualified products and sold at a low price, only half of the cost could be recovered. Although the $100 million would not cause serious damage to the Chen family, it would still cause some damage. It is not a solution to keep piling them up in the warehouse looking for buyers. After all, these are high-end medical devices, and the maintenance costs alone are a huge expense. So they couldn't find a buyer to sell it, but it would be a pity to get rid of it, which put the Chen family in a dilemma. Today, the Chen family is having a hard time. In the dangerous business world, any wrong decision can have fatal consequences. For now, the best outcome is actually to get the original buyers to accept this batch of equipment. After all, it is customized according to their requirements. It is really difficult to find buyers with the same needs. The Chen family also knew that saying that the equipment was substandard was just a deliberate attempt by the big hospitals to make things difficult for the Chen family, but they didn't understand why they were making things difficult for the Chen family out of no reason. There must be something behind this that they are not aware of. Zhang Qiujuan smiled faintly. Although our Zhang family is not involved in the field of medical equipment, we have some information channels and connections in this area, so we have heard a little about the inside story of this matter. Chen Gong's face froze, and he leaned closer. Master Zhang, can you tell me something? All of this is actually related to someone from your Chen family. Who? Chen Jiaqing. Zhang Qiujuan gritted his teeth after saying this name. Thinking of the day when Yiming forcefully kissed her without any violent resistance, he was furious. The muscles on his face were trembling. Jiaqing? Chen Gong was somewhat puzzled. How could this matter be related to her? She left the Chen family and ventured out on her own, rarely contacting her family. How could this matter be related to her? Zhang Qiujuan snorted coldly and didn't believe him at all. If Chen Jiaqing didn't contact the Chen family, where would the capital come from to buy the Ginhoo building? He thought that Chen Gong's words were just an attempt to cover up his mistake. I'm afraid that may not be the case. Zhang Qiujuan's voice was a little cold. What do you mean? The talents of your Chen family have helped you achieve great success. It would be absolutely difficult to quietly transfer such a large sum of money from the Chen family to the account of a small technology company with total assets of only 100 million renminbi without extraordinary business means. Chen Gong was even more confused. He knew that the talent Zhang Qiujuan was talking about was obviously Chen Jiaqing. After all, she had always been very independent. She relied on her own efforts all the way. She first entered Harvard Business School and then worked on Wall Street after graduation. This kind of resume can be considered talent in the entire young group. But she seldom contacts her family, so how can she have made any great contribution to the Chen family? Seeing Chen Gong's puzzled expression, Zhang Qiujuan snorted in his heart. You acted quite like it. He was too lazy to beat around the bush and decided to make a quick decision. To tell you the truth, your Chen family bought the Ginhoo building for $2.5 billion. This low price made many companies jealous. They cancelled your order just to make things difficult for you. What do you mean? The Chen family bought the Ginhoo building for $2.5 billion? Chen Gong was confused by what he said. Master Chen, stop pretending. Your Chen family wants to recreate its former glory and is unwilling to retreat to Nanyang, so you quietly let Chen Jiaqing set up a small company that has nothing to do with the Chen family's industry to buy the Ginhoo building, right? After hearing this, Chen Gong finally understood that Zhang Qiujuan meant that Chen Jiaqing bought the Ginhoo building for the Chen family. But in fact, the Ginhoo building had nothing to do with the Chen family, and he, as the head of the family, was not aware of it. He said seriously, Mr. Zhang, I think you misunderstood. My Chen family has nothing to do with Ginhoo building. As for why Jiaqing came forward to buy Ginhoo building, I really don't know. Although she has a talent for business, I don't believe she has so much money to buy Ginhoo building alone. She must be a negotiating representative of some company. After hearing what Chen Gong said, Zhang Qiujuan was certain that the Chen family would never admit to secretly purchasing the Ginhoo building. He believed that the Chen family was still afraid of the consequences of that incident, so they did not dare to blatantly expand the family's influence to such a far place. Back then, the Chen family had enormous wealth, and the head of the family at that time was often close to senior officials of institutions. It was a pity that the person supported by their Chen family did not ascend to the throne in the end, and was punished by his successor. As a result, the Chen family has gradually fallen from being one of the top 10 families in the country to its current state. Even though they have retreated to Nanyang to do some small business, they are still cautious and dare not stand out too much. If the people above knew that the Chen family purchased the landmark building Ginhoo building in Shanghai, even though the person in power has passed away long ago, the successor he chose will certainly inherit his will, and the Chen family will probably be suppressed again. Every step the Chen family takes now is treading on thin ice. Unless they can get on the good side of a powerful force, they will never dare to reveal their intention to expand their business territory too early. It was based on this point that Zhang Qiujuan concluded that the Ginhoo building was purchased by the Chen family behind the scenes. He didn't believe what Chen Gong said at all. He just smiled and said, "Master Chen, there is no need to deny it. The purpose of my coming here today is to hope that the Chen family can sell 51% of the ownership of Ginhoo building to our Zhang family. In exchange, our Zhang family can ensure that your Chen family can expand its business territory safely, and the order for medical equipment will also be taken by the company." I wonder what Master Chen thinks. Chen Gong was somewhat tempted when he heard that the Zhang family could protect the Chen family's expansion. After all, the Zhang family's base and foundation were in Kowloon, and the mainland's high-level officials had to give them some face. With their protection, the Chen family could indeed gain support. But the Ginhoo building is not owned by the Chen family, so he has no way of offering this condition in exchange with the other party. He just smiled bitterly and said, "Mr. Zhang, this Ginhoo building has nothing to do with my Chen family. Although my Chen family wants to make friends with the Zhang family, we can't give out the ownership of the Ginhoo building that Mr. Zhang mentioned. I wonder if we can use something else instead." When Zhang Qiujuan heard this, his eyes rolled. Use something else to replace it? An idea suddenly flashed through his mind. He touched his chin and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Since the Chen family is reluctant to hand over the Ginhoo building, why not do this? I am here to propose marriage to the head of the Chen family. I hope that your Chen family will marry Chen Jiaqing to me. Chapter 75. I can't persuade her. Chen Gong frowned. Marry Jiaqing to you? Chen Jiaqing is a member of the Chen family, but his parents live a leisurely life and do not manage family affairs much. They are also more laissez-faire towards Chen Jiaqing and do not pay much attention to her. Chen Jiaqing is also relatively independent. She went to Harvard and entered Wall Street on her own. It can be said that although he is the head of the Chen family, he has no say in Chen Jiaqing's marriage. Faced with Zhang Qiujuan's request at this time, although he was somewhat moved, he did not agree rashly. That's right. Chen Gong smiled faintly. I can't make the decision on this matter, but I will discuss it with Jiaqing. If we can become relatives with your Zhang family, it will also be a good thing for our Chen family. Zhang Qiujuan shook his head. He knew that if he discussed it with Chen Jiaqing, there would be no possibility of it happening. He must kidnap Chen Jiaqing with the orders of his parents and the matchmaker's words and force her to marry him. This is also his only chance to get Chen Jiaqing. You are the head of the Chen family. How come you can't make a decision on this matter? Zhang Qiujuan's face looked a little ugly. Chen Gong understood what he meant and didn't want to finalize the matter without Chen Jiaqing's consent. He chuckled and said, I am the head of the family, but Jiaqing is only my niece. Her father is my brother. If anyone can decide her marriage, it is only her father. Then I'll have to trouble Patriarch Chen to invite Chen Jiaqing's father out. I'll talk to him about this matter in person. I also hope that Patriarch Chen will consider the interests of your Chen family and explain the stakes involved to Chen Jiaqing's father. Chen Gong stood up and said, Okay, I'll go and ask my brother to come out. Master Zhang, please wait for a moment. Chen Jiaqing's father, Chen Tang, is in his 50s and does not like socializing, so he gave up his position as the head of the family to his younger brother. However, his opinion is still very important in deciding family affairs. Arriving at the back garden of the Chen family, Chen Tang was watering the flowers with a sprinkler. When Chen Gong saw him, he stood respectfully and said, Brother, Zhang Qiujuan, the successor of the Zhang family in Kowloon, is here today to discuss something with you. Chen Tang did not stop at all, still holding the sprinkler and watering the plants meticulously. His voice was deep and the thick beard on his lips moved. What's the matter? This Zhang Qiujuan seems to have a crush on Jiaqing and hopes that the Chen family will marry Jiaqing to him. Chen Gong said. This matter is entirely up to Jiaqing to decide. I will not interfere. That's what I told him, but judging by the situation, he can't make Jiaqing willingly marry him, so he came to us. Then let him go back. Chen Gong's face was a little anxious. No, this is an opportunity to make friends with the Zhang family.
Our Chen family has been struggling recently. Institutions continue to support foreign companies to enter Nanyang and eat into our Chen family's market share. If this continues, the Chen family may have no place to stand in Nanyang. What do you mean? Chen Tang put down the shower and looked at the younger brother of the current head of the family calmly. I will persuade Jiaqing to marry that Zheng family member? If this is possible, it would naturally be the best outcome. Chen Tang smiled and stretched. As a father, I really can't persuade her. I can refuse him on this matter. Chen Gong's face turned anxious. What about the Chen family? Are we just going to watch the Chen family decline day by day? His tone was a little excited. If Jiaqing can marry Zhang Qiujuan, it can actually be considered that our Chen family is marrying up to the Zhang family. Chen Tang sighed and shook his head. I know Jiaqing's personality well. No one can persuade her to do something she doesn't want to do. As for the Chen family, since someone wants us to sink, why don't we just move into the mountains and become a secluded family that doesn't bother with the world? That would be great, he said with a self-deprecating smile. When Chen Gong heard his brother's words, he looked very disappointed. Brother, our Chen family can't stand it anymore. You've been living a carefree life for so long, but you don't know how heavy the burden on my shoulders is. There are hundreds of people in the Chen family now, and they all rely on that little industry for their livelihood. If we let the current situation continue, our Chen family will go bankrupt within 5 years. Just this time, a batch of medical equipment produced by us were all returned. The loss of this amount alone reached 100 million gold. Similar things are happening one after another. Our Chen family is now like a caged beast. If there is no external help to rescue us, we can only sit and wait for death. He became more and more excited as he spoke. That's your business as the head of the family. When I handed this heavy responsibility to you, you were full of confidence. What? Do you realize the difficulty now? Chen Gong sighed heavily. I underestimated the impact of that incident on our Chen family. Chen Tang patted his shoulder and said, okay, don't be too discouraged. There will always be a way out. The Chen family is now in Nanyang, and it is still the first family after all. Don't be too pessimistic about many things. Maybe you think there is no hope now, but after tonight, you will suddenly see the light. By the way, Jiaqing contacted me a few days ago and said she would come back. How about this? I will take this opportunity to talk to her about this matter. If she agrees, of course I have nothing to say. If she disagrees, I won't say much. You know my daughter is very stubborn, otherwise she would not have run to country A alone. Chen Gong nodded, and suddenly remembered the important matter. By the way, Zheng Qiujuan is still waiting for you in the lobby. Do you want to go? Chen Tang clapped his hands and fiddled with the flower pot. I've finished watering the flowers. I have nothing else to do. I'll go see him. Then, the two of them walked out of the garden, one in front and one behind. Zheng Qiujuan paced back and forth in the lobby, obviously already impatient with waiting. Most people would not have the face to wait for so long. If it was not for Chen Jiaqing, he would have left in anger. At this time, seeing Chen Jiaqing's father finally appear, thinking that this man might very well be his father-in-law in the future, he suppressed his anger a little. This must be Jiaqing's father, right? He bowed to Chen Tang and forced a smile on his face. Mr. Zhang, you're too polite. Chen Tang laughed and waved his hand, treating Zheng Qiujuan as a junior. This was completely opposite to the attitude that Chen Gong had just used towards him. Zheng Qiujuan's face was slightly gloomy, but he was eager to know what Chen Jiaqing's father meant, so he asked immediately, I don't know what the Chen family master said to you, what are you going to do? Chapter 76 Threat. Chen Tang smiled faintly. Regarding that matter, I can only tell Zheng Xiao that I will do my best. If Jia Cheng is willing, I will never say no. If she disagrees, I will never force her. Zheng Qiujuan was a little unhappy when he didn't get a guaranteed answer. You are Chen Jiaqing's father. How can she not listen to you? Chen Tang shook his head and said, my daughter is very stubborn and won't listen to anyone. If she doesn't want to, I can't do anything about it. Upon hearing this, Zheng Qiujuan's face turned ugly. If the final decision on marriage was in Chen Jiaqing's hands, judging from Chen Jiaqing's attitude towards him in the past, he would have no chance at all, not to mention that Yiming was caught in the middle. Okay, since you can't make the decision for her, let's change the conditions. Sell us at least 51% of the ownership of Ginhoo building, and I still promise that the Zhang family will lend a helping hand to the Chen family. His tone sounded as if no room for negotiation. Ginhoo building?
Chen Tang was a little confused.
Chen Gong quickly explained to him in a low voice that Zhang Qiujuan was sure that the Ginhoo building belonged to the Chen family because at the auction, Jiaqing represented a company to buy the building, but in fact it had nothing to do with the Chen family at all.
That's right.
Our Zhang family is determined to acquire this building. It's just a pity that because of the wrong information at that time, your Chen family took advantage of it and got the Ginhoo building for only 2.5 billion US dollars. I have to say, it's very enviable. But since I want to buy the ownership of the Ginhoo building from you, I will naturally not let you suffer any loss. I now value it at 3 billion US dollars. If you can sell us 100% of the ownership of the Ginhoo building, we will of course be happy to accept it all.
If you are not willing, then 51% is the bottom line.
I hope you will consider it carefully. Chen Tang smiled. Mr. Zhang, you must have made a mistake.
With the current financial resources of our Chen family, we don't have 2.5 billion to buy the Ginhoo building.
Before you came, you must have investigated our Chen family.
If we could come up with so much money at once, why would we be so anxious about an order worth 200 million US dollars? Is your Chen family so weak now?
I remember that 3 or 4 years ago, your Zhang family still had someone ranked among the top 50 richest people in the country.
How come you have ended up in this situation now?
Zhang Qiujuan said sarcastically. The Zhang family was naturally behind the $200 million order.
This was the excuse he had prepared before coming here.
He didn't expect to make the Chen family surrender with just a $200 million order, but if the Chen family didn't know what was good for them, that order would be the prelude to a series of measures against the Chen family. He used the order as an excuse to scare others.
Chen Tang smiled self-deprecatingly. Things are different now. The Chen family is now on the decline.
If your Zhang family is interested in establishing a cooperative relationship with our Chen family, we would certainly welcome it.
But if you insist that we give out something we don't have, then we are powerless. Zhang Qiujuan's pupils suddenly shrank. Are you determined not to sell the Ginhoo building?
It's not that we can't, but it's simply not in our hands. Zhang Qiujuan snorted coldly. If you insist on saying it so firmly, then you, the Chen family, should be prepared to face the wrath of our Zhang family. I can tell you responsibly that the medical equipment order is just the beginning. If you, the Chen family, still insist on not changing your ways, your textile industry, edible oil processing industry, leather manufacturing industry and other industries will all be hit by our Zhang family. I'll give you 3 days to think about it. I'll come back after 3 days.
I hope you won't let me down then.
The reason why the Chen family was given 3 days to consider was because if the Zhang family wanted to attack the Chen family's industries, it would inevitably pay a certain price. If he could achieve his goal at the lowest cost, he would certainly be more than happy to do so. Chen Tang and Chen Gong both had extremely gloomy expressions.
This was still in their Chen family, and Zhang Qiujuan actually dared to threaten them in front of them.
If it were during the heyday of the Chen family, Zhang Qiujuan would never have been able to walk out of the Chen family gate intact. It's really like a tiger in dire straits being bullied by a dog.
Chen Tang sighed.
Even if Zhang Qiujuan made a blatant threat, they would not be able to do anything to him.
Chen Gong's face turned pale at this time.
Since your Zhang family wants to deal with us, then I, as the leader of the Chen family, tell you here that we are waiting. When he said this, he actually had no confidence. After all, compared with the Zhang family, the Chen family was too weak. But if he still flinched in the face of such a threat, he was unworthy of being the head of the family. Even if he was torn to pieces, he would fight for the Chen family. Zhang Qiujuan didn't get a satisfactory answer, so he sneered, I will only give you 3 days. After 3 days, if you are still like today, I guarantee that the end of your Chen family is not far away. After he said that, he snorted coldly and left the Chen family. Several hot-blooded youngsters of the Chen family wanted to beat up this arrogant man, but they were held back by the older people nearby. If he made any mistake in the Chen family, it would give others a handle to deal with the Chen family. Therefore, there was no other way but to endure it. After Zhang Qiujuan left arrogantly, the Chen family compound was shrouded in an extremely depressing atmosphere and no one spoke. The younger generation gritted their teeth, hating themselves for not being able to contribute to the family. Some punched the wall so hard that blood oozed out. Chen Tang and Chen Gong both frowned, thinking about how to resolve the current situation, but they couldn't find anyone to turn to for help.
Has my Chen family really reached the end of its road? Chen Tang sighed.
At this moment, an old maid came over to report, Master, Miss Jiaqing just called and said she would be home in 2 days and bring her boyfriend back with her.
Chen Gong frowned and said, Jiaqing said she has a boyfriend? The old woman nodded, yes.
His heart sank. If Jiaqing had a boyfriend, then there would definitely be no possibility between her and Zhang Qiujuan. Jiaqing is his niece. She can find her own happiness, and he is happy for her. He also couldn't ask Jiaqing to sacrifice her hard-earned happiness for the sake of the family's interests. But in this case, the Chen family will inevitably be retaliated by the Zhang family. He sighed, feeling confused. Chapter 77 Return Home. 2 days later, Chen Jiaqing brought Yiming back to the Chen family mansion in the Mercedes-Benz AMG G65. Before getting off the car, Yiming felt a little nervous. Help me check if my hair is messy or my clothes are wrinkled. Chen Jiaqing's beautiful eyes curved. Aren't you fearless? Why are you so nervous now? It's okay, our family never cares about these things. That won't do. This is my first time here, and I have to leave a good impression on your parents. By the way, what should I call your parents when I meet them later? Should I call them mom and dad like you do, or should I call them uncle and aunt? Chen Jiaqing glared at him and said, of course they are uncle and aunt. We are not married, so why call them mom and dad? Yiming put his arm around her shoulders and said with a grin, it's only a matter of time. You're just getting used to it now. How shameless. Chen Jiaqing left him, opened the car door and got out, and Yiming followed behind. The door of the Chen family mansion was closed, so Chen Jiaqing walked over and knocked a few times. Immediately, an old maid came over and opened the door. When she saw Chen Jiaqing, a happy smile appeared on her face. Miss Jiaqing, you're back. As she spoke, she caught a glimpse of Yiming behind her out of the corner of her eye. Is this the boyfriend you mentioned? Chen Jiaqing nodded. Yes, by the way, Aunt Zhang, where is my dad now? The eldest master is discussing something with the second and third masters in the lobby, replied the old maid. Okay, I got it, go ahead and get busy. After the old lady greeted Yiming, she walked away. Chen Jiaqing took Yiming directly to the lobby. She wanted to take this opportunity to introduce Yiming to her father and several uncles in the family. As for their opinions and whether they would agree, she had never considered it at all. She has always been very independent-minded, and even her parents could not shake her choices. The three brothers of the Chen family were sitting in the meeting hall at this time, with different expressions on their faces. The eldest brother, Chen Tang, had a face as dark as water, his eyes slightly closed as if he was resting. The second brother, Chen Gong, the head of the family, had a gloomy face. The most exaggerated was the third brother, Chen Yuan, who paced back and forth, sighing from time to time. I have visited all the major hospitals in East China, but not a single one is interested in purchasing our equipment. What should I do? Is that batch of goods really going to rot in our hands? Chen Yuan said, gritting his teeth. If East China doesn't work, try South China. If South China doesn't work, try North China. I don't believe the Zhang family can buy off all the hospitals. Chen Tang said calmly. Chen Yuan sighed, brother, you don't care about business matters and don't know the ins and outs here. This batch of equipment will only be used by large hospitals in East China. Other places are not to say that we are not familiar with them, but even if we have connections, they don't have the corresponding demand. Yes, and Zhang Qiujuan also said that this batch of orders is just the beginning. There will be a series of heavier blows to our Chen family in the future. Our Chen family is in danger this time. Just when the three of them were looking worried, Chen Jiaqing arrived with Yiming. Dad, second uncle, third uncle, you are all here. Chen Jiaqing came over to greet the elders. Jiaqing? You're back? Chen Tang said happily. Only in front of his daughter would he rarely smile. Others also temporarily escaped from their current low mood. Jiaqing, I heard that you resigned from JP Morgan Chase some time ago and returned to work in China. Why didn't you say hello to your family? If you are not happy outside, you can come home. The Chen family is in need of talents like you now, said Chen Gong. Uncle, you are joking. With you in charge, the Chen family will surely be prosperous and steady. My return will only cause more trouble. In fact, Chen Jiaqing could have worked in a company owned by the Chen family, which would have been a help to the Chen family. However, her philosophy does not match many of the management philosophies of this family-owned enterprise. For example, when it comes to promoting talents, she advocates appointing people on their merits, and talent is her only criterion. Even if a person has poor qualifications and age, as long as he has talent, she will promote him without caring about other people's opinions. It is impossible for family-owned businesses to break free from the shackles of nepotism, but they are unable to get things done. Therefore, to some extent, if Chen Jiaqing was not the top leader, she would easily come into conflict with her superiors, and her superiors would most likely be her elders. Therefore, in order to avoid conflicts with the elders at home, Chen Jiaqing would rather find a comfortable job outside than work in his family's company.
Who is this? Chen Yuan wondered when he saw Yiming.
Chen Jiaqing stepped aside to let Yiming come over, and said with a smile, "This is my boyfriend, third uncle, don't you always laugh at me for being unwanted? Now, I'm going to prove to you that there are still people who want me." Chen Yuan pulled up a difficult smile and waved his hand. How could no one want our Jiaqing?
"Hello, third uncle." Yiming came over to say hello. Chen Yuan looked Yiming up and down and gave him a thumbs up.
"You are really capable, you can chase our Jiaqing."
"Great."
"Uncle San, you're joking, but it was indeed very hard for me to pursue her,"
Yiming said with a smile. "This is my dad, and this is my second uncle."
Chen Jiaqing continued to introduce them to Yiming.
"Hello, uncle, hello, second uncle."
The two nodded at Yiming and glanced at him casually. Yiming noticed that the reactions of these three people were a little dull, and they all seemed to be worried about something, but he didn't know how to speak, so he had to look at Chen Jiaqing. Of course, Chen Jiaqing also noticed the strangeness of the three people, and immediately asked, "Dad, second uncle, third uncle, what happened at home?" Chen Yuan said bluntly, "Yes, the Kowloon Zheng family wants to deal with our Chen family. We are now discussing countermeasures, how to make our Chen family escape unscathed this time, but unfortunately, we can't think of a good solution no matter how hard we think." He shook his head helplessly.
Chapter 78. The Chen family is saved. "The Kowloon Zheng family is going to deal with you?" Yiming asked in confusion.
He and Chen Jiaqing looked at each other, a little puzzled. Why would the Zheng family want to cause trouble for our Chen family for no reason?
Chen Jiaqing also frowned.
As soon as she came back, she found that something was wrong in the Chen family. The atmosphere seemed very depressing and many people had sad faces. Yiming thought that her Chen family did not welcome her, so she was cautious in everything she did.
"Now I know that this is what is going on."
Chen Tang came over to smooth things over. "You just came back, take a good rest first, don't think about other things."
"Dad, as a member of the Chen family, how can I hide behind it this time?
I want to know why the Zheng family wants to deal with our Chen family." Chen Gong stepped forward to explain. 2 days ago, Zheng Qiujuan, the successor of the Zhang family, suddenly came to our house and asked us to transfer the ownership of the Shanghai Ginhoo building to them.
But our Chen family does not own the Ginhoo building at all. Is there such a thing?
Yiming and Chen Jiaqing were both stunned. It turns out that the guy saw Chen Jiaqing representing Xingyue Technology to the auction last time and was sure that Xingyue Technology belonged to the Chen family.
This Zheng Qiujuan is really haunting us. Didn't you tell him that Ginhoo building has no connection with the Chen family at all?
We told him, but he didn't believe it at all.
This guy originally wanted to. Chen Gong said, glancing at Yiming.
Yiming noticed his eyes and knew clearly that the guy must have set his sights on Chen Jiaqing.
"What else do you want?"
Chen Jiaqing asked subconsciously.
"He also wants you to marry him."
Chen Yuan said directly, "If you ask me, this guy is just relying on his family's influence to chase women with such a lousy trick.
What's the difference between him and a loser?" Upon hearing this, Chen Jiaqing's face turned cold. This guy is really stubborn.
He has been pestering me since I entered Harvard. Now that there is no hope, he actually wants to use my family to force me to marry him. But he certainly could not have imagined that the Chen family would not force her, and even if they did, she would not obey obediently. At worst, she would just leave." Yiming snorted coldly, anger rising in his heart. "It seems that we need to find an opportunity to make Zheng Qiujuan realize the current situation. We must let him know that although your Zhang family is rich, there are many people who are richer than you."
Yiming stepped forward and asked respectfully, "I wonder how Zheng Qiujuan plans to deal with the Chen family?"
When the three members of the Chen family heard Yiming ask this, they all sighed. They thought that the young man asked this just because he, as Chen Jiaqing's boyfriend, was concerned about the current situation of the Chen family. It was impossible for him to come up with a solution. After all, the strength of the Kowloon Zheng family was too great. It was Chen Yuan who spoke again. This time, a batch of medical equipment produced by our Chen family was suddenly returned.
It was the Zheng family who was behind it.
We will lose at least 100 million gold for this order alone.
And this is just the first step.
Next, a series of industries under our Chen family, such as textiles, edible oil, and leather processing, will be hit by them. These industries originally had extremely low profits.
If the Zhang family interferes, I am afraid they will be in danger of bankruptcy.
The sad thing is that we clearly know their methods and goals, but we can't come up with any solution and can only watch all this happen.
Chen Jiaqing frowned.
As far as I know, the Zhang family has not set foot in these fields.
Are they planning to rush into these industries just to deal with our Chen family? With our foundation, if they set up such a big stall from the beginning, they will definitely not pose much of a threat, right?
Chen Yuan said, although our Qin family is currently involved in many neighboring areas, we have been eroded by foreign companies for so many years, and our market share is not large. It is not difficult for them to enter these industries. Moreover, let alone whether the Zhang family will adopt measures such as controlling the supply or improving the technology, even if they just support our competitors and simply launch a price war, we will definitely lose. The Zhang family has the capital and ability to engage in a price war.
But our Chen family does not have the capital to fight back. Chen Gong sighed. Competition in the business field is all about capital.
The Zhang family has the confidence to do this simply by relying on their capital to crush the Chen family.
Yiming listened at the side and understood what was said. At the same time, he was relieved. Even if the Zhang family was rich and powerful, it was not enough in front of him. If the Zhang family only wants to defeat the Chen family through capital means, then they are really overthinking this time. He stood up and said, "Uncle, second uncle, third uncle, I am Jiaqing's boyfriend now. I cannot tolerate Zhang Xiaojuan's idea of hitting on Jiaqing. Besides, the reason why the Zhang family wants to deal with the Chen family is that they want the Ginhoo building, and the Ginhoo building is in my hands now. It is reasonable for me to fight this battle. How about this? No matter what means the Zhang family uses, you Chen family don't have to take action, I will take them one by one." The three members of the Chen family were all stunned. Ginhoo building belonged to this guy? This guy looked ordinary. Could he be the son of some wealthy family? Chen Yuan looked at him in disbelief. "Ginhoo building, is it really yours?"
Yiming nodded, "Yes, this building was bought by Jiaqing and I at the auction for 2.5 billion M gold."
"She can testify to this."
The three members of the Chen family all looked at Chen Jiaqing, their eyes full of questioning and shock.
Chen Jiaqing smiled and nodded, giving them some reassurance. Ginhoo building is indeed under his name.
After getting the exact answer, the three of them were shocked. If this young man controls a building worth more than 2 billion M gold, then how strong must his background be? And seeing that he is not afraid of the Zhang family at all, I am afraid that the family behind him is also a behemoth. If this is the case, then the Chen family is saved.
Chapter 79 Falling from the Sky. "Who is your father?" Chen Yuan asked with some emotion.
In his subconscious, this young man must have had help from his family to come up with so much money to buy the Ginhoo building, and his family must be one of the most famous families in the country. With his knowledge, he might even know Yiming's father. Yiming knew what he meant, so he just smiled and said, "My father is a farmer. He has lived in the countryside all his life, facing the earth and working hard. It was only not long ago that I took him to Shanghai."
"What?" Chen Yuan looked at him in disbelief. Your father is a farmer?" He was a little confused. The young man who had the capital to buy the Ginhoo building actually had a farmer as father. It's not that he looks down on farmers, but this matter is too unbelievable. His father is a farmer, so where did the more than 2 billion M to buy the Ginhoo building come from? If he earned it himself, at his age, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he is a business genius. Such talent is a good match for Jiaqing. But in this case, if his biggest capital is just the Ginhoo building, then he would probably be powerless in the face of the attack from the Zhang family. If he is willing to sell Ginhoo building to the Zhang family, it would indeed be the best solution. But judging from his expression, he obviously did not intend to succumb to the tyranny of the Zhang family and hand over the Ginhoo building obediently, but instead planned to go against the Zhang family. The three elders of the Chen family, who had just felt relieved, became anxious again. Chen Gong said, "The Zhang family of Kowloon is very wealthy and powerful. If you are not absolutely sure, you will never get any advantage. If you want to make a move, what are you going to do?" Yiming shrugged and said indifferently, "Any business means is simply a competition of money. The Zhang family is just relying on their wealth to threaten you openly. But there are many people in this world who are richer than the Zhang family. If he wants to start a price war, I will fight with him. If he wants to control the supply, I will compete with him. If he wants to rely on technology, I will directly poach his core figures. By the way, my Xingyue group has accepted your Qin family's $200 million order for medical equipment." Yiming finally said lightly. "Did your Xingyue group accept it?"
The three were stunned, and then joy showed on their faces. It would be best if there was a hospital under the Ginhoo group that could accept this batch of equipment. Chen Jiaqing looked at him from behind and felt a little sorry for him pretending to be so arrogant. However, as the general manager of Ginhoo Group, she took responsibility and whispered to him, "It seems that there is no place in Ginhoo Group where we can use medical equipment." Yiming staggered and scratched his forehead, feeling a little embarrassed. He thought for a moment and waved his hand, "Let's just build a new one. I will definitely help your Chen family digest this batch of medical equipment." The three members of the Chen family looked at Yiming in confusion. Reckless. I can only say that this kid is too reckless, he is simply a fool. With this style of doing things, how could he buy the Ginhoo building worth more than $2 billion at such a young age with his own ability? They all had a question mark in their minds about this. You should know that this batch of equipment was originally ordered by several hospitals, and a single hospital of the same size would not be able to digest it all. If a hospital wants to use all of this equipment, according to the current market conditions, it must be at least a super large hospital with a total investment of more than $1 billion. How can we describe it as reckless to just build a new modern, super large hospital for the sake of medical equipment? Besides, did he still have so much money after buying the Ginhoo building? Even if there is so much money, is it necessary to use it to build a hospital? Chen Jiaqing pulled his sleeve and whispered to him, "A hospital of this size would require a total investment of no less than $1 billion. Plus the purchase of that batch of medical equipment, it would cost at least $1.2 billion. We don't have that much money in our group's account right now." Yiming patted her hands and said calmly, "As usual, I'll pay for this separately." "You're going out somewhere else?" Chen Jiaqing looked at him with her beautiful eyes wide open in disbelief. How much money does this guy have? After purchasing the Ginhoo building, they bought an Airbus A380 worth nearly $1 billion, and now they are going to spend at least $1.2 billion to build a new hospital. I don't see him making money in other ways, he just spends money everywhere all day long, and he spends a lot every time. Did this guy's money fall from the sky? She leaned close to Yiming's ear and said, "Where did you get so much money? Did your money fall from the sky?" Yiming blinked his eyes and chuckled, "You guessed it right, it fell from the sky." Chen Jiaqing thought he was keeping her in suspense, so she ignored him and didn't bother to ask any further questions. Yiming then said to the three elders of the Chen family in a resounding voice, "Uncle, second uncle, third uncle, don't worry, with me here, Zhang Qiujuan can't do anything to your Chen family." The three members of the Chen family looked at Yiming, who was full of confidence, and didn't know what to say for a moment. They were somewhat suspicious that Yiming said this on purpose just to show off in front of Chen Jiaqing's elders. He did this just to leave a good impression on them. In fact, he would forget about this matter once he stepped out of the Chen family's door. They nodded and said no more. Early the next morning, Zhang Qiujuan came to Chen's house. As soon as he saw Chen Gong, he said with a fake smile, "Master Chen, what have you thought about what I told you a few days ago? Today is the deadline I gave you, I hope you won't let me down." There was unparalleled arrogance in his words. At this time, an abrupt voice came, "I'm sorry, I really have to disappoint you today." The speaker was Yiming. Chapter 80 Just What I Want. When Zhang Qiujuan heard the voice, he looked in the direction of the sound and his pupils suddenly shrank. "Is it you?" Yiming walked over with a faint smile on his face. "Why, are you surprised to see me?" Zhang Qiujuan's face was terribly gloomy. It was this man who, when he forcibly kissed Chen Jiaqing that day, Chen Jiaqing did not resist but allowed this guy to have a French kiss in front of him. Afterwards, she just patted this guy shyly. That scene was deeply imprinted in his mind and pierced his heart. Why? Why does this boy deserve Chen Jiaqing's love? A woman like Chen Jiaqing should only be mine, the successor of the Zhang family, who is qualified to have her. Zhang Qiujuan stared at Yiming coldly at this moment, his voice was icy. "Why are you here?" Yiming shrugged. "Why am I here? Do I need to tell you? But don't you see that no one in the Chen family welcomes you? How dare you come here with such a shameless face? As the successor of the Zhang family of Kowloon, you like to come uninvited? I say, do you still have any shame? If I were you, I would have dug a hole in the ground and crawled out." "You?" Zhang Qiujuan paused, but couldn't find words to refute, because he came here to cause trouble, and the Chen family naturally did not welcome him. His face turned pale, and he snorted coldly, "Of course I came here to discuss business with the Chen family. Our Zhang family thinks highly of the Chen family, so we plan to cooperate with them." "Fuck, how dare you say such a thing?" You think highly of the Chen family and that's why you want to cooperate with them. It's like no one wants to cooperate with you. Zhang Qiujuan looked proud. What else? Given the current situation of the Chen family, choosing to cooperate with our Zhang family is the best choice. Otherwise you are going to deal with the Chen family, right? Just because the Chen family doesn't cooperate with you, you are going to deal with them? So this is how one of the four great families of Kowloon does things? Humph, what do you know? The business world is like a battlefield, where you are either a friend or an enemy. I am doing this purely out of consideration for business rules. Yiming clicked his tongue and said, what a business rule that either you are a friend or an enemy. I'm afraid this is just the business rule of your Zhang family, right? We, the Zhang family, are the ones who hold the initiative, so of course we make the rules. The party that holds the initiative? Yiming laughed. What you rely on is nothing more than the capital of the Zhang family. However, in this world, your Zhang family is not the only one with capital. Zhang Qiujuan smiled disdainfully. There are indeed many people in this world who are richer than our Zhang family, but it won't be your turn anyway. You just stay in other people's homes doing nothing all day long and just talk big. I'm really worried about Jiaqing. She actually chose a useless big shot like you. Yiming smiled faintly, not caring about Zhang Qiujuan's sarcasm. How can you tell that I have nothing to do every day? Since you can shamelessly seek cooperation with the Chen family, why can't our Xingyue group do the same? Xingyue group? Zhang Qiujuan frowned. Isn't it called Xingyue Technology Company, Limited? Then your information is really outdated. Since we bought the Ginhoo building, Xingyue Technology has changed its name to Xingyue Group. Oh, right, Zhang Qiujuan suddenly slapped his head and turned to look at Chen Gong. Speaking of Ginhoo building, I almost forgot about today's business. Master Chen, you know the purpose of my visit today. I hope that there will be no misunderstandings between our two families. It would be best if we can reach a pleasant cooperation as soon as possible. What do you think? Chen Gong said with a gloomy face, Master Zhang, I have told you again and again that Ginhoo building is not our Chen family's. Why don't you believe it? Then tell me, who has it? Yiming stood up, folded his hands in front of his chest, and said calmly, the Ginhoo building you mentioned is in my hands. In your hands? Zhang Qiujuan laughed. Isn't the Chen family behind your so-called Xingyue group? Without waiting for Yiming to answer, he turned his head and looked at Chen Gong and said coldly, today, your Chen family must give up the ownership of Ginhoo building. Yiming sighed, looking anxious about his IQ. I say, do you have any brains? They clearly said that Ginhoo building is not theirs, and I also said that Ginhoo building is in my hands and has nothing to do with the Chen family. You are still asking the Chen family for the ownership of Ginhoo building. Is your head stuck by a donkey? I have never seen an idiot like you. Your IQ has refreshed my bottom line. Zhang Qiujuan stiffened his neck and snorted, aren't you a puppet of the Chen family? The Chen family bought the Ginhoo building in your name just to cover up their tracks. Yiming really felt speechless. How could such a stupid person be the successor of the Zhang family? If he really becomes the successor of the Zhang family will be on the verge of decline. How could you think of that? If I were just a puppet of the Chen family, would Jiaqing like me? You are too good at making associations. Never mind. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with a moron like you. Get out of here and stop lowering the average IQ here. Yiming waved his hands as if to shoo away a fly. He was already impatient. Zhang Qiujuan snorted coldly, what qualifications do you have to let me go? I'm sorry, Yiming is the future son-in-law of my Chen family. Of course he has the qualifications to let you go. Chen Gong supported Yiming from behind. Zhang Qiujuan was so frustrated that he could only grit his teeth and say, okay. Very good. Since you are so ungrateful, then prepare to face the wrath of my Zhang family. Yiming said nonchalantly, use all the abilities, tricks and means of your Zhang family, and I will take over. Don't let me down. At this time, Chen Jiaqing came out. She looked at Zhang Qiujuan with a cold face. Zhang Qiujuan, I hope you won't come to our Chen family again. We don't welcome you. Zhang Qiujuan was just about to leave when he heard Chen Jiaqing come out and say these words to him. He was already stimulated and now he almost went crazy. You are the woman I have always dreamed of, and now you are talking to me like this? When he saw Chen Jiaqing standing beside Yiming like a little bird, holding Yiming's hand, the anger in his heart suddenly rose up and he could no longer restrain himself. He couldn't bear it anymore, he wanted to vent. Otherwise, he would definitely suffer internal injuries. He stared at Yiming intently, his hands clenched into fists, the veins on his neck exposed, and walked straight towards Yiming. Chen Gong noticed that something was wrong with Zhang Qiujuan and shouted, "Zhang Qiujuan, this is my Chen family, what do you want to do?" But Zhang Qiujuan turned a deaf ear to his words. Seeing his posture, Yiming smiled slightly. "You came just in time, just what I wanted." Chapter 81, Toy in the Palm. When Zhang Qiujuan came to Chen's house, he brought 2 bodyguards with him, but Zhang Qiujuan didn't want the bodyguards to take action at all. He wanted to teach Yiming a lesson himself. Seeing that their employer was going to take action himself, the bodyguards didn't know how to stop him, so they just watched from behind. Zhang Qiujuan ignored Chen Gong's angry rebuke and walked straight towards Yiming. As the successor who has been nurtured by the Kowloon Zhang family since childhood, he is naturally not a weakling who is powerless. Because the successor of the Li family, the richest family in Kowloon, was once kidnapped and extorted by gangsters, after that incident, those wealthy families added a subject to the training of their offspring, and that is practicing kung fu. The Zhang family, one of the 4 largest families, is of course no exception. Since he was young, they let Zhang Qiujuan learn self-defense and attack skills such as taekwondo, muay thai, and swordsmanship from various famous teachers, and he also practiced diligently. It can be said that his skills are indeed much better than those of ordinary people, and dealing with 2 or 3 ordinary people is no problem at all. But in front of Yiming, it is not good enough at all. Seeing him coming towards him aggressively, Yiming showed no emotion. He just gently pulled Chen Jiaqing behind him and said softly, "You watch from behind." "Yes." Chen Jiaqing also cooperated obediently. The deep affection that the 2 of them revealed unintentionally made Zhang Qiujuan even more jealous and crazy. At this moment, he was like a mad dog out of control. He pounced towards Yiming, shouted loudly, and punched Yiming's head. His punches were swift and simple, and he looked like he had learned the skills from a famous master. If an ordinary person's head was hit by this punch using all his strength, at the very least he would suffer a concussion and fall into a coma instantly, and then he would be at his mercy. At the worst, it is not impossible that the person would die. But Yiming inherited Shang Tang's power, and now his power is even more abnormal. He did not hide or evade, but stood there with a calm expression and graceful demeanor. Seeing that this guy was still pretending to be awesome at this time, Zhang Qiujuan was immediately delighted and thought to himself, "You will cry soon." But just when his fist was about 3 inches away from Yiming, Yiming suddenly raised his hand, and Zhang Qiujuan's punch, which contained all his strength, was lightly caught in his hand. Yiming easily subdued Zhang Qiujuan's punch in an instant. His pupils shrank and he immediately felt something was wrong and was about to retreat. However, he pulled back hard, trying to break free from Yiming's control, but found that he could not move at all, as if he was clamped by an invisible iron chain. "I thought you were so awesome." Yiming raised a smile and increased the strength of his hands. Zhang Qiujuan's hand was like a toy in his palm. The tighter he squeezed, the bones began to deform. With severe pain, Zhang Qiujuan was unable to escape from Yiming's control. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he finally felt a little fear. "You, let me go." He grabbed his arm with his other hand, trying to pull back his fist that was controlled by Yiming. Yiming ignored him completely, but the strength in his hands was increasing evenly bit by bit. Crack, Zhang Qiujuan's right hand bones finally couldn't bear Yiming's strength and all broke. "Ah!" Zhang Qiujuan screamed in pain. The piercing pain made it impossible for him to stand up, and he collapsed directly. People say that if you feel pain in your fingers, your heart will be broken. Now, Zhang Qiujuan's entire palm was almost squeezed into a ball of soft meat by Yiming, and almost all the bones were crushed. That kind of pain is simply unimaginable. Yiming was not moved at all. He turned his other hand into a fist and punched Zhang Qiujuan in the chest, breaking several bones. This was because he held back his strength, otherwise, he would have been able to punch through Zhang Qiujuan's body with one punch. Then, he finally let go of his hand and let Zhang Qiujuan lie on the ground. It all happened in a flash, and the 2 bodyguards had no time to stop it. Seeing Zhang Qiujuan collapsed on the ground, the 2 bodyguards rushed forward to support him. Zhang Qiujuan huddled in the bodyguard's arms. With his other hand, he held the wrist of the hand with all the broken metacarpal bones. He was sweating coldly from the pain and the veins on his forehead almost exploded. This is the consequence of showing off in someone else's territory. Yiming looked down at Zhang Qiujuan lying on the ground, his winner's attitude clearly visible. Zhang Qiujuan gritted his teeth and growled, "If I don't tear you into pieces, I'm not named Zhang." The pain made his voice tremble. He turned to look at a bodyguard and said fiercely, "Go and destroy him." The bodyguard responded, "Okay, Mr. Zhang." Then he stood up and got ready. These two bodyguards were both former Special Forces soldiers and were hired by the Zhang family at a high salary to be Zhang Qiujuan's personal bodyguards. Now Zhang Qiujuan has suffered a loss, with the palm of one hand disabled and several bones broken in his chest. If the murderer is intact, then as bodyguards, they will definitely not get a good result when they return. As the head of the Chen family, Chen Gong naturally would not allow a bodyguard to harm the future son-in-law of the Chen family on his territory. He immediately shouted angrily, "Stop it! Who gave you the courage to act wildly in my Chen family?" The bodyguard snorted coldly and pointed at Yiming. "He hurt our master Zhang, he must pay the price." Chen Gong sneered, "It's your own young master Zhang who is not as skilled as others. Who can you blame? You are just a dog that the Zhang family can abandon at any time. I advise you to be sensible and take your young master Zhang with you and get out of the Chen family." Seeing that everyone was defending Yiming, Zhang Qiujuan was so angry that he ignored the pain and yelled on the ground, "Don't waste your time talking to them, just beat them up." He looked at the bodyguard who was supporting him, "You go with us, we must beat that guy up. If anything happens, my Zhang family will be responsible." Chen Gong wanted to stop him, but Yiming waved his hand calmly, signaling him not to worry. The two bodyguards no longer cared and attacked Yiming immediately. Chapter 82. Who will take revenge on who? These two people had seen how Zhang Qiujuan suffered at the hands of Yiming before, so they naturally would not be rash to avoid repeating the same mistake. At this time, the two of them stood in front and behind, not giving Yiming a chance to grab their fists. The person in front kicked Yiming's lower body, while the person behind tried to knee Yiming in the waist. The two of them attacked together, intending to make Yiming lose sight of one thing while focusing on the other. Yiming grinned, "Do you think this is enough?" Although he couldn't see what was happening behind him, his keen perception had already grasped all the movements of the person behind him. He ignored the legs of the man in front of him, but instantly turned sideways and punched the bodyguard's knee behind him. Suddenly, the bodyguard's knee was like being hit by a hammer and shattered immediately. At the same time, he screamed and flew backwards. Immediately afterwards, the man in front also kicked Yiming's calf. Seeing that Yiming let him go and went straight to deal with his companion behind him, the man was secretly happy and decided to give Yiming a fatal blow. However, when his leg touched Yiming's calf, he felt like he had kicked an iron rod. A sharp pain came instantly, and he felt as if his calf was cut off. Yiming did not hold back and kicked out, breaking his leg directly, leaving him in an extremely twisted posture. Another scream. The two bodyguards were dealt with in an instant by Yiming. Zhang Qiujuan, who was lying on the ground, saw this scene and broke out in a cold sweat. He swallowed and looked at Yiming's relaxed appearance. His eyelids twitched. Even if he had a lot of hatred in his heart, he didn't dare to say anything more at this moment. When everyone in the Chen family saw this scene, they were all excited. Someone finally took care of that arrogant guy. From this moment on, Yiming also gained the support of many younger generations of the Chen family. He is Sister Jiaqing's boyfriend. He will be my brother-in-law in the future. Ah, that's great. My brother-in-law is so awesome. From now on, he is my idol. My brother-in-law is so handsome, what should I do? I feel like I'm falling in love with him. Ha, if you dare to hit on my brother-in-law, be careful or Sister Jiaqing will beat you to death. You can't kill me to stop my soul from being branded by my brother-in-law. Hey, compared to Jiaqing's boyfriend, I feel like my husband is a 24K pure loser. Zhang Qiujuan and his two bodyguards were eventually taken away by an ambulance called by the Chen family. It was not until Zhang Qiujuan left that Chen Gong came back to his senses from his shock. How could Jiaqing's boyfriend be so powerful? That kind of power is simply terrifying. At this moment, he no longer treated Yiming as a junior. He looked at him from the perspective of an equal, and even with a hint of respect. Zhang Guohua rushed to the hospital in a hurry, and when he saw his son lying in such a miserable state on the hospital bed, his anger instantly erupted like a volcano. Although he was usually not happy with his son's behavior, he was his own son after all. No one could tolerate seeing him being beaten like this. He roared at the bodyguard who was also lying on the bed next to him with bandages on his body. "Who is it? You are so cruel to my son." The two bodyguards looked at each other, and one of them said, "It was someone from the Chen family who did it." The young master went to the Chen family to discuss cooperation with them, but they were so unreasonable. The young master was so angry that he went up to them to reason with them, but he just started to attack. The bodyguard swallowed and continued, "We also went up to them to reason with them, but he knew he couldn't beat the two of us, so he played dirty tricks. The two of us couldn't deal with it in time, so we fell into his trap and ended up like this." How ridiculous. Zhang Guo slapped the small table next to him, his face livid. "I used to have some respect for this Chen family, but I didn't expect them to be so ungrateful and beat my son like this. Humph. I will destroy the Chen family of Nanyang." Zheng Xiujuan woke up at this time. When he opened his eyes and saw his father, he burst into tears and complained about how unreasonable the Chen family was and how they beat him without any reason. Zhang Guo comforted him, "Xiujun, don't worry, your injury will not be in vain, Dad will definitely avenge you. The current Nanyang Chen family has long lost its former glory. If my Zhang family wants to kill him, it will be no different from crushing an ant. Dad, I am the successor of the Zheng family after all. I personally came forward to discuss cooperation with the Chen family. It is their honor. I didn't expect that they would reject it without any consideration. There must be someone behind it. I later found out that their support was just a kid named Yiming. Ginhoo building is also in his hands. This injury on my body is also caused by him. Xiujun, I will definitely avenge you. I will not let Yiming go." The muscles on Zhang Guo's face twitched and his eyes were terribly sinister. In his rage, he didn't realize that his son's words were inconsistent with what the bodyguard had just said. Then, he called his assistant over and said, "Go and investigate how many industries the Chen family currently has, what their market value is, as well as their shipping and purchasing channels, etc. I want detailed data. In addition, send someone to investigate a man named Yiming, who is currently the owner of the Ginhoo building. Find out all his background for me." Okay. The assistant took the order and left. Zhang Xiujuan was lying on the bed, and when he heard his father giving orders to his assistant, he was secretly delighted. Chen family, Yiming, your doomsday has come. Chen Jiaqing, when the time comes, I want you to kneel down and beg me. Xiujun, don't worry about anything now, don't think about anything, just take good care of your injuries. Chen family. Chen Gong said to Yiming anxiously at this time, Zhang Guo will definitely not let it go now that he knows his son has been seriously injured. Our Chen family will be the first to bear the brunt of their revenge, and your Xingyue group may also be implicated. Yiming waved his hand nonchalantly, smiled faintly, and said, in the end, they will know who is taking revenge on whom. Chapter 83 Action begins. Yiming had originally planned to go back to Chen Jiaqing's hometown with her to play for a few days, but as soon as they got back they ran into this incident and both of them suddenly lost the mood to play. While the Zhang family was taking action, they were not idle either. They were investigating the industries that the Zhang family was currently involved in and finding out their background. The Zhang family is worthy of being one of the 4 major families in Kowloon. The family businesses are spread all over the southeast, covering jewelry, banking, real estate, hotels, department stores, logistics, telecommunications, infrastructure construction, and financial services. Moreover, they are quite large in every field, and just one of them is enough to compete with or even suppress the entire Chen family. So when the Chen family faced them, it was no exaggeration to say that they were behemoths. This is also the reason why Zhang Guo is confident that destroying the Chen family is easier than crushing an ant. After Chen Jiaqing investigated thoroughly, he said with some concern, the total scale of all the Zhang family's industries is almost $50 billion, but most of it is the market value of stocks. But our Chen family is not even a fraction of theirs. Even if we add in the various industries under Xingyue Group, we are still no match for them. Yiming didn't care at all. $50 billion? Not bad. Anyway, our Xingyue Group should also get involved in more industries. We can take this opportunity to complete it. However, it is unrealistic to completely bankrupt the Zhang family, but it should be possible to make their various industries shrink rapidly, right? Chen Jiaqing nodded. That's the theory, but to achieve this goal, we need more than $50 billion. How much will it take? Chen Jiaqing's heartbeat quickened a little, at least 3 times, $150 billion. Yiming rubbed his hands and said slowly, no problem. Hearing this, Chen Jiaqing's beautiful eyes widened instantly and her heart trembled violently. A few days later, in the Zhang family study. After several days of investigation, Zhang Guo's assistant Chang Hong came to report with documents. The atmosphere in the study was very depressing. Zhang Guo sat in the recliner with a blank expression on his face. When he saw his assistant come in, he nodded and said, go ahead and speak. Chang Hong opened the file. The Chen family is currently involved in 10 industries, including precision instrument manufacturing, edible oil processing, leather manufacturing, textile industry, architectural decoration, advertising, book publishing, furniture retail, mold manufacturing, and agricultural and sideline products wholesale. Each of these industries has a small market share and a small output value. They are basically only in Nanyang and surrounding areas. The most important of these is precision instrument manufacturing, but it is currently in trouble because a $200 million order for medical equipment was returned. The scale of each of the other industries does not exceed $100 million, and the relationship between their Chen Group and local institutions is also average. Zhang Guohua nodded. What do you think is the best way to deal a fatal blow to the Chen family's businesses or even bankrupt them all? The simplest way is to support their local competitors, start a price war, and wear them down. If we want to deal a fatal blow to the Chen family's various industries, this price war is expected to require an investment of $1 to $1.5 billion to achieve the effect. Chang Hong said cautiously. Okay, I'll leave this matter to you. I'll give you $1.5 billion. 6 months later, I want to see news that all the Chen family's industries have declared bankruptcy. Zhang Guohua stared at Chang Hong. The majestic aura of a longtime superior made Chang Hong shudder. Okay. Chang Hong responded in a deep voice. The Chen Group is the centralized management organization for all Chen family businesses. As the patriarch of the Chen family and chairman of the Chen Group, Chen Gong was pacing back and forth in his group office. The general managers of the various branch companies also gathered together. They all had different expressions on their faces and were muttering something in low voices. It was obvious that the Zhang family's revenge had already begun. They gathered here to report the situation to the chairman and discuss response strategies. Since yesterday, our competitors have lowered their prices. We can't make a profit at their prices, and we may even lose money. They are determined to start a price war with us. My situation is similar. All the buyers have gone to our competitors. We have stopped production, but we can't sell the products. We are still incurring various costs, including rent, utilities, employee wages, etc. There is also the risk of default due to returns of raw materials. If the current situation cannot be improved, we will go bankrupt soon. It's the same here. It seems that a price war targeting our Chen Group is quietly starting. A general manager who knew the inside story answered him, it's the Zhang family in Kowloon who wants to deal with us. It is said that the Zhang family has prepared 1.5 billion gold to fight a price war with us. I'm afraid our market share, which was already small, will continue to shrink. It's not just shrinking, it's completely gone. Several general managers looked worried and were very concerned about the future of the group. Of course, there are also people who keep themselves out of the matter. Although they are also the general managers of the Chen Group, facing the current situation, they have no awareness of sharing the pressure for the Chen Group. Some even want to resign and leave when they see that the situation is not good. Chen Gong's face was solemn at this time. He didn't know what to do. He was so confused that he couldn't make any decision at all. Several general managers who had no intention of sticking with the group through the difficult times saw that the chairman had a sad look on his face, and thought to themselves that the Chen Group was doomed, so they decided to resign. One of the general managers stepped forward and said, Mr. Chen, I don't think I can change the current situation. In order to make room for someone more talented, I am offering my resignation today. Then, another person stood up and said, Mr. Chen, I am also offering my resignation. I think my existence is no longer valuable. I hope you will approve it. Seeing that some people were trying to escape when the company was in the most difficult time, several upright general managers stood up and angrily rebuked them. Do you still have any conscience? You left when the company needed you the most. Do you think you deserve the training that the Chen Group gave you? Be honest, does Director Chen feel sorry for you? Why did you just walk away when the company needed you the most? The general manager who had offered to resign snorted coldly, Please, I'm just an employee. I got to this point purely by my own ability. My efforts are worthy of the salary I get. Humph, without Boss Chen giving you a chance, could you have climbed to this position? The man said nothing. Chen Gong looked at the two general managers who had offered to resign with disappointment. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't open his mouth. After all, they had lost the support of the people, and he couldn't force them to do anything. I agree with your resignation, but I hope you will complete all the work at hand before leaving. The two men bowed. Mr. Chen, thank you for your understanding. We will definitely cooperate with the handover work. As soon as he finished speaking, Yiming and Chen Jiaqing arrived. Chapter 84, Fight this battle with them. Seeing Yiming coming in, Chen Gong's face showed a hint of joy. At the beginning, Yiming said that if the Zhang family wanted to retaliate, he would take it on. At that time, Chen Gong thought that it was just Yiming bragging to show off his ability. If the revenge really came, he would definitely flee. And Yiming's appearance at this moment undoubtedly shows that he has kept his promise. As for whether he can withstand the Zhang family's revenge, that is another consideration. At least his current attitude proves that he is a man of his words. None of these general managers knew Yiming and Chen Jiaqing. When they saw two strangers suddenly breaking in, they thought they were employees who had accidentally broken in and were about to scold and drive them out. One of the general managers who was about to resign was very active at this time in order to leave smoothly. Which department are you from? Do you know where this is? Can you just come into the chairman's office? Get out now. Another one followed suit and shouted, yeah, why don't you get out now? Before he finished speaking, Chen Gong shouted angrily, how dare you? They are our group's distinguished guests, they can come to this place whenever they want. The two men looked at each other, shrank their necks, and stopped talking immediately, but their faces showed an indifferent look. They were going to resign anyway, so if they offended the group's guests, then so be it. Who cares? Yiming glanced at the two men, not wanting to bother with them, and said directly to Chen Gong, has the Zhang family already started to take action? That's right. All the relevant competitors of our group's products have drastically reduced their prices overnight. They are determined to start a price war with us. If we also reduce prices, we will only sell more and lose more. If we don't reduce prices, we can only sit back and wait for death. Yiming raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, if it's just a price war, then it's easy. Just fight them and see who can outlast the other. A general manager who was about to resign stood up at this time and said in a joking tone, you said to fight, so fight. Do you have so much capital to fight with others? That's right, Chen Group is not yours. You are standing here and talking without any worries. Another person echoed, yes, they have prepared 1.5 billion M gold in capital to fight us. I'm afraid our Chen Group doesn't even have 1.5 billion M gold added up. Yiming frowned and said calmly, if you have no confidence in Chen Group, why are you still here? Shouldn't you resign immediately? We have already resigned. The reason we are still here is because there is some handover work that needs to be completed. Once the handover is completed, we will leave immediately. Very good. When the company was in trouble, you didn't stay to help the company through the difficulties, but thought about leaving. That's very good. As far as I know, all the general managers of Chen Group were promoted from within, right? That is to say, each of you has worked here for many years and has been promoted step by step. In addition to your own abilities, it is also inseparable from Mr. Chen's appreciation for entrusting you with important tasks. Is this how you repay him now? Yiming sneered. People go to higher places, water flows to lower places. What we do is nothing but the human instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. An upright general manager stood up and angrily said, Humph, I think you are just villains who can change their attitude according to the situation. The two men looked unhappy after hearing what he said. One of them immediately retorted, fuck, how can I be a villain just because I quit my job? Do you still not allow people to quit? Where in the world is there such a domineering company? Chen Gong's face turned pale, if you want to leave, the company won't stop you. Yiming also waved his hand, too lazy to talk nonsense with the two people. He didn't care at all whether they resigned or not. He just said that just to see the reactions of the remaining people. Fortunately, those people were all trustworthy people in Chen Group. Yiming turned to Chen Gong and said, Second uncle, I have a few words to say to your employees, is that okay? Chen Gong smiled and said, you are the future son-in-law of our Chen family. You can speak freely here. In fact, he wanted to say in his heart that you have to withstand the revenge of the Zheng family. You are the boss now, and you have the final say on everything. Yiming nodded, turned around and said to the remaining general managers, if any of you are willing to leave, you can all bring it up now. One of them immediately stood up and said, I won't leave. I will stick to my job until my death. Even if I don't get paid, I won't leave. If it weren't for Mr. Chen's appreciation, I might still be working at the bottom and have no chance to get the position I have today. I made enough money before. Now the company needs me, and I have no choice but to do it. The others also nodded in agreement, that's right, we swear to stand together with the group. Even if we can't pay the salary, as long as President Chen doesn't give up, we will never give up. The two general managers who were about to resign saw this scene and muttered sourly, TSK, you still swear to stick to your jobs and to stand with the group, but it's almost bankrupt, let's see what you will stick to. Seeing these managers' determination to stand together with the group, Yiming nodded, okay, Chen Group is lucky to have you. I promise that your choice today will be the right one. Isn't the Zhang Group planning to invest $1.5 billion to start a price war? Don't they want to crush the Chen Group with money? After a pause, Yiming looked around at the resolute general managers, and then slowly said, okay, then here, I announce that I will invest $5 billion in the Chen Group to fight this war with them. Quiet. In the office of the chairman of Chen Group, it was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone opened their eyes wide and stared at Yiming blankly. Chapter 85 The Power of Capital. The two general managers who had just shouted that they wanted to resign were shocked when they heard Yiming say this. They looked up at him with wide eyes, speechless and full of disbelief. If 5 billion M funds were injected into the Chen Group, not only would the Chen Group not be defeated, but it would even soar to the sky, completely breaking through the predicament of having to make a living in Nanyang. In this way, the group will inevitably usher in a period of rapid development, and the opportunities therein will be unprecedented. If they can seize the opportunity, there is no doubt that they can earn much more than they are now. In addition, they will have a bigger stage to display their talents. This intangible wealth will benefit them throughout their lives. But they just happened to resign. At this moment, they stared at Yiming blankly, swallowed their saliva, and their hands trembled a little. They didn't expect that there was such a person behind the Chen Group. No wonder Mr. Chen showed joy on his face when he saw him, and no wonder he said they were distinguished guests. They regretted it, opened their mouths, wanted to say something, looked at each other, and were too embarrassed to speak. Yiming caught a glimpse of their reactions from the corner of his eye and sneered, there will be something even more that will make you regret. He then continued to smile and said to the general managers who stayed behind, in view of your loyalty to the Chen Group, I have decided to reward each of you with 5 million renminbi in my personal name. What? When the two general managers who were about to resign heard this, their eyes almost popped out. 5 million. This amount of money is enough to buy 3 or even 4 houses in a place like Nanyang. If they have these houses, even if they do nothing in the future and just lie down and collect rent, they can still live a comfortable life for the rest of their lives. At this moment, it is no exaggeration to say that they are regretting their decision to the core. Fortunately, they have not officially resigned. They believe that they have only expressed their intention to resign verbally and have not formally submitted their resignation, so there is still a chance to make amends. One of the general managers gritted his teeth, stepped forward, and said with a wry smile, Mr. Chen, that, my decision just now may have been too hasty. I hope to continue to stay and serve the group. Please give me a chance. I am very familiar with my current position and work content. If someone else does it, it may waste a lot of time and resources. Please consider it. When he said this, his neck turned red and he looked very embarrassed. For the sake of money, he was really shameless. The other person also looked at Chen Gong expectantly. If Mr. Chen agreed, it would mean that he would also have a chance to stay. However, Chen Gong snorted coldly and said calmly, I have just agreed to your resignation. You can leave after completing the handover. Our group does not force anyone, and of course not everyone can come and go as they please. When the two general managers heard this, their faces turned pale and they wanted to slap themselves in the face. They were too embarrassed to say anything more and could only leave the office and go back to complete the handover. The next day, $5 billion of funds arrived in the Chen Group's account. The branches of Chen Group immediately announced that in view of the fact that the competitor companies lowered their sales prices, they would also take measures to reduce prices, and the extent of the price reduction would be even lower than that of their competitors. In addition, huge amounts of money will be invested to significantly improve product technology and enhance product quality. Comparing the two, Chen Group's products have undoubtedly occupied an advantageous position compared to its competitors. People are profit-seeking. When the products of both parties are similar, they will naturally choose the cheaper one. It is foreseeable that the products of Chen Group will become better and more cost-effective. Therefore, once the news was released, the products of all branches of Chen Group instantly became hot commodities, while those of competitors were deserted. Chang Hong sat in the office with a grim face. He could not have imagined that facing the price war launched by those companies supported by the Zhang family, the counterattack of the Chen Group would be so strong. The defeat was like a landslide. Aren't you going to start a price war with me? I'll join you in the fight and even be cheaper than you.
Not only that, I have also invested heavily in improving product quality. In other words, not only are my prices cheaper than yours, but my products will be better than yours in the future. I just want to tell you that we are not short of money at all, just come at us. I thought the Chun Group would be unable to withstand their attack, but I never expected that they would go against the wind and reach a higher level. How can we play this? This is the power of capital. The atmosphere in the office was gloomy. The heads of several companies supported by the Zhang family had gathered there. Boss Chang, the current situation is quite complicated. I don't know where the Chun Group got the confidence to compete with us directly on price. But I think what they are doing now is just a last-ditch effort. With their current sales situation, it is estimated that they will not be able to hold on in less than a week. Why don't we give them a week and see what they will do then? We can definitely afford a week's loss. What if they are still alive and well after a week? Do we have to keep waiting? Chang Han's face looked extremely ugly. He had promised Zhang Guohua that all the companies under the Chen family would go bankrupt within half a year. Unexpectedly, we encountered setbacks right from the start. What should we do then? This person was not a subordinate of Chang Hong, but a senior leader of a company supported by the Zhang family, so he spoke in a casual tone. Should we continue to lower the price? If we lower the price further, not only will the money you invested in us not be enough, but it will also undermine market rules, and the agency will never allow it. At present, the best we can do is sell at the same price as them, but if we do this, not only will we not have any advantage, but the funds we have to invest will still be much more than originally expected. Chang Hong became furious and swept the documents on his desk to the ground. Fuck. After thinking for a long time, he gritted his teeth and said, "Don't lower the price for now. Let's see if they can hold on for a week. If they still show no signs of bankruptcy in a week, we can make long-term plans." Chapter 86 Too much. After investing $5 billion in Chen Group, Yiming did not even ask for any shares from Chen Group. When Shengong told him about this, Yiming waved his hand and said, "Just give me some token of your appreciation." Shengong said quickly, "How can that be possible? Without your funds this time, our Chen Group would definitely go bankrupt. Moreover, your funds far exceed the total assets of the entire Chen Group. How can we just give you a token of our gratitude?" Yiming smiled bitterly. "Okay, if you want to force it on me, I won't refuse. Just give it to me as you see fit." Shengong's eyes rolled. This was a chance for the Chen Group to get in touch with someone powerful. Someone who could come up with $5 billion overnight must have an extremely powerful background. Although Yiming repeatedly stated that he came from the countryside and his ancestors were farmers, they simply didn't believe it. He must be tied to the Chen Group, or even to the Chen family, so that the Chen family can rest easy in the future. Thinking of this, Shengong bowed respectfully and said, "Why not merge our Chen Group into your Xingyue Group and let us become your subsidiary?" Yiming was stunned for a moment. Does this mean that he will give the entire Chen Group to himself? However, he also knew that the Chen Group was the ancestral lifeline of all the Chen family members and the focus of all their efforts in the past. If all of it was given to him, it would inevitably cause a shock to the entire Chen family. Although they didn't say it, some people must be uncomfortable behind the scenes. He has no hobby of taking away other people's favorites, and he doesn't lack such a subsidiary. So he waved his hand and said, "Chen Group belongs to your Chen family. Although I have invested $5 billion, there is no need to merge the entire Chen Group into Xingyue Group. Can you give me some shares?" Chen Gong felt a little disappointed when he heard Yiming say that. However, after thinking about it, he said tentatively, "Then I will give you 80% of the shares of Chen Group, and I will also give you my position as chairman." Yiming quickly shook his head. No, it's too much, and I don't even want to manage Xingyue Group, so why would I want you to be the chairman? You should be the chairman yourself." Seeing Yiming refused again, Chen Gong felt a little helpless. Is this not enough? He swallowed unwillingly and continued to test the waters. "Okay, I can be the chairman myself, but as for the shares, let's put it this way, I'll give you 70%. Yiming still shook his head. "It's still too much, about 30%. Chen Gong was anxious. How could this be possible? He raised his voice and said, "No, 60%, no less." Yiming felt helpless. He had never seen anyone who was trying so hard to give his things to others. This Chen family member was too honest. He smacked his lips. 50%, no more. Shengong's eyes were red at this time, and he shouted loudly, 55%, it can't be any less. If you don't accept it, I will be angry with you. Yiming was startled by his posture. Holy shit, what's going on? Is there such a thing? Finally, he sighed and smiled, 51%. This is my bottom line. If it still doesn't work, I will withdraw my investment.
Chen Gong opened his mouth, but when he heard that Yiming wanted to withdraw his investment, he immediately lost his temper.
Okay, 51% is 51%.
In this way, you are still the major shareholder of Chen Group and have absolute decision-making power. Yiming waved his hand. Let me make it clear that I will not be involved in your daily operations. All matters, big or small, will be decided by you, second uncle. I also entrust you with my absolute decision-making power. By the way, tell me when you run out of money. Chen Gong was so excited that his lips trembled. He rubbed his hands and said, "It is such a blessing for our Chen family to have a son-in-law like you." Ha 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 ha. A week later, not only did the Chen family's companies not show any signs of decline, but they expanded larger and faster. The market share that originally belonged to competitors has been eaten away by them step by step, and the trend is getting worse and worse. This made those companies that launched price wars with the support of the Zheng family complain bitterly. Now, not only did he not get any benefit, but he also lost his share. In fact, when Chang Hong first approached them and expressed his willingness to support them in waging a price war against the Chen Group, they were hesitant because this would disrupt market rules. If they were not sure of a fatal blow, waging a price war would actually be a loss-making act. But when they heard that it was the Zhang family of Kowloon who supported them, they were immediately attracted. The Zheng family is a real behemoth. With their support, the Chen Group can definitely be put to death. However, at this moment, they clearly discovered that their original beautiful vision had all turned into nothing. In fact, if the current situation continues to develop, all of their existing customers will be snatched away by the Chen Group one by one. Once they lose the support of the Zheng family, it will be very difficult for them to survive. At this moment, they all wanted to cry but had no tears. Everything was fine and everyone had something to eat, but they chose to engage in a price war. Now, everyone is losing their jobs. This is simply shooting oneself in the foot. Chapter 87. Why don't I pledge myself to you? Faced with the Chen family's aggressive momentum, Chang Hong knew that this matter was becoming more and more difficult, and a simple price war could no longer defeat the Chen Group. Even the companies they supported in the past are at risk of bankruptcy. Although the loss of $1.5 billion is not a big deal for the Zheng family, it is not so pleasant to say it out loud. You said that you were supporting others, but in the end you supported them and made them go bankrupt. Isn't that a shame? Moreover, all 10 companies went bankrupt at once. If it were just 1 or 2 companies, it could be said that it was bad luck. But if you support 10 companies and all 10 of them go bankrupt, this cannot be simply explained by luck. This will deal a blow to the Zheng family's reputation in the circle. In the future, whoever they want to invest in, the other party will have to think carefully, otherwise they will fail. Chang Hong quickly reported the specific situation to Zhang Guohua. They seem to have strong capital. I'm afraid that $1.5 billion won't be enough to bring them down. When Zhang Guohua first saw Chang Hong, he thought he was here to report good news, but he didn't expect him to tell him such a situation. He slammed the table in anger. How do you do things? I asked you to investigate thoroughly before. How did you investigate? You said 1,000 million to 1,500 million US dollars would be enough, and I gave you 1,500 million US dollars directly. Now you tell me there is no way? Chang Hong was sweating profusely. He lowered his head and gritted his teeth. This is a mistake I made at work. It's my fault. I will reflect on it. Zhang Guohua stared at him coldly without saying anything for a long time. His majestic aura made Chang Hong's heart beat fast. What should we do now? Zhang Guohua said coldly after a while. After this incident, Chang Hong no longer dared to act on his own, fearing that some unexpected situation would occur again and he would be blamed. He said cautiously, I can't come up with a solution at the moment. Good for nothing. Zhang Guohua shouted angrily, the Zhang family has treated you well, right? Now they want you to come up with some advice, and you tell me you can't come up with any solution? Chang Hong's scalp was numb. Boss Zhang, I really don't know what to do about this matter. How about you give me some advice? Humph. After Zhang Guohua had vented his anger, he pinched his brows and began to think about countermeasures. After a moment, he said in a deep voice, let me ask you now, is it still worthwhile to fight a price war? Chang Hong carefully considered his answer, not daring to express his own opinion. Instead, he said ambiguously, it depends on the situation.
If the Chen family's capital is not strong enough, we can continue to try. If their capital far exceeds our previous expectations, we have no chance of winning this battle. It's the same as saying nothing. Zheng Guowo was so angry that he couldn't even yell anymore. He was also extremely disappointed with this assistant. Have you ever thought about why the Chen family suddenly has such a strong financial foundation to fight against us? There must be something fishy. You can check it out. It would be best if you can find out the recent financial situation of the Chen group. Okay, I'll do it right away. Chang Hong wanted to leave Zheng Guowo's office immediately. It was too depressing to be with him. Just as he was about to leave, Zheng Guowo stopped him. Wait a minute, have someone checked the man who severely injured Xiao Jun that day. Xiao Jun's injuries were definitely not caused by an ordinary person. The doctor said that even the most powerful strongman could not crush Xiao Jun's fist with just one hand. This man is not simple, have your people be careful. Yes. Also, go contact Feng Shui Master Feng Jidao and tell him about Xiao Jun's injuries. It would be best if his master Chen Badong could come out. Okay. President Zhang, do you have any other instructions? No, you go first. We must get things done well this time. There can't be any more mistakes. Zheng Guowo rubbed his forehead, feeling very tired. Just when the Chen group was expanding in full swing, Yiming took Qin Jiaqing back to Shanghai. There was no more work for them in Nanyang. They returned to Shanghai and began to prepare to deal with the Zhang family. However, the Zhang family's industries are complex and huge in scale. To deal with them, it is impossible to do it all at once, we have to do it step by step. The task of formulating the strategy was undertaken by Qin Jiaqing and the think tank of Xingyue Group, and Yiming was only responsible for paying the money. Everything was going on in an orderly manner. Everyone was engaged in a tense and excited working state. Only Yiming, after paying the money, seemed to be staying out of the matter and doing nothing all day. Shengshi Hua Teng, Luair hasn't seen Brother Ming in the past few days and has lost a lot of weight. I even have less time for live streaming, and when I do get to do it I feel listless. The viewers of Tianluo Live all thought that their goddess Lu had encountered some sad things, and they showed concern for her in various ways, and gave her gifts so abundantly that the server almost exploded. However, Luair looked at those gifts without any emotion, and even felt a little bored. She was too lazy to even express her gratitude. But when he saw Yiming coming back, he immediately became a different person. He was so happy that he pulled Yiming to show him how many gifts he received and how much money he earned during the live broadcast. These are all gifts given to me by my fans. What do you think? Am I awesome? Needless to say, based on Luair's current popularity, she will definitely be an international superstar in the future. Hee. This is all thanks to Brother Ming's cultivation of me. I am truly grateful for that. How about? She said how about twice, but in the end she couldn't say it out loud. What she wanted to say later was, why don't I pledge my love to you? Chapter 88, Can't Stay Idle. Seeing her unnatural expression, Yiming suddenly remembered that Qin Jiaqing told him last time that Luair seemed to be interested in him. Before, he had always treated Luair as his sister and had no intention of that kind at all. But now, seeing Luair grow up to be more and more graceful, her delicate and soft face makes people want to kiss her, and her slender and perfect figure is even more tempting. As a normal man, it would be a lie for him to say that he was not moved at all by such beauty. Especially since Luair is totally devoted to him, in her eyes, he is her whole world. But he already had Qin Jiaqing, and if he had that kind of thought when facing Luair at this moment, he would feel a little weird. Yiming didn't know what to say for a moment, so he just laughed it off. Luair, the college entrance examination is coming soon, are you doing well in your studies recently? Yiming changed the subject, and Luair couldn't continue to pester him, so she could only answer honestly, not bad. Suddenly she remembered something. Oh, Brother Ming, our school seems to be holding a parent-teacher meeting. My parents are not here. Can you go for them? Yiming nodded. Okay, when? Next Saturday. No problem, but I might forget, so remind me then. Yi Dashan seems to be worried these days. He has been in Shanghai for some time. When he first arrived, he felt it was very fresh and full of energy every day, looking around. But after a while, he couldn't sit still. At lunch that day, Yi Dashan finally spoke up at the table. Xiaoming, I've been in Shanghai for so long, and I've been playing for so long. I feel like I need to find something to do. Otherwise, if I continue to be idle like this, I'll always feel uneasy. He has done farm work in the countryside all his life,
and during the slack season he went out to do odd jobs. He had very little free time, and now that he suddenly doesn't have to work, he feels a little empty.
Yiming didn't think so.
He had more money than he could spend, and his parents didn't have to work anymore.
He didn't want them to be tired at all.
He said, "Dad, I have more money than I can spend now, why are you still working? You should eat, drink, and have fun every day. Don't worry about anything else, just enjoy yourself."
Yi Dashin looked embarrassed. "I know that, but if I don't work, I always feel uneasy. I'm happy that you have made progress.
I'm not working to make money, but to make myself feel at ease.
In my hometown, I was really bored and couldn't find odd jobs.
I could carry a hoe and tinker in the fields, but I'm unfamiliar with this place, there's no land to plant, and I don't know where to find odd jobs. I feel like I'm just eating and waiting to die, which is a very bad feeling.
How about this, you find me a job in your company, anything is fine, as long as I can do it."
Yi Dashin has a low level of education and has been working in the countryside all his life. The idea that there will be no harvest without work is deeply rooted in him, so instinctively, all he thinks about is working. Now that we suddenly don't have to work, it's really not easy to change these simple farmer habits.
After listening to his father's explanation, Yiming understood his feelings, but he couldn't think of any suitable work for him at Xingyue Group.
Cleaning and serving tea and water were definitely not allowed, and he would never allow his father to be ordered around by others. But apart from these jobs, he couldn't do other work because of his low level of education. Although he could read, he couldn't even use a mobile phone, let alone a computer. Naturally, he couldn't even do work like printing documents. His mother also said at the side, "Xiaoming, your father has been destined to work hard all his life.
He doesn't even know how to play when there are opportunities. Look at me, how comfortable I am playing. Don't worry about him.
Find him a heavy job to tire him to death, such as working at a brick kiln or something like that."
Yiming smiled.
Of course he would not let his father do such heavy work as his mother said. He thought about it and couldn't think of any suitable job, so he simply called Chen Jiaqing to ask for her opinion. Workaholic Chen was still in the conference room meeting with his colleagues during lunchtime. When he saw that it was Yiming's call, he immediately interrupted the meeting to answer the call and asked everyone to go eat. Everyone was grateful to the person who called their Mr. Chen.
God bless the person who called Mr. Chen.
If it weren't for him, I would have starved to death.
Boss Chen has become more and more brutal recently. What should I do?
I feel like I'm going to collapse before the Zheng family collapses.
Please understand, Mr. Chen.
When dealing with a behemoth like the Zheng family, every step must be taken with caution.
If you make a wrong move, you will lose everything. Chen Jiaqing came outside and answered the phone. "Hello, what do you want to talk to me about?" "I want to consult you about something. My dad can't sit still and wants to find a job. I've been thinking about it and I can't think of anything suitable for him to do. Can you give me some ideas?"
I won't let him do cleaning or construction work, but he has a low level of education and can't do anything other than physical work.
Is that all? Chen Jiaqing was stunned. Yes. This is easy. Have you forgotten that Ginhoo building is also yours? What's the meaning?
Assign him a security guard.
He won't be exposed to the sun or rain and it's not hard work. Besides, he's not the only one there. If he doesn't understand something, let others solve it.
Yiming slapped his head and said, "Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Our beautiful Chen is really smart.
I'll reward you when I come back tonight, hee hee." Go away, nothing else, I'm hanging up now. Are you still busy? It's time for dinner now, you should take a good rest and stop working too hard. I know.
Yiming hung up the phone and said to Yi Dashin, "Dad, I have arranged a security job for you.
Do you think it's okay?" Okay, as long as it's a job.
Yi Dashin smiled happily. On this day, an old security guard over 50 years old came to the security department of Ginhoo building. Previously, most of the members here were young people, the oldest was only about 35 years old. Everyone in the security department was a little surprised when they saw Yi Dashin coming in, because the recruitment notice clearly stated that the age requirement was under 40 years old.
How come such an old security guard suddenly came today?
Yi Dashin's Mandarin is very poor and he stutters when greeting his colleagues.
But everyone still applauded.
Some people saw him like this and murmured, "Look, he's still working as a security guard here at his age. He must have gotten in through the back door, otherwise we wouldn't want him.
Yes, his education level is so low. I don't know which leader is so bold as to put such a person into our security department. Our security department is not an ordinary department. We are responsible for guarding the building. He is in trouble at his age. I hope he won't be assigned to our group in the future, otherwise he will definitely drag us down. That is Chapter 89 Yi Dashan's Security Career. The security department of Ginhoo Building is affiliated to Xingyue Group. Its main responsibilities are to keep the entrances and exits of Ginhoo Building unobstructed, keep an eye on people entering and leaving, and prevent suspicious people from entering the building, in order to ensure the safety of the surrounding areas and each floor. Generally speaking, this is a relatively leisurely job, otherwise Yiming would not have let his father come here. Xingyue Building has more than one entrance and exit. Each entrance and exit is equipped with a certain number of security guards, and certain floors are also equipped with corresponding patrol security guards and surveillance security guards. The security minister then summoned the leaders of each group to his office to discuss which group Yi Dashan should join. He stood in front and clapped his hands. To be honest, Comrade Yi Dashan is indeed a family member of our company's senior leader, but I can't tell you who he is because he won't let me. So you have to take care of him in the future, understand? The team leaders curled their lips, thinking that their guess was correct, and said listlessly, "Got it." They felt that since he was the company leader, they must not order him around. If they did, they would be in trouble once he told the leader. Moreover, he is so old and has a low level of education, so he definitely cannot do much work. It would be good if he doesn't mess things up, otherwise it will be a trouble. Therefore, no one wants him to join their team. Next, which group is willing to accept Comrade Yi Dashan? Does Group 1 have any problems? Asked the security minister. The team leader was a 30-year-old, tall and strong man. He stood up and said, "Our team needs to stay up late. Yi Dashan is too old. I'm afraid he can't stay up late. Let him go to another team." The security chief nodded, thinking that what he said made sense, so he turned to look at the other team leaders. "What about you?" The team leaders all lowered their heads and said nothing. It was obvious that no one wanted to accept Yi Dashan. Seeing that no one said anything, the security chief got angry. He slammed the table and said, "What do you mean? Don't you want to accept Yi Dashan? Group 2, tell me why you don't want to accept him." The leader of Group 2 stood up and said with difficulty, "Our group needs to know how to use computers, but he doesn't." This reason seemed reasonable. The security chief ignored him and looked directly at the leader of Group 3. "Group 3, what about you?" The leader of Team 3 also stood up and said, "Our team is responsible for monitoring the safety of each floor. He doesn't know how to operate the monitors." The security chief's face became increasingly gloomy, but this reason seemed to make sense, so he couldn't make trouble. He thought for a moment and looked directly at the leader of Group 6. "Group 6, what does your group need to know?" Group 6 doesn't require any professional skills, nor does it require staying up late, so Yi Dashan is most likely to join their group. The leader of Group 6 racked his brains and finally came up with a reason to reject Yi Dashan. "The position in our group is quite special. We need to be able to write. He doesn't seem to be able to write. In fact, their group only needed to register occasionally, and another person could pair up with Yi Dashan, but he couldn't find any other reason, so this one was a bit far-fetched." The security chief certainly knew the specific work content of Group 6. He ignored what the group leader said and said expressionlessly, "Yi Dashan will go to your group. You'd better take good care of him. That's it. Got it?" The leader of Group 6 looked depressed and reluctant. "Yes, I understand." Seeing that Yi Dashan finally had a place to go, the leaders of the other groups all breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Dashan officially started his career as a security guard. When he put on the security uniform and looked left and right, he felt that it looked especially like a police uniform, and his sense of mission arose spontaneously. The sole responsibility of Group 6 is to ensure the safety of an entrance and exit on the side of the Ginhoo building. This side entrance and exit is equivalent to a VIP channel. Generally, only people from Xingyue Group can pass through by swiping a card. If you don't swipe a card, you can only use the public passage at the main entrance like everyone else. Of course, if you know the security guard, you can ask him to swipe the card for you, but you have to register it and cancel it the next day. If you don't cancel it, the security department will hand over the list on the third day. The first time you do it, you will be warned. The second time, your bonus will be deducted. The third time, you will be fired directly. It can be said that the management of this entrance and exit is relatively strict, everyone is very cooperative, and nothing has happened.
The security guards of Group 6 need to be alert except when they are going to and from get off work. They can slack off at other times because there are usually not many people around. But Yi Dashin is different. Although he doesn't have to stand guard, he has been paying attention to the movements at the entrances and exits almost every moment since he came here, and he is very serious even if there is no one around. This situation lasted for several days, and he showed no sign of relaxing, which made the other colleagues in Group 6 feel embarrassed. Look at him, he stares at the entrance every day without moving. Isn't he too serious? Let him be. I think he will leave soon. Let's not talk to him and isolate him. He will be unable to bear it and leave on his own initiative. That morning, Chen Jiaqing passed by here. He saw Yi Dashin meticulously watching the people coming in and out, and took the initiative to come over and say, "Hello, Uncle Yi, you're here earlier than me." When Yi Dashin saw his future daughter-in-law, his serious face suddenly broke into a smile. "Jiaqing, you're not late either. Has Yiming gotten up yet?" Chen Jiaqing laughed and said, "He wasn't there when I left. He sleeps until the sun shines on his butt every day. This kid is too lazy. Jiaqing, you should urge him more in the future and make him less lazy." Chen Jiaqing, "Okay Uncle Yi, I'm going to work first." Yi Dashin nodded, "Go ahead." The other members of Group 6 listened to the conversation between Yi Dashin and Chen Jiaqing in a daze, and they were confused for a moment. Of course they knew Chen Jiaqing, their boss, the highest decision-maker of Xingyue Group. Yi Dashin is actually her relative? If it is an ordinary leader, they can ignore it. After all, there is no overlap in work and there is no need to try to please him deliberately. But Chen Jiaqing is different. She is a person who has absolute power over the Xingyue Group. Just a few words from her can decide a person's fate in the Xingyue Group. Although they are security guards, they also have a desire to climb up. Listening to the conversation between Yi Dashin and Chen Jiaqing at this time, Chen Jiaqing actually called him Uncle Yi. Then what is Yi Dashin's identity? If Yi Dashin said a few good words about himself to Chen Jiaqing, he might be transferred to an important position in another department instead of guarding the gate here. Even if you keep performing well, it is not impossible for you to replace your leader. Thinking of this, the members of Group 6 perked up and came over to try to get close to Yi Dashin. "Uncle Yi, go take a break. You've been standing for several days. Let me take over today." Yes, we are young and strong, you take a rest first. "Uncle Yi, let me give you a back massage." "Uncle, please sit down and I will give you a leg massage." Chapter 90. It's him. Yi Dashin was a little confused. He was half pushed and half forced by his colleagues to sit on a stool, some of them massaging his back, some of them massaging his legs. What happened today? Why are all my colleagues so enthusiastic? I haven't seen them talking to me before, but now they are calling me so enthusiastically. Other security colleagues passing by the location of Group 6 saw this scene and laughed at it. Look, they really treat that old man like their ancestor. Although the minister said he would take care of him, there is no need for him to be so attentive. Exactly. Look at them, they serve each other like their own father. You're not that diligent in serving your own father, are you? After Yi Dashin realized what was happening, he quickly asked them to get up. What are you doing? Just do your work. Why are you torturing me like this? It will be a bad influence if others see it. Uncle, you are old, so it is only right for us to give you a massage. Anyway, we have nothing to do now, so let us honor you. Honor me? Do you think of me as your father? Yi Dashin was startled. No, I'm here to work, not for you to serve me. Get up, or I won't be able to do this job. Yi Dashin couldn't stand being surrounded and served by such a group of people. He felt that not only did he not do any work, but he also affected other people. Feeling a little guilty, he decided to leave. When everyone heard that Yi Dashin was planning to leave, they dared not disobey him and moved away. Uncle, are you leaving? No, you've only been here for a few days. You have set an example for us these days. Your meticulous attitude towards work is very worthy of learning. I think there are many other things about you that are worthy of our learning. Why don't you stay and let us learn more from you? One of the colleagues immediately used his expertise in flattery. No one had ever flattered Yi Dashin in his life, but after hearing what this guy said, he actually felt a little flattered. He rolled his eyes, a proud look on his face. Okay, then you can stay. Suddenly, the other members of the 6 groups cheered. Colleagues from other security groups were all very surprised when they saw this.
Originally, no one wanted Yi Dashin to join their group. Even the people in Group 6 were hoping that he would leave quickly, so why were they trying so hard to keep him now that he said he was leaving? Someone went over to find out the news. A member of Group 6 said to him proudly, "You don't know who he is yet, do you? He is a relative of our CEO Chen." CEO Chen calls him uncle. Mr. Chen? Which Mr. Chen? There are so many people called Mr. Chen in Xingyue Group.
Xingyue Group now has nearly 1,000 employees and hundreds of management staff, and there are several leaders of all sizes named Chen.
Which Mr. Chen? Our immediate boss, the head of Xingyue Group. Which Mr. Chen are you talking about? Is any ordinary Mr. Chen worthy of us treating him like this? Fuck, so awesome? The man exclaimed, "You guys are really lucky. Having an old guy in the group is like having a treasure. And this treasure is not just an ordinary treasure. You 6 groups are going to be rich." Ha ha, it's okay.
Zhang Guohuai's study at the Zhang family home in Kowloon. After several days of investigation, Chang Hong has initially grasped some of the situation and came today to report his findings to Zhang Guohua. Let's first talk about the situation of the man who injured Qiu Jun. Zhang Guohua ordered, "I hope he won't let me down this time." Chang Hong nodded. He was more prepared this time and had more confidence. The young man who injured Zhang Xiao is called Yiming.
He is the actual controller of Xingyue Group in Ginhoo building. He has an extremely ordinary background. His ancestors were all farmers. He stayed in Shanghai after graduating from university. He was originally an ordinary employee of a company, but he seemed to have become rich overnight. He bought the company that was losing money and then quickly developed it into today's Xingyue Group. He also bought Ginhoo building. As for how he became rich and where the funds came from, it is unknown. Zhang Guohua frowned and thought for a while, then said, "Don't worry about this for now. What I want to know is, how could he crush Qiu Jun's palm with just one hand? Oh, by the way, I asked you to ask Master Fang Jidao and his master, what did they say?"
In order to explain the situation clearly, he even took photos and sent them over.
Fang Jidao was very shocked after seeing the photo.
It is impossible for an ordinary person to inflict this level of injury. If he only relied on one hand, then his strength definitely exceeded the limits of human beings.
After a while, Fang Jidao said in a cold voice, "The person who crushed young Master Zhang's palm must be a martial artist. With his current strength, I'm afraid he is more powerful than me." Chang Hong exclaimed, "So powerful? Wouldn't it be very difficult to avenge our young Master Zhang? I wonder if Master Fang's master, Master Chen, can come out to avenge our young Master Zhang?" Fang Ji glanced at him and said, "My master has long since retired and has not intervened in worldly affairs for decades. I'm sorry I can't meet your request." Chang Hong was anxious. If even Master Fang can't do anything about it, then who else in the world can deal with that kid except our master? Fang Jidao was stunned. "That boy? You mean he is a young man? How old is he?" He thought the person who was more powerful than him must be quite old, but he didn't expect that he was actually a young man. "According to my observation, he looks about 24 or 25 years old. By the way, I have a photo here, let me show it to you." He took out his mobile phone and found Yiming's photo. When Fang Jidao saw the face in the photo, his pupils shrank immediately. "It's him." Chapter 91 Plot. Seeing the familiar face of Yiming in the photo, Fang Jidao was shocked. Some time ago, he found 3 killers who were quite famous in the underground world to kill Yiming. As soon as he got the news that the assassin had killed Yiming, he planned to quietly snatch the dragon transformation jar from his hand. Few people knew the secret of the dragon transformation zune. In order to prevent the news from leaking out and being coveted by outsiders, he did not assign the task of snatching the dragon transformation zune to the 3 people, but only asked them to find an opportunity to kill Yiming. But there has been no news from those 3 people so far, and it seems that they are in great danger. Thinking of this, he could no longer sit still and quickly sent Chang Hong away to inform his master Chen Badong. Chang Hong told Zhang Guohua what Fang Jidao said in his reaction after seeing Yiming's photo, and Zhang Guohua couldn't help but frown. Even Fang Jidao said he is no match for him? If this is the case, then it might be difficult to avenge Zheng Zhoujuan. It would be quite difficult to deal with people like this who have strong personal strength and strong capital power behind them. Generally speaking, if he encounters such a ruthless person, he can't afford to offend him, but he can also afford to avoid him. But looking at his son's horrible hand, he gritted his teeth and said, "It seems that I have to go and pay a visit to Chen Badong Chen Taigong in person. I wonder if I can persuade him to come out of retirement."
After a pause, he continued, the Chen family has been gaining momentum recently.
I guess Yiming must have had an influence behind this. I just don't know how the Chen family and Yiming are related.
Chang Hong said awkwardly, the woman that Zhang Xiao likes is called Chen Jiaqing, a member of the Chen family, and this woman seems to be Yiming's girlfriend at the moment. Zheng Guo's eyes flickered, he put his hands behind his back and sighed.
If I hadn't provoked that woman, maybe I wouldn't be in trouble now.
This son still makes me worry, but after all, he is my son. Chang Hong continued, also, the ownership of Ginhoo building is indeed not in the hands of the Chen family. The young master made a mistake before. He thought that the Chen family was behind Xingyue Technology Company, so he kept asking the Chen family to transfer the ownership of Ginhoo building.
But in fact, the Chen family is behind Xingyue Technology Company.
No, it should be called Xingyue Group now. Zhang Guohua nodded, through a series of channels, I speculate that the extra funds suddenly available to the Chen family this time are estimated to be more than 4.5 billion M gold.
The Chen family itself certainly cannot raise so much money.
With their relationship with the institution, the bank will not lend them money.
Except for the man named Yiming, it seems that no one can give them so much money.
But if all these funds are really provided by him, then the capital power behind this Yiming cannot be underestimated. The investment in the Chen family alone, plus the purchase of the Ginhoo building, has exceeded 6.5 billion M gold, and this is definitely not their capital bottom line. I am afraid it is more than tens of billions. Although our Zhang family's various assets add up to more than 50 billion M gold, it will take some effort to come up with tens of billions of M gold for investment at once. I am afraid that the Chen family can't hold it down. It will be difficult to buy the Ginhoo building.
Chang Hong's face was solemn.
In fact, our purpose in dealing with the Chen family is nothing more than to avenge the young master. At present, it seems that it is obviously not so easy to do. It is better to make this matter smaller.
If we continue to make trouble, we will not get any good results.
Zheng Guohua sighed helplessly, a lean camel is bigger than a horse.
Now that the Chen family has capital support, I'm afraid they will rise again. Naturally, we can't do anything to them. Let's put it this way.
You go talk to the people from those 10 companies and ask them to adjust the price back to normal levels and withdraw the remaining funds.
This matter ends here.
I don't want the Zheng family to sink deeper and deeper into this quagmire.
Okay. Then, what about the Ginhoo building? Chang Hong glanced at Zheng Guohua.
According to the current situation, it is very difficult for us to take ownership of the Ginhoo building.
Why don't we give it up? There is more than one building in Shanghai. We can buy one similar to it.
Zheng Guohua shook his head.
You don't understand the status of Ginhoo building. Apart from it, we can't find a better choice. Let's try again.
I recently heard that a Fortune 500 company and country are as interested in entering the eastern continent. I plan to join forces with them to see if we can directly acquire Xingyue Group. If we can acquire it, then the ownership of Ginhoo building will naturally be ours.
Directly purchase? What if they don't sell? Chang Hong asked puzzledly.
A fierce look flashed across Zheng Guohua's eyes.
Not selling? Humph.
Even if they don't want to sell, I can still force them to sell.
In a hidden villa on the top of Victoria Peak in Kowloon, Fang Jidao told Chen Badong everything. Those 3 people may have already failed. I tried to contact them but couldn't. Chen Wutan's voice was a little hoarse, it's been so long, and there's still no news. I know something went wrong. It looks like I have to do it myself. He laughed at himself, I don't know if my old bones can stand up to the young people's hands and feet. Master, you are in good health and look stronger than me. With you, we will surely succeed. Chen Badong stroked his beard and smiled faintly, if I can get the dragon transformation jar, it is not impossible for me to regain my youth. Chapter 92 Change of Plan. Zheng Guohua came to visit Chen Badong that day with generous gifts. He stood below with a respectful look, performing the etiquette of a junior. Grandpa Chen, Xiao Zhang is here to see you. You are in great health, you don't look like you are over 100 years old at all. Chen Wutong's bark-like face relaxed a little, and he sighed, I'm old now, unlike you young people, who can still have fun everywhere. You are joking, Grandpa. You are a martial arts master with a long lifespan. How can you compare to us ordinary mortals? Chen Badong shook his head, a look of indifference on his face, I am old and half of my body has already been buried in the earth. Don't flatter me. You are a busy man. You suddenly came to me today. There must be something wrong, right?
Zhang Guohua stepped forward and said respectfully, "My son was bullied some time ago. His entire palm was broken and his sternum was broken countless times. It was really miserable. Afterwards, I asked someone to take photos and showed them to your senior disciple Master Feng Jidao. Master Feng said that he was no match for that man. So after thinking about it, I think the only one in the world who can avenge my son is you, Grandpa. So I dare to ask you here, Grandpa, can you come out to avenge my son? If you are willing to help, my Zhang family will definitely reward you generously." At Zhang Guohua's age, he certainly knew how powerful Chen Badong was in the past. And if even Chen Botan's apprentice couldn't solve the problem, then the only person who could be found in Kowloon was the master Chen Badong. Although Chen Badong is over 100 years old, the Zhang family, as one of the 4 major families, will naturally maintain a low-key relationship with such a powerful person. Naturally, he also knew what Chen Botan's current strength was. If he was really too old to walk, they wouldn't come to find him. In order to obtain the Dragon Zune, Chen Badong will have to fight with Yiming sooner or later, and this is a favor he would do. If he agreed to Zhang Guohua at this time and got an extra gift from the Zhang family, there would be no problem. However, he has lived for hundreds of years, so he naturally would not think things are so simple. At his age, he no longer had any interest in the so-called generous gifts from the Zhang family. However, when he saw that the Zhang family had interfered and their goal was the same as his own, Chen Badong had other ideas in mind. He opened his cloudy eyes and stared ahead quietly. After a long while, he slowly said, "The man you are talking about is a young man named Yiming, right?" Zhang Guohua's eyes lit up. When he heard Chen Badong say Yiming's name right away, it showed that he also knew Yiming. It also showed that Feng Jidao did convey the Zhang family's intentions for him. He was quite satisfied with this. He quickly responded, "It was this man. He was so conceited with his kung fu and ruthless methods that he intended to kill me. Fortunately, my bodyguards tried their best to protect me, so I was able to save my life. This man and I have an irreconcilable grudge. If I don't get rid of him, my Zhang family will not be able to hold our heads up in Kowloon." Chen Badong smiled faintly, "Master Zhang, you are too polite, but I am old and I am afraid that I am not up to the task of dealing with that young man with extraordinary skills." Seeing that Chen Badong did not agree, Zhang Guohua's face darkened, and he immediately came up and said, "Others may not know how powerful Grandpa is, but how could my Zhang family not know? Not to mention that you are over 100 years old, even if you are over 200 years old, I still believe that you can kill that man with one blow." Chen Badong waved his hand and said with a smile, "I am honored that Patriarch Zhang thinks highly of me. However, I am weak and ill, and I am powerless. However, there are people in this world who can deal with Yiming. I think it is more appropriate for Patriarch Zhang to find that person." Zhang Guohua was stunned. He knew that Chen Badong was being modest. However, when he heard that there were other people he could ask for help, he immediately asked, "Who?" "The master of Xinjiang magic, Su Xuanzhai," Chen Badong said slowly. "Su Xuanzhai?" Zhang Guohua frowned when he heard the name. He was not unfamiliar with this name. Decades ago, Su Xuanzhai was a rival to Chen Badong, and the two were known as the 2 most outstanding talents of their time. However, at that time, Zhang Guohua was still very young, and his vision was limited to Kowloon. His understanding of Su Xuanzhai was very limited. He only knew that he was very powerful. When Chen Badong asked him to find Su Xuanzhai, he was a little hesitant. Su Xuanzhai was from Singapore. If he rashly went to ask for help from others, the other party might not help him. Furthermore, it would take some effort for the Zhang family to find out where Su Xuanzhai is now. "I don't even know if he is still alive." Chen Badong saw Zhang Guohua's uneasiness and knew his concerns, so he said immediately, "Su Xuanzhai is my old friend. He currently lives on the island of South Sumatra in Indonesia. As for his specific location, you need to send someone to investigate in detail. If he makes a move, I believe that your son's revenge will be avenged." In fact, he and Su Xuanzhai are sworn enemies, not the old friends he said they were. 30 years ago, the two of them retired together and fought openly and secretly for the purpose of finding the dragon-transforming vase and exploring the life-extending secret contained therein. In order to prolong their lives, both people gave up great honor and status, because nothing is more attractive than prolonging their lives. After all, no matter how powerful you are, without life, everything will become nothing. At this time, Chen Badong wanted the Zheng family to ask Su Xuanzhai to come out and let Su Xuanzhai take the first step to deal with Yiming. When both of them were defeated, he would come out and reap the benefits. Not only could he eliminate Su Xuanzhai, his old rival, and take the Hualong Zun for himself, but he could also nip the potential danger of Yiming in the bud. It was really a plan that killed two birds with one stone. Zhang Guowo certainly had no idea what this old fox Chen Badan was planning. Seeing that the other party had already said so, he couldn't force anything. He pondered for a moment and asked carefully, if I rashly ask Su Xuanzai to help, what if he doesn't do it? Chen Badang stroked his beard and smiled, he will take action. You just need to tell him that you can find clues to the dragon transformation vase from Yiming, that kid. If he remains unmoved by then, I promise to avenge your son. Zhang Guowa had nothing to say anymore and could only do as he said and go find Su Xuanzai. The two people who were originally going to attack Yiming immediately changed their plans because they got together. They all planned to find Su Xuanzai first before making any plans. Chapter 93 Parents Meeting. Yiming certainly didn't know that he had become the target of so many people who wanted to kill him, and he still went about his business every day. He has not been idle these days. As he promised to take over the Chun family's medical equipment order worth $200 million, he has been looking for sites everywhere to build a super large hospital. However, after visiting several places in succession, I was unable to determine the address due to various reasons. After several days of no progress, he simply decided not to go out and take a rest. However, that day happened to be the day for Luair's class to hold a parents' meeting, so Yiming had to go to the meeting again. When he arrived at Luair's class, Yiming looked around and found that everyone there was middle-aged in their 40s or 50s. Only his young face seemed particularly out of place. Everyone was whispering and chatting in low voices. Obviously, most of them knew each other, so they were a little surprised to see Yiming come in. He looks so young, he must be the older brother of one of the students, right? Of course. Otherwise, if he is this old, and his child is already in the third year of high school, what will happen? He will become a father at a young age. Well, let's not talk about him anymore. Let me tell you, my son's academic performance has dropped drastically recently. I'm so worried. Really? My son's grades seem to have declined a lot. He's going to take the college entrance exam soon. This is not a good sign. I thought only my son's grades declined, but I didn't expect your son's grades to decline as well. Have you found the reason? I looked for it but couldn't find it. I asked him but couldn't get any information either. He went to school and came home every day just like before, so why did his grades drop? My son doesn't show any abnormal behavior, this is a bit strange, could it be pre-exam syndrome? Ask other parents. They turned to another person and asked, how is your son's academic performance recently? The parent also had a worried look on his face. I don't know why, but his grades have dropped a lot recently. If this continues, his college entrance exam will be in jeopardy. Oh, I'm so worried. I'll have to ask the class teacher later to see if there's any way to improve his grades. The two parents looked at each other, and then asked the parents of several other boys. Without exception, they all got similar answers, the only difference was whether the grades had declined more or less. When the parents of the girls were asked, they said that their grades were normal and there were no signs of decline. This makes the parents of those boys feel a little strange. If one or two boys have pre-exam syndrome that affects their grades, that is normal. But if the grades of several boys decline together while the girls' grades remain stable, that is too abnormal. At this time, a boy's mother came over from a distance. She was a middle-aged woman with heavy bags under her eyes and a plump figure. When she heard the discussions of these parents, she immediately looked like an insider. My son was the same as your son before. Later, when I was cleaning his study room one day, I accidentally discovered the secret, and this secret is the reason why his grades dropped. The boy's parents immediately surrounded her and asked, what's the secret? Tell me quickly, I want to see if this is the reason for my son as well. The middle-aged woman enjoyed the feeling of being surrounded by people. She smiled, took out her cell phone, opened the photo album, and showed it to everyone. Because of this. When everyone looked, they saw that the photo showed a girl's back. This photo was taken secretly from behind, and the place where it was taken was this classroom. Apparently, this girl is also a student in this class. And she is also the middle-aged woman's secret about her son. Is there a front face? A parent urged. The middle-aged woman swiped to the next photo, which was also a secretly taken photo, but the girl's face finally appeared. It was a photo of the girl smiling sweetly while chatting with her deskmate. The girl in the photo is Luair. What's the connection with this girl? Asked a parent. Are you stupid? It's obvious that his son has a crush on this girl. Another person answered her. The middle-aged woman nodded and sighed, I talked to my son later. He didn't admit it at first, but after I showed him the evidence, he finally admitted that he had a crush on this girl, so he couldn't concentrate in class and kept looking at the girl's back. I asked him why he didn't have a crush on her before and only started to have a crush on her in his senior year. My son said that this girl transferred to this school halfway through this year and had not been in this class before. Everyone suddenly realized. A parent slapped his head and said, "Now that you mention it, I remember that my son also had a photo of this girl on his phone." I asked him who this girl was and he said she was a celebrity. I thought it was normal for children to be fans of celebrities, so I ignored him. I didn't expect that she was actually his classmate. It seems that our son's grades have been affected by the arrival of this girl. We must report this to the class teacher. That's right. It's better to transfer this girl to another class. She will be a nuisance if she stays in our class. Yes, yes, yes. Does anyone know the name of this girl? The middle-aged woman who provided the information then said, "My son said her name seemed to be something, Tian Luair. It's better to talk to Tian Luair's parents and ask her to transfer to another class. We can't let her cause trouble to our class anymore." The parent-teacher meeting had not started yet. After Yiming came in, he found a seat and sat down. Someone came over and talked to him. "Whose classmate's brother are you? Are your parents not available to come?" Yiming smiled and said, "He is my brother, but not my biological brother. My sister's parents are not in Shanghai, so I am here for them." "Oh. What's your sister's name?" "Tian Luair." Yiming replied. Chapter 94 I am qualified. When the parents who were discussing their son's grades heard the three words Tian Luair, they instinctively looked in Yiming's direction, then looked at each other and nodded, understanding what the other meant. They were just looking for Tian Luair's parents and unexpectedly met them. Several people immediately stood up and walked towards Yiming's seat, ready to talk to Yiming about how Tian Luair was affecting their son's studies. If it was just one person, they definitely wouldn't have the confidence to ask Tian Luair to change classes. After all, it wasn't her fault. But 7 or 8 boys have already had their grades affected because of Luair. They believed that in this situation, even if Tian Luair herself had not done anything wrong, her existence would have an impact on the entire class and would be harmful to the grades of those boys. According to the principle of minority obeys majority, they believe that it is reasonable to ask Tian Luair to leave the class. As for whether Tian Luair is willing to leave, it is not up to her to decide. Tian Luair must leave. These people came to Yiming, and one of the parents said indifferently, "Are you the parent who came to attend the parent-teacher meeting for Tian Luair?" Yiming looked at the group of middle-aged women who were surrounding him and seemed to have a bad attitude. He was a little confused. "Yes, I am Tian Luair's parent. I am her brother. What do you want?" When they heard that he was Tian Luair's brother, they all looked disdainful. "How can you let me come to the parent-teacher meeting? Where are your parents? They are so busy making money that they don't even come to their child's parent-teacher meeting? What kind of nonsense is that?" "That's right. I guess your family conditions aren't that good, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be so busy making money that you wouldn't even attend your child's parent-teacher meeting." Yiming's face turned cold. These middle-aged women had a very unfriendly tone when they first arrived. Now they were talking like this, clearly looking for trouble. He said coldly, "My sister's class is holding a parents' meeting. As her brother, it's reasonable for me to come on behalf of her parents who are far away in her hometown. What does it have to do with you?" "Oh, from the way you sound, it seems like you're not Tian Luair's biological brother. That's even more outrageous. Her parents didn't come, but she asked a brother to come. You're not the brother she found randomly on the internet, are you? What did you just say? His parents are far away in his hometown? Isn't Tian Luair from the countryside? A rural girl actually came to study at an aristocratic school like Zinhu High School. No wonder her parents didn't even attend the parent-teacher conference. It must be because her family is not well off and they are busy making money right now. Why do you want to study at Zinhu High School if your family is not well off? Can't you just find an ordinary high school? Hey, you don't understand this. Most of the students at Zinhu High School come from well-off families. I guess they let their daughters study here in the hope of catching some rich husbands. Now that you put it that way, there is some truth to it." These middle-aged women kept chattering, and every word they said was harsh. Yiming was already getting angry. His face was very gloomy, and when they all stopped, he asked, "Are you done?" His voice was terribly cold. Those middle-aged women obviously did not take Yiming seriously and did not understand what he meant.
Their original intention was to talk to Tianluer's parents and ask them to transfer their daughter to another class. But now it was Tianluer's brother who came to attend the parent-teacher meeting, and the key point is that he is not her biological brother. They believed that Yiming had no right to decide whether Tianluer should stay or go, but it was okay for him to act as a mouthpiece. So one of them said, "It's like this, you talk to Tianluer's parents. Tianluer is in our class and has seriously affected the academic performance of the boys in our class. As one of the parents, we ask Tianluer to transfer to another class. However, we will not treat her unfairly. In view of her poor family conditions, we are willing to compensate Tianluer's family with 20,000 yuan each as a transfer subsidy. You have to know that this 100,000 is really pie in the sky. It would be a waste if you don't take it. For you, there is no loss. It's just a change of class. You will still be in ZU High School." Her parents' wish will not be disappointed. They thought everything was reasonable and that they would be able to achieve their goals. But Yiming just uttered one word with a cold expression. Roll. This made the middle-aged women unhappy. They felt that the conditions they offered were already quite good. It was just about asking Tianluer to change classes, not kicking her out of school. Seeing Yiming's attitude, one of them shouted, "I say, you are so young, how can you talk like that? Do you have any basic manners? You have to know that each of us is older than you. You have to respect the old and love the young, don't you understand?" If they were not in a public place and needed to be careful about the impact, Yiming would have slapped this stupid woman in the face. He suppressed his anger and sneered, "You menopausal women, you have so much trouble every day. I'm telling you clearly here, my sister will not change classes." "What did you say? Who are you talking about in menopause?" A middle-aged woman who was particularly concerned got furious. "Don't change classes? Are you sure you want to go against the wishes of us parents? Besides, are you Tianluer's parents? What qualifications do you have to make decisions for her parents?" Yiming stared at the other person steadily, his expression extremely cold. "I am qualified. Go away and stop being an eyesore here. You." These people were so angry that they didn't know what to say. They originally thought that with tens of thousands of dollars, the other party would immediately change classes, but they didn't expect that Yiming would ignore them and directly told them to get out. "Humph, you don't want to change classes, right? We will report this to the head teacher and see whether he will help you alone or stand on the side of the 7 or 8 of us parents." One of the parents was very confident, and there seemed to be a hint of pride in his tone. Speak of the devil, the head teacher came into the classroom as soon as the man finished speaking. Chapter 95 Greetings. Seeing the head teacher enter the classroom, the group of middle-aged women were overjoyed, as if reinforcements had arrived, and they all came forward to complain to the head teacher. "Teacher Zhou, you are finally here." "Yes, Mr. Zhou, we have been waiting for you for a long time." When the class teacher, Mr. Zhou, saw them coming over one by one and calling him so affectionately, he was a little confused. In previous years' parent-teacher meetings, these people were not so enthusiastic and positive. What happened today? Could it be because this will be the last parent-teacher conference and we are about to part? This is already the last semester of senior year. The purpose of this parent-teacher meeting is mainly to urge parents to take good care of their children during this period, create a good family atmosphere for them, and make adequate preparations for the upcoming college entrance examination. Teacher Zhou felt that these people were too enthusiastic, so he quickly said, "Hello, the parents' meeting is about to start. If you have any questions, you can bring them up at the meeting. Now go find a seat inside." She is usually rather aloof towards these parents and doesn't want to get too close to them or have too close a relationship with them. Otherwise, some parents will get annoyed with you and come to you for even the slightest matter. This is her experience gained from working in the education industry for many years. Only in this way can these parents maintain a friendly attitude towards the class teacher. After she finished speaking, she walked straight into the classroom. After hearing what Teacher Zhou said, these middle-aged female parents didn't want to bother her and had to go into the classroom and find a seat to sit down. They all gathered together and sat in the back, staring angrily at Yiming's back from time to time, wishing they could teach him a lesson with their eyes. At this moment, they seemed to be a small army with the same enemy, and the enemy was Yiming, and their goal was to drive Tianluer out of the class. "Humph. I'll let you be proud for a while, but I'll make you pay later." "That's right. Your hair hasn't even grown out yet, and you're here to attend a parents' meeting for your sister. She's not even your biological sister. Maybe he's having an affair with that vixen sister of hers."
otherwise why would he defend her so much? However, before they could finish their muttering, they were so surprised by what happened next that they couldn't close their mouths. They saw that when Teacher Joe entered the classroom, he found Yiming already sitting upright in his seat. He immediately seemed like a different person. He took the initiative to walk over and greeted Yiming with a smile on his face. "Boss Yi, hello, you must have been waiting for a long time. The parents' meeting will start soon." Yiming smiled faintly. "It's okay, Teacher Zhou, you go ahead and do your thing." Teacher Zhou laughed and said, Okay, please take time out of your busy schedule to attend the parent-teacher meeting. I can't delay it for too long." This lively scene made the middle-aged women gathered together at the back feel uncomfortable as if they had eaten a fly. Isn't the difference between the before and after too big? Facing these people, everyone had a very calm face. But when facing Yiming, they were like serving their own master. Parents of students in the same class received such different treatments. One of them was so angry that he whispered in the back, could it be that Teacher Joe was so enthusiastic because he saw that boy was handsome? Of course, his so-called sister is a vixen, and this guy is definitely not much better. They are probably the same kind of people. Humph, birds of a feather flock together. Teacher Joe is really something. He is so enthusiastic towards such a person. At this time, one of the younger women suddenly covered her mouth and laughed secretly. She glanced at Teacher Zhou, then bent down, motioned for everyone to come over, and then lowered her voice and said mysteriously, "Don't complain, you have to understand Teacher Zhou. Seeing such a handsome guy, he must have some intentions in that aspect, so of course he is so enthusiastic." "No way, Teacher Zhou doesn't look like that kind of person," another person exclaimed. "TSK, she doesn't look like that usually, but does she still not look like that now? Look at that smile on her face, it's obvious that she wants to eat that boy. If that's the case, I'm afraid Teacher Joe won't agree if we ask Tian Luair to change classes later, right? Never mind her, let's bring it up first. If she disagrees, we'll go straight to the principal." That's a good idea. Teacher Joe was certainly not what these people thought. The reason why she was so enthusiastic about Yiming was only because she took 1 million from him, and later she heard from the principal that he also donated 10 million to the school. As the saying goes, a man who has eaten someone's food should be grateful, so seeing the god of wealth, it was natural for her to be warm and considerate. After greeting Yiming, Teacher Joe also noticed the small circle behind them out of the corner of his eye. Seeing those people looking at her with teasing eyes, that look made her feel very uncomfortable. But she couldn't make trouble, after all, the other person was a parent, not her student, and he didn't do anything out of line. She suppressed her discomfort, walked up to the podium, and prepared to speak about something. Chapter 96 donated 10 million. The purpose of this parent-teacher meeting is to tell parents to care about their children, create a good exam preparation atmosphere for their children, and not put pressure on their children. These are all old-fashioned things that everyone understands even if they are not said. Sometimes, parent-teacher meetings are just a formality. After they are over, everyone goes about their business as usual. Afterwards, Teacher Joe talked about the students' learning situation in the class, and especially mentioned the boys whose grades had declined. After introducing their grades, she continued, "The grades of these students have declined significantly recently, which may be related to the upcoming college entrance examination. I hope parents will not put too much pressure on them, and at the same time urge them to study hard at home and strive to improve their grades to their original level before the college entrance examination." When they heard this, the middle-aged women perked up and prepared to have a formal showdown with Teacher Zhou. One of them stood up and said, "Teacher Zhou, I think my son's academic performance has declined and it has nothing to do with us parents." Teacher Joe frowned. It had nothing to do with the parents. It had to do with the school and the teachers like them. She looked again and found that this parent was one of the people who had just looked at her with strange eyes. She said calmly, "So what do you think caused your son's grades to decline?" "I originally thought that it was because of the upcoming college entrance examination that he was under a lot of pressure, so his grades declined, until one day, I discovered a secret." As soon as these words were spoken, all the parents in the class, except Yiming, looked at the middle-aged woman with curiosity. Teacher Joe was also stunned, and subconsciously asked, "What secret?" "The secret is that my son has a crush on a new girl in the class. Not only my son, as far as I know, the sons of several other parents have the same problem. The decline in their academic performance is also related to the new girl." Except for Yiming, the other parents started whispering when they heard her words. Is there such a thing? This girl is not simple, as she has so many boys secretly in love with her. I wonder who her daughter is. Hee hee, you've made me want to meet this female classmate. When Teacher Joe heard her words, her face looked a little unhappy. She certainly knew that the new female student was Tian Luer. The key point is that since Tian Luer came to his class, she has been well behaved and obedient, and studied hard. As far as she knew, Tian Luer seldom interacted with male classmates and basically hung out with girls. In addition to the fact that Tian Luer received a 1 million yuan bonus from me, she also liked this student very much. So when faced with the words of this parent that were clearly directed at Tian Luer, she naturally would not let it go. What evidence do you have to prove that your son's academic performance declined because he had a crush on Tian Luer? The middle-aged woman took out her cell phone and showed the photo her son secretly took of Tian Luer. This is the evidence. Parents nearby stood up and leaned over to look at her phone. The middle-aged woman continued, "This female classmate is called Tian Luer. She transferred to our class halfway through this semester. I found these photos from my son's phone. I later talked to my son about this, and he admitted that his grades dropped because he had a crush on Tian Luer." Teacher Joe's face darkened. Well, even if it's as you said, it doesn't mean anything. Having a crush on a female classmate is actually very common among high school students. The key is to give the child the right guidance. Even if your son's academic performance has declined because of his crush on a female classmate, I think the key is that he didn't get the right guidance. I hope that as a parent, you should give them the right guidance as soon as possible and give them the right view of love. Teacher Joe directly pushed the responsibility to the parents, then glanced at Yiming out of the corner of his eye. Seeing that Yiming was just sitting in his seat with an expressionless face, he felt relieved. The middle-aged woman waved her hands, seemingly not accepting Teacher Joe's point of view at all. I won't say who should guide him for now. After all, as teachers, you certainly have an unshirkable responsibility. What I want to say now is that the college entrance examination is approaching, and even if we want to guide him, there is not much time. I think there is only one way to make our son concentrate on studying and improve his grades quickly. What method? Teacher Joe's voice was cold, and he also vaguely guessed their purpose. Transfer Tian Luer to another class, the man said in a loud voice. When Teacher Joe heard the middle-aged woman's request, he looked at the parents around her who were eager to try, and knew that they must have the same idea. Do you have the same idea? That's right. We hope Tian Luer can go to another class. Yes, she is a complete nuisance in our class. When Teacher Joe saw their expressions, she suddenly sneered, "Student Tian Luer is studying well in our class, and she doesn't bother anyone. You want to drive her away just because your son has a crush on her? Isn't that a bit outrageous?" She finally understood why these people were so enthusiastic about her at the beginning. It turned out that they wanted to drive away other students. We also know that it's not Tian Luer's fault, but at least 7 or 8 male classmates have seen their academic performance decline because of her. As the class teacher, shouldn't you consider the majority? That's right. We can compensate Tian Luer. We know her family is not well off, so we have promised everyone to pay 20,000 yuan as compensation. We just hope she can leave this class. Poor family conditions? Teacher Joe sneered and looked at those people as if they were idiots. That's right. Her parents didn't even attend the parent-teacher meeting. They must have been busy making money. After all, the tuition at ZU High School is not cheap. It's reasonable for them to work hard to give their children a good education. We don't think there's anything wrong with this. So in order to get Tian Luer to leave this class, we won't treat her unfairly. The compensation we've paid adds up to more than 100,000 yuan, which is enough. Is more than 100,000 a lot? Teacher Joe smiled jokingly. It's not much for us, but it should be enough for Tian Luer's family. Then do you know that Tian Luer's parents donated 10 million to our school? After she finished speaking, she looked at those people who thought they were parents with a big smile on her face. Chapter 97. It's better to be low-key. As soon as Teacher Joe said this, all the parents in the class, except Yiming, widened their eyes and looked shocked. The classroom was surprisingly quiet at this time. All the whispers disappeared in an instant, and one could even hear the voice of the head teacher of the next class. The middle-aged woman who stood up and started the attack also had a pale face. Other parents have quietly donated 10 million to the school, but a few of them just pulled together a few 100,000 and wanted to show off here. It's so ironic. Her face was as hot as fire, and she opened her mouth but had nothing to say. I always thought that Tian Luer's family was ordinary, but I didn't expect that she donated 10 million to the school. Most of the people around her who were in her group lowered their heads at this time, wishing there was a hole in the ground so they could crawl into it immediately. It's so embarrassing. However, there was one person whose family was relatively well off. After being shocked, he immediately came to his senses. She pulled the sleeve of the middle-aged woman who fired the first shot, motioning her to sit down. The other party immediately sat down obediently, wanting to disappear into the crowd. The feeling of being slapped in the face in public is so refreshing. She was secretly regretting it at this moment. Why did she do such a stupid thing and stand up to attack? It seems that it is better to be low-key. Life has taught her a vivid lesson. Judging from the current situation, they originally planned to go directly to the principal if Teacher Joe did not agree to their request, but now they know that it is useless to go to the principal. Although the middle-aged woman from a well-off family was also shocked by the generosity of Tian Luer's family, she was well informed and had seen many wealthy foreign tycoons donate hundreds of millions of dollars to their alma mater. Therefore, when she saw the 10 million yuan mentioned by Teacher Zhou, she was not particularly surprised. She even thought, is it great that you donated 10 million yuan? There are many people who donated more than you. She stood up, her face still cold. Okay, even if Tian Luer's family donated 10 million, we don't ask her to change schools or even drop out. We just hope that she can change classes. This will not affect her studies at all. We can't change so many people, right? Anyway, I don't want my son to be in the same class with her, don't you agree? She looked at the allies around her. After hearing what she said, those people immediately came out of their state of shame and nodded in agreement. Yes, it's convenient for her to change shifts alone. There are 7 or 8 of us. How much trouble will it be to change shifts? We live in a civilized society now. Is it a big deal to be rich? Even if you are rich, you still have to abide by social rules. Just because you are rich doesn't mean everyone has to revolve around you. That's right. Even if you donate 10 million to the school, you can't treat the school as your own. We also pay a lot of tuition every year. It's her parents' business if they are willing to donate. We pay the same amount of tuition, so we must get the same treatment. Only then did Teacher Joe realize that these people were so shameless. Why didn't he notice it before? She sneered and said, that's right. We paid the same tuition and got the same treatment. Did your son feel wronged? The man just now obviously spoke without thinking and directly got himself into a trap. Now he was speechless after being asked by Teacher Zhou. The middle-aged woman who stood up to speak for the others glanced at the stupid teammate next to her and felt a little depressed, but she still took over the conversation. ZU High School is one of the best high schools in Shanghai, so naturally all students are treated equally. The key point now is that we hope Tian Luer can change classes. This is not an excessive request, right? If my son's grades were the only one to decline because of Tian Luer, I would change my son's class without hesitation and would never ask him to change. But the key point now is that it's not just my son. On the surface, there are 7 or 8 of us whose sons have been affected. What about behind the scenes? Maybe even more. We can't all be asked to change classes. How much trouble would that be? Don't you think so? Yes, that's the truth. That's right. This matter has nothing to do with right or wrong. It's just a matter of whether it's troublesome or not. Teacher Joe looked at her expressionlessly. After she finished speaking, Teacher Joe said calmly, it's not a problem at all. If you insist on not letting your son be in the same class with Tian Luer, you can switch to another class. I won't stop you. The academic performance of the sons of these middle-aged women was not very good to begin with. If we say that their grades have dropped now, it is just that they are worse than before. For example, on a test with a score of 100, they could get 50 points before, but now they can only get 30 points. There is basically no difference. On the other hand, although Tian Luer was a transfer student and had not been to school for half a year, she could at least get 60 or 70 points in the exam and would not drag down the whole class. If these boys went to other classes because of this, Teacher Joe would even be a little grateful to them. Hearing Teacher Zhou's answer, the middle-aged woman from a well-off family looked a little disdainful. Is it because Tian Luer's parents donated 10 million to your school that you have to curry favor with her? This sentence made Teacher Zhou's face turn pale, although she did accept 1 million from Yiming. But being told to one's face that one is someone who fawns on rich students would make any teacher very angry. She immediately said, you are Yu Qingbin's parent, right? From today on, your son can go to any class he wants. Anyway, my class will not accept your son anymore. Humph, with a teacher like you who only cares about money, I won't let my son stay in your class anymore. Yu Qingbin came home that day and made a big fuss, smashing everything in the house. He pointed at his mother with hatred and shouted, "Why did you take the initiative to change my shift? Ah! Why?" His neck turned red from his roar, there were tears in his eyes, and they were full of hatred. "Mom is doing this for your own good." The middle-aged woman sobbed softly on purpose in order to win her son's sympathy. The next day, Yu Changbin simply didn't go to school or eat. He locked himself in the room and no one could persuade him. The middle-aged woman and her husband were standing outside the door, angry and anxious. They usually loved their precious son very much. Now seeing that my beloved son was on a hunger strike, I was immediately panicked. Her husband also kept complaining to her, "You said you were fine, and you were going to take the college entrance exam soon, why did you have so much free time to change Qingbin's class?" At this moment, the middle-aged woman was huddled in a corner, wiping her tears, like a stray dog that everyone disliked. She thought about it, opened her phone and found Teacher Zhou's number, and hesitated for a long time before dialing. Chapter 98 Big Ambition. Although a small incident occurred at the parent-teacher meeting, Teacher Zhou resolved it perfectly and Yiming was quite satisfied with it. After the parents' meeting, Teacher Zhou gave Yiming a detailed introduction to Luair's specific learning situation. With her current academic performance, Etienne Luair should not be under much pressure in her academic subjects. She has done very well in the last few mock exams. Based on past experience, as long as she can pass the art exam, she will basically be able to enter any art school in the country. Yiming nodded, "Then I'll have to trouble you and the other teachers during this period of time." He had previously asked Luair which school she wanted to apply to, and Luair said she wanted to stay in Shanghai and didn't want to go too far away. If he decided to stay in Shanghai, then Shanghai Theatre Academy would undoubtedly be the best choice. He felt relieved after hearing this answer from Teacher Zhou. Luair's artistic skills improved rapidly thanks to the daily careful guidance of a private tutor hired at a cost of millions, as well as her own efforts. Naturally, she had no pressure in dealing with the art exams. Yiming continued to work on selecting a site for the hospital. If he wanted to build a hospital, he had to make it function to the maximum, not just to fulfill the Chen family's medical equipment orders. Choosing a site for a super large hospital is actually quite a headache. First of all, it cannot be located in the suburbs because patients will choose a location nearby. If the location is too far away, patients may be too lazy to go. Or, in case of emergency, the patient may die before reaching the hospital. Not only is land in the city center extremely expensive, but there is currently no large enough land available to build a hospital. So he could only set his sights on a place slightly away from the city center, where there would be plenty of traffic and large tracts of land available. However, it was too troublesome for him to inspect each place by himself, so after running around for a few days, he decided to send a few people from Xingyue Group to replace him. He personally went to the Ginhoo building and assigned several senior executives to handle the matter. After explaining the matter, he went to Chen Jiaqing's office. Chen Jiaqing has been preparing to launch an offensive against the Zhang family's business during this period, so he is busy every day. When Yiming pushed the door open, she was reading some information. "You work so hard, aren't you afraid of exhausting yourself?" When Chen Jiaqing saw that it was Yiming, she smiled and said, "You finally remembered to take a look at the company?" Yiming walked around her new office and said, "I'm here to do business. Besides, I don't have to worry about anything when I have an employee like you. I'm just causing trouble for you guys if I come here." He stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window. From this perspective, most of Shanghai was in sight. He felt a sense of heroism as if he had the whole world at his fingertips. He was the one who ascended to the throne alone. Yiming suddenly remembered the words that appeared in his mind when he first received Shang Tang's inheritance: "You should establish a country and be the king." His eyelids twitched. He had forgotten about this matter for a while. He didn't know if there was a time limit. Although nothing unusual had happened during this period, he didn't know what would happen in the future. To be on the safe side, it was better to prepare early. Of course, he had already thought of a solution at that time, which was to buy a piece of land somewhere, or buy an island. However, according to his request, the sovereignty of this land or island must belong completely to him, which is obviously unrealistic in the country, so he can only set his sights abroad. In fact, there is another way, which is to go directly to a war-torn territory to cultivate a force, strive to get a share of the pie, and occupy a place. However, there are too many variables involved, and it is time-consuming and laborious to cultivate such a combat-capable force. Chen Jiaqing saw him in a daze and was a little confused. "What are you thinking about?" Yiming came back to his senses, smiled, his eyes twinkled, and said, "I am experiencing the feeling of being an emperor." Chen Jiaqing chuckled, "You don't have a fever, do you?"
Why are you talking nonsense all of a sudden? Do you want to go find a doctor to see you?
Yiming walked over and stared into her beautiful eyes.
One day we will have a territory of our own. Do you believe it?
Chen Jiaqing spread her hands and raised her eyebrows. Isn't Xingyue Group your business empire? Xingyue Group has grown to its current scale and is already involved in more than a dozen fields.
In order to deal with the Zheng family, it will continue to enter more industries.
It can be said to be a real business empire.
Yiming shook his head and said seriously, it's not Xingyue Group, I'm talking about the real territory.
Seeing the serious and determined look in Yiming's eyes, although Chen Jiaqing thought it was impossible, she suddenly believed it.
Maybe he was not just talking.
Thinking back to everything Yiming had said in the past, it seemed that he had done it.
Even if he had not done it yet, it was proceeding in an orderly manner.
Her heart skipped a beat.
Isn't this guy too ambitious? Chapter 99 Distinguished Guests.
Yi Dashan has been working in the security department of Xingyue Group for some time. After knowing his background, all the employees in the security department are very respectful to him and wish they could treat him as their own father. However, Yi Dashan rejected their idea of honoring him and continued to work diligently. With him setting an example, other people in the security department dared not be lazy and each of them showed love and dedication to their work.
It was the peak hour that day. There were too many people at the main entrance and the elevator was very crowded.
4 people saw that there were few people at the side door and prepared to enter the Ginhoo building from here. These 4 people are from a company called Mitsui Company, Limited in Country R. The company has been ranked among the top 500 companies in the world for many years and is very powerful.
The main purpose of their coming here today is to discuss business cooperation in the field of electronic information with a company under Xingyue Group.
If this cooperation can be achieved, it will greatly increase their market share in the Eastern continent, allowing them to compete with their old rival Samsung Electronics.
However, these 4 people obviously did not know that this side door was only for internal employees of Xingyue Group.
They did not have a card and therefore could not come in from the outside.
So they shouted in broken Chinese to the security guards at the security booth outside the door, "Hey, you gatekeepers, come over and open the door for us."
The people in the security department hate being called gatekeepers the most. When they heard these people calling them that, and it seemed like they had an imperative tone, they felt a little uncomfortable. Not to mention that they were not qualified to pass through here. Even if they were qualified employees of Xingyue Group, if they did not bring their cards, they would say, "Master, help me open the door."
How can you find someone with such an attitude?
There was a security guard nicknamed De Zhuang. He was influenced by his father since he was a child. When he grew up, he also liked to watch anti-Japanese dramas. He hated the Japanese devils. When he saw these people talking to them like this, he answered them coldly, "This is the VIP channel of Xingyue Group. You are not qualified to pass through here. Go through the main entrance." One of our countrymen frowned when he saw that De Zhuang didn't seem to have a friendly attitude.
"We are here to discuss important cooperation with Xingyue Group.
We are the distinguished guests of Xingyue Group. We are fully qualified to pass through here." When De Zhuang heard that they were here to discuss an important cooperation with Xingyue Group, he hesitated. If this cooperation was extremely important to Xingyue Group, he was worried that if his anger caused the cooperation to fail, he would be unforgivable. He turned to Yi Dashan for help. After all, although Yi Dashan was just an ordinary security guard, behind him was Chen Jiaqing, the helmsman of Xingyue Group. This matter could only be resolved if he stepped forward. De Zhuang explained the situation to Yi Dashan.
He said, "These people are from our country, not employees of Xingyue Group. They don't have a card.
According to the regulations, they can't pass through here.
But they said they came to discuss cooperation with Xingyue Group.
I'm afraid that if this cooperation is very important to Xingyue Group and I don't let them in, causing this cooperation to fail, then I will be in big trouble."
"Uncle Yi, you decide." After listening to his explanation, Yi Dashan had already made up his mind.
He was a rigid person and believed that there was no order without rules. If there were rules, they must be followed. Moreover, he did not have a good impression of these people, so he said to De Zhuang, "Tell them to go through the main gate. They can also go up through the main gate. The door here will not be opened for them." De Zhuang was very happy, and gave Yi Dashan a thumbs up and said that this is what Uncle Yi wanted you to say. He turned around and told our countrymen, "You can go up through the main gate as well, so go through the main gate." When these people heard that the security guards actually refused their request, they immediately became angry. Of course they knew that they could enter through the main gate, but the key was that there were too many people at the main gate, going up and down, and it was very crowded. And they came to discuss cooperation with Ginhoo Group. They are VIP guests after all. Not to mention taking a VIP channel, it would not be too much even if they were served personally by Ginhoo Group as employees. Now even the security guard dared to refuse them, and immediately shouted, "You ungrateful people, hurry up and open the door, otherwise, when I see your boss, I will make him fire you. You better be smart." In fact, given their level, the person they were talking to about cooperation was just the general manager of a subsidiary of the group. They had no way of contacting Chen Jiaqing. With He Dashin as his backer, De Zhuang was not afraid of them at all. He said calmly, "Sorry, we are also following the rules. If you want to sue, go ahead. We'll be waiting." "That's right, we're waiting." Several other security guards also responded confidently. The faces of these four people were livid at this moment. They didn't expect that they couldn't even handle a few security guards. The purpose of their visit this time was to seek cooperation with Ginhoo Group. In other words, they were actually in a passive position. Whether the cooperation could be successful depended mainly on the attitude of Ginhoo Group. Otherwise, it would not be them who came to the headquarters of Ginhoo Group, but the representatives of Ginhoo Group who went to their territory. But they believe that even if they come to seek cooperation with Ginhoo Group, as a Fortune 500 company, they cannot lower their posture too much, otherwise they will certainly be in an absolutely weak position in the negotiations. So they felt that if they couldn't even deal with these security guards, they would definitely be looked down upon by the representatives of Ginhoo Group, which would be detrimental to the negotiations. Moreover, as high-tech talents from country are, they naturally feel that they are superior to these security guards. The four of them gathered together and whispered, "We are here to discuss cooperation with Ginhoo Group this time. We must stand firm and not let them think that we are begging them for cooperation. So, we must go in through this door. This is a matter of our position and attitude. We must not compromise. What if they insist on not letting us in? Then let them have a taste of the power of our empire's karate 7th degree black belt." One of them clenched his fists and said with a grim look on his face, "Okada, is it necessary to do this?" The other person looked a little worried. These people are just some ordinary security guards. What's the big deal if they were beaten? Will Ginhoo Group refuse to cooperate with us just because a few security guards were beaten? You know, the amount of our cooperation is expected to reach 500 million gold. Will they give up this opportunity for just a few security guards? If so, their Ginhoo Group would never be able to develop to its current scale. You know, businessmen are profit-driven. In front of 500 million gold, these security guards are just pawns that can be discarded at any time. Otherwise, they are not qualified businessmen and are not worthy of cooperating with us, Mitsui Company. That makes sense. So Okada, if a fight breaks out, who are you going to attack first? Okada glanced at the security guards, and finally locked his eyes on Yidashin, the oldest one. Chapter 100. The fight started. "That's the man." Okada pointed at Yidashin with a playful smile on his face. "No way, Okada, you're the oldest. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at for bullying an old guy?" Okada smiled, "You don't understand. Look, except for him, all the security guards here are young guys. He is the only one so old. What does this mean? He is so old and still works as a security guard. His family must be poor. It's okay to beat up such a person. There won't be any problem. On the contrary, if those young guys feel humiliated and want to fight with you, it's not worth it for me." Swoosh, Okada-kun, smart. After discussing it, the four of them decided to enter through this door. Okada was the most skilled. He stood up, pointed at the security guards and said, "You guys guarding the door, open the door immediately, otherwise, we will open the door ourselves in our own way." De Zhuang snorted coldly, "Come at me if you can." Okada knew that these security guards were determined not to open the door on their own initiative, so he didn't get angry. He walked directly to the door, suddenly raised his foot, and stomped on the door hard. Seeing this scene, all the security guards were furious and rushed out with red faces. They were all young and energetic. They were extremely angry that these people from country are dared to act so wildly here. "What are you doing?" De Zhuang shouted first. This countryman actually dared to kick the door in public, which was undoubtedly a slap in the face of these security guards. "It's so arrogant." Okada said nonchalantly, "What are you doing?"
If you don't open the door for me, we have to open it ourselves. De Zhuang blocked the door, gritted his teeth, and said coldly, try to move again. Okada didn't care at all. He slowly walked around De Zhuang, came to a place where he was not blocked, and kicked him hard again. This door is a glass door. Although it is of good quality, his kick still caused a crack in the door. De Zhuang couldn't believe that he dared to kick the door. He was immediately furious. He yelled fuck you and swung his fist to hit him. He had had enough. Even if it meant losing his job, he would never allow the Our countryman to be so arrogant on his territory. He wanted to teach this Our countryman a lesson. However, the opponent was a 7th degree black belt in karate. Apart from his height and strength, De Zhuang had no other advantages. His punch was easily neutralized by Okada. After Okada resolved De Zhuang's attack, he did not attack De Zhuang again. He was waiting for Yi Dashin to come. But he was not idle either, and continued to kick the door hard. The attacks of other security guards were resolved by him one by one, and the cracks on the glass door became more and more dense. Yi Dashin was originally standing at the back. When he saw the scene, he was ready to reason with this Our countryman. You can't do this, this is our Xingyue group's place. He stopped in front of the glass door. When Okada saw Yi Dashin finally coming over, he smiled coldly, and without saying anything, he punched Yi Dashin directly in the stomach. Yi Dashin had no time to dodge and was hit directly by him. He cried out in pain and squatted on the ground, holding his stomach. Uncle Yi! Uncle Yi! Uncle Yi? The other security guards shouted and rushed over to help Yi Dashin up. Uncle Yi, what's wrong with you? Is it serious? The sweat on Yi Dashin's forehead was so painful that he felt like he had broken several ribs. Hurry, notify Mr. Chen. Call an ambulance immediately. De Zhuang shouted with a red face. Okay. A security guard immediately ran back to the security room to make a phone call. Okada watched the scene from behind and sneered, this is the consequence of your disrespect for us. I hope you will remember this lesson and don't think that we Our people are easy to bully. I tell you, it has always been us Our people who bully you Orientals. It was like this in the past and it is still like this now. Okada's companions cheered for him. Well done, Okada-kun. Okada-kun, you are our Oregon hero. Yiming was chatting with Chen Jiaqing when his assistant Zhao Rongrui rushed in. She saw her boss in Mr. Chen's office and thought of what Yiming had said to her last time. Her face turned red. However, the situation was urgent, so she didn't care about that and said immediately, Boss Chen, the security room downstairs just called and said that a few people from country were trying to enter through our Xingyue group employees' exclusive passage, but were stopped by the security guards. As a result, a fight broke out, and a security guard named Yi Dashin was also beaten. What? Chen Jiaqing and Yiming exclaimed at the same time. Yiming's face instantly became extremely terrifying, and he rushed out without saying a word. Chen Jiaqing put down the work at hand and hurriedly followed. Standing in the elevator, Yiming's face was extremely gloomy. He actually dared to hit his own father, and the guy was from our country. His teeth were chattering and he was filled with rage. He watched the numbers decrease one by one, and he was extremely anxious. He had never felt the elevator was so slow before. He could not help but punch the wall of the elevator, causing it to shake violently. Fortunately, this is a private elevator, otherwise it would be even slower with people going up and down from time to time. Chen Jiaqing stood beside him and comforted him softly, don't worry, Uncle Yi will be fine. But her eyes were also filled with anxiety. Finally, with a ding sound, the elevator finally reached the ground floor. Yiming pressed the door opening button frantically, and as soon as the door opened he rushed out madly. Chapter 101 A Lesson. Those Our countrymen looked at the security guards who were supporting Yi Dashin as if they were winners, with playful smiles on their faces. How is it? Have you tasted the consequences of going against our countrymen? De Zhuang protected Yi Dashin in front of him, looking at them with anger rising in his eyes, but he could do nothing to them. However, because of these people blocking the glass door, the Our people were unable to get in. Okada then stood up and shouted, a good dog doesn't block the road. Get out of my way now, or don't blame me for continuing to attack you. You dare! De Zhuang roared. Do you think I dare? Okada kicked De Zhuang hard, and De Zhuang instinctively blocked it with his hand. Crack! De Zhuang's arm broke into two and bent into a terrifying angle. Ah! De Zhuang screamed in pain.
He was so exhausted from the pain that cold sweat broke out on his head and back. He fell to the ground, twitching while holding onto his broken arm with his other hand. "Ha, you're a guy who overestimates his own abilities." Okada clapped his hands and wanted to continue kicking away the security guards who were blocking the door one by one. At this time, Yiming finally arrived. He saw his father lying on the ground in pain and rushed over. "Dad, how are you?" Yiming's eyes were red. "Have you called an ambulance?" he asked the security guard next to him. "Yes." Yidashin said weakly to Yiming, "Xiaoming, I'm fine, I won't die." When Yiming saw his father's weak appearance, tears welled up in his eyes. He gritted his teeth, slowly stood up, turned around, and looked at the four people. "Who is it?" His voice was extremely cold, as if it contained an iceberg that had existed for 10,000 years. The four countrymen in front couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat when they heard this. They didn't know Yiming, but they all felt uncomfortable. Okada stiffened his neck and shouted, "You are his son, right? Your father is too ignorant. I taught him a lesson." Before he could finish speaking, Yiming punched him directly, and this time he didn't hold back at all. When Okada saw Yiming punching him, his pupils suddenly shrank and he felt an extremely dangerous aura. He hurriedly rolled on the ground and barely avoided Yiming's punch. Yiming's punch contained infinite anger and was extremely powerful, but the speed was not at its peak. In addition, the distance was far, so Okada was able to dodge it. Okada looked at Yiming in shock, feeling the power of that punch. He felt that if he took that punch head-on, he would be in great danger. Yiming didn't stop at all, turned around and continued to attack Okada. This time, he released his sharp state and was able to fully sense Okada's next move. Okada had nowhere to hide and immediately shouted, "Stop, I'm from our country." However, Yiming ignored him and punched him directly in the chest. Bang! Okada felt the rapid spread of severe pain in his chest and looked at Yiming in disbelief. He could not imagine that this young man's power was so terrifying. Yiming's fist continued to punch and directly pierced into his chest. Okada's eyeballs were about to pop out, he felt the breath of his life madly dissipating, and an extremely terrifying feeling came over him. This horrible feeling is death. He never thought that he would die here. He also never thought that someone could kill him with one punch. Yiming pulled his hand out, his fist was covered in blood. He wiped it directly with Okada's clothes. Then he patted his face and said in an extremely cold voice, "Go to hell. I hate it." Okada finally screamed in Japanese, and then his body fell to the ground with a loud bang. The remaining three people looked at the scene in front of them with shock in their eyes. Looking at the huge bloody hole in Okada's chest, they all shuddered. They couldn't imagine that someone could kill Okada in an instant. And with just one fist. This kind of power is so terrifying. At this moment, their legs and feet were shaking and they stood there at a loss. Chen Jiaqing finally arrived at this time. When the remaining three countrymen saw Chen Jiaqing, they hurried over as if they had found a life-saving straw and said, "Mr. Chen, you are finally here." One of them pointed at Yiming and said, "Mr. Chen, call the police. This man has killed someone, and he is very skilled. He is extremely dangerous. Tell the police to come with guns and arrest him." Chen Jiaqing ignored the countryman and ran to Yidashin, who was still curled up on the ground, and asked anxiously, "Uncle Yi, how are you?" The remaining three people were all stunned when they heard Chen Jiaqing address Yidashin. He is Mr. Chen's uncle? This cooperation is doomed to fail. What should we do next? Okada is dead. How are we going to explain it when we get back? This murderer must be punished. Call the police immediately and report the situation to country, or tell them that the person who killed Okada is likely a person with superpowers. Yes. One of them quickly turned around and took out a cell phone from his pocket. Yiming looked at the rest of the people coldly. In his eyes, these three people were already dead. They have seen his methods and they are from the R country. If he lets them go, he doesn't know what kind of trouble will happen. What's more, they also hurt his father. Even if they didn't do it, they are in cahoots with the murderer and are still unforgivable. At this moment, he saw a man turn around and take out a mobile phone. Suddenly, his body flashed and he went straight to the man's side. He snatched the phone from his hand and crushed it. What do you want to do? We didn't do anything. The man's eyes were full of fear. Yiming had a cold smile on his face and didn't bother to pay attention to him. At this moment, he was like a killing god and directly reached out and pinched his neck. The remaining two people couldn't believe that Yiming would not listen to reason with them at all, and their hearts were trembling. They looked at each other, nodded, and ran in two directions. Want to run? Yiming suddenly dodged and quickly flashed in front of a man, kicked him to the ground, and made him unable to get up. Then he quickly caught up with the other person and punched her in the back, causing her heart to rupture and she died instantly. Chen Jiaqing was shocked to see Yiming's skills, but she made a quick decision. She stared at the security guard coldly. Don't tell anyone. The security guards nodded heavily. We didn't see anything. The ambulance arrived 10 minutes later, and Yi Dashan and Dajuan were taken to the hospital together. Chapter 102, Adding Fuel to the Fire. Yi Dashan and Dajuan were sent to the hospital in time. After the operation, there was nothing serious and they just needed to rest for a while. After this incident, Yiming will never let Yi Dashan work as a security guard again, to avoid any more accidents. During the time when Yiming was accompanying his father to recover from his injuries, Chen Jiaqing set out to eliminate the impact of this incident. The death of 4 nationals near the Ginhoo building is a major event, and these 4 people are middle and senior leaders of Mitsui Company, Limited, a Fortune 500 company. They originally came to Xingyue Group to discuss business, but suddenly they all died, which made the top management of their company very angry. They sternly demanded that the Oriental police find the murderer and give severe punishment. The public security arrived at the management office of the Ginhoo building and requested to retrieve the surveillance video. However, Chen Jiaqing had already had someone delete all surveillance videos within the past 3 days in that area. If they just deleted the surveillance at that time, the purpose would be too obvious and it would be a case of trying to cover up one's own faults. However, if it was within 3 days, then it could be said that the surveillance was broken and could not be monitored, which seems much more reasonable. Without surveillance, there is no evidence, so the security guards undoubtedly became the focus of police investigation, because from the crime scene, they had a conflict with the 4 countrymen, and only they had the opportunity to kill the 4 countrymen. However, the security guards had already thought of a countermeasure. They basically didn't know anything about the matter and only answered some trivial questions. In addition, Chen Jiaqing also hired a team of lawyers to defend them. This made the police investigation work at a loss for a while. But even so, a few days later, video footage of Yiming killing the 4 people appeared on the internet, with a title attached. Shocking news! A murder occurred downstairs in Ginhoo building. A mysterious man fought 1 against 4 and killed them instantly. This video seems to have been recorded from a long distance, and the person taking the video seems to have shaking hands. Therefore, the video quality is not very clear. You can only see the general process and cannot see Yiming's face at all. The video was instantly filled with comments. Holy crap! That's awesome, that guy looks even faster than Bobby. Bobby is such a loser, look at the shadow behind him, his speed is faster than the speed of sound. Who are those 4 people? They actually provoked such powerful people. They can be killed in one move. He seems to be from our country, and he is said to be very arrogant. Fuck! They are the devils from country R. Well done. He is our hero. How did the police investigate? The police didn't find any definite evidence, they just arrested the security guards for questioning. Fuck it, we can't let the police see this video. If they see it, our national hero will be in danger. Tisk, it's useless to see it. You can't even see the face. Do you know who he is? This video can only prove that these 4 countrymen were indeed killed. This video made headlines in all major news media in a very short time. Millions of people left comments. At the same time, in a deep courtyard in Beijing, a young man saw this video and his blood boiled. Too powerful. Even the Sanglong Special Forces can't last more than 3 moves in his hands. No, I must find him and become his disciple. This young man is called Su Mengheng, the descendant of a famous general. As for Su Mengheng, although his family had already arranged his future path for him, which was to go into politics, he himself was obsessed with kung fu and did not want to obey his family's arrangements at all. Fortunately, he is still young and is deeply loved by Mr. Su, so his family does not force him. This also allows him to go further and further on the path of pursuing kung fu. A man should be like this. Su Mengheng saw Yiming's amazing skills and slapped the table excitedly. I must worship him as my master. He opened the web page and browsed it casually, and suddenly saw a piece of news in the economic section. An economic crisis has occurred somewhere, and the territory may go bankrupt. His eyes lit up. If that was the case, perhaps he could take this opportunity to buy an island from this territory somewhere. He immediately found the map of a certain place on Google Maps, looked around, and finally set his sights on an island called Tay Island. The island of Tay is located in the middle of the eastern Mediterranean Sea, with an area of 8,836 square kilometers. It is the largest island in a certain place. This area is roughly the size of Shanghai and Shenzhen combined. There are many territories in the world that are smaller than this. Therefore, if we can buy it and then plan, Yiming's plan will be realized. Chapter 103: The Murderer's Information. Thanks to that video, the security guards of Ginhoo building were found innocent and they were quickly released by the police. At the Zheng family mansion in Kowloon, Zhang Qiujuan, who was recuperating from his injuries, also saw the video and recognized the figure as Yiming at a glance. He looked at Yiming's extraordinary skills and was shocked. Only then did he realize that Yiming had held back on him that day, otherwise, he would have been like those four people. Then he looked at the domestic media reports and saw that the murderer had not been caught yet. He snorted coldly, "Others may not know who it is, but don't I know?" He immediately asked someone to provide clues to the police investigating the case, saying that the murderer looked very much like the actual controller of Xingyue Group, Yiming. The police were under great pressure at this time, and country kept urging them to catch the murderer as soon as possible and bring him to justice. Domestic fishing boats are getting worse and worse. Some people say that the police are incompetent and cannot even solve such a simple case. When they thought this case would reach a dead end and they were at a loss, someone suddenly provided this clue. The police immediately took action overnight and rushed to Yiming's residence, Shengshi Huating. As if they were afraid that he would escape overnight. The police knew that people who could live in this place had extraordinary status and identity, so when they found Yiming, they spoke to him politely. "Mr. Yi, we have received a tip that you are related to the death of the four our countrymen downstairs in Ginhoo building. We hope you can come back to the police station with us and cooperate with our investigation." Yiming's expression was calm and he said, "You suspect me? Do you have any evidence?" The police looked a little embarrassed. "Not yet. If there is no evidence, then you go back first and come back when you find evidence. I will not leave and will wait for you here." Yiming said calmly, but his whole body exuded an absolutely domineering aura. "Mr. Yi, please don't make things difficult for us. We are also handling the case according to the law." The security captain looked embarrassed. Yiming suddenly turned his head to look at him, and his aura was even stronger, which made the security captain's heart skip a beat. "Okay, I need to take a break. Please go back and come back when you find evidence." After he said that, he ignored the security and went back to his room to rest. The security guards looked at each other, all confused for a moment. This guy was too pretentious. The captain sighed, "Let's pack up first." "Captain, is this the man?" Looking at his body shape, he does look alike, but that's not enough to confirm that he is the murderer. Why don't we just arrest him and interrogate him? We have the right to detain him for 48 hours unconditionally. Look at how pretentious he was just now, I just can't stand it. The captain glared at him and said, "Do you think the person who can live here is a simple person? If he is really the person in the video, we are no match for him with his skills. If he is not, then we have wronged him. We will still be in trouble. Does he dare to attack the police? If he dares to attack us, I will directly sue him for assaulting a police officer." The captain sighed and shook his head. "Xiao Li, you are still too young. Well, I will teach you a lesson today." He took a puff of cigarette. He was able to kill those four our countrymen in broad daylight. He must be a vicious and cruel person. Such a person should not be provoked without sufficient evidence. Otherwise, you might be killed by him one day without knowing it. When Xiaoli, who was speaking, heard this, he felt a chill on his neck, as if a gust of cold wind was blowing past him. He shrank his neck and said no more. Zheng Qiujuan had been waiting for the news that Yiming had been arrested, but he waited and there was no news. So he tried various means to find out the news, but the result was that there was no evidence to arrest him. He was very depressed. No evidence? Damn, don't you know to interrogate him first? If that doesn't work, you can torture him into confessing. He thought about it and finally asked someone to come over and instruct him, find a group of internet trolls to spread the message that Yiming is the murderer. Remember, write the information in detail and preferably with photos. Okay. The other party took the order and left. So overnight, the internet was flooded with posts claiming that Yiming was the murderer, with photos and detailed information attached. Suddenly, there was a heated discussion. Fuck, who is so awesome that he actually found out the murderer's information, and it looks pretty good. Why didn't the police take action? The public security is just for show. A friend of mine is in the public security department. He said that the investigation has long focused on this guy, but there is no evidence. Fuck, isn't this evidence? The pressure on the police is increasing. Under the deliberate guidance of the internet trolls, these posts on the internet clearly carry the subjective argument that Yiming is the murderer, and the criticism of the police is becoming more and more intense. Shocked. Faced with irrefutable evidence, the police remained indifferent. The public security has been bought off, the murderer is the big boss of Ginhoo Group. Fuck, are there still laws in this society? Where is public order and morality? Can you do whatever you want if you have money? Won't the police come forward and give a reasonable explanation? Of course, there are also netizens who hold other views. It's just a few deaths of Chinese people. Is it necessary to be so excited? In my opinion, the more deaths, the better. Su Mangheng naturally saw these overwhelming posts. Unlike others, he was very excited. So my master's name is Yiming, and he's the big boss of Ginhoo Group. It took me a long time to find him. He has already recognized Yiming as his master in his heart. He chuckled, maybe I can give master a big gift. Chapter 10 for It's All Misunderstanding. Under the tremendous pressure from the fishing boat, the police compromised. Although there was still no solid evidence, in order to make a show for the outside world, they still planned to invite Yiming to the Public Security Bureau for 48 hours to take some photos. The captain said with a wry smile at Yiming's home, Mr. Yi, please understand us. We were forced to do this, but we have absolutely no ill will towards you. To be honest, we would be happy if a fewer people died. But if our police do nothing, I'm afraid it will cause even stronger public resistance. Yiming frowned. He was studying how to aggravate the economic crisis in a certain place. He was a little unhappy to be interrupted. However, considering the huge impact of this incident, he decided to go with the police. He smiled and said, in this case, I will go with you. But it's agreed that you only have 48 hours. Mr. Yi, thank you for your cooperation. The captain breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the captain's phone rang. He looked at the number and quickly picked it up respectfully. Hello? Director G? What do you want to talk to me about suddenly? The other party was his immediate superior, Director G. A deep voice came from the other end of the phone, where are you now? The captain quickly replied, oh, Director G, I'm at Yiming's house now. He has agreed to cooperate and give us 48 hours. The other party suddenly yelled, come back here right now. Who told you to go? If you dare to touch a hair of Mr. Yi, I won't let you go. The captain was a little confused. Director G, I know Mr. Ye's identity. Of course we won't touch him. We'll just let him go back with us and sit for 48 hours. Ji Ju roared, sit on your sister. Shit. The captain's heart skipped a beat when he heard him say that. Director G, what's going on? So what should we do now? The fishing reels online are too powerful. If we don't do something, I'm afraid our reputation will get even worse. Those are just trolls on the internet. Don't worry about them. The higher-ups have already contacted the Internet Monitoring Department. All news about Yiming will disappear from the entire internet immediately. You should withdraw your troops immediately and apologize to Yiming. Captain Lu's eyes flashed, and he immediately responded, yes. And hung up the phone. Looking at Yiming again, the smile on his face was even more intense than before. Mr. Yi, please stay. You don't have to go to the police station with us. This is all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Yiming was stunned, a little confused about the situation. The captain answered the phone and said it was a misunderstanding. Could it be that someone was speaking for him? He thought about it over and over but couldn't figure out who had such great ability. He didn't know any big shot who could make the police withdraw with just one sentence. But he was too lazy to care. Since he didn't have to go, he continued to study how to add fuel to the economic crisis in a certain place. Soon, all the posts about Yiming on the internet disappeared at once. Kazuo Maeda, the president of Mitsui Company, Limited, was very angry when he saw that the Eastern Police had suppressed the matter. He was sitting in the conference room at this time with an extremely gloomy face. The conference room was filled with senior leaders of Mitsui Company.
We have lost 4 lovely colleagues, they are all pillars of our Mitsui company. His voice was a little hoarse. They originally went to Ginhoo Group to seek cooperation, but they never came back. This is a huge loss for our Mitsui Co. We already know who the murderer is, and everyone knows who it is, but the Eastern police turned a blind eye, which makes me very angry. The 4 of them are our Mitsui Co warriors, and even more so the warriors of country are. This time, even without the Eastern police, we must seek justice for our 4 warriors and let the murderer get the punishment he deserves. Someone asked him, "Boss, from that video, the murderer looks like a person with superpowers. If it was an ordinary person, he would definitely not be his opponent." Maeda Kazuo sneered, "As far as I know, this man also offended the Kowloon Zheng family not long ago. The successor of the Zheng family, Zheng Qiujuan, suffered at his hands, crippled one hand, and broke several ribs. But the Zheng family did not take any action and did not retaliate against him. This is very abnormal." Later, I sent someone to inquire about the news. It turned out that they were looking for the Xinjiang magic master Su Xuanzai everywhere. They were going to let Su Xuanzai deal with that kid. Su Xuanzai? Someone exclaimed. That's right. I'm sure everyone here knows how powerful Su Xuanzai is. As long as he takes action, this kid will definitely die. So, are we going to cooperate with the Zheng family? Maeda Kazuo nodded and smiled sinisterly. Of course, this kid is so young and yet he owns Xingyue Group and Ginhoo Building. The power behind him must be extraordinary. If he is killed by Su Xuanzai, the power behind him will definitely avenge him, and the Zheng family will be their target. At this time, an elderly man suddenly stood up and said, "President, Su Xuanzai and I are old friends. I know where he is now. Do you want me to introduce someone from the Zheng family to him?" Maeda Kazuo's eyes lit up. "That's great. I'll trouble you, Mr. Inoue, for this." Chapter 105, Become a Disciple. That day, Su Mingheng stood in front of Yiming's villa in Shengshi Huoding. He straightened his clothes and knocked on the door. The nanny opened the door and, making sure that this person wasn't at home, looked at him suspiciously. "Who are you looking for?" Su Mingheng smiled and said, "I'm here to find my master." "Your master?" The nanny looked the boy up and down. He looked about 16 or 17 years old and was neatly dressed. "Did you come to the wrong place?" "Who came over at this time, young man? This is a private residence. How come your master is here?" "Yes, my master is Yiming. He lives here, right?" Who frowned, wondering when the boss accepted such an apprentice. Since the other party was the boss's apprentice, he couldn't let him stand outside the door all the time, so he opened the door and let Su Mingheng in. "Why haven't you ever been mentioned by your master?" I haven't met my master yet." Who was stunned. "What do you mean?" Su Mingheng chuckled. "No, it should be that I have seen the master, but the master has not seen me." Who was even more confused. He wondered what he had seen before. But he didn't care and went upstairs to tell Yiming. He knocked on the door and shouted inside, "Boss, your apprentice is here." "Don't bother me, I'm busy." Yiming replied instinctively. He was frantically looking for information about the economy of a certain place. He originally wanted to ask Chen Jiaqing for help, but seeing that Chen Jiaqing was so busy that he was nowhere to be seen every day, he thought about it and decided to do it himself. After a while, he suddenly came back to his senses. "Wait, my apprentice? When the hell did I have an apprentice?" He opened the door. "Where did I get my apprentice?" Who pointed downstairs and said, "That's him." Su Mingheng also saw Yiming upstairs, and then waved his hand. "Master, I have admired you for a long time." "Worship me?" Yiming frowned and went downstairs. "Who are you? I have never seen you before. Why do you call me master?" Su Mingheng, "Master, the way you killed those 4 country devils was so cool and amazing. From the first time I saw that video, I decided to become your disciple." Yiming was stunned. He had no intention of accepting a disciple, but seeing that this boy was the kind of person who would not give up until he reached the Yellow River, he rolled his eyes and saw Ahu standing next to him. He suddenly walked towards Su Mingheng and said, "To tell you the truth, the person in the video is not me, but him." Yiming pointed at Ahu. When Ahu saw the boss pointing at him, he had a bad feeling. "Him? But I see that it's clearly you in the photo." Su Mingheng's eyes were full of suspicion. That photo was photoshopped later. His identity couldn't be exposed, so I had to use my photo instead. If you don't believe me, you can try his skills with him. Once you try, you will know how good he is. Let me tell you, he used to fight underground black boxing in Kowloon. He fought dozens of matches and never lost a single one. So amazing. Su Minghong's glasses suddenly lit up when he looked at Ah Hu. This made Ah Hu feel cold all over. Damn, he actually pushed it to me. That's not right. Later, I paid him a lot of money to be my bodyguard. If I was really as powerful as he is in the video, why would I still need him as my bodyguard? Don't you think so? Su Minghong nodded, that makes sense. So he immediately left Yiming behind, knelt on one knee in front of Ah Hu, clasped his hands together, and said, "Master, please teach me Kung Fu." Ah Hu looked at Yiming helplessly. Yiming frowned at him. Ah Hu immediately understood what he meant and had to reluctantly accept Su Minghong as his apprentice. Yiming clapped his hands, smiled and continued to go upstairs. "What's your name? Introduce yourself first." Ah Hu immediately put on a stern face. Since he had accepted a disciple, as a master he had to act like a master. "My name is Su Minghong, and I'm from the Su family in Beijing. My grandfather is Su Donghai, and my father is Su Wenkuan." What the hell? Yiming had just walked to the stairs when he heard Su Minghong's words and was very surprised. Damn, I didn't expect that this guy who suddenly appeared would have such a powerful background. Yiming naturally knew who Su Donghai and Su Wenkuan were. The father and son were both well-known figures in the country, absolute power holders who could shake half of the East with just a stomp of their feet. He is definitely a third-generation Red, and not just an ordinary third-generation Red. He remembered the last time the security came to his house, he asked them all to go back with just one phone call. It was probably this guy's doing. With him, many things will be much easier in the future. A smile appeared on Yiming's face. Su Minghong was an impatient person. After becoming his apprentice, he dragged Ah Hu outside to ask him to teach him Kung Fu. The Zhang family's search for Su Xuanzai has made progress recently. Ichiro Inoue of Mitsui Company informed them of Su Xuanzai's secluded address. The Great Hermit lives in the city. Su Xuanzai actually lives in a densely populated town in the eastern part of South Sumatra Island. If no one tells them, they will never find the place. To show his sincerity, Zheng Guohua personally prepared generous gifts to invite him. Su Xuanzai's residence was completely different from Chen Buotong's. When Zheng Guohua arrived at his door, he couldn't believe that this shabby attic was the residence of the famous master of magic who was feared throughout the southeast 30 years ago. Su Xuanzai was a few years younger than Chen Badong, but he was also nearly 100 years old. At this moment, he looked haggard, with white hair and beard, like an old man who was about to die. However, his eyes were not cloudy, and they still glowed with a terrifying light. When Zheng Guohua saw him, he felt as if he was in an extremely cold place, and a chill ran down his body. "What do you want from me?" Su Xuanzai asked calmly. Zheng Guohua said respectfully, "I am really sorry to come and disturb your meditation, but what I want can only be solved by you, the master. Tell me about it. I have a son who offended a ruthless man a few days ago. He was very strong and seriously injured my son. This time I came here specifically to ask the master to help punish this ruthless man. If the master helps, I will definitely reward him handsomely." Su Xuanzai naturally knew that Zheng Guohua treated him as a thug. He might have done such a thing 30 or 40 years ago, but now, he simply ignored it. "Go back now. I am old, weak, and sick, and I no longer have the courage I once had. I cannot avenge your son." Zheng Guohua was not surprised by this answer. He had already prepared the answer. He raised his head, looked into Su Xuanzai's eyes and said in a deep voice, "The dragon transformation jar is in his hand. I guess the master is interested in it, right?" "What?" Sure enough, when Su Xuanzai heard this answer, his eyes suddenly widened, and the fire that had long been extinguished in his heart began to burn again. Is the dragon transformation jar really in his hands? Seeing his reaction, Zheng Guohua was overjoyed, knowing that there was hope. Yes, he bought the dragon transformation jar at an auction in Kowloon for $250 million. A smile finally broke out on Su Xuanzai's skinny face. "I didn't expect it to appear when I was desperate." He turned to look at Zheng Guohua with a sharp gaze, his hands trembling slightly. "Let's set off now without further ado." "Yes, master." A sinister smile flashed across Zheng Guohua's lips. "Yiming, your death is coming." Chapter 106 Stop Cooperation. Of course, Zheng Guohua didn't just want to kill Yiming. His biggest goal was to swallow up Xingyue Group. That was a piece of fat meat that he had been coveting for a long time.
If they can take over Ginhoo Group, their Zhang family will definitely be able to move up a level in the ranking of the 4 major families in Kowloon, and even jump to second place. In his plan, Yiming's death was just the final move to secure the victory. And the prologue is the forced acquisition of Ginhoo Group. Sitting on the private plane on the way back, he felt a little excited. The ranking of the 4 major families in Kowloon had not changed for many years. Every time their Zhang family was mentioned, it was said that they were at the bottom of the 4 major families. Although it was not considered derogatory, it was also a thorn in his heart. Why is our Zhang family at the bottom? So all along, he has been trying his best to improve the strength of the Zhang family. Previously, we advocated to acquire Ginhoo building and expand our business in the mainland, which was one of the plans. And now, the more valuable Ginhoo Group is his target. With it, the Zhang family can save many industries in the mainland from the embarrassment of starting from scratch. Looking at Su Xuanzai, who was resting with his eyes closed beside him, Zhang Guohua felt that the opportunity for the Zhang family to take off had arrived. But during this period of time, the senior think tank of Ginhoo Group headed by Qin Jiaqing has not been idle. They have completed the layout and officially started to take action. Just as Zhang Guohua got off the plane, he received a call from his assistant Chang Hong, whose tone was very urgent. Boss, starting from last night, all our suppliers, agents, distributors, franchisees, etc. have stopped cooperating with us. What? Zhang Guohua exclaimed, are you saying that all upstream and downstream partners have stopped cooperating with us? That's right, all partners. Chang Hong said in a trembling voice. Zhang Guohua's brows furrowed. Overnight, all upstream and downstream partners suddenly stopped cooperating with the Zhang family. How was this possible? He naturally knew that this was not a coincidence at all. Although any partnership has a beginning and an end. But overnight, all the partners announced at the same time that they would terminate their cooperation with the Zhang family. This was really unbelievable. The Zhang family's current family assets exceed 50 billion gold. There are hundreds of companies under their umbrella, and thousands or even tens of thousands of partners. Among them, there must be many close friends who have cooperated with the Zhang family for many years. If they all suddenly end their cooperative relationship, they must have gained much more benefits from others than from the Zhang family. Zhang Guohua predicted that if someone interfered and poached all of the Zhang family's partners, the financial support needed would probably be no less than 100 billion gold. His heart was trembling at this moment. What kind of existence had their Zhang family offended that would cost hundreds of billions to put their Zhang family into such a situation? You know, the other party has spent so much money that it will only lose money and not make any profit. Those who can control so much money are usually large conglomerates and big families. However, what kind of conglomerate or family would do such a thankless and losing business? It doesn't exist at all. Unless their decision makers are mentally ill. Zhang Guohua could no longer sit still, and his original excitement disappeared without a trace in an instant. You know, if the Zhang family loses all its partners, it would be like a person losing his limbs. The rest of the time would be just a waste of time to survive. For a family as large as the Zhang family, any force will keep an eye on them all the time. If they lose their limbs, they will definitely be divided up by other coveted forces. The Zhang family will also fall from the top to the bottom of the valley. Zhang Guohua's hand holding the phone was shaking a little. He asked with a grim face, what's going on? How could this happen? How long have I been away for this to happen? In fact, even if he did not go to South Sumatra to invite Su Xuanzai, Qin Jiaqing would have acted according to the plan. All this was just a coincidence in timing. Boss, it seems like they have discussed it beforehand. They all unilaterally issued a statement at the same time to stop cooperating with us. This incident has caused a huge uproar in the entire Kowloon. Zhang Guohua quickly opened his hands and opened a website at random, and the headlines on the homepage were all about their Zhang family. Shocking news. All of the Zhang family's partners ended their cooperation with them overnight. Kowloon's economy may usher in a new pattern. The Zhang family fell from the top of the 4 major families overnight, and I'm afraid they will never recover from this. The 4 major families are about to change. Which family will replace the Zhang family? The Zhang family's fall from the altar alarmed the Kowloon chief executive. The fall of the Zhang family is a wake-up call for other families. Zhang Guohua held the phone tremblingly, no longer caring about taking Su Xuanzai to settle the score with Yiming. He planned to rush back to Kowloon first to deal with the follow-up issues. However, Su Xuanzai was still by his side. They had originally planned to go directly to Shanghai, but now he suddenly wanted to go back to Kowloon, which would definitely make Su Xuanzai feel dissatisfied. He said to Su Xuanzai apologetically, "Master, something big just happened at home and I need to deal with it immediately. Can you come home with me first?" Su Xuanzai's face was indeed somewhat unhappy. He said, "I don't intend to spend too much time on this trip. But since something big has happened in your family, I can't delay you. How about this, you send someone to go with me?" He was an old fellow who had lived in seclusion for decades and was unfamiliar with the place. He would certainly not be able to find Yiming all of a sudden, so someone had to take him there. Zheng Guo's original plan was to use Su Xuanzai's power to force Yiming to sell Xingyue Group to him, or even give it to him for free. After getting Xingyue Group, he would let Su Xuanzai kill him. If Su Xuanzai were to go find Yiming alone, his plan would not be realized. He thought for a while, gritted his teeth, and decided not to return to Kowloon, but to take Su Xuanzai directly to Shanghai to find Yiming. Chapter 107 Too Arrogant. It was unbelievable that all the partners suddenly and unilaterally announced the end of their cooperation with the Zhang family. Zheng Guo believed that if he could take over Xingyue Group as soon as possible, it might alleviate the pressure on the Zhang family a little. After making up his mind, he briefly explained the situation to Cheng Hong and said to Su Xuanzai, "Since the master doesn't have much time, let's go find that person first." Then, they boarded a plane directly to Shanghai. On the plane, Zheng Guo thought about the matter carefully. He believed that Xingyue Group was definitely involved in the Zhang family's current situation, but he didn't know what role they played in it. The Zhang family is one of the 4 major families in Kowloon and has always been fighting openly and secretly with the other 3 families. Who knows which family will take the lead this time and join forces with other families behind the scenes. He absolutely couldn't believe that this incident was entirely caused by Xingyue Group. And the huge amount of funds was also provided entirely by Xingyue Group. Xingyue Group headquarters. Zheng Guo took Su Xuanzai to the top floor of the Ginhoo building. Zheng Guo walked in front and Su Xuanzai followed behind with his hands behind his back. When Zhao Rongrui saw the 2 people coming in, he immediately asked with a professional smile, "Excuse me, who are you looking for? Do you have an appointment?" Zheng Guo turned his head and asked calmly, "Where is your boss's office?" There was a chill in his tone. Zhao Rongrui saw that the 2 men seemed to be coming with bad intentions, and frowned slightly and said, "Sorry, our boss is not here." Yiming handed over the management of Xingyue Group to Chen Jiaqing and he seldom came here, so he does not have an office here. Then where is your general manager Chen's office? Zheng Guo asked in a commanding tone. He knew that Chen Jiaqing was Yiming's girlfriend, and if he found Chen Jiaqing, he would be able to find Yiming. Zhao Rongrui was very unhappy with his tone. "You are not my boss, why do you speak to me in this tone?" However, as the highest decision-maker of the Zhang family, Zheng Guo naturally has a superior attitude when speaking to ordinary people. Zhao Rongrui's face also looked a little unhappy. "Do you have an appointment? If not, make one first." Zheng Guo had already seen where the general manager's office was. He ignored Zhao Rongrui's words and went straight to Chen Jiaqing's office. Zhao Rongrui came out quickly to stop him. "How can you be so uncultured? I told you guys to make an appointment first if you don't have one. Our CEO Chen is very busy." Zheng Guo pushed him away, his eyes wide open, and shouted, "Get lost, don't bother me." He was worried about the current situation of the Zhang family. He was very anxious and wanted to finish his work as soon as possible and go back. There was no point in wasting time here. After Zheng Guo finished speaking, he directly pushed open the door of Chen Jiaqing's office. Since the top floor is filled with senior executives of Xingyue Group, there are usually no security guards here for the sake of privacy. Zhao Rongrui got up from the ground and hurried to notify the security department. "Hey, get 3 or 4 people from your security department up here. Someone broke into Mr. Chen's office without permission. Hurry." Then she immediately ran into Chen Jiaqing's office and said anxiously, "Mr. Chen, they didn't have an appointment, they just barged in, I couldn't stop them." After that, she stood in front of Zheng Guo again and said, "Please go out, this is not a place for you to come." Zheng Guo glared at her and said in a sinister tone, "Do you believe I will throw you off this?" Zhao Rongrui's heart skipped a beat. Although she was a little scared, she still stood in front of them without moving. She was waiting for the security guards to arrive. "This is the office of our group's general manager. You have trespassed and violated the law. I demand that you leave immediately, otherwise, we will call the police." However, Zheng Guo didn't even look at him. He stared at Chen Jiaqing and sighed that Chen Jiaqing was indeed beautiful, otherwise his son would not be so infatuated with her.
At this time, Chen Jiaqing put down the work at hand, stood up, and looked a little solemn, because he knew Zheng Guohua, the backbone of the Zheng family in Kowloon. The other party came to Xingyue Group so quickly. Could it be that Xingyue Group cut off the cooperation between the Zheng family and all their partners? So they came to Xingyue Group for revenge? But why did you bring an old man with white hair and beard? She was a little confused. But seeing the old man standing there with his eyes slightly closed, his breathing steady, and walking like the wind when he just came in, she knew that this old man was not simple. Zheng Guohua looked at Chen Jiaqing and said coldly, "Call your boss Yiming over." Zhao Rongrui looked outside the door anxiously, wondering why the security guard hadn't come up yet. Chen Jiaqing's beautiful eyes were filled with vigilance, and she tried to remain calm. "What do you want to do in Xingyue Group? I asked you to call Yiming over, didn't you hear me?" Zheng Guohua's face was distorted. Zhao Rongrui's face turned red with anger. This man was really unreasonable. She glared at Zheng Guohua with her beautiful eyes. "Do you think our boss will come just because you tell him to?" Zheng Guohua raised his hand and slapped Zhao Rongrui. "Shut up." After receiving this slap, Zhao Rongrui's thin body was knocked back several steps and fell to the ground. Tears came out of her eyes, and she covered her face with her hands, gritting her teeth and looking at Zheng Guohua hatefully. Chen Jiaqing hurried over to help her up. She also glared at Zheng Guohua. "You are going too far. How can you hit someone? And I was in my office." Zheng Guohua said calmly, "So what if I beat her? It would be easy for me to kill her today. Hurry up and get your boss Yiming out, otherwise, I will beat you too." "You?" Chen Jiaqing's chest heaved with anger. He was really too arrogant. Like father, like son. This saying seems to be true the other way around. There is a reason why Zhang Qiujuan is so arrogant and domineering. I am currently managing Xingyue Group. Although Yiming is our boss, he is not in charge of the affairs. I can handle all matters," said Chen Jiaqing. "Oh? You can handle it with full authority?" Zheng Guohua frowned. "It seems that Yiming really trusts you. In this case, how about this? I will pay you 1 million, and you sell all the shares of Xingyue Group to me." A cold smile flashed across the corner of his mouth, with a tone that did not leave any room for negotiation. "You're dreaming." Chen Jiaqing's eyes widened and her pretty face flushed. She wanted all the shares of Xingyue Group for 1 million? This was simply robbery. Chapter 108. Call Yiming over. The security guard finally came up at this time. Seeing the security chief and 4 security guards entering the office, Chen Jiaqing felt as if he had seen reinforcements. She quickly said, "You guys came just in time, get these 2 people out now." "Okay, Mr. Chen." The security chief responded in a deep voice. He walked directly to Zheng Guohua and pushed his shoulder. "Who are you? How dare you break into the office of Mr. Chen of Xingyue Group? Are you tired of living?" Zheng Guohua was pushed and staggered. Facing the tall and strong security chief, although he was very annoyed, he did not dare to confront him directly as arrogantly as before, otherwise he would get punched. He swept his shoulders, as if sweeping away the dust on them, then took the initiative to retreat behind Su Xuanzai and whispered, "Master, I'll have to trouble you from now on." Su Xuanzai didn't say anything and just stood up. "You should follow Boss Zhang's request and call the man named Yiming over." The security minister frowned. "This old man is already buried in the earth up to his neck, and he's still here showing off? Are you trying to take advantage of your age and thinking that because you are old, others won't dare to attack you? Old man, why don't you stay at home and enjoy your old age with your grandchildren? Why do you come here with others to meddle in other people's affairs? I see that you are old, so I won't argue with you. Please get out." Su Xuanzai had his hands behind his back, looking like a hermit. When he heard the security minister's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. He sneered and stretched out his hand with his palm facing up. His ability as a master of magic was displayed at this moment. At this moment, a small wind ball gathered in his palm, like a mini tornado. Zheng Guohua, who was still a little worried about Su Xuanzai, was relieved when he saw this scene. As expected of a master of magic. He actually has such ability. The security chief and his men frowned when they saw this scene. Magic? But this magic was so amazing that the security minister suddenly became interested. He came over to see how the magic worked. Suddenly, Su Xuanzai's hair and beard all fluttered, and the small wind ball suddenly became bigger. Then, he flipped his palm and pushed the small wind ball out directly. It seemed extremely slow, but it made the security chief feel a sense of danger instantly.
He wanted to hide, but he found that his whole body was like being immobilized by a spell and he couldn't move at all. Looking at the wind mass that was gradually approaching and rapidly growing, the security chief's pupils suddenly dilated. Only then did he realize that this was not a magic trick at all. When the wind ball approached him, it was already as tall as a person, just enough to engulf a person. The security chief watched himself being surrounded by the wind ball, and then his body felt lighter. He felt like he was flying and flying out of the window. Fear loomed in my heart, it was so weird. He shouted in horror, "Put me down." But no one paid any attention to him. Other people in the office who saw the scene were also shocked. How could this be done? The security minister was about 1.80 meters tall and weighed at least 170 to 180 kilograms, but he just floated up so easily. He was helpless in the air, and his whole body was like a balloon, slowly floating out. When he passed the window, he wanted to grab the window frame, but he couldn't stop the wind from continuing to float him out. His face was flushed at this time, and he was holding the window frame tightly with both hands, and his body was parallel to the ground. He knew that if he let go, he would most likely float out, and outside, it was more than 300 meters high in the air. Seeing that the Minister of Security was still struggling, Su Xuanzai felt a little dissatisfied and opened his eyes suddenly. In an instant, the wind ball grew a little bigger, and the security minister could no longer catch it, and it flew out directly. But as soon as he got outside, the wind that was carrying him disappeared immediately. Ah! The security minister immediately fell down with a scream. When everyone in the office saw this scene, they all gasped. Too weird. Is this still a human? Was all this done by this old man with white hair and beard in front of me? Is this a spell? Muttered the remaining security guard. Who is this old man? He can actually cast spells? Who are you? Why are you doing this? Chen Jiaqing was hugging Zhao Rongrui at this time. Although she was extremely scared, she still pretended to be calm. Zheng Guohua stood up at this time and said proudly, "The master is the famous magic master in Singapore, Su Xuanzai. It is your honor to meet him and see him take action." Su Xuanzai? Everyone in the office looked puzzled. They had never heard of such a person. Seeing everyone confused, Zheng Guohua smiled and said, "It's normal that you haven't heard of it. After all, Master Su has been living in seclusion in the southeast in recent years. What do you think? Are you scared? If you are, call Yiming out to me. At the same time, sell all the shares of Ginhoo Group to me, and I promise that I will not do anything to you." After seeing Su Xuanzai's methods, Chen Jiaqing had made up her mind that she must not let Yiming out. Although she also witnessed the powerful methods Yiming used to kill the 4R people, all his actions were understandable. It was nothing more than great strength and speed. However, the methods of this white-haired old man in front of her were extremely strange, which completely overturned her previous worldview. Facing this old man, does Yiming have a chance of winning? No. We can't let Yiming take this risk. Chen Jiaqing gritted her teeth, "I can give you all my shares in Ginhoo Group. I hope you can leave." In order to reward her, Yiming has given her more than 20% of the shares. According to the current asset estimation of Ginhoo Group, this 20% of shares is worth at least 30 to 40 billion US dollars. Oh? You still have shares in Ginhoo Group? How many do you have? 20%. You don't have to buy it, I'll give it all to you, on the condition that you never come to our Ginhoo Group to cause trouble in the future. Zheng Guohua smiled coldly, "You want to get rid of me with 20% of the shares? You think too little of me, Zheng." He suddenly glared, "I want all the shares. Not even a cent less. Don't go too far." Chen Jiaqing stared at him fiercely. "So what if I bully you too much? What can you do to me?" Zheng Guohua laughed, looking very proud. Zhao Rongrui was so scared that he hid in her arms, and said with tears in his eyes, "Boss Chen, what should we do now?" Chen Jiaqing comforted him, "Hurry up and take out your phone. We'll call the police." Zheng Guohua heard this and shouted, "It's no use calling the police. I'll give you 10 minutes. If you don't notify Yiming, the security guard who just fell will end up like you." Chapter 109. Here I come. Zhao Rongrui was so scared that she burst into tears. The aggressiveness she showed at the beginning when facing Zheng Guohua was completely wiped out by Su Xuanzai's move. "Mr. Chen, I'm scared." "Whoa!" She hugged Chen Jiaqing tightly. Chen Jiaqing was also very scared at this time. She never expected that the Zhang family could find such a person.
The way that wind ball kills people is simply not something that ordinary people can do. She was extremely confused at the moment and had no idea what to do for a moment. The 4 security guards looked at each other with pale faces, not knowing what to do. If it is a fight, they are not afraid at all. Even if they are beaten with blood, they will continue to fight with the opponent. But the scene that just happened in front of their eyes was so weird. This method that was almost like superpowers shattered all their original worldviews. Zheng Guohua saw that Chen Jiaqing hadn't taken any action yet. He was furious and roared fiercely, "I asked you to call Yiming over, didn't you hear me?" Chen Jiaqing gritted her teeth and had made up her mind that she must not ask Yiming to come over. If he came, it would be very dangerous. Even if it means death, she is not afraid. Zheng Guohua was a little annoyed and walked towards Chen Jiaqing with a gloomy look. Chen Jiaqing held Zhao Rongrui and retreated step by step. The security guards immediately stood in front of Chen Jiaqing. Zheng Guohua had Su Xuanzai by his side, and after seeing his methods, he was much more confident this time, unlike before. He stared at the security guards coldly. "If you don't want to die, get out of here." The security guards all know that the old man is the powerful one, and this middle-aged man is just taking advantage of the power of the other. One of the security guards suddenly jumped up and punched Zheng Guohua. At the same time, he shouted, "Brothers, beat him to death." The remaining 3 hesitated for a moment, then followed suit and attacked. Zheng Guohua was immediately beaten to the ground, curled up on the ground and shouted, "Master, save me." Su Xuanzai's figure standing there suddenly faded, and then he appeared behind the 4 security guards. This time, he did not use the same trick. Instead, he directly sent 4 palm strikes towards the 4 people. Bang! 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 The 4 of them suddenly felt as if they were hit by a heavy hammer on their backs. They flew out one by one. One of them was facing the window and flew out directly. Ah! Another scream that faded away. Although the remaining 3 security guards did not fly out of the window, they fell to the ground unconscious. Chen Jiaqing and Zhao Rongrui both had pale faces and cold sweat on their backs. It was so scary. Zheng Guohua got up from the ground in a panic and kicked the security guards who were lying unconscious on the ground several times. "Fuck you! How dare you hit me!" Yiming's eyelids were twitching violently today, and he always felt like something was going to happen. Is it because I'm too tired from studying recently? He has been studying economics recently, looking for various materials to learn. He is not only buying the special island in order to aggravate the economic crisis in a certain place, but also preparing for governing the territory after establishing a country in the future. Forget it, let's take a rest first. He threw down the book, fell on the bed, took out his mobile phone and prepared to read some news. Suddenly, his brows furrowed, because the headline of the local news was actually related to the Ginhoo building. Breaking news! Another murder occurred in Ginhoo building. A man in security uniform suddenly fell from a high altitude. A photo of the security guard was attached below the news. When Yiming saw the photo, he jumped up from the bed. When he asked Yi Dashan to report to the security department, he gave the security chief some brief instructions in advance, so he knew him. It's actually him. Why did he fall from the building for no reason? No, I have to go and check it out. After being beaten, Zheng Guohua was very angry. At this time, many other company executives gathered outside Chen Jiaqing's office. They just heard the security guard scream and couldn't help but come out to see what happened. When they saw the scene in the office, they were all shocked. Who are you? What are you doing here? They were all shocked to see the 3 security guards lying unconscious on the ground. Apart from Mr. Chen and his assistant Zhao Rongrui, there was only a strange middle-aged man and the old man with white hair and beard in the office. Obviously, the 3 security guards were beaten like this by these 2 guys. But why are these 2 people so powerful? Someone who saw that the situation was not good secretly walked away, went to the corner, turned on his phone and notified Yiming. When Yiming received the call, he was driving to Xingyue Group. "Boss, those 2 strangers are very powerful. They have knocked 3 security guards to the ground and they are unconscious. Now only Mr. Chen and assistant Zhao are in the office, and they look very scared." What? Yiming's heart suddenly tightened. He no longer cared about waiting for the traffic light, he stepped hard on the accelerator, and the Lamborghini rushed forward with a roaring engine. Zheng Guohua knew that those people outside were just workers, so he didn't bother to pay attention to them. He approached Chen Jiaqing and asked coldly, "Are you really not afraid of death?" "What's there to be afraid of death? Everyone will die one day. It's just a matter of time.
Chen Jiaqing's voice was very cold.
Zhang Guohua suddenly smiled. My son is a man of vision. He didn't make a mistake about you. If you can marry into our Zhang family, I will ensure that you will enjoy endless wealth and glory for the rest of your life.
Chen Jiaqing snorted coldly, you're dreaming. Zhang Guohua was angry and raised his hand, wanting to slap her, but when he thought that she was the woman his son liked, he finally held back.
Are you still unwilling to ask Yiming to come?
He gritted his teeth and said hatefully. However, before he finished speaking, an extremely cold voice sounded in everyone's ears.
As you wish, here I come.
Chapter 110 Destined to be Disappointed.
Su Xuanzai couldn't help but frown slightly when he heard the voice.
Because the sound was obviously very far away, but it was very clear in his ears. He suddenly felt that Yiming was not a simple person either. When Zhang Guohua heard the voice, he turned around and looked around, but did not see Yiming. He was a little puzzled and thought that he was beaten and now he was hallucinating. He shook his head, trying to make himself more awake. However, Chen Jiaqing's expression suddenly became very worried. She sighed in her heart, they are here just for you, why did you come? A moment later, Yiming appeared in the office. He was so fast that he appeared beside Chen Jiaqing and Zhao Rongrui like the wind. This figure made Su Xuanzai's brows furrow even more. When Zhao Rongrui saw the boss appear, his nerves, which had been tense for a long time, suddenly relaxed.
He collapsed in an instant and burst into tears. Boss, you are finally here, woo-woo.
Chen Jiaqing immediately scolded her, don't cry.
It's embarrassing.
Zhao Rongrui had no choice but to hold back her tears, but she couldn't hold it back.
It was like she was hiccuping, and Yiming couldn't help laughing.
Yiming comforted the two girls, then turned to look at Zhang Guohua.
I heard that you have been asking me to come out. I'm here now, just say whatever you want to say, I'm listening.
His voice seemed to contain an iceberg that had been frozen for thousands of years, and it was bone-chillingly cold. Zhang Guohua couldn't help but shudder, and the arrogance he had just shown had weakened a lot. But when he thought of Su Xuanzai behind him, he regained his confidence.
Yiming, you are finally here.
If you hadn't come, your girlfriend would have died for you.
My purpose for coming here today is very simple.
Looking at Yiming's calm eyes, he suddenly felt guilty, but he still gritted his teeth and said fiercely, sell all your shares in Xingyue Group to me, I won't let you suffer any loss, I will leave you 1 million.
Is this your purpose for coming here to force a woman? You even want her to die?
Yiming's eyes were calm, but deep in his black pupils, a raging flame was burning.
To be exact, I want you to die.
You crippled my son's hand and broke several ribs. He is my, Zhang Guohua's, only son. You dare to treat him like this, you deserve to die. Zhang Guohua stretched his neck and said, gritting his teeth. A sneer appeared on Yiming's lips, and he suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed the neck that was stretched out to him. Zhang Guohua never expected Yiming to suddenly attack, and his face immediately turned red. At the same time, he waved his hands to ask Su Xuanzai for help. His neck was pinched by Yiming, and he could only make intermittent sounds, Master Su.
Master Su.
Save.
Save me.
Su Xuanzai just stood there, watching the scene coldly, without moving at all. He was a master of magic, and he was treated as a thug before.
In fact, he was a little unhappy about it.
However, Yiming had not appeared at that time, so he could only endure it. Now that Yiming had appeared, he had no need to save Zhang Guohua at all. Anyway, they were just using each other. When Zhang Guohua saw that Su Xuanzai did not save him, fear suddenly spread wildly from the bottom of his heart, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his back.
You let me go.
Yiming did not loosen his strength at all. His face was extremely indifferent. He grabbed Zhang Guohua and walked towards the window step by step. As he walked, he said calmly, don't worry, you just go down first, and everyone in the Zhang family will go down to accompany you later. Zhang Guohua's eyes almost popped out when he heard Yiming's words.
He could no longer make any sound.
He just kept reaching out to hit Yiming's hand that was pinching his neck, but it was useless. He has already regretted it.
With Yiming's style of doing things, it is entirely possible for him to destroy the Zhang family.
He finally looked to Su Xuanzai for help, but Su Xuanzai was not moved at all. Fear gripped his heart. He watched the window approach step by step, and watched Yiming pinch his neck and slowly push him out of the window.
Yiming finally let go.
Zhang Guohua was finally able to breathe smoothly, but he also fell from a height of more than 300 meters.
Ah!
Zhang Guohua kept waving his limbs as he fell, as if he wanted to grab something. However, it did not stop him from falling faster and faster. Bang! Zhang Guohua, the head of the Zhang family, one of the 4 major families in Kowloon, was killed. Yiming turned around and looked at Su Xuanzai. He also felt that the aura of this old guy was very unusual. Su Xuanzai pulled up a smile that was uglier than crying. It is true that heroes emerge young. Who are you? What are you doing in Xingyue Group? I believe you are not Zhang Guohua's thug. Otherwise, you would not have saved him just now. Su Xuanzai did not answer him, but said calmly, I heard that the dragon transformation vase is in your hands. I came here today just for it. Dragon Zune? Yiming was stunned, then sneered, then you are late. What do you mean? Su Xuanzai frowned. To tell you the truth, the dragon transforming Zune no longer exists in this world. You are destined to be disappointed today. Yiming said lightly. Su Xuanzai's figure suddenly flashed close to Yiming. What did you say? Where did it go? When others saw Su Xuanzai's figure that seemed to teleport, they were all shocked, especially the senior executives of Xingyue Group who were watching outside. This guy is just like a god. However, Yiming did not find it strange at all, because at this moment his keen perception was released, and every move of Su Xuanzai was under his control. It no longer exists in this world. Where do you think it can go? Yiming said with a playful smile. After obtaining Shang Tang's inheritance, the dragon jar turned into a pile of dust. No, you are lying. You must have hidden it. Do you also know his secret, so you said it on purpose? Su Xuanzai suddenly roared. The dragon transforming Zune is his belief, his lifelong pursuit, and the pillar that keeps him alive. He has been searching for the dragon transformation vase all his life, and now that it is within his grasp, he is suddenly told that what he has been looking for no longer exists. This was quite a blow to him. Yiming sneered at this time and said, I didn't lie, believe it or not, it's up to you. After a moment, Su Xuanzai calmed down, humph. Do you think you can make me believe you with just a few words? What else? Yiming spread his hands. Then tell me, how does it know that it does not exist in this world? I saw him turn into a pile of dust with my own eyes. Hearing Yiming's words, Su Xuanzai's expression suddenly relaxed, and he laughed loudly. You are lying, the dragon transforming Zune is a bronze vessel, how could it turn into dust? If you lie, you should find a better excuse. His eyes suddenly widened. Since you refuse to tell the truth, I will capture you and torture you slowly. I will tell you the whereabouts of the dragon transforming Zune or hand it over. He stretched out a palm, and small wind balls began to gather in the palm of his hand. When Chen Jiaqing and Zhao Rongrui saw this scene, their faces suddenly changed. Chapter 111 Killing Su Xuanzai. On the same floor as the World Financial Center opposite the Ginhoo building, Chen Badong was watching everything that was happening inside with a sharp gaze. The straight line distance between the two buildings is about 1 kilometer, but what is surprising is that he did not use a telescope, but just looked at it calmly. When he saw Su Xuanzai using his usual trick, he immediately turned around and took the special elevator downstairs. In less than a minute, he reached the ground level, and then he got into the Rolls-Royce that had been prepared long ago. Hurry! Go to Ginhoo building. Fang Jidao followed his master and shouted to the driver urgently. When Yiming saw Su Xuanzai use that move, his brows frowned slightly. This move also surprised him a little. Although he inherited Shang Tang's legacy, he had always relied on speed and strength to fight against others. This kind of almost magical method was the first time he had seen it. Chen Jiaqing and Zhao Rongrui both exclaimed in the back. Yiming, be careful. He just used this trick to kill Minister Zhao. Boss, be careful. That wind ball is very powerful, don't get wrapped up in it. After being reminded by the two girls, Yiming also became alert, and his keen perception was fully released. The small wind ball looks very mini, but the energy contained in it is amazing. The wind ball in Su Xuanzai's hand was gradually expanding, from the size of a fist to the size of a basketball, and then to the size of a bucket. Are you holding back your ultimate move? Yiming smiled. It's a pity that it takes you too long to use your ultimate move. He was too lazy to wait and punched directly. His punch was fierce and murderous. Su Xuanzai saw that Yiming attacked him without waiting for his wind ball to grow bigger, but he didn't look anxious. After all, he is a master of magic and has encountered countless similar things. Moreover, this move is not his most powerful one. He is confident that even if Yiming has the ability to break this move, he can still kill Yiming without a burial place. His figure flashed and he dodged, continuing to make the wind ball in his palm bigger. Yiming wiped his nose with his thumb and said, "You can actually dodge it. Old man, you really have some skills." This time he just wanted to test the opponent's strength, so he didn't use his full strength. After missing the first attack, Yiming once again gathered all his strength and concentrated it on his fist. This time, his speed was several times faster than before. At this time, Su Xuanzhai's wind ball had become as tall as a person. Seeing Yiming coming again, he no longer dodged, but instead threw the wind ball in his hand towards Yiming. In his imagination, Yiming would be completely wrapped by the wind ball, then lift it up and slowly fly out of the window, just like the security guard he killed the first time. However, the next scene made his pupils shrink suddenly. Yiming actually went straight through his wind cluster. Moreover, his aura increased several times after being baptized by the wind. Not good. Su Xuanzhai shouted secretly and tried to dodge. However, this time, Yiming's speed was many times faster than before. Although he had already set off, he could not escape Yiming's control. Bang! Yiming punched him directly on the shoulder blade. Su Xuanzhai immediately flew backwards and hit the wall. Yiming did not intend to respect the old and love the young. He just dodged and kicked hard with his foot. If it were 30 years ago, facing Yiming's punch and kick, Su Xuanzhai might have been able to dodge it, but he was nearly 100 years old now, and his ability was far from what it was at his peak. Even though he subconsciously rolled sideways to avoid the attack, he was still hit hard by Yiming. "My ribs are broken." Su Xuanzhai felt the severe pain coming from his ribs. His expression became serious, and a trace of fear flashed through his heart. He couldn't imagine that this boy had such skills. He had no power to fight back at all. After seeing this scene, Chen Jiaqing and Zhao Rongrui finally felt relieved. "Boss! Good job!" Zhao Rongrui couldn't help but cheer for Yiming happily. Yiming turned around and grinned at the two girls, no big deal. Su Xuanzhai stood up tremblingly from the ground. At this moment, he no longer had the calm and arrogant air he had when he first arrived. His hair and beard were disheveled and he looked in a miserable state. Yiming looked at him indifferently. "You old man, instead of staying at home to enjoy your retirement, you followed the Zheng family to my territory and acted wildly. You relied on your skills and even caused a death. If I keep you, I will not be able to explain to my deceased security chief." Su Xuanzhai looked up to the sky and laughed loudly, with a hint of sadness in his laughter. "I thought I could live forever. But I didn't expect to fall into your hands today. Maybe this is my fate. However," he said, and he swung his palm towards Yiming, shouting, "Even if I die, I will drag you, the scourge of the world, into hell." Yiming's eyes flashed, but he did not dodge or avoid, he just stood there calmly. In the eyes of ordinary people, Su Xuanzhai's speed at this time is still astonishing. But in Yiming's eyes, with his extremely sharp perception, Su Xuanzhai's figure was like a slow-motion movie. There were also many loopholes in his attacking moves. Yiming snorted coldly, "Then you go down first," and punched him again. Bang! After the collision of fists and palms, Yiming still stood as steady as a rock, but Su Xuanzhai flew backwards, and his right arm was broken into countless pieces under Yiming's domineering strength. At the same time, the force was also transmitted to his right shoulder, causing it to be shattered instantly. Competing with Yiming in strength is no different from seeking death. Su Xuanzhai was lying on the ground at this time, his shoulders were broken, no different from a dead dog. After all, he was a 100-year-old man. No matter how powerful he was definitely powerless to recover after such a serious injury. No one could have imagined that a great master of magic would end up in such a miserable way. At this moment, with a ding sound, the elevator door opened. The people inside were Chen Badong and Feng Jidao. Chapter 112, Another Instant Kill. Seeing this scene, Feng Jidao couldn't help but gasp. After fighting with Su Xuanzhai, Yiming was unharmed. On the other hand, Su Xuanzhai was lying on the ground, his life or death unknown. How can he be so powerful? Feng Jidao murmured. He looked at his master and couldn't help but worry for him. Su Xuanzhai used to be as famous as his master. If even he couldn't do anything to Yiming, then if his master took action, it would definitely be disastrous. When Chen Badang saw Su Xuanzhai's appearance at this moment, he frowned slightly. This old dog is so weak now? Well, let me give him a ride. As their sworn enemy, how could they miss such a good opportunity when they saw Su Xuanzhai lying on the ground, his life or death unknown? Chen Botong's eyes flashed, and he flew over and killed Su Xuanzhai with one palm. Su Xuanzai, who originally still had a breath of life, was now completely dead. When Yiming saw Fang Jidao, he knew that this ruthless old fellow was his master Chen Badong. It was these two people who originally tried to force the dragon transformation jar from him, and after he refused, they actually wanted to murder him. First they tried to find a truck driver to ram their car, but that failed. Then they directly sent 3 killers to kill him. Fortunately, he had already inherited Shang Tang's legacy at that time, otherwise he would have been in great danger. Seeing the two people here, Yiming flashed a sinister smile. I didn't go to settle accounts with you, but you came to my door. Chen Badong saw Su Xuanzai being easily killed by Yiming in seconds. Although he had not seen it with his own eyes, he could still guess Yiming's terrifying strength. After he killed Su Xuanzai, he did not intend to conflict with Yiming. His original intention of taking advantage of others also disappeared. He turned around and smiled, bowed to Yiming and said, "Little brother, you are so capable that you helped me kill my longtime enemy." "Thank you very much, little brother." Yiming had no expression on his face. He said calmly, "You came at such a coincidence. I'm afraid you planned it in advance. Do you think that this old guy is quite capable? I will fight him first, and when both of us are injured, you will show up and take advantage of the situation." "Little brother, you misunderstood. I have no such intention." Yiming didn't believe it at all. "Why didn't you come earlier? Why did you come at this time? Besides, you and I don't know each other at all. What's your intention to suddenly come to the senior office of Xingyue Group?" Chen Badong was speechless for a moment. Indeed, under normal circumstances, he had no reason to come to the top floor of the Ginhoo building. After being stunned for a moment, he suddenly smiled. "Little brother, you are so thoughtful, I really admire you. To be honest, I have an important matter to ask of you this time." Yiming snorted coldly. "You are here for the dragon transformation zone just like that old guy, right?" He pointed at the lifeless Su Xuanzai. "It's so refreshing to talk to you, little brother. I wonder if you can sell me the dragon transformation jar. You name a price, no matter how much, I'll buy it." Yiming looked at him like he was an idiot. "You hired someone to hit me with a car, and when I didn't die, you sent 3 assassins to kill me. Do you think I could sell the dragon transformation vase to you?" "Misunderstanding. It's definitely a misunderstanding. Those two things have absolutely nothing to do with me. I have been practicing in seclusion on the top of Mount Taiping in Kowloon, seeking to be away from the world and have an open mind. How could I do such a despicable thing? Little brother, you must have misunderstood." Yiming sneered. "Whether it's a misunderstanding or not is not important anymore. Since you guys came to my door today, I don't have to go to Kowloon to look for you. I'm afraid of trouble the most in my life. The reason why I didn't go to Kowloon to settle the score with you when you sent 3 assassins to kill me is that I think it's too much trouble. After all, there must be very few people who know where you live." Chen Badong and Fang Jidao's faces turned cold. Yiming's tone was very unfriendly and his meaning was very clear. It seemed that they would not be able to leave today without a fight. "Little brother, there is definitely a misunderstanding between us. I came here today just because I heard what Jidao said. He paid a large sum of money to buy the dragon transformation jar from you before, mainly to honor me, because he knew that I loved the dragon transformation jar very much, but unfortunately you refused to buy it. After I learned of your wishes, I planned to give up the idea of the dragon transformation jar, but unfortunately I couldn't bear it after so many days. So I came here in person this time to ask you to buy the dragon transformation jar again. I wonder if you can sell the dragon transformation jar to me because I am over 100 years old? I promise that I will never let you suffer a loss. Stop talking nonsense. I don't believe a word you say." Yiming was too lazy to listen to him anymore and just punched him. As a disciple, Fang Jidao immediately shouted and rushed over to fight Yiming. But he was no match for Yiming's punch. Even Su Xuanzai was no match for him. Fang Jidao was just a feng shui master. How could he withstand Yiming's full-strength punch? The two fists collided, and Fang Jidao flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Another instant kill. "Ah!" Fang Jidao screamed. His arm was undoubtedly broken, and the white bones pierced through his skin directly, which was shocking to everyone who saw it. Chen Botan's eyes fixed, and a chill ran down his spine. Yiming's power far exceeded his imagination. After Fang Jidao landed, the severe pain made him faint instantly. Yiming glanced at him without caring, and turned to look directly at Chen Badong. "Next, it's you." Chen Botong's pupils shrank, his mind raced. He knew there would be a fight today,
so he just ignored everything and took the initiative. A sneer flashed across Yiming's lips, looking for death. Chapter 113, One Punch Solution. Chen Badong took the initiative to attack, hoping to gain the upper hand by striking first, but in front of Yiming's absolute strength, his little plan was undoubtedly in vain. Seeing the other party approaching, Yiming remained motionless. All the flaws on Chen Badong's body were clearly visible under his abnormal perception. But Yiming didn't even bother to attack Chen Badong's weakness at this time. The power he possesses allows him to ignore all attacking martial arts techniques. One punch is enough to kill you. In his perception, Chen Badong was even weaker than Su Xuanzai, but this was understandable because he was a few years older than Su Xuanzai. Chen Badong was smarter than Su Xuanzai. After he approached Yiming, he did not attack from the front, but suddenly moved to the side and back of Yiming, trying to catch him off guard. However, this is also a manifestation of his lack of confidence in his own strength, which is why he resorted to this method. Of course, this change of his could not escape Yiming's perception. Yiming turned around instantly, aimed his palm at him, and punched him flatly. Another fist-to-palm collision. Another opponent flew backwards. Another shattered arm. What a similar scene. At this moment, Yiming is like Teacher Saitama in One Punch Man. No matter how you change and use all your tricks, I can break them with one punch. This is the horror of absolute power. After Chen Badong flew backwards, he did not try to show off his strength. He knew that he could not get the Dragon Transformation Jar today. Facing Yiming's extreme strength, escaping was the most important thing. After he fell to the ground, he didn't stop for a moment, endured the severe pain, stood up and ran straight to the elevator. Want to leave? Yiming picked up a stool and threw it straight at Chen Badong. The stool hit Chen Badong's back steadily. The huge impact force made Chen Badong fall to the ground again. This time, he vomited blood and his life force was slightly weakened. He regretted it, regretted provoking this perverted young man to death, and regretted coming here today even more. A trace of despair spread in his heart. Even though he was still a few steps away from the elevator, he knew that he could not leave. After dealing with Fong Jito and Chen Badong, Yiming comforted Chen Jiaqing and everyone in the Xingyue group. Then, without staying for too long, he went directly to Kowloon. Now that we have started, let us solve it all at once. The Zhang family has been making trouble for his women time and time again. Thinking of how frightened Chen Jiaqing and Zhao Rongrui looked when he first arrived, he felt very distressed. Zhang family, it's your turn. The Zhang family is in chaos at this time because all partners have stopped cooperating with them, and Zhang Guohua, the backbone of the Zhang family, is not here. Therefore, everyone was very anxious, and the Zhang family mansion was also shrouded in a dark cloud. Zheng Qiujuan has returned home to recuperate. Although his hand was disabled and several ribs were broken, with today's medical technology, his injuries are beginning to improve. He was lying on the bed at this time, not paying attention to family affairs, but just looking forward to hearing good news from his father from the bottom of his heart. Yiming, I want to see how arrogant you are. With Master Su Xuanzai's help, you will be killed without a burial place. Thinking of Chen Jiaqing's attractive face, he pursed his lips and showed a sinister smile on his face. Chen Jiaqing, you can't escape from my palm. However, what he didn't know was that his father Zhang Guohua had already fallen from the top floor of the Ginhoo building and died. Just as he was fantasizing about Yiming's death and Chen Jiaqing falling into his arms, his personal secretary hurried into his room. He frowned. What's going on? Why are you in such a hurry? The secretary's face was very pale, obviously she was extremely frightened. Master Zhang, Director Zhang he. Zhang Qiujuan had a bad feeling in his heart. What happened to my dad? The secretary took out her phone and said, Boss Zhang fell to his death in Shanghai. Boom! When Zhang Qiujuan heard the news, he felt like he was struck by a bolt from the blue. He hurriedly picked up the phone and saw the familiar face in the news. That's right. It was indeed his father Zhang Guohua. He immediately howled, Dad. Just now I was still dreaming about Master Su killing Yiming and me capturing Chen Jiaqing. At this moment, completely opposite news suddenly came. This contrast caused him to have a mental breakdown. Yiming. My Zhang family will never forgive you. If I don't kill you, I, Zheng Qiujuan, would not be worthy of being a human being. Zheng Qiujuan said viciously, gritting his teeth. He naturally knew that the murder of his father was committed by Yiming. Except for Yiming, no one dared to harm his father, the head of one of the 4 major families in Kowloon. And the place where his father fell from the building happened to be the Ginhoo building.
Everything showed that Yiming was the murderer. The secretary next to him was frightened when she saw his murderous look and wanted to leave quietly. Stop! Zhang Qiujuan couldn't help but get even more angry when he saw that his usually well-behaved secretary actually wanted to leave him. Come here. The secretary bit her lip and thought that now that Director Zhang was dead, all of the Zhang family's businesses had fallen into the abyss. No one would cooperate with them anymore. Those forces that coveted the Zhang family would immediately take action against them. The Zhang family was almost finished. She made up her mind and ran out of the door. As a result, before he had run far, he bumped into a solid chest. When I looked up, I saw a strange man with a very good appearance. So handsome. The secretary subconsciously became crazy about him. This person is naturally Yiming. Seeing his hurried appearance, Yiming raised a faint smile and asked, "Do you know where Zhang Qiujuan is now?" When the secretary saw Yiming smile, her heart melted and she subconsciously pointed to the room where Zhang Qiujuan was. "Thank you." Yiming immediately turned sideways and walked towards Zhang Qiujuan's room. Zhang Qiujuan heard the footsteps approaching the door again and thought that the secretary had come back again, so he immediately roared, "You stinky bitch, I will beat you to death when I get better." After he finished speaking, he saw the man who walked into the room, his pupils suddenly shrank, and his face changed drastically. "It's you!" Yiming walked in with his hands behind his back. "Yes, it's me. What are you doing in my Zhang family? You are trespassing. I'm going to ask the police to arrest you," Zhang Qiujuan said as he hurriedly looked through his phone. "What? Are you scared?" Yiming smiled faintly. "Your father broke into my Xingyue group privately, but he was quite justified. What I am doing now is just imitating your father. Of course, I will not recognize you as my son. What on earth do you want to do? My father fell to his death, it must have been you who did it, right?" Yiming shrugged. "Yes, it was me who did it. 2 security guards in my company also fell to their deaths. He just went down to accompany them." His eyes suddenly focused. "A life for a life. Your father caused the death of 2 security guards in my company. He paid for 1 life. You should pay for the remaining 1. As he spoke, he slowly walked towards Zhang Qiujuan. Zhang Qiujuan was so scared at this time. "Don't come over here," he shouted in a trembling voice. Yiming ignored him completely. His figure flashed and he came directly to Zhang Qiujuan's bed. Without any nonsense, he reached out and grabbed Zhang Qiujuan's neck. Crack! Zhang Guowa's only son died. Chapter 114, The Child's Wronged. The Zhang family lost Zhang Guowa and Zhang Qiujuan, the current and future leaders, and fell into chaos for a while. In order to fight for the Zhang family's property, the various branches of the family were not afraid to go to court with their own people, and they had no time to investigate the cause of death of Zhang Guowa and Zhang Qiujuan. Under internal and external troubles, the Zhang family fell apart overnight. The next day, the sun rose as usual, but the Zhang family, one of the 4 most prominent families in Kowloon, had completely disappeared. After getting rid of Zhang Guowa and his son as well as any potential threats, Yiming felt relieved. However, he didn't know at this time that behind Zhang Guowa taking Su Xuanzai to Xingyue Group, there was actually the involvement of Mitsui Company, Limited of Country R. But because they did not show up directly, they only introduced Su Xuanzai to Zhang Guowa. Therefore, it is normal that Yiming doesn't know now. The news of the demise of the Zhang family and the sudden deaths of Zhang Guowa and Zhang Qiujuan reached country R. Kazuo Maeda, the president of Mitsui Company, Limited, had cold hands and feet and collapsed directly into his chair. Too scary. This man is too scary. Such a huge family like the Zhang family was wiped out by him overnight. He also killed the magic master Su Xuanzai, the 9-dragon feng shui master Chen Badong and his apprentice Fang Jidao. Can Mitsui Company afford to offend such a person? His mind raced, and he quickly called a meeting and gave an order: forget the idea of revenge for the 4 Okadas. Otherwise, if we offend that killer, it will be a nightmare or even the end of Mitsui Company. Some people questioned, did Okada and his men die in vain? Maeda Kazuo sneered, what else? He killed Su Xuanzai, Chen Badong, and Fang Jidao in one go. Do you think we can afford to offend such a person? At this time, another person whispered, maybe, we can let the ninja help us. Maeda Kazuo frowned when he heard this, ninja? That's right. Although 1 or 2 ninjas may not be Yiming's opponent, we can adopt the wheel tactic. If 10 doesn't work, we can use 100. If 100 doesn't work, we can use 1,000. We will drag him down to death.
Another person expressed a different opinion. Can we at Mitsui Company hire so many ninjas? It's impossible. The person who proposed the idea smiled confidently and said, no need to ask, we can design a plan to let the Emperor of Country send out ninjas to deal with him. With the Emperor's order, even if we have to send out all the ninjas of Country, it is not impossible. Let the Emperor give the order. That's one way. But how can we get the Emperor to give the order? Of course, we are going to make a fuss about the Xingyue Group behind Yiming. As far as I know, Xingyue Group once acquired a technology company. One of the core technologies of this technology company was purchased from a company in our country. And the founder of this company is Matsumoto Ryosuke, the husband of the Emperor's most beloved daughter. We can start from this aspect. Hiss. Another person gasped, are you planning to let Yiming destroy that company or even Matsumoto Ryosuke? The other party nodded, not bad. Maeda Kazuo didn't say anything, but tapped his fingers on the table. He pursed his lips and thought for a long time, then slowly said, this matter is of great importance. We need to think carefully and don't make a rash decision. There is an old saying in the East that if you make a mistake, you lose everything. Let's discuss it again, and we must be extremely careful. When Yiming returned to Shanghai, the college entrance examination was almost approaching. Luair had already passed the art examination of Shanghai Theatre Academy, so as long as her college entrance examination score reached the basic line, she could enter this famous drama academy. The basic score line for art colleges is usually much lower than that for second-tier universities, but Luair had not been to school for half a year, so she was still a little nervous before the college entrance examination. The day before the exam, Yiming found Luair, who was making final preparations. Luair, are you confident? Luair giggled and said, I'm a little nervous. If I fail the exam, it will be such a disgrace to Brother Ming. Yiming smiled and touched her head. How could that be? Our Luair will definitely pass the exam. But even if she fails, it doesn't matter. Brother Ming promises you that no matter what, our Luair will become a big star. Luair lowered her head and her little face blushed. Yiming hadn't touched her head for a long time. This feeling was like returning to her childhood. At that time, Brother Ming was sitting in the yard enjoying the cool breeze, and Luair came over with a bunch of love letters she had received to show him. Wow, Luair, you collected so much this month? Then Yiming took it and looked at it happily. Luair moved a small stool and sat beside him, holding her little face with both hands, quietly watching Brother Ming read the love letters one by one. When Yiming laughed out loud, he would touch Luair's head, and Luair would sit there, obediently, and not move. Now she has that feeling again, but Brother Ming is no longer hers alone, he now belongs to Sister Chen. It's Sister Chen's boyfriend. Thinking of this, Luair suddenly felt like crying. She was like a wronged child whose beloved toy was taken away by someone else. Yiming saw that Luair's eyes suddenly turned red, and he was a little confused. Luair, what's wrong? Luair came back to her senses. She rubbed her eyes, forced a smile, and said, it's okay, I just miss my parents a little bit. Is that so? Then let's bring your parents to Shanghai to spend some time there in a few days. Yes. Listen to Brother Ming. Luair nodded. Chapter 115 My Sister's Endorsement. Yiming put aside the things at hand for the past 2 days. When Luair was taking the exam, he waited outside the examination room just like the parents of other students. This way, Luair wouldn't have to come out after every exam and see others accompanied by their parents while she is alone. This afternoon is the last exam. While waiting, a fat middle-aged man wearing glasses came over and started chatting with Yiming. This person was obviously also a parent who was accompanying a student to take the exam, and he seemed very talkative. Young man, you look so young, could it be that your girlfriend is taking the college entrance examination? The man said with a smile. Yiming smiled and shook his head, no, it's my sister. Oh, I see. Which school is your sister going to apply to? Shanghai Theatre Academy. Shanghai Theatre Academy? Is your sister planning to enter the entertainment industry? The other party was stunned, and then said, young man, let me tell you, the entertainment industry is very chaotic. I advise you not to let your sister in. The people in it are full of morality and justice, but they are actually full of thieves and whores. Yiming smiled and didn't care, I will protect my sister. The fat man frowned, looking unconvinced. You? Young man, I think you are just bragging. What can you use to protect your sister? Let me tell you, in the entertainment industry, connections and resources are important,
but those connections and resources are almost all in the hands of a few big men. If your sister wants to make a name for herself in the entertainment industry, she will have to get in touch with those top big men. They are not good people. Once they use resources as a condition to tempt your sister may fall. You are a young man, even if you are willing, what can you use to fight those big men? You can only watch your sister step into the abyss step by step. Yiming smiled faintly. My sister doesn't need other people's resources. I will set up an entertainment agency for her and provide her with all the resources. You set up an entertainment company for her? The fat man suddenly laughed out loud, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. How old are you? 24 or 25? How much money can the entertainment company you set up have? 1 million? 5 million? Let's not talk about whether you have so much money. Even if you have 5 million, I tell you, 5 million can only make a low to medium quality web drama now, but can you guarantee that your sister will become famous overnight with a web drama? Although this possibility cannot be ruled out, the probability is lower than buying a lottery ticket. With the development of web dramas to this day, there is only one actress named Zhang Tianai who became a real hit with a web drama called Go Princess Go. There is only one among so many people. And the investment in that drama reached 20 million, and people still complained about the poor crew. What can your 5 million do? What's more, you don't even have 5 million, right? Yiming looked at him and smiled faintly. He did not answer his question, but just said, it seems that you know a lot about this industry. Do you pay attention to it often? The fat man sighed when he heard this. To be honest, my son also wants to enter the entertainment industry, so I occasionally pay attention to him, but I don't think he is reliable. I hope he can study finance and develop my small company with an annual income of only a few million in the future. When he talked about his small company with an annual income of a few million, his tone was obviously full of pride. At the same time, he paid attention to Yiming from the corner of his eyes, trying to see admiration on his face. However, Yiming's expression remained unchanged, and he just smiled and said, it's a good thing that your son has his own dream, you should support him. The fat man was a little disappointed when he saw Yiming's indifferent reaction, but when he saw Yiming talking about his son, a proud smile immediately appeared on his face again. Speaking of my son, apart from his arrogance, everything else makes me very proud. Don't look at me because I am so ugly. My son is a very handsome guy. He is rated as the school idol of ZU High School every year. And he is also good at studying. It is no problem for him to get into a top university. But this semester has made me a little worried. He was fine, but his grades suddenly dropped a lot. I heard that he likes a girl in another class. Surprisingly, that girl doesn't like my son at all. Oh, it's a troublesome thing, I won't say it. He waved his hand. Yiming guessed that the girl that the fat man's son liked was most likely Luair. He sighed inwardly, thinking to himself, Luair, you have really done so much harm to people. From childhood to adulthood, you have stolen the hearts of so many young men in love. Seeing that Yiming didn't reply to his question, the fat man thought that Yiming was not interested in this topic, so he immediately changed the subject. Let's talk about your setting up of an entertainment company. How do you plan to do it? Yiming shrugged, just do it as you want. You have so much money? The man looked at him suspiciously. And even if you had a few million, would you be willing to invest it all in your sister's entertainment business? What about you? It won't cost much, right? Yiming suddenly lowered his head and said to him mysteriously, to be honest, my sister will soon be the spokesperson for the domestic high-end cosmetics Ginhoo. Ginhoo's parent company was acquired by Ginhoo Group some time ago. Recently, it is going to launch a new flagship product. Chen Jiaqing suggested that Luair be the spokesperson, saying that a new product should be endorsed by a newcomer. This is completely opposite to Ginhoo's past style of using big-name spokespersons. It can arouse the public's curiosity and stimulate their purchasing psychology. At the same time, it also allows Luair to gradually enter the public's field of vision and pave the way for her to enter the entertainment industry in the future. Yiming certainly would not object to this. The fat man didn't believe Yiming's words at all. You are just bragging. Ginhoo is a top domestic high-end brand. All its spokespeople have been famous actresses. Why would they choose a newcomer like your sister who just graduated from high school? Yiming smiled calmly, believe it or not. Fuck, that's bullshit. If your sister can be the spokesperson for Ginhoo, I will write my name backwards. The fat man didn't believe it at all. At this time, the bell rang, indicating the end of the exam.
Luair came out soon. Yiming looked at Luair and asked, "How did you do in the exam?" "It's okay, there shouldn't be any problem." "That's good." The fat man next to him stared at Luair in disbelief, because he had seen his son secretly taking pictures of the girl he had a crush on, and the person in the picture was actually the girl in front of him. The fat man's son came out soon after. He saw his father staring blankly at Yiming and Luair's backs, feeling somewhat confused. "Dad, what are you looking at?" "I think I just saw the girl you like." "She is really pretty, you have good taste." "Come on, Dad supports you." His son sighed sadly, "Why are you cheering for her?" "She is a beautiful, wealthy lady. When she first came to our school, her family donated 10 million yuan, and her brother is the boss behind the Ginhoo group." "Fuck!" the fat man exclaimed, his eyes widened, and he staggered, almost falling down. Chapter 116 Advertising Spokesperson. According to the plan, Luair would rest for a few days after the college entrance examination and then prepare to start shooting commercials. In order to achieve the best effect this time, Ginhoo Group spared no expense and specially invited the country's top makeup artists, photographers, directors, etc. to shoot this advertisement. Especially the director, it's the famous Feng Xiaojiang. Feng Xiaojiang used to be only a film director, and his films all had good box office performance. His status in the entire entertainment industry was considered to be at the top. When Feng Xiaojiang received the invitation from Ginhoo Group, he was a little confused. "Everyone in this circle knows that I am only a movie director. Why would I be invited to be an advertising director?" He said directly to his assistant, "Please turn down the invitation from the advertising director. I can't even accept all the invitations from movie directors right now. How can I have the time to work as an advertising director?" The assistant said to Feng Xiaojiang cautiously, "Director Feng, this advertising director's offer is very well paid, would you consider it?" Feng Xiaojiang sneered, "How much can a commercial director for a domestic brand be paid? Hundreds of thousands? Millions? Do I care about that little money? My pay for making a movie starts at least 10 million. If the box office is good, I can get a share of the profits." He proudly picked up the cup beside him and drank tea. Generally speaking, the time taken to shoot an advertisement is very short and can be completed in a few days. This also means that no matter how high the pay is, it won't be that high. The assistant looked at him awkwardly at this time. "Director Feng, the remuneration for this advertising director's invitation is exactly 10 million. Puff. The tea in Feng Xiaojiang's mouth came out like urine. It only takes a few days to shoot a commercial, but it is common to take several months or even years to shoot a movie. The pay he could get in a few days was almost the same as the pay he would get from spending a lot of time shooting a movie. How could he not be tempted? He pretended to be calm and said, "Since the other party is so sincere, let's take a look at their advertising script." The assistant handed over the script. Feng Xiaojiang glanced at it casually and frowned. "A cosmetics advertisement?" "Yes, this cosmetic is the latest flagship product developed by Ginhoo. All of Ginhoo's previous spokespeople were first-tier actresses, such as Song Yiming, Eddie, and Yang Mi, who were all spokespeople for their products." Feng Xiaojiang's eyes lit up. Who did they hire as the spokesperson for this advertisement? The assistant was stunned, thought for a moment and then said, "I don't know yet. The other party hasn't announced it yet. I guess they haven't chosen it yet. After all, there are only a few popular first-tier actresses in China. Apart from the current spokespeople for other products under Ginhoo, the remaining popular actresses are almost all spokespeople for their competitors. I guess this time, they should find a second-tier actress with a rising momentum to endorse this product." When Feng Xiaojiang heard this, his eyes rolled, and he suddenly leaned over and whispered to his assistant, "Since they haven't chosen a spokesperson yet, what do you think about us recommending Zhang Huihui to be the spokesperson?" Zhang Huihui is a new actress that Feng Xiaojiang has been promoting recently. She appears in almost every movie he has made. However, Zhang Huihui's acting skills are not that good, so she can only be the second female lead at best. A reporter once asked Feng Xiaojiang why Zhang Huihui appeared in every one of his recent films, and he seemed to take good care of her in every aspect. Feng Xiaojiang laughed and said, "Huihui has great potential. I hope to train her to become the next internationally famous actress after Gong Li and Zhang Zi. Moreover, I recently adopted her as my goddaughter. Naturally, I have to take care of her." Although Feng Xiaojiang said this, many people outside speculated that there must be a special relationship between Zhang Huihui and Feng Xiaojiang that is difficult to explain. It's just that due to Feng Xiaojiang's status in the entertainment industry, he has always avoided talking about that sensitive issue. The assistant was his confidant,
so she naturally knew the relationship between Feng Xiaojiang and Zhang Huihui. She nodded and said, "Then I will communicate with Xingyue Group right away." After the assistant left, Feng Xiaojiang smiled and took out his cell phone to call Zhang Huihui. It took a long time for the other party to answer, and there seemed to be a hint of urgency in the voice. "Hey, Godfather, what's the hurry? I'm busy right now." Feng Xiaojiang was a sharp man. He could hear the rapid breathing in Zhang Huihui's voice, which she tried hard to hide. He frowned and asked, "What are you busy with?" "Godfather, I was just washing clothes." Zhang Huihui acted as coquettishly as possible. "Doing laundry? Don't you need a washing machine to do laundry?" "Godfather, I washed it by hand today." "Hand wash?" Feng Xiaojiang became even more suspicious. Based on his understanding of Zhang Huihui, she was not so diligent. And it doesn't make sense logically. As an entertainment star, hand care is very important. Washing clothes will more or less cause some damage to the skin of the hands. Zhang Huihui usually pays great attention to taking care of all aspects of her skin. Thinking of a possibility, Feng Xiaojiang's face suddenly turned ugly. "Yes, I wash it by hand." "Godfather, what's wrong with you today? Why are you asking so many questions? Don't you believe me?" Zhang Huihui said in a coquettish tone, "Then I'll take a picture for you to see." After a while, a photo of Zhang Huihui washing clothes came from the other side. In this photo, Zhang Huihui is putting her hands into the basin to wash clothes. Seeing this photo, Feng Xiaojiang's face instantly turned gloomy. He smashed the phone in his hand to pieces, gritting his teeth and growling, "You stinky bitch. You're cheating on me." Since she was washing clothes with both hands, who took the photo? You know, Zhang Huihui lives alone and has almost no friends. Feng Xiaojiang was so angry that his hands were shaking. He had invested so much thought into Zhang Huihui, letting her play a role in every movie and bringing her with him to every occasion, just to make her devoted to him. He never expected that she would betray him now. The idea of recommending Zhang Huihui to Xingyue Group as the heroine of this advertisement suddenly disappeared. As for Zhang Huihui, after she sent the photo, she tried to call Feng Xiaojiang again, but the call was no longer connected. "I can't get through?" "Never mind, if I can't get through, I won't call again." "You old thing, you called me when I was about to reach orgasm, it really spoiled my fun." She threw the phone aside. Turning her head to look at the person on the bed, her face flushed with shyness again, "Manager Zhao, you must find me to be the spokesperson for your latest Jean Xiren cosmetics this time." Manager Zhao took a puff of his cigarette happily and said calmly, "No problem, I'll take care of it." "But Huihui, don't follow that old man Feng Xiaojiang anymore. You followed him for so many years, but you haven't even had a chance to be the heroine of a movie. You've only played some minor roles. If you keep going like this, when will you be able to make it? You know, the golden age of female stars is only a few years. Once you miss an opportunity, it will be too late to regret. Besides, you haven't received any endorsement advertisements since your debut. How about this, you follow me in the future? I heard that the boss of our group is interested in setting up an entertainment agency recently. Just think about it, if you join our company, with our company's strength and the relationship between you and me, you will definitely become a hit." When Zhang Huihui heard this, she looked at Manager Zhao with her eyes wide open. "Really?" "That's right. By then, not only will you be an advertising spokesperson, you can even choose the leading female role in a movie." Manager Zhao said proudly. "Then, can I see your group boss more often?" Zhang Huihui looked at Manager Zhao expectantly. Chapter 117 Jealousy. Feng Xiaojiang's assistant came back and told him, the other party said that they have confirmed their advertising spokesperson this time, and it's a newcomer who just graduated from high school. A newcomer who just graduated from high school? Feng Xiaojiang frowned. Jean Xiren's previous spokespeople were all top domestic actresses. Why did they suddenly choose a newcomer this time? Is there a problem with their company's funds? Can't afford to hire an expensive star? The assistant shook his head. I don't know about that. It is said that this newcomer was personally selected by Mr. Chen of Xingyue Group. Feng Xiaojiang nodded slightly, and began to make a plan in his mind. Do you have a photo of this new person? Not yet, maybe I won't be able to see her until the filming begins. I hope it's not because of funding problems that we chose a newcomer as spokesperson, otherwise, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to get my director's fee. Director Feng, you can rest assured. With your status, no one should dare to delay your payment. Otherwise, if you just post a Weibo and at a few big name stars you often work with and ask them to repost it, the products of that company will definitely be boycotted by the whole nation. Feng Xiaojiang smiled proudly, that's right. The assistant glanced at him, then asked carefully, so is Zhang Huihui's deal going to fail this time? Hearing about Zhang Huihui, Feng Xiaojiang was furious. He snorted coldly, this Zhang Huihui really disappoints me. Don't mention her in front of me anymore. Oh, go and help me get back the villa I gave to Zhang Huihui. The assistant was a little surprised. He had just gone out to communicate with Xingyue Group. How come Director Feng's attitude towards Zhang Huihui changed 180 degrees when he came back? The assistant didn't ask any more questions, so he just nodded and did as he said. After the assistant left, Feng Xiaojiang sat on a stool, touched his chin, and imagined what the new spokesperson would look like. She just graduated from high school, so she's much younger than Zhang Huihui. It's really a blessing in disguise. If I can get this girl, hee. It will be fun to have fun with her. He laughed obscenely. Manager Zhao accompanied Zhang Huihui to Xingyue Group that day. They were all waiting outside Qin Jiaqing's office at this time, because Qin Jiaqing was still in a meeting in the conference room and had not returned. Manager Zhao patted Zhang Huihui's hand and said, "Don't worry, I promise there will be no problem." Zhang Huihui took his arm obediently. "Manager Zhao, I put all my hopes on you." Manager Zhao looked at Zhang Huihui's charming and pretty appearance, his eyes glowed green and he couldn't help swallowing. At this time, Feng Xiaojiang also came. This time he came to discuss the specific details with the person in charge of Xingyue Group. When he saw Zhang Huihui here, holding the hand of a middle-aged man, he snorted coldly and coughed. When Zhang Huihui saw that it was Feng Xiaojiang, her face turned pale instantly and she quickly let go of Manager Zhao's hand. She didn't know that Feng Xiaojiang had already discovered her trick. When she saw Feng Xiaojiang, she immediately pretended to be harmless. She looked at Feng Xiaojiang and asked timidly, "Godfather, why are you here?" Feng Xiaojiang glanced at Manager Zhao next to him, and then said disdainfully, "That person that day was him, right?" "What do you mean?" I don't understand." Zhang Huihui stared at Feng Xiaojiang innocently with her eyes wide open, but she had a bad feeling in her heart. "What do you mean? Wasn't it very intimate that you were holding his hand just now? Don't you have any idea what I mean?" Manager Zhao, who was standing by, saw Feng Xiaojiang scolding Zhang Huihui and felt that he had to step in and save the damsel in distress. "Hey, Director Feng, you're really funny. Isn't Zhang Huihui your goddaughter? She was just talking to me about work. What do you mean by that sarcastic tone?" Feng Xiaojiang glanced at him coldly. "Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to question me?" He felt very unhappy when he thought about this person stealing his girl. Manager Zhao's face darkened when he heard his unkind words. "Who am I? I'm Zhao Daji, the publicity manager of Xingyue Group. Feng Xiaojiang, don't think you can become famous just because you made a few movies. Huihui has been following you for so many years, she's really blind." Feng Xiaojiang smiled disdainfully. "I thought she was someone else, just a manager. Normally, I wouldn't even look at her. You brought Zhang Huihui here today, probably just to endorse the new product. I tell you, I'm the director of this commercial." He glanced at Zhang Huihui next to him and said in a playful tone, "Originally, I was planning to recommend Zhang Huihui to be the spokesperson and the heroine of the commercial. What a pity. Hey," he spread his hands. "Now it's absolutely impossible." Zhang Huihui's face turned pale when she heard this, and she rushed over to grab Feng Xiaojiang's hand. "Godfather, I was wrong. I beg you to give me this chance this time, please. I really need this opportunity." "Give you a chance?" Feng Xiaojiang pushed her hand away, patted his sleeves in disgust, pointed his chin at Zhao Daji and said, "Isn't that guy very awesome? He's the publicity manager of Xingyue Group. Why don't you go to him? Why are you looking for me for this opportunity? Huihui, don't listen to him. Even if he is the director, he has no right to decide who will be the spokesperson. I don't have the authority, but as an advertising director, I can suggest to your boss which spokesperson to choose. Don't think you are so awesome just because you are a mere publicity manager. Don't you want to promote Zhang Huihui? I won't let you succeed." He continued playfully. Although he knew that Xingyue Group had already confirmed the spokesperson, saying this would let this shameless woman know that without him, Feng Xiaojiang, she would get nothing. When Zhang Huihui heard his words, her legs went limp and she collapsed. Zhao Daji was completely furious. Damn, this was blatant contempt.
He yelled, Feng Xiaojiang, don't go too far. Feng Xiaojiang smiled faintly, so what if I bully you? What can you do to me? Fuck you. Zhao Daji threw a punch with a livid face. You're showing off in front of me. Do you think you're so awesome just because you're a crappy director? Feng Xiaojiang couldn't believe that Zhao Daji would dare to attack him in broad daylight. He stood up, covered his face with one hand, and pointed at Zhao Daji with the other hand. Just wait for me. If I don't kill you, I'll be your grandson. Zhao Rongrui had been watching all this quietly from the side, and these two people gave her a very bad impression. At this time, she saw the two of them fighting directly. She frowned, stood up, and said coldly, if you want to fight outside, this is the entrance of the senior management office of our Xingyue group. Before he finished speaking, Chen Jiaqing came back from the meeting. Zhao Rongrui immediately walked over and whispered something in Chen Jiaqing's ear. Chen Jiaqing nodded expressionlessly, I understand. When Feng Xiaojiang saw Chen Jiaqing's beautiful face, he had forgotten the anger he felt after being beaten by Zhao Daji. Instead, his eyes lit up and he swallowed secretly. He extended his hand and smiled, you must be the famous Mr. Chen from Xingyue Group. Hello, I am Director Feng Xiaojiang. Chapter 118 Awkward Self-Recommendation. Feng Xiaojiang originally thought that Chen Jiaqing would be happy to shake hands with him after hearing his name. After all, he is a famous first-line director. Unexpectedly, Chen Jiaqing ignored the hand extended by Feng Xiaojiang. Her face was indifferent. After handing the folder in her hand to Zhao Rongrui, she walked past him and entered the office. It wasn't that she was deliberately putting on airs, but she was feeling a little depressed because she had just heard some bad news during the meeting. The news said that a technology company in country suddenly terminated its cooperation with a company under the Xingyue Group for unknown reasons and blocked a key technology, which resulted in their products being unable to be sufficiently competitive. Later, Zhao Rongrui told her about what had happened here before, which made her even more depressed. What is going on? This Feng Xiaojiang was not the director she selected personally, but was chosen by the director of the Public Relations Department. He said that Feng Xiaojiang was famous, and the movies he made in previous years had good box office results, which was enough to prove that his level was indeed high. So Chen Jiaqing agreed without much thought. Originally, when hiring a spokesperson to shoot a commercial, there was no need for her to come forward and say anything to the director. But this time, because it involves Luair, who is still an inexperienced newcomer, Chen Jiaqing thinks it is necessary to explain it to the director in person. The main purpose of today's meeting is to discuss this matter. When Feng Xiaojiang saw that Chen Jiaqing ignored him, a trace of gloom flashed through his heart. After all, he was a first-line director and no one had ever treated him like this before. However, when he thought of the 10 million yuan reward and the newcomer who had just graduated from high school, he suppressed his displeasure and followed into the office. Zhao Daji also quickly took Zhang Huihui in. Sitting in the boss chair behind the desk, Chen Jiaqing looked at Zhao Daji and the strange woman behind him with some surprise. What are you doing here? Zhao Daji quickly flattered him, Boss, this is what I heard. The cosmetics company under our group has recently developed a new product, and this product currently has no spokesperson, so I want to recommend a spokesperson to the company. As he spoke, he pushed Zhang Huihui out and said, This is Miss Zhang Huihui. She has starred in many movies and has great potential to become a big star. Her Weibo fans have exceeded 10 million. I think her image and temperament are very suitable for our company's brand. Therefore, as the publicity manager of the group, I recommend her to be the spokesperson. Oh, by the way, Miss Zhang Huihui said that the endorsement fee can be less. She really likes our company's products. After saying this, he looked at Chen Jiaqing expectantly. Zhang Huihui also stood up and said politely, I like your company's products very much and use them often. So what I heard that your company has a new product and is looking for a spokesperson, I hope to cooperate with your company. As for the endorsement fee, I can give you a friendly price of 500,000 yuan. She knew that in the past, when those big brands endorsed Jean Ziren, the endorsement fees were all in the millions. The reason why she offered such a low price was, on the one hand, in addition to needing to give herself a label of endorsement, the main purpose was to attract the attention of her original target, Yiming, the boss of Xingyue Group. She thought that when Yiming saw that her endorsement fee was so low, he might take a second look at her. In this case, with her ability, it shouldn't be difficult to catch Yiming. After all, even Feng Xiaojiang, who has seen countless women in the entertainment industry, was fascinated by her at the beginning, which shows that she is indeed quite capable. Feng Xiaojiang already knew that Xingyue Group had already selected its spokesperson, but it had not been announced yet. Seeing Zhao Daji and Zhang Huihui's appearance, he did not say anything,
with a sarcastic smile on his face, as if he was watching a clown show. Sure enough, after hearing what he said, Chen Jiaqing said calmly, "We already have a candidate for the spokesperson for that cosmetics product."
What? You already have a candidate?
Zhang Huihui and Zhao Daji's faces changed and they looked at each other, feeling a little at a loss.
How come I haven't heard of it?
Zhao Daji asked with a stiff face. Chen Jiaqing raised her head, her beautiful eyes were deep and filled with a terrifying light, and her face was very cold. "Do I need to tell you what I have decided?"
No, that's not what I meant.
Zhao Daji quickly waved his hands to explain. Zhang Huihui, who was standing next to her, blushed and wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Others had already chosen a spokesperson, but she still came to curry favor with them, even saying that she could give a friendly price for the endorsement.
This was so embarrassing.
At the same time, she hated manager Zhao. He had vowed to help her get the endorsement. She thought that Zhao Daji was very successful in Xingyue Group, but she didn't expect that he was nothing. Thinking about how she lost Feng Xiaojiang's support because of her relationship with manager Zhao, Zhang Huihui felt extremely regretful. And she had been keeping him for so long. She was standing behind at this time, looking at Zhao Daji with eyes filled with endless anger, wishing she could eat him alive. Chen Jiaqing glanced at Zhang Huihui, then looked at Zhao Daji and said, "As far as I know, our company has not announced that it is looking for a spokesperson."
What do you mean by taking the initiative to bring someone to my office today?
Zhao Daji's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He was speechless for a moment and kept repeating I over and over. Chen Jiaqing waved her hand, signaling him not to make any excuses, and continued with a cold face.
"Our company doesn't need someone like you who likes to take the initiative. Zhao Daji, you are fired."
"What?" Zhao Daji exclaimed, his pupils shrinking. Then I immediately felt as if I had lost all hope. It was over, everything was over. He thought of how Zhang Huihui had been begging him to let her endorse the new product advertisement, but he didn't expect that this would be the result. He looked at Zhang Huihui next to him, gritting his teeth in hatred. If she hadn't been begging him, he wouldn't have mentioned this to Chen Jiaqing.
"You stinky bitch, I'm the one who lost my job. Just wait and see how I'll deal with you when I get out."
Zhao Daji gritted his teeth and complained in his heart.
Feng Xiaojiang saw this scene and was secretly delighted.
He immediately applauded. Mr. Chen is so swift and decisive in his actions. No wonder he can manage such a large Xingyue group in such an orderly manner.
I admire you.
As he spoke, he stared at Chen Jiaqing's beautiful face, with greed in his eyes. Chen Jiaqing sneered, and had already seen Feng Xiaojiang's disgusting look from the corner of his eyes. He was completely indifferent to this flattery, and even felt a little disgusted.
Chapter 119, Making Up for Losses. Feng Xiaojiang didn't notice Chen Jiaqing's strange look at all. After Zhao Daji and Zhang Huihui left the office in embarrassment, he took the initiative to go over and close the door.
Then he turned around and sat directly opposite Chen Jiaqing. "Mr. Chen, let's talk about the specific details of this advertising shoot."
Chen Jiaqing sorted out the documents and said calmly, "Director Feng, right?
Based on the actual situation I know now, I have decided that we will find someone else to direct the commercial this time.
If you have nothing else to do, please go back."
Feng Xiaojiang was stunned by this and was greatly surprised.
"Mr. Chen, you are not kidding, are you? After all, it was you who took the initiative to invite me to be the director. Now you send me away with just one sentence? We haven't signed the contract yet, right?"
Chen Jiaqing frowned slightly. "I haven't signed the contract yet, but someone from your company found me and asked me to direct your commercial.
Because of this, I turned down an invitation to a movie. Now you're asking for another director for no reason. Are you playing me for a fool? I didn't mean that.
I just felt that our ideas were not compatible, so I made this decision."
"Okay, in that case, Feng, won't force you, but I hope you can make up for the losses." Feng Xiaojiang's face looked a little ugly. "How do you want us to compensate for your losses?"
Chen Jiaqing said lightly.
Feng Xiaojiang looked at Chen Jiaqing's pretty face and smiled. "I am not a stingy person. Besides, talking about money hurts feelings. So forget about the compensation. I just hope that Mr. Chen can take time out to have a meal with me. This matter will be over."
His purpose of inviting Chen Jiaqing to dine with him was certainly not simple. His plan was to tamper with the drinks.
Wouldn't this icy beauty in front of him be able to do whatever he wanted to her?
Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little happy.
"Sorry, I don't have time."
Chen Jiaqing firmly rejected his idea. Mr. Chen, don't be so disrespectful. I know you manage the huge Xingyue group and you are very busy, but you still have some private time, right? Feng Xiaojiang came closer to the table, crossed his fingers, and seemed not to care at all about Chen Jiaqing's rejection. He continued, Mr. Chen, Feng, have a certain status in society. I have many opportunities to deal with the media, and I have tens of millions of fans on Weibo. I hope that our cooperation will not be unpleasant because of a meal. If this gets out, it won't be good for the reputation of your Xingyue group, right? He looked at Chen Jiaqing with a smile, and his meaning was very clear. If Xingyue group went back on its word, he would use his influence to discredit Xingyue group. Chen Jiaqing's beautiful eyes narrowed. If he was asked to compensate him for some lost wages, it would not be a big deal. However, a big director like him would definitely not care about a little lost wages. After all, he didn't waste much time. Even if he had to compensate him, it would not be much. But now he actually used this as an excuse to ask me to accompany him for dinner, and if I didn't comply, it seemed that he would use his status as a famous director to harm Xingyue Group. She said calmly, Director Feng, you don't need to worry about the reputation of Xingyue Group. If you are willing, our group will give you a compensation for lost work according to the actual situation. If you don't want it, I would also like to thank Director Feng on behalf of our group for his spirit of treating money as dirt. As for eating, I'm sorry, I really don't have time. Feng Xiaojiang's face darkened. Are you really not worried that Xingyue Group's reputation for going back on its word will spread? We haven't signed a work contract with you, so how can we go back on our word? We gave you the lost wages only because you came to my office to show our company's sincerity. Feng Xiaojiang's face turned blue with anger. He slammed the table and said, Humph. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being rude. Then he walked out of Chen Jiaqing's office angrily. After returning home, Feng Xiaojiang became more and more angry. After smashing a few things, he called his assistant and said, Go find me some paparazzi and ask them to help me dig up some dirt on Xingyue Group. The assistant heard that Feng Xiaojiang's tone was a little strange, and hurriedly asked, Director Feng, what's wrong? Aren't you going to discuss the specific details of the advertising shoot with Xingyue Group today? Why are you going to dig up their dirty laundry now? Feng Xiaojiang gnashed his teeth. They went back on their word. Damn, they're making a fool of me. I'm going to trample them down and never let them get up again. The assistant reminded him weakly, Director Feng, this is probably unrealistic, right? After all, they are now a large group with assets of hundreds of billions. How can we touch them with just our strength? The assistant's words made Feng Xiaojiang sober up from his anger. Indeed, he was just a director with some influence in the entertainment industry. Compared with Xingyue Group, he was not even on the same level. Feng Xiaojiang felt as if a bucket of cold water was poured over his head, and his heart went cold. Am I just going to swallow my anger? I am a well-known first-line director in China. If they play me like this, I will just have to admit defeat. How can I put my face down if this gets out? No, I must dig out the fatal dirt on their group. I don't believe that their group has grown so big now without any dirt at all. The assistant on the other side thought for a moment, then said cautiously, Director Feng, there must be some dirty laundry to be dug up about Xingyue Group. Not long ago, several murders occurred in the Ginhoo building. This matter was once a hot topic on the internet, but strangely, the news was quickly blocked. I guess their group bought off all the media and blocked the news. Moreover, the dead included Zhang Guohua from the Zhang family in Kowloon, and several elderly people who were said to be very old. Later, these dead were dealt with secretly, and there was no other news. It is said that these are closely related to Yiming, the behind-the-scenes boss of Xingyue Group. We may be able to start from this aspect. Zhang Guohua died in Ginhoo building? Didn't the Zhang family cause trouble for Xingyue Group? It seems that he fell from a building and died. As for which floor, it is not clear. In the Ginhoo building, only the top 8 floors belong to the office space of Xingyue Group. So I guess the Zhang family is not sure whether Zhang Guohua's death is related to Xingyue Group. Feng Xiaojiang rolled his eyes and said, Perhaps we can start from this aspect. If the boss behind their group is suspected of committing a crime, then I will not let go of such a good opportunity. But, Director Feng, is this really a good idea? If we do this, we will be at war with Xingyue Group. If we are not careful, the consequences will be unpredictable. Feng Xiaojiang gritted his teeth and said, As a man, you have to fight for your dignity. They are playing tricks on me, so I will let them know that I, Feng, am not someone to be trifled with.
Chapter 120. It's time to take action.
After Yi Dashin stayed in the hospital for a few days, his body almost recovered and he clamored to be discharged. Yiming had no choice but to take him back to the villa in Shangshi from the hospital. After living in the villa for only a few days, he couldn't sit still again. Of course, Yiming would not let him do any work this time, so as to avoid any problems. Yi Dashin wandered around for a few days and felt really bored. He said to Yiming at lunch that day, "Xiaoming, we've been in Shanghai for such a long time. I've played enough, eaten enough, and enjoyed enough. I really miss home now. Why don't you send me and your mom back to my hometown? There are many neighbors and we can visit them often." It was okay here at first, but it got boring after a while. Yiming suddenly remembered that Luair said she missed her parents a few days ago. Now that he heard what his father said, he must feel lonely. He thought that maybe he could bring Uncle Tian's family over, so he said, "Dad, how about I bring Uncle Tian's family over to live with us? That way you will have company." Yi Dashin immediately waved his hand and said, "I know your Uncle Tian. He will definitely not leave his hometown. He misses home more than I do." Yiming had no choice but to turn around and ask his mother, "Mom, do you want to go back too?" "I don't mind. I can live anywhere. But your dad can't. If he wants to go back, I will go back to his hometown with him. But it's also true that he is old now. He really doesn't feel at ease outside as he does in his hometown." Yiming nodded and thought about it. If he let his father stay in Shanghai forever, although he would have good food and drink, he would just be like a goldfish living in a fish tank, with only a limited amount of freedom. It is understandable that he wants to go back to his hometown. However, we definitely cannot live in the old house in our hometown, we have to build a new one. Moreover, Yiming's current identity is rather special, and letting his parents stay in their rural hometown will more or less cause some potential concerns. So we must hire a few people to protect it secretly, and also ask a designer to design the structure of the house. After thinking for a while, he said, "Dad, how about this? I'll have someone build a house on the foundation of our old home. When the house is built, you can go back. How about that?" Yi Dashin nodded. "Okay, then wait for a while." That night, Ye's mother found Yiming and said mysteriously, "Xiaoming, I think Jia Qing is really good. When are you and Jia Qing going to get married? Mom is looking forward to having a grandson." Yiming choked, "Mom, it's too early for this." Mother Yi glanced at him complainingly, "What do you mean it's too early? Your Uncle Zhang's son is the same age as you, and he can already help with cooking. And Uncle Lu's son, Nyodan, who used to fight with you when you were little, is about to have his second child. You're the only one in our village who's your age who hasn't gotten married yet, so you better pay attention. Marry Jiaqing back home soon, and I can put my heart back in my stomach. Mom, don't worry. I will be the first to tell you if there is good news." Yiming smiled and massaged his mother's shoulders. "Kid, you've never given me any worries since you were little. You need to hurry up on this matter." "Okay." Ginhoo has found a piece of land suitable for building a hospital for Yiming, but Yiming already has the idea of buying Tai Island at this time, so naturally he hopes to build the hospital on land that completely belongs to him. Therefore, when Ginhoo reported to him, Yiming said that he would not build the hospital in Shanghai first, and he wanted to build the hospital somewhere else. This made Ginhoo a little depressed. She had worked so hard for so long and finally found a good location, but the boss actually said he wanted to build it somewhere else. Ginhoo then asked him, "Boss, where are we going to build the hospital?" Yiming smiled slightly, "Our own territory." Ginhoo was puzzled, "Isn't this our own territory?" "I mean, this is a territory that was established by me, your boss." Ginhoo widened her beautiful eyes, with a look of disbelief on her face. You established the territory? Boss, you are kidding, right?" Yiming shook his head, "Can you make such a joke casually?" Then, "Boss, aren't you afraid of being mistaken for a terrorist? If the plan is exposed and fails, then the consequences will definitely be disastrous." Ginhoo thought that Yiming was going to cause trouble in the country like those separatists. If that was the case, then none of them would have a good ending. She was so scared that her face turned pale. Yiming was a little stunned, but then he understood her concerns and laughed, "I'm not going to cause trouble in our own territory. Don't worry, I know this." "Not in our own territory? That's good." With the boss's answer, Ginhoo patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, she had made up her mind that if her boss really wanted to cause trouble in the country, she would decide to resign. Her best years had just begun, and she didn't want to be regarded as a terrorist. Yiming suddenly remembered that he had been looking for ways to aggravate the economic crisis in a certain place so that they would sell the island to pay off their debts. Later, due to other things, I stopped paying attention. Seeing Jean Rouereway just here, he asked, Rouereway, you graduated from Ginhoo School of Peking University, so you must be very knowledgeable about economic issues, right? Jean Rouereway thought the boss wanted to test her on business matters, so she quickly said, I know a little bit, but I can't say I'm proficient in it. After all, our major is management. Yiming nodded. Then let me ask you, do you know that there is an economic crisis happening somewhere right now? Jean Rouereway, this news is being broadcast everywhere. I know a little bit about it. Boss, why are you suddenly concerned about the economic crisis in a certain place? Is our group planning to expand its business in a certain place? Yiming did not answer her, and continued to ask, then let me ask you, if I have a huge amount of funds, how can I aggravate the economic crisis in a certain place? So that they can only repay their debts through other means. Jean Rouereway thought for a moment. As far as I know, the current economic crisis in a certain place is very serious. Workers are on strike. Students are boycotting classes. The overall unemployment rate in the country has reached an astonishing 30%, and the youth unemployment rate has reached more than 60%. That is to say, among young people, 6 out of 10 are unemployed. At the same time, there is a food shortage. Everyone is trying to stockpile food. There are more and more homeless people on the streets. District O is discussing providing aid to a certain place with tens of billions of euros, but no decision has been made yet. After all, the situation in several other territories in District O is not very good. Except for Britain, France, and Germany, the territories are not willing to sacrifice their own interests to aid a certain place. Yiming frowned. Is it so serious already? He had been worried that the economic crisis in a certain place was not serious enough, and had been thinking about how to add fuel to the fire. He didn't expect that all he had to do was wait. Jean Rouereway nodded. Yes, there have been many riots there recently. Their president can do nothing about the current situation except waiting for help from Zone O. The entire territory is on the verge of losing control. Yiming's eyes lit up, and a look of joy appeared on his face. If this is really the case, then it's time to take action.